Just 3 days ago, this young man was a successful lecturer admired by thousands, but the very next day, he transmigrated here into one of the three great families of the Qin kingdom. He became Chu Xian, the 13th direct descendant of the Chu family. He thought he could live the lavish life of a rich second-generation heir, but reality is often disappointing. The moment he arrived, he was accused of disgracing the family and was expelled from the main house. Fate was truly cruel. His life became incredibly bitter, surrounded day in and day out by nothing but four walls. Fortunately, Sister Yun was the only one who visited him regularly. She told Chu Xian to be patient for a few more days, and she would beg her grandfather to release him. But very quickly, the heavens showed him a way out. Hostess stayed home for 1 day. System rewards, diamond, indestructible divine art. At first, Chu Xian had no idea who was speaking, but 5 days later, the voice spoke again. Hostess stayed home for 5 days. System rewards, 5 years of cultivation. Chu Xian immediately felt a surge of true qi rising within his body. He could become stronger just by staying at home. Chu Xian sat and recalled his recent memories. His grandfather's scolding voice echoed, cursing him for his insolence and for bringing shame to the family. From that day on, he was kicked out of the ancestral home. Chu Xian was dumbfounded. Could this really be his fate? 3 days ago, he was a lecturer with unparalleled charisma. 2 days ago, he was suddenly transmigrated here, becoming the 13th young master of the Chu family, one of the 3 largest families in the entire kingdom. Just now, he was kicked out simply for accidentally sneezing during a banquet. Now he had to live in this abandoned courtyard surrounded by 4 walls, located on the border of the ancestral lands. Was this how his life was going to end? As Chu Xian was wallowing in despair, someone pushed the door open. With teary eyes, he asked, "Who is it?" He looked up and saw the graceful silhouette of some celestial beauty. But a gust of wind blew a tablecloth over, instantly killing Chu Xian's mood. It turned out to be the old butler, bringing him food. He said that he had already arranged for servants to prepare the household necessities. They will be brought over shortly. The butler sighed and told Chu Xian, "The old master already has a prejudice against you, and yet you acted so thoughtlessly. Now that he's truly angry, you'll just have to stay here for a while. Wait for him to cool down, then we can figure something out." Chu Xian grimaced and asked the butler why his grandfather hated him so much. The butler began to speak in a somber tone, saying that this story had to start with his father. Chu Xian's father was the 3rd son of the family. In terms of talent, no one in the entire Qin kingdom could compare to him. The old master also doted on him the most, and he was the most promising candidate for the next family head. But he dared to defy the old master's wishes. He insisted on marrying a mortal woman, Chu Xian's mother. From that point on, the relationship between father and son soured. Not long after Chu Xian was born, his parents left the Chu family together and haven't been heard from since. Hearing this, Chu Xian sighed. What a cliché, melodramatic plot. After finishing his story, the old butler said he had matters to attend to in the main residence and had to leave. Bro, remember to like and subscribe to help the channel survive. As the old butler walked out, he was still worried, wondering when this child would ever grow up. A little later, the servants arrived to clean up. The household items were also arranged. Chu Xian clapped his hands happily, then saw the servants off. Seeing the tidy house, his mood lifted a little. At that moment, a voice rang out. "You have stayed home for 1 day. System reward, diamond, indestructible divine art." Chu Xian's face turned pale as he asked aloud, "Who's speaking?" Chu Xian was stunned. A system? Was this real or fake? The system continued. "The reward has been placed in the courtyard. The system will upgrade based on the time you stay at home." Chu Xian didn't believe it. He thought he was having a strange dream. Just then, his hand accidentally touched a book. Chu Xian jumped, startled. Who put this here? When he opened the book, he realized this was no dream. The diamond indestructible divine art was a top-tier defensive technique of the mortal realm. The mortal realm was the foundational cultivation realm, divided into 3 stages: body tempering, meridian opening, and martial arts. To reach the peak, one must break through the profound gate, after which they can continue to cultivate. Above the mortal realm are the profound realm, spirit realm, and void realm. Chu Xian thought to himself that since his current body was only at the mortal realm, it made sense for the system to give him this technique. Since Chu Xian was just lazing around at home with nothing to do, he decided to give it a try. He focused his chi in his dantian and gathered his spirit to open his meridians. 2 inches, 3. He muttered to himself, good thing I lectured on health and wellness before, so I have some knowledge of meridians. Otherwise, I wouldn't understand a thing. Chu Xian actually practiced until late at night, without eating or even taking a break. Then he continued practicing from night until morning. Finally, when he stopped, he realized that despite circulating his chi all day, he wasn't tired. In fact, he felt more energetic. It seems the cultivation techniques of this world are actually real. He picked up a medicinal pill and examined it, eating while he thought. It seems I still need to combine this with supplements. He mused. The first day was a technique. The second day was a reward of chi. I wonder what the next reward will be. Speak of the devil, and the system shall appear. To reward Chu Xian for staying home for 3 days, the system gave him a phantom dagger. Chu Xian said, this dagger isn't bad, but it's a bit small for chopping vegetables. For days at home, Chu Xian received his next reward, a technique called the dragon's ferocious spirit fist. He practiced the fist forms in the courtyard with gusto. Serpent coiling, cloud parting. Golden rooster stands on one leg. Although Chu Xian was tired, he now had 2 techniques, one for offense and one for defense. He felt that this world wasn't so bad after all. But he felt he should still learn a bit about the history here, otherwise it would be awkward talking to others. Afterward, he sat in a chair and learned about the Qin Kingdom. The Qin Kingdom was once a unified nation, but it was overthrown by the 4 families, Qin, Chu, He, and Zhao, who now rule it together. As he was reading, he heard a voice calling out to him. He recognized it as Chu Yun. Chu Yun walked in with a basket and asked, 13th brother, have you been well lately? Chu Xian's face lit up like a flower. The servants have been bringing me meals. Why did you come today? Chu Yun said she should have come sooner, but things were busy at home, so she could only make it now. Chu Xian, acting very much like the master of the house, warmly thanked his younger sister and got a chair for her. Chu Yun said that their grandfather was in a bad mood recently. She told him to wait a little longer, and she would ask him to let Chu Xian return. But Chu Xian just smiled and said he liked it here. He didn't have to watch their expressions. He felt much more at ease. He even cheekily complimented the food, saying it tasted unusually delicious today. Could it be because you're eating with me, Chu Yun? Chu Yun looked at him and thought to herself, 13th brother is still the same as ever. Even in such a miserable state, he's always smiling foolishly. He doesn't have the slightest air of a privileged young master. He seems more human. Chu Yun then took her leave. She told Chu Xian to endure for a few more days. Chu Xian looked puzzled, wondering if Chu Yun was being overly polite with him. The notification appeared once again, stating that he had been home for 5 days. The reward was 1 year of cultivation. Chu Xian felt a powerful surge of true qi increase within his body. Could it be? I've reached the profound gate? Looking at this mess of scattered furniture, plus Chu Xian sitting here so seriously, you'd know right away that he was cultivating. The energy was just too incredible. A second later, he slumped over as if he'd been knocked out. Turns out he was frustrated because this was the 4th time he'd gotten stuck at this point. Once he reached it, he couldn't advance his cultivation any further. It seemed he had truly reached the profound gate. However, if his spiritual power were stronger, he could feel a closed door getting closer and closer to him. Chu Xian sighed. No rush. It's only been a few days. The system's notification rang out again. He had been home for 5 days, so he could receive the Soul Bewitching Art Secret Manual. A technique manual fell down. Chu Xian was weary. Another spiritual type technique? This system really has a lot of variety, but it just so happens to be exactly what he needs. After just a brief read, he was confident he had grasped the principles and methods. Next, Chu Xian wanted to practice. But right now, there was no one else in the courtyard besides him. Although he couldn't practice spiritual control, he could practice searching for spiritual energy. All things have a spirit. Even if there are no people around, there can be living things. After closing his eyes to search, this technique could sense any living entity. At this moment, he could indeed feel many points of contact with his true qi, even outside the courtyard. It was the life force of flowers, birds, and even insects. He even sensed 2 dried-up monkeys getting on. Chu Xian immediately felt sick to his stomach. He realized he shouldn't search around randomly. If he saw something that scarred his eyes, he'd be the one who got hurt. At this moment, A servant's voice called him to eat. Chu Xian was surprised. Why is dinner so early today? And usually there are two of them. Why do I only sense one person's presence now? The servant grinned and invited Chu Xian to eat. Chu Xian said thanks, then felt a sense of dread. He could sense that in the basket there was a bowl of white rice. Among the white grains was an egg, and inside that egg was a sleeping larva. Chu Xian immediately recognized it as the egg of a poisonous insect. He was furious. So they're playing tricks. Then don't blame me. Chu Xian decided to make this devious servant his first test subject. Chu Xian pointed straight at the servant's face. He asked him who sent him. The servant, bewildered, replied that it was the head butler. Chu Xian gritted his teeth. I gave you a chance. If you don't tell the truth, I'll find out myself. An invisible hand from his spiritual control technique immediately squeezed the servant's brain. The servant cried out in pain, his eyes becoming as deep and dark as an abyss. Chu Xian asked him again who sent him. The servant replied that he was a disciple of the evil sect and that no one had sent him. He saw an opportunity to control Chu Xian. He thought he could gain merit with the sect, so he came here. Chu Xian was stunned. An evil sect? Henchmen of the evil king's court. The evil king's court does not belong to any nation in the southern region. It is an autonomous region where evil cultivators gather. The evil sects revere martial strength. They disregard the law. They are usually brutal in their fights, and their battlefields are widespread. Although their numbers are not large, their strength cannot be underestimated. Among them, the evil king's lineage is the most terrifying, posing a threat to the entire southern region. Besides the evil king's court, the evil sect is also prevalent in the countries of the southern region. They blend in with the common people. It's hard to distinguish the real from the fake, making them difficult to eliminate. Chu Xian thought that although the evil sect's strength wasn't enough to shake him, if the evil king's court was pulling the strings from behind, it would be extremely dangerous. Although he didn't care about this matter, if the Chu family was targeted by the evil king's court, a fish in their pond would also be affected. Chu Xian continued to question the servant, asking if he had acted on his own without being ordered. He replied, yes. He said that although Chu Xian was being punished, he was still a descendant of the Chu family. Controlling him would be a great merit. So how could he let others know? He had been lying in wait in the Chu family for years, just for an opportunity like this. Chu Xian replied, that's good. After all, being controlled by his soul bewitching art. He couldn't lie. Chu Xian then thought, although there's no immediate danger, I should still warn Grandpa. The magical control was showing signs of breaking. Chu Xian was alarmed to realize that this guy had been resisting his control all along. Because he had let his guard down just now, the servant's mind had been destroyed. His will shattered. He became a madman. He took out 3 sharp needles and lunged at Chu Xian. Chu Xian nimbly dodged, with the golden bell shield protecting his body. He couldn't be harmed. But Chu Xian didn't know how to inform the Chu family that this guy was an evil sect disciple. If he killed him with the dragon's ferocious spirit fist, he was afraid it would leave traces and expose his true strength. After that, Chu Xian would surely be summoned back to the ancestral home. The secret of the system in this courtyard would no longer be usable. The madman was still screaming, "Long live the evil king," and charging at him, try to kill him. Chu Xian was in a dilemma. Keeping him alive would endanger his own life, but killing him would expose his secret. Chu Xian frowned and thought hard. At that moment, the regular food delivery servants arrived. Chu Xian smiled to himself. Perfect timing. The heavens are helping me. When the 2 regular food delivery guys arrived, they heard someone inside shouting, "Long live the evil king of the southern region." They immediately realized there was an evil sect disciple inside. Worried for Chu Xian's safety, they rushed in to check. Inside, the servant was attacking Chu Xian. Chu Xian was delighted. As long as someone saw this, he wouldn't have to worry about the news not reaching the Chu family. Next, he had to find a final resting place for this bloodthirsty madman. The 2 delivery guys stood there, looking on with horrified expressions. 13th young master, we're here to help you. At this moment, Chu Xian couldn't look more pathetic, being chased by the servant, holding his head, crying, and calling for his mom. The 2 delivery guys were disgusted, thinking to themselves, what a waste. He doesn't even look worth saving. If this were outside, they would absolutely pretend not to know Chu Xian. Meanwhile, Chu Xian was continuously being chased by the guy. It only took the 2 delivery guys 3 seconds to grab him. They said they would take him to the old master. Chu Xian, still running, managed to slam his head into a wall and faint on the spot. The two delivery guys felt extremely awkward. Truly the 13th. Young master always manages to disappoint. They decided to take the traitor back first and then call a doctor to check on his injuries. After they left, Chu Xian opened his eyes. He was pleased that he had managed to keep his useless image from collapsing. He immediately used his technique again. Just to be safe, he should still make a move. A hand formed from the soul, bewitching art flew out. It moved toward the traitor's head. Chu Xian silently apologized to the evil sect disciple. Although his crime didn't warrant death, as a member of the evil sect, he had surely done many wicked things. Moreover, his mind was already destroyed. Even if he lived, he would just be a cripple. Chu Xian decided to grant him release with a single move that pierced straight through his brain. Only this way could he keep his secret safe. The system appeared again, presenting the 6 days' gift, a barrel of great profound pills. After realizing that these great profound pills were elixirs that aided in breaking through the profound gate, he told himself, "It's really time for me to break through the profound gate. I must succeed." Meanwhile, in the residence of the Chu family's head, Chu Tianming, the Chu family head was furiously cursing Chu Xian, calling him a waste. His son, Chu Luo Hong, was a hero, yet he had produced such a useless son. To think he'd get beaten up by a mere evil sect disciple. At this moment, he lowered his voice and said, "Fortunately, our Chu family also has a talented young man, unlike that waste." With that, the old master glanced at the eldest young master, Chu Qing. Chu Yun chose another beautiful sunny day to visit Chu Xian. Seeing her, Chu Xian immediately went out to happily welcome his younger sister. The two siblings then cheerfully ate their meal together. Chu Xian said it was great having Chu Yun here. At least he had someone to talk to. Chu Yun said it was because he didn't want to come back that she took some time to visit. Chu Yun said that with Chu Xian here alone and no one to look after him, he could be in danger, like with the evil sect disciple yesterday. She reminded him to be careful. Chu Xian said, "Sister, you worry too much. It was just a petty thief." Chu Xian narrowed his eyes and said, "I heard someone was so scared they ran head first into a wall." Chu Xian heard this and choked so hard that rice came out of his nose. Chu Yun worriedly brought water for her brother. Chu Xian was terrified. His useless image had almost collapsed. Luckily, he was fine. Chu Yun then said that their grandfather was about to hold the family's martial arts tournament. Chu Xian's eyes immediately widened in surprise. Chu Yun said their grandfather had suddenly summoned everyone. He announced the tournament, saying that everyone, whether they were servants or kitchen staff, could participate. Chu Xian secretly guessed that the purpose was not so simple. Then, Chu Xian called Chu Yun to follow him. Chu Xian gave his sister a large gift box. He said it was left by his father and contained top-grade elixirs. Chu Yun praised Chu Xian's father, saying he was truly a formidable person. The two siblings parted ways here. Chu Yun thanked her brother. She promised to consume all the elixirs. At this point, Chu Xian had figured out the purpose of the martial arts tournament. It was simply to catch the evil sect disciples within the family. He told himself, "It seems Grandpa's thinking is the same as mine. The appearance of one snake means there's a whole nest in the house." The system appeared again, rewarding him with a barrel of spirit-nurturing pills. Chu Xian looked at the barrel of pills. They were elixirs for cultivating the spiritual system. He thought to himself, "I must quickly break through to the profound gate." Meanwhile, Chu Yun was competing against another person on the martial arts stage. A moment later, the winner was decided. In this 13th match, the 17th young miss, Chu Yun, is the victor. The old master immediately burst into laughter, praising his talented granddaughter. He even said, "The younger generation will surpass the old." Chu Yun thanked her grandfather for the praise and then excused herself. This young man raised his hand and announced the start of the 14th match. It was a gardener against the eldest young master, Chu Qing. The announcer reminded Chu Qing to choose a weapon, but Chu Qing said it wasn't necessary. "Consider me giving you a handicap, Gardener Ding." The gardener gritted his teeth. He thought if he could directly cripple this outstanding talent of the Chu family, he wouldn't need to be a spy anymore. He could return and claim merit with the evil king. He decided to reveal his hand. The gardener charged forward with a spear, forcing Chu Qing to face death. Grandfather, worried for his grandson, shouted that the technique the man was using was an evil art. He warned Chu Qing of the danger. The old man thought to himself, as expected, there are still spies hiding here. However, Chu Qing was not so easy to deal with. He simply used his finger to block the spear and then snatched the weapon from him. The cool and composed Chu Qing spoke. May I ask which master taught you this kung fu? Garter Ding? To have such a unique skill. I'm afraid you haven't been put to good use. Garter Ding was so stunned he fell backward, never expecting the young brat in front of him to have such immense power. The Chu family servants, now armed, were about to rush forward to beat up the evil sect disciple. Protect the young master. But Chu Qing said no one was allowed to enter the ring before the match was over. With just one move, the pathetic gardener dropped his weapon. With another move, Garter Ding fell off the stage. The guards immediately placed their swords at his neck. Don't move. Chu Qing turned around coolly as his name was announced as the victor. Chu Yin anxiously went to check on her eldest brother. She was extremely surprised that there were still evil sect disciples in the residence. Last time, 13th brother was almost harmed. Chu Qing thanked his younger sister for her concern and said he was fine. Chu Qing then expressed concern for Chu Xian, all alone in that remote place. He even said that if it weren't for Chu Xian's reminder, the Chu ancestral home would have faced a disaster later on. Chu Qing said, after the tournament is over, I will definitely go visit Chu Xian. Meanwhile, Chu Xian, on his end, was still struggling to break through the profound gate. He sighed and said, the profound gate truly lives up to its name as the breakthrough bottleneck for mortals. It's really not easy to break through. At this moment, as regular as clockwork, the system appeared again to give a gift. Today's reward was a book called The Dust Concealment Art. It just so happened that Chu Xian was too tired to continue trying to break through, so he decided to see what kind of treasure this was. Chu Xian read a few lines and realized it was a technique for concealing one's aura. But on second thought, he felt that even if he didn't hide his aura, no one would notice anyway. But since Chu Xian was free, he decided to practice it to kill time. The next day, just as the sun was rising, Chu Xian was awakened by a familiar voice. Chu Xian sat up. Scattered and messy, he wondered why his dear sister Yun had come to visit before dawn. He went to open the door with a sleepy face. It turned out Chu Yun had come to say goodbye to her brother. Hearing this, Chu Xian was so surprised he was wide awake. The two siblings sat down for a cup of tea and a chat. It turned out Chu Yun had broken through to the profound realm. According to the rules, she could now go down the mountain to train. Chu Xian smiled and said this was a good thing. Chu Yun smiled and said it was all thanks to Chu Xian's elixirs. Chu Yun also mentioned that their eldest brother, Chu Qing, was coming to visit him soon. It should be any time now. After that, Chu Yun took her leave and headed home. Chu Xian also saw the girl all the way to the door. After she left, Chu Xian felt his heart sink. Now there would be no one to come eat and chat with him anymore. Every scene is tinged with sorrow. When one is sad, how can the scenery be joyful? The man was dispirited and dejected. It was just a farewell. At night, Chu Xian brought out the gifts from the system to study them. After pondering this fist technique for a while, he realized it was about the rushing thunder finger. It could raise one's cultivation level and enhance its power. It sounded pretty awesome. Chu Xian was dejected because his little sister was gone, so sad that he couldn't sleep. Well then, I'll just stay up and practice. And so, Chu Xian spent the entire night practicing the technique, gathering qi in the meridians, condensing qi into electricity, condensing electricity into thunder. In the dark of the night, surprisingly, Chu Xian was not the only one awake. A man in black with a grimy face was hiding in the bushes, observing. That's the Chu family's ancestral land up ahead, right? The assassins looked at the lit room of Chu Xian and were certain. Looks like this is the place. The blonde-haired man smiled and said, Chu Luo Hong's useless son is in there. The two men smirked, thinking this would be effortless, and then dashed madly towards the building. Soon, they had infiltrated the courtyard. Inside, Chu Xian had already heard a strange noise. Chu Xian was frustrated. Just my luck. Once I finish practicing the rushing thunder finger, I'll break through, but before I'm done, someone has to come and interrupt. If I'm interrupted, I might be finished. I might even lose all my cultivation. Chu Xian tried to figure out who would come at this hour, but the situation was too tense, so he had to tell himself to just ignore it and live on. Forget the world. Outside, The blonde-haired man was ordering the black-haired one to set up a wind spirit net while he went inside to find their target. The blonde-haired man saw that the light was still on and wondered, could he still be awake? He pressed his ear to the wall and heard a high fluctuation in aura, but no movement. He figured the person inside was breaking through to the profound gate. He was confused. Isn't Chu Luo Hong's son a waste? How could he be breaking through to the profound gate? At that moment, his subordinate came to report that the net was set. He also asked what was happening inside. The blonde-haired man replied, "It seems like he's breaking through to the profound gate." The black-haired man was also surprised to hear this. He immediately took out a poison dart from his clothes, wanting to use it to see if Chu Xian was really breaking through or just faking it. The leader immediately stopped him. He said that attacking someone during a breakthrough could easily cause them to die unexpectedly, and Chu Xian was an important hostage. They couldn't let him die. The other man relented upon hearing this. A second later, the two of them felt something strange and froze. The subordinate asked blankly, "Why is there no movement? Could he have successfully broken through?" The blonde-haired man said in confusion that he couldn't even sense a single breath. The black-haired man said Chu Xian was just playing tricks, then kicked the door in. The leader had told him not to be rash, but he couldn't stop him. Yang Kai stepped inside and asked, "Where's the Chu family's waist? Come out and greet your masters." Before he could finish his sentence, a bolt of lightning struck down. Yang Kai fell silent and collapsed. The blonde-haired man frantically called out his subordinate's name in the night. His heart ached as he rushed forward. Inside, Chu Xian was cursing. "You foul-mouthed bastard. It's late, and you're still bothering people." The blonde-haired man shouted in frustration, "Who are you? If you got the guts, come out and face me, Yin Qingyan." Chu Xian cursed him, "You idiot. Of course, I'm the master of this place." Chu Xian slowly walked out, scolding them. "Barging in late at night, without even introducing yourselves, and you have the nerve to ask who the owner is?" Chu Xian's face appeared, annoyed, as he questioned them. "Do you people have any manners?" Yin Qingyan's face was as pale as a ghost. He asked Chu Xian if he was a man or a ghost. "Why can't I sense any of your aura?" Chu Xian snorted and said, "It's fine to tell you, so you can die with some clarity." Chu Xian asked him if he had ever heard of the dust concealment art. Judging by that clueless look, he probably hadn't. Chu Xian continued, "You said you couldn't sense any of my aura. Since you've already set up a wind spirit net outside, and no one else can sense it either, then let me give you a little taste of my aura." Chu Xian glared at them and said, "Since you can't leave here anyway, even if you know, you'll be dead, so there's no proof." Yin Qingyan said in fear, "This aura, it's definitely not someone who just broke through to the profound gate. You're at the upper stage of the profound realm, aren't you?" Chu Xian punched him with the dragon's ferocious spirit fist. "I've answered enough of your questions." Yin Qingyan was hit and thrown backward, creating a huge impact. Smoke billowed up. It turned out Chu Xian had accidentally used one punch to cremate Yin Qingyan. The courtyard was now covered in flesh and blood, and he couldn't wait until tomorrow to call the servants to clean it up. He had to bury them himself. The system then appeared and announced a special reward from the system for defeating the invaders. One spirit devouring flower. Chu Xian was utterly stunned. At that moment, a small sprout of the spirit devouring flower emerged from the courtyard. Right after, it grew and blossomed with a purple flower. The plant was twice as tall as Chu Xian and was a carnivorous type. It grabbed the assassin's corpse. It chewed and devoured it greedily. In no time, it had cleaned up the bloody battlefield. Chu Xian was frozen, feeling it was both cruel and very clean. He didn't know whether to be happy or sad. Luckily, this thing recognized him as its master. At this moment, Chu Xian suddenly remembered that after the spirit-devouring flower eats someone, it retains their memories for a period of time. He could use the soul bewitching art to read them. Chu Xian immediately told the spirit-devouring flower to wait a moment before returning. He went over and patted its head. Chu Xian used the soul bewitching art, controlling its consciousness. The memories of the two men appeared. Yin Qingyan told Yang Kai that their second-in-command, who was a spy in the Chu family, had been captured. Dozens of other evil sect disciples had also been caught. Yang Kai was completely shocked. Yin Qingyan handed him a poisoned smoke bomb, telling him to use it. The two of them planned to sneak into the Chu family's ancestral land. The two had reached Chu Xian's place and told each other to make their move. Chu Xian thought to himself. Their plan is truly vicious. Once the poison smoke is released, it would be difficult to completely eliminate it even within 100 years. Moreover, it would cause lifelong damage to cultivators. Chu Xian gave the spirit-devouring flower 2 pills as a reward, telling it to eat up and go to sleep. Chu Xian then thought to himself, it seems this tournament has yielded quite a harvest, but because of it, we've provoked them. There will definitely be retaliation. Fortunately, Chu Xian had successfully broken through this time. Although he had reached the profound gate, he felt the speed of danger approaching was very fast. In the blink of an eye, Chu Xian had been cooped up here for over half a month. The system's rewards were countless elixirs. There were also top-grade treasure artifacts, but these external items were not the greatest gain. The most important thing was that Chu Xian's inner world had appeared. After breaking through the profound gate, Chu Xian could see his own inner world. At the beginning, it was just a dark space. Chu Xian didn't even realize this was his inner world. Slowly, light began to appear. As time passed, the light became clearer and clearer. Finally, it filled the entire space. Then, something appeared like a single grain of sand. Now, it has become a single grain of sand. Last night, Chu Xian received a reward, a book called The Mountain-like Art. It was an external defense technique that also trained the spirit internally, which was perfect for upgrading the cultivation of his inner world. Chu Xian marveled. It was as if the system could read his mind and cultivation level, arranging things so scientifically. Even if an Emperor Realm expert were to look at this mountain-like art, it would be a defensive technique. That was in no way inferior. It was perfect for defending against the evil sect's backlash and retaliation. At this moment, someone came to report to the old master, Chu Tianming, that a carrier pigeon had delivered a letter. Chu Tianming read it and was stunned. The letter reported that Steward Su had gone to sell salt, a euphemism for being killed. Chu Tianming instructed his subordinate to arrange for Steward Su's burial and asked if there was any other news. The messenger replied, among the younger generation of the Chu family, there have been more than 10 casualties. The list is being updated. Chu Tianming was furious with the evil sect. This time, the Chu family had taken a lead. They had united with the other 3 great families to attack the evil sect. Now, the Great Zhou Kingdom and the Siyu Kingdom have also joined. He wanted to see how long they could remain arrogant. The next day, on a beautiful day, Chu Xian's dear sister Yun returned. Chu Xian happily asked the girl why she was back so soon. Chu Yun said she missed her brother, so she came back early. She even brought a pot of fine tea for him to drink. Chu Xian said he didn't want to drink it and asked Chu Yun if anything had happened down the mountain that she could tell him about. Chu Yun just insisted on making Chu Xian drink the tea, saying it wouldn't be good if it got cold. Seeing Chu Xian refuse, Chu Yun directly poured the tea on Chu Xian's head. Chu Xian grimaced in discomfort and cried out. At that moment, he suddenly woke up. It turned out to be just a dream. Wasn't he just cultivating? When did I fall asleep? Chu Xian touched his face and felt very confused. Why was his face wet? And there was a strange smell. The naughty cat then let out a meow. Chu Xian jumped up in fear. It turned out the system saw that Chu Xian had a tendency towards depression and had rewarded him with a heavenly spirit cat for stress relief. Chu Xian sneered and told the system, "You make it sound so nice, afraid I get depressed. Weren't you afraid of scaring me to death?" Chu Xian didn't like pets, and besides, this one had just arrived and already peed on his face. What if it became a habit and it started watering his face every day? It needed to be trained. After committing its evil deed, the silly cat just looked up and meowed shamelessly. After a few days of cultivation, his inner world was no longer a grain of sand, but a fertile piece of land. But apart from this small piece of land, everything else was a vast, infinite, and expanding space. At this moment, suddenly, a strange object appeared in his inner universe. For a moment, Chu Xian didn't know what it was. He wondered if there were UFOs in his inner world. Chu Xian opened his eyes and saw that it was the cat scratching his face. Indeed, Chu Xian's karma had come for him. It wasn't a UFO entering his inner world, but it had actually entered his inner world. Chu Xian grabbed it by the scruff of its neck and warned it for the 109th time, just because you're cute doesn't mean you can do whatever you want. The cat angrily pointed at its empty bowl. Chu Xian then realized he had forgotten to feed it. The kitten did not accept his apology. It went straight for Chu Xian's face. In the end, he had to bring out the food. The white cat sat and ate greedily. Chu Xian was exasperated. When this cat ate, it didn't even spare him a glance. This wasn't a reward. It was more like a punishment. At that moment, a knock on the door was heard. Chu Xian was surprised. The servants who came before never knocked, or if they did and he didn't answer, they would just leave the food in the courtyard. As for Sister Yun, you'd hear her before you saw her. And assassins wouldn't be so bold as to announce themselves to the master of the house. Chu Xian went to open the door, thinking that if someone knocked so openly, they probably weren't a bad person. It turned out to be his eldest brother, Chu Qing. Chu Xian was very surprised. He immediately invited Chu Qing in for tea. Chu Xian smiled and told his brother that Chu Yun had mentioned he would come, but he didn't expect it to be today. Chu Qing said he should have come sooner, but was too busy. He also said that this time, if Chu Xian hadn't discovered that evil sect disciple, the 300-plus people in the Chu family would still be in the dark. The consequences would have been hard to predict. Chu Xian smiled and said, "Eldest brother, you praise me too much." Chu Qing replied that he came this time to ask Chu Xian to leave the mountain with him. Seeing his younger brother's surprise, Chu Qing explained. This time, all three great families of the Qin kingdom, along with the great Zhou and Siyu, were joining forces to eliminate the evil sect. If Chu Xian went with them, his safety could be guaranteed. Moreover, the experts in the siege would surely achieve great things. When they returned, their grandfather would definitely be pleased and reduce Chu Xian's punishment. But Chu Xian said his cultivation level was still too low to leave the mountain. Chu Qing said, "As long as you want to, I will ask grandfather. Even if I have to make a military pledge, I will." Chu Xian said he understood his eldest brother's good intentions, but still felt it wasn't very honorable. He said he would wait until the day he could leave the mountain on his own terms. A little later wouldn't matter. Chu Qing felt as if a bucket of cold water had been poured over him, waking him up. He never expected the ambition in his 13th younger brother's heart to be so heroic and grand. He had underestimated him, thinking this could help him leave this place. Chu Qing left. He said that after this farewell, it would be several months before they met again. He reminded him to take care. Chu Qing also said that their grandfather was just strict with him, not that he hated him, and advised him not to resent the old man. Chu Xian replied that he understood and bid his eldest brother farewell. He closed the door. He let out a sigh of relief. Finally, he had successfully kept up his act without being exposed. At that moment, Chu Qing was walking alone in the forest, unaware that someone was secretly watching him. He thought to himself, so those two little brats never returned because they had Chu Qing's help. Wait until I, Chun Fan, finish off that waste, then I'll deal with you. Chun Fan then jumped out from his hiding spot. He said, "Since Chu Qing has left, I might as well change the plan and make use of that useless son of Chu Luo Hong for a bit." Chun Fan thought that Chu Xian was, after all, Chu Luo Hong's son. If he died, the old master Chu Tianming would definitely be upset. If Chu Luo Hong returned alive and found out his son was harmed by the evil sect because old Chu Tianming had kicked him out, would he still be able to stay in the Chu family? Chun Fan thought he could control Chu Xian and have him bring the poison smoke back to the Chu family. With that, he decided to act. Chun Fan leaped into Chu Xian's courtyard. Hiding behind a pillar, he thought to himself that as a vice leader, he could use a stealth technique that even a 5th-stage spirit realm expert couldn't detect. However, his exaggerated posture was spotted by the kitten, Xiaohei. Chun Fan saw Chu Xian's empty courtyard and decided not to use the stealth technique anymore. He would just attack directly. He used an evil technique, materializing his qi. A stream of demonic qi flew into Chu Xian's house. A second later, Chu Xian cried out, "Help!" Soon, he was carried out, tied up tightly. Chun Fan smirked victoriously and said, "How could a waste like him escape my qi-refining rope so easily?" But when he looked at Chu Xian, he noticed that the more he was tied, the thinner he became. Could he have used a technique sealing drug and escape? At that moment, Chu Xian's entire body suddenly exploded. Chun Fan cursed. What the hell is going on? He didn't know what had happened. How could this waste make his 3rd-stage spirit realm technique fail? At that moment, a white shadow flashed. Chun Fan was beaten to a pulp, his face smashed. He was knocked unconscious by the claws of the kitten, Xiaohei. Only then did Chu Xian step out, mocking him. To think a vice leader would be so pathetic as to be taken out by a cat scratch. He glanced at Xiao He and said, "If I ever accidentally fall into this cat's paws, I'm afraid I'll have to admit defeat too." But now, Chu Xian didn't know how to deal with this vice leader. Well, he might as well call out the spirit-devouring flower to handle it. The carnivorous flower opened its large mouth in anticipation. Its tongue shot out and dragged his body inside. Chu Xian used the soul-bewitching art to see what this vice leader was plotting. Why does the evil sect always want to cause trouble for me? This young master. The memories then appeared. It turned out the first servant who tried to harm Chu Xian had informed Chun Fan that all the intelligence he had gathered was in these letters. Chun Fan was also the one who had sent the 2 evil sect assassins to harm him before, but all 3 of his subordinates had vanished without a trace. So he decided to go see for himself. Chu Xian thought to himself, so they're all cut from the same cloth. It's fate that they were all eliminated by me. It's just that this evil sect is so one-dimensional. All they ever use is the same old poison gas. At this moment, the system's notification appeared. You have killed an evil sect disciple who plotted to harm you. This time, you are rewarded with the Soul Seed seal. The land inside his inner world was growing larger and larger. Moreover, the rules within it had also begun to change. Perhaps it was related to Chu Xian's recent cultivation. Chu Xian was puzzled. But other than that, there was nothing else. Does this mean his potential for cultivation growth is still immense? But no matter what, he could clearly feel the recent strengthening of his spiritual power. Chu Xian had obtained 2 new techniques, the Soul Seed Seal, which had no way to be tested, and the second, the Sword Control Art. It was an Emperor-grade technique. The martial emperor of the southern region. If he could enter the emperor realm early, he wouldn't have to fear the evil sect, even if they came. After thinking for a while, he realized the road ahead was still long. One day, he would find his ideal in this world. Meanwhile, in a dark cave, several people were discussing the fact that Lu Chong had been gone for a long time without any news. They suspected he might have been discovered and killed by the Chu family. One of them replied, "That's impossible. There haven't been any battles." The man with the scar wondered if Lu Chong was supposed to act. Could he have betrayed us? The old man sitting next to him disagreed, saying, "Everyone in our evil sect knows that betrayal does not end well." He said Lu Chong might just be waiting for an opportunity. He wants to release the poison smoke in the center of the Chu residence. The scar-faced man anxiously told the sect leader that the Chu family was bullying their sect too much. He said they should report it to the king's court and have them send experts. Zhu Yin argued back, saying that for a small Chu family, they had to trouble the king's court. Aren't we all just a bunch of waste then? Will the evil king's court still value us? The sect leader then spoke, ordering them to inform Lu Chong not to wait for an opportunity anymore, but to act immediately. He said Chu Qing was in charge of this operation. Chu Tianming wanted to use this to train the younger generation, but he didn't know what would happen if Chu Qing died. How would that old ghost Chu Tianming react? He then ordered his subordinates to find Chu Qing's location. He would personally go and finish him off. His subordinates immediately bowed and carried out the order. The 3 of them immediately rushed off to act. The old man with white hair was worried, not knowing Lu Chong's current location. He took out a communication pearl to confirm the information, but couldn't get a timely response. He crushed the pearl, sending a message to Lu Chong. Upon receiving this message, act immediately. Meanwhile, at Chu Xian's residence, Chu Xian was still happily waiting for the servant to bring his meal, just as he was getting hungry. Chu Xian asked the servant if there was something to celebrate in the family, as the food was so lavish. The servant said it was because the eldest young master, Chu Qing, had led the clan members down the mountain to eliminate the evil sect and had won a great victory. The old master was happy, so he organized a celebratory feast. Chu Xian was surprised. He didn't expect them to win so quickly. At that moment, in the hideout of the evil sect, that old man, after using the communication pearl and still not getting any response, reported to his comrades that Lu Chong might be dead. Scarface said indifferently, "At least it proves Lu Chong didn't betray us." The old man replied, "That's not the point." Zhu Yin was puzzled. Why hasn't there been any battle at the Chu ancestral land yet? The sect leader then told him not to worry about Lu Chong anymore. He said that this time, the joint attack by the major families had caused them significant losses. They had lost many important core members, and half of those losses were caused by the Chu family. It seemed that for the time being, he said, they should not act against the Chu family. What the Chu family did, he had already reported to the Evil King's court. The Evil King's court would deal with them. For now, their job was to switch to another family. Meanwhile, Chu Xian had also heard the news from the servant that the He family had been infiltrated by the evil sect. The food delivery man said that the He family's ancestral land had been hit with poison smoke and a third of the area had been devastated. 100 people were dead or injured. He didn't expect the evil sect's revenge to be so swift. Chu Xian could only be alarmed. In the Chu family residence, Chu Tianming also received the news. The experts from the ancestral land were on their way back. He ordered his men to increase patrols and guards. They must avoid repeating the He family's mistake. A subordinate reported, 15 more guard posts have been added in the ancestral land. Patrols are conducted every 2 hours. Chu Tianming praised him for a job well done and asked where Chu Qing was now. The subordinate replied that Chu Qing was still leading the forces. He was still quite far away, on his way back. Several Void Realm elders from the clan were with Chu Qing, so there probably wouldn't be any unexpected incidents. Chu Tianming let out a sigh of relief. But there was something he couldn't understand. The one who initiated the extermination of the entire evil sect was clearly the Chu family. Why hadn't the evil sect come to trouble them yet, but instead attacked the He family? He was puzzled. Could it be that they had already come? At this time, Chu Xian also asked the servant if the Chu ancestral land was also facing retaliation. The servant replied, the experts who went down the mountain are now rushing back. It won't be easy to launch a sneak attack. Moreover, this time the harvest was huge. In total, more than 60% of the evil sect's foundation in the entire country has been shaken. Chu Xian was amazed and said, Chu Qing is truly formidable. From now on, no one will come to disturb us internally. Chu Xian sighed in relief and thought, it seems this can finally come to an end. Half a year later, Chu Xian's white cat, Xiaohei, was stalking a bird but accidentally let it fly away. It immediately cursed, damn it. Chu Xian laughed at Xiaohei, saying it had missed again. Xiaohei gave him a disdainful look and meowed, as if to say it had intentionally let the bird go. Chu Xian said to Xiaohei, although I don't open my eyes to look, in the past half a year, I've already reached the Void Realm. I can sense any movement within 100 miles with just a thought. He said, so, Xiaohei, you don't need to lie to me. At this moment, Chu Xian's eyes suddenly widened. It turned out his keen senses had passed through the walls and into the deep forest, where he sensed the puckered lips of some shameless person who only eats rice with fish, demanding a kiss. For my beloved, if love is a poison, then you are the antidote. He said to his lover, without you, I'll go after another. No, I'll die. I was originally just a coal mountain, but you made it melt. If I were a durian, would you still love me? Just this one clingy scene was enough to make Chu Xian feel sick to his stomach, as if he had accidentally eaten expired dog food. The lovebirds showed no signs of stopping. If you are a rag, then I will be dirty water. That's why I'm so attracted to you. If something is bound to happen, why don't we let it happen now? The entire forest was filled with a foul aura. Chu Xian was so furious he crushed a teacup in his hand. He was clearly under house arrest, yet someone had to come here and disgust him like this. Chu Xian gritted his teeth. In that case, don't blame me for being ruthless. Chu Xian immediately used a technique to control a tree branch and whip the guy's butt to teach him a lesson. He was whipped right on his hemorrhoids and cried out in pain, clutching his rear. The dreamy Annie next to him still didn't understand anything and laughed her head off, asking him what he was doing. The guy was in agony. He thought someone had come, but when he turned his head to look east and then west, there was no one. Only her. He thought it was her who had just let him taste the pain of love, so he ignored it and continued with his business. She didn't understand anything, only that what should be done next should still be done. The two of them then puckered up to kiss each other. Chu Xian was force-fed so much PDA that he got dizzy. He cursed the guy for being shamelessly invincible. After the foreplay, the shameless rogue gently reached out to peel off her clothes, saying it was to get closer, with nothing in between. The lady was already hooked, but still had to pretend to be coy. In the end, she still let him do as he pleased. Chu Xian couldn't stand the nausea and raised his fist, saying they had forced him to do this. Another punch landed on his butt. The guy's scream echoed through the mountains. He gave up and ran for his life. He sent out an SOS signal and then fled into the forest. He was certain that the evil sect must have done this. he said resentfully. I must have been sold out by the Black Moon Tower. Chu Xian frowned. He raised a passionate finger and cursed him for being a scumbag. After a long-distance battle, Chu Xian finally got some peace and quiet. His soul was tormented to exhaustion, as if he had lost half of it. Xiao He bowed its head, indicating that Chu Xian had been heavy-handed just now. The guy's tragic screams were enough to make anyone shed a tear of pity. Chu Xian then asked Xiao He whose side it was on. He had also been mentally polluted, no less. He resentfully asked Xiao He if it understood. At this moment, Chu Xian was lost in thought, because when the guy ran away, he had mentioned the Black Moon Tower. It seemed he had heard this name in a book before. Its background was not small. Was there any connection? The system appeared at this moment. It informed Chu Xian that he had been home for half a year and was being rewarded with the heaven-shaking extreme saber. Chu Xian raised his hand to catch the technique manual. Tonight, I won't have to worry about being sleepless with nothing to do. Another night with the lights on. The next day, another shocking piece of news arrived. Elder Chu Yueling had gone to meet his ancestors. He was a top-tier Void Realm expert of the Chu family. How could he have died? The food delivery man said it was all because the Black Moon Tower had sold out his whereabouts. Hearing this name, Chu Xian's eyes lit up. He had to take this opportunity to gather more information. Chu Xian asked the delivery man, "Is this Black Moon Tower a lackey of the evil sect? Why do they sell us out?" The delivery man asked Chu Xian if he really didn't know. The Chu family itself bought intelligence on the evil sect disciples from the Black Moon Tower. The delivery man replied that everyone knew the Black Moon Tower was evil, but because it was too powerful and too professional, with branches all over the southern region and no one knowing where its headquarters were, no power or dynasty dared to destroy the Black Moon Tower. Chu Xian then asked if the Chu family had any countermeasures. The delivery man replied that the Chu family had summoned all direct descendants from outside back to the ancestral residence. This was to prevent them from being assassinated by the evil sect. Furthermore, the Qin Kingdom's royal family had negotiated with the other noble families that the Black Moon Tower was not allowed to accept commissions from the evil sect. Once an expert from the evil king's court came to attack, they would receive the intelligence first. Chu Xian smirked. Since the Qin Kingdom had these countermeasures, he didn't need to worry about a sudden attack from the evil king's court. So Chu Xian didn't need to worry anymore. He could leisurely continue to stay at home and cultivate. At this moment, the system's notification appeared. Chu Xian had been home for 7 months. The reward was the lesser 5 elements formation and a formation plate. Chu Xian held the 2 gifts in his hands, his face, showing a hint of satisfaction. A formation again. Chu Xian thought to himself that in the southern region, only experts at the true realm could set up formations. His cultivation level could be more secure now. Chu Xian glanced at it. The lower the cultivation level, the weaker the formation setup, and the weaker the refined formation plate would be. Chu Xian then activated the technique. He wanted to test its power, the strength of this formation. Even a Unity Realm expert could be trapped or even killed. As long as the person who came was not at the 4th stage of the Unity Realm, there was nothing to fear. Chu Xian bowed his head, eagerly anticipating the 1-year reward. It would definitely be a transcendent Emperor scripture. At the very least, it would be a heaven scripture level item. The next day, Chu Tianming received bad news. His grandson, Chu Qing, had unfortunately encountered 3 evil sect elders and a vice leader in a surprise attack and was seriously injured. Chu Tianming was certain it had to be someone close to Chu Qing. There was a spy from the Black Moon Tower. He immediately ordered a thorough investigation. He would personally go and deal with the evil sect. Chu Xian, just lying around leisurely, guessed from the loud voice that he must be very angry. He thought to himself, forcing Chu Tianming to act. Could this be a plan to lure the tiger out of the mountain? He told himself that the evil sect's experts might launch another ambush. He needed to be more vigilant. So Chu Xian decided to activate the formation every night. Even if a fight broke out, he could ensure that the commotion wouldn't spread outside. Another 8 months had passed cooped up at home. The system decided to gift Chu Xian the heavenly silk spirit net. He held the gift in his hand. An indecent image appeared in his mind. This was a type of Emperor-grade spirit artifact for binding and imprisoning. Zhu Suan Smai, with the formation and the spirit net. Even if a 7th stage Unity Realm expert came, they would only leave with regret. At this moment, Chu Xian's peaceful little house was being watched by several others. The female elder of the evil sect, Zhu Yin, asked the elder next to her, Zhu Chong, if that was Chu Luo Hong's residence. Zhu Chong replied, yes. She bared her sharp fangs and said she had a bold idea. Zhu Chong said, don't bother with Chu Luo Hong's son. The main business is more important. Zhu Yin didn't care. She drooled and said if she were to bear a grandson for Chu Luo Hong, then Chu Tianming would have a new great-grandson. Just the thought of it excited her. Zhu Chong looked at this woman with disdain. This woman was truly vicious. Zhu Yin asked if Chu Tianming would kill her, or if he would kill Chu Luo Hong's son or grandson. She smirked. Moreover, what would Chu Luo Hong think when he returned one day? Zhu Chong burst out laughing just from hearing the review. He was already looking forward to it. Immediately after, he returned to reality and told Zhu Yin that the main business was still more important and not to cause more trouble. But Zhu Yin wouldn't listen. She said Zhu Chong didn't understand. Since they were here, they had to capture Chu Luo Hong's son. If they were exposed, at least they would have a hostage. Zhu Chong was worried. What if the Black Moon Tower has already sold our movements to the Chu family? Zhu Yin said that was absolutely impossible. Only if the Chu family suffered heavy losses could their intelligence be sold at a higher price. They then jumped into the courtyard without any hesitation, still complaining about how evil the Black Moon Tower was for causing so much trouble for profit. At this moment, Chu Xian was still lying around at home. He felt that all the evil sect members were seeking death. Chu Xian asked himself, why can't they just leave me alone? Why do they keep targeting me? Chu Xian felt that they were two Void Realm experts. It seemed this operation would come at a great cost. The two of them stepped into the courtyard. They saw Chu Xian lying there like a lump. Zhu Yin immediately praised Chu Xian for being handsome, just as expected of Chu Luo Hong's son. Chu Xian, on the other hand, gritted his teeth. He looked at her with disgust, thinking, with her ugly face and revealing clothes, has she practiced evil arts until she's become an idiot? That shameless Zhu Yin then gently spread her arms. She brought her ample assets close to Chu Xian and said, good boy, come with big sister. Big sister will dote on you and give you a chubby little boy. Chu Xian's face turned pale with fear. Holy crap, this is a pervert. Chu Xian couldn't take it anymore and used a single move to send the old hag to her grave. After finishing the job, he curled his lip and said, disgusting. Zhu Chong looked at his comrade's corpse and trembled, exclaiming, terrifying. Physically, how old is he? There was only one thought in Zhu Chong's mind. He had to run. As he ran, he cursed that wicked woman for being a stinking hag. Great now. The mission isn't even done, and she's already dead. As he was running, he slammed his face into the formation. He belatedly realized there was a true realm expert here. Zhu Chong wondered if Chu Luo Hong had returned. He then thought, if that's the case, I'll use the poison smoke. At that moment, a strange black shadow enveloped him. In an instant, Zhu Chong's entire body was ensnared by the spirit net. Chu Xian had fed the old hag's corpse to the spirit-devouring flower. He asked it how it tasted. It was probably very hard to eat. After that, Chu Xian grinned at the green-haired man. He began to interrogate him. Time and time again, you people from the evil sect bother me. You're really looking for death. Chu Xian then released the soul seed seal. The seal flew out and pressed against the man's forehead, causing him to panic for a moment and then sway. Clearly, his inner self had all sorts of hostile intentions to kill Chu Xian, but now he no longer had any hatred or resistance. Chu Xian held the spirit net rope and said, so this is the soul seed seal. I can feel his state. Moreover, the soul seed seal can also act as a medium for spiritual will. A dark figure descended. Chu Xian also wondered if his spiritual while leaving the courtyard would violate the requirement of staying at home. It was best not to risk leaving. If he violated the requirement, all his efforts of staying home for half a year would be wasted. Chu Xian then asked him what his purpose was in coming here. Zhu Chong replied that the evil sect wanted to cause losses to the Chu family, so they sent them with demonic smoke. The area contaminated by the demonic smoke is very difficult to clean. Once someone below the profound realm inhales it, they will go mad. If the Chu family's servants die, it would be a serious loss. Chu Xian smiled and said, this time, the evil sect is truly vicious. To bring the hard-to-refine demonic smoke here. He pointed at Zhu Chong's face and ordered him to return to the evil sect's lair. Ambush the evil sect's experts. Kill as many as you can. Do not reveal anything about the Chu family. Meanwhile, the situation in the evil sect's lair was also in chaos. The evil sect elders were frustrated because this was the third time they had to move. One elder complained resentfully, "I joined the evil sect, not to be treated like an ox. Even doing this, we still can't get comfortable with those so-called righteous sections." Another one quickly comforted him, saying, "It's the Black Moon Tower that's the real beast." They revealed the evil sect's location to those old geezers from the Chu family. The branch leader heard their lively complaints and became furious. "Holy crap, it's one thing for you to discuss this privately. But I'm still here. Do you think I'm dead or something?" Hearing the curse, the elders were so scared they fell silent. Just as the branch leader was about to scold them further, a subordinate announced that the vice leader of the Qin Kingdom's evil sect and the protector of the Yu Kingdom's evil sect had arrived. The two of them walked in. The branch leader stepped out and asked, "What brings you two esteemed guests to my humble abode today?" They replied that they were just passing by and decided to drop in to offer their congratulations. The elders' mouths were still shut tight. They started whispering among themselves again. The vice leader of the Qin Kingdom, Wang, Tuesday. "What's he doing here at our place?" The man in black replied, "He must have heard that Zhu Chong and Zhu Yin went to the Chu family, so he came to wait for news. 4 high-ranking officials like the vice leader and the protector to come here personally to hear the news. They must be really something." The incessant whispering was truly testing the branch leader's limited patience. He raised his hand and sent a palm strike toward the talkative elder. Vice leader Wang, too, was bewildered and said he wasn't lying. The protector next to him also bowed his head and said, "Subordinates like this are not common these days. Killing one means we have one less." The branch leader could only turn his face and smile awkwardly, saying, "I've made a fool of myself in front of you too." After that, the vice leader asked the branch leader for news about Zhu Chong and Zhu Yin. The branch leader said that although it had been a while, Chu Luo Hong wasn't there, so there probably wouldn't be any trouble. He said that compared to those two, he was more concerned about why the 2 high-ranking officials were here. The protector replied that because of this matter, the evil sect of the Ziyu Kingdom had suffered severe damage. It was because of that old geezer Chu Tianming that the Ziyu Kingdom lost a branch leader at the 4th stage of the Void Realm. He was the protector's own younger brother. A few others also died. The vice leader added that the royal family of Ziyu was very assertive. The Ziyu Kingdom wanted to establish good relations with the Qin Kingdom, so they sent Lei Ting to act. The evil sect in the Ziyu Kingdom was caught off guard. The protector then proposed that Wang Tu join him in killing Chu Tianming. Wang Tu replied, "No, if a Unity Realm expert were to act, killing that old man would be a dream." The other branch leader laughed and said that in the Qin Kingdom, there was only one Unity Realm expert, and that person was in the Qin family. The protector scowled. "Damn it, even if we can't kill him, we have to take half his life." "I came prepared." He held out a black palm and said it was demonic smoke. The protector said that even if he couldn't kill Chu Tianming, he had to make the old man lose some flesh. The branch leader said they should still wait for Zhu Chong. Wait for Zhu Yin to return and report. Very quickly, Zhu Chong returned to the lair. The branch leader asked him why he came back alone. "Where is Zhu Yin? What happened at the Chu residence?" The vice leader told Zhu Chong that something was wrong. Zhu Chong said he had discovered important intelligence. He came back to report, while Zhu Yin was still lying in ambush at the Chu family. In his heart, he was screaming, "It's not like that. Branch leader, hurry up and realize something's wrong." The branch leader sighed and said, "Zhu Yan's face glows in the dark. How can she lie in ambush?" Seeing that this branch leader was hopeless, Zhu Chong shifted his focus to the vice leader, hoping he would be smarter. The vice leader then looked at Zhu Chong and said he really did seem off. This gave Zhu Chong a glimmer of hope. The vice leader then told the branch leader that Zhu Chong must have eaten something bad and had a stomachache. He told the branch leader to look at his face. Zhu Chong silently praised the vice leader's wisdom. He must have noticed something strange. But it seemed Zhu Chong had overestimated him. The vice leader told Zhu Chong to go take a dump after he finished his report. And then, at that moment, Zhu Chong could no longer control himself and approached the branch leader. His heart screamed, "Branch leader, stay away!" Then, he launched a sneak attack with a palm strike, sending the branch leader flying. Zhu Chong thought to himself, "It's over." The protector looked at Zhu Chong in confusion. At this moment, Zhu Chong's loving gaze was also on him. Zhu Chong suddenly lunged forward. His terrifying speed let the protector know he was about to get wrecked. Zhu Chong struck the protector's chest, but the man had demonic smoke on him. The demonic smoke was immediately released. Zhu Chong laughed loudly and said they were all a bunch of weaklings. They couldn't even block one of his palm strikes. The protector collapsed. Damn it. What kind of madness has possessed you, Zhu Chong? You've destroyed the Chu County branch. Zhu Chong's eyes widened. Chu County? So what? Then he raised his middle finger in contempt. Just a small Chu County. Who in the entire evil sect of the Qin Kingdom can stand against me? In his heart, Zhu Chong whispered in pain, I'm screwed. The protector saw Zhu Chong's affectionate gaze directed at him and shouted for someone to kill him. The 8 evils of Chu County appeared and said, Protector, calm down. The 8 evils of Chu County began to use reason to restore Zhu Chong's consciousness. I raised you from a child, and you repay kindness with enmity? When you used to wet the bed, I was the one who changed your pants. The first time you grew up and went to rape a commoner girl, I was the one who took you. Now, don't you dare blame me for not showing mercy for old times' sake. The disciple of the 8 evils told him not to waste words on Zhu Chong. Just kill him directly. The 8 evils of Chu County said he would offer up the great rebellious formation and capture this insolent brat. While he was busy talking, Zhu Chong had already launched his attack. The 8 evils of Chu County was sent to his grave. Zhu Chong grinned happily. His junior brother, seeing his master die, suddenly felt happy but pretended to be dramatic, blaming his senior brother Zhu Chong for daring to do this to their master. The elders saw that Zhu Chong was only attacking and not defending, burning his life force to temporarily boost his cultivation. Sooner or later, he would self-destruct and die. They all decided to flee. Only Zhu Chong's junior brother was left. Zhu Chong smiled kindly and asked who he had just said deserved to die. He cried out in fear for the elders not to leave him alone, but only received a heartless reply. Die alone. Cornered, he turned back and cursed Zhu Chong. There are so many old geezers. Why did you have to pick on me? Zhu Chong gently took his senior brother's hand and said affectionately, I didn't expect you to stay, senior brother. The senior brother asked Zhu Chong, what the hell? Let go and then we'll talk. Seeing the unstable situation, the protector suggested letting him go first, and then they could do whatever. Zhu Chong didn't care and continued to whisper, at this moment of life and death, you still stayed, senior brother. I'm so touched. Zhu Chong held his senior brother's hand. I never thought the promise you made to live and die together back then was true. The senior brother was dissatisfied and cursed that he was unlucky to have become sworn brothers with Zhu Chong. The protector, seeing this scene, felt a bit like a third wheel. Zhu Chong just smiled sinisterly and said to his senior brother, the auspicious hour has arrived. Flames erupted with incredible grandeur. The branch leader standing outside could only sigh. Looks like we have to move again. And the one who caused all of this was Chu Xian. Without taking a single step outside his home, he had managed to kill the evil sect disciples. The reward was 10 years of cultivation. After finishing his work, Chu Xian stretched lazily. He smiled with satisfaction. Well done, Zhu Chong. You did it. Then, Chu Xian suddenly felt that after breaking through to the Void Realm, his growth rate seemed to have slowed down. He calculated in his head at this rate. If he stayed home for a year, it still wouldn't be enough to deal with the experts from the Evil King's court. Doryman's magical treasures. If strength isn't enough, then I'll just have to use drugs. Chu Xian poured the entire bottle of elixirs into his mouth. He would keep taking them until he was the strongest in the Qin Kingdom. After finishing, Chu Xian patted his full stomach. His face then went blank. Very quickly, Chu Xian vomited everything he had just consumed. He was confused and wondered, could the medicinal properties be conflicting? Chu Xian bent over and vomited violently again, basically unable to stop. He held his head and realized, you really can't eat recklessly or speak nonsense. It's better to just go to sleep. At that moment, Chu Xian's attention was suddenly caught by something. He immediately struck out. Just like that, a random bird was caught in Chu Xian's hand. He squeezed it. I've reached the Unity Realm, he said. He wondered, that old geezer Chu Tianming is also close to this realm, right? In that case, perhaps. I'm one of the top experts in the Qin Kingdom now. After thinking this, Chu Xian happily laid down to sunbathe. He hoped a few more evil sect members would come. He promised to provide them with food, shelter, and a proper burial. Meanwhile, in the Chu family residence, a man in black was coming to see Chu Tianming. Chu Tianming replied, "For Wan Chong to personally come out to greet me. You're really giving me too much face." Wan replied, "Of course." Chu Tianming pointed at his face and said, "Of course, my ass. If something happened to the Chu family, and it wasn't because your intelligence sold me out, I would have died long ago." Wan Chong immediately backed down, telling the Chu family head to calm down. Chu Tianming asked Wan Chong if he had important intelligence related to the Chu family. The old man told him to stop with the pleasantries. Get straight to the point. Wan Chong gave a forced smile and said Chu Tianming was indeed straightforward. He wouldn't beat around the bush anymore. And so, Wan Chong opened his mouth and demanded 1,000,000 spirit stones. Old man Chu was so shocked he spat out his water, shouting, "You little beast, why don't you just rob me?" He told the Chu family head to take it easy and not get worked up. Listen to half of it. If you think it's worth it, then pay. Does Chu Tianming know about demonic smoke? Chu Tianming sneered and threw him the money. You have 5 seconds. Keep talking. Wan Chong said he heard that a protector from the evil sect of the Ziyu kingdom had come here. After saying that, he fell silent. Old man Chu's face was emotionless. He told him to continue, but he demanded more money. Old man Chu cursed him for being a crooked merchant. He gave him the full 1,000,000 and told him to continue. Wan Chong happily said, "The intelligence is accurate. The protector from the Ziyu kingdom brought demonic smoke here, and the evil sect in Chu County will destroy the Chu residents." Old man Chu Tianming asked him, "Is that all?" Wan Chong said he wasn't finished. If that was all, he would be embarrassed to take even 300,000. He said the Chu family's defenses were tight, but this time was different. This time, the evil sect disciples had found 2 void concealment robes. Old Master Chu asked him if he was telling the truth or just bluffing. Wan Chong replied, "How can my intelligence business sell fake goods?" He also said that if there were any mistakes, he would refund the money and compensate 3 times the amount. He also said that he had a method to deal with the demonic smoke. He had 1 item in his hand. He asked if Chu Tianming wanted to buy it. Chu Tianming bowed his head and said grimly that if he found out this void concealment robe was sold by the Black Moon Tower under his management, then even 3 Wan Changs wouldn't be enough to atone for it. After that, Chu Tianming led Chu Yun away, saying there was an urgent matter. Outside, old Master Chu was still fuming. Wan Chong was truly black-hearted, two-faced. The old man knew that Wan Chong had this intention, selling 1 piece of intelligence for 2 payments. When he had free time, he would definitely destroy his Black Moon Tower. The next day, Chu Yun came to visit him. She told Chu Xian that an evil sect expert had come to the Chu residence to destroy the Chu residents. Chu Xian scratched his head and said that recently, near his courtyard, he had even seen a few Void Realm clan elders. Chu Yun replied that recently, the old head butler had been patrolling everywhere. She heard that the evil sect had obtained a magical artifact that made their movements mysterious. Chu Xian acted surprised. Is that so? In his heart, he thought, it seems I need to be careful and restrain my aura recently. Chu Xian guessed. The clan elders are patrolling the border, and they're even using Void Realm experts. And there's a magical artifact with mysterious movements. Could be the Void Concealment Robe? Anything below the 3rd stage of the Void Realm would be fundamentally undetectable. Other than that, there probably wasn't any need for changes. At this moment, Chu Yun told Chu Xian to follow her back to the ancestral residence for a visit. She would ask their grandfather to forgive him. Chu Xian immediately refused, saying he lived very well here. Lying on the chair was very comfortable. I'm not going back. In his head, he thought, if I go back, I'll have to look at Chu Tianming's stinky face again. Forgive me for what? Chu Yun said the ancestral land was not safe. Chu Xian argued back, asking why it wasn't safe. The girl explained that the evil sect was active here, so far from the main house. It was definitely not safe. The master of the Black Moon Tower personally told their grandfather so. Chu Xian wondered. The evil sect's branch has already been blown up. What else can they do? At this moment, Chu Yun said, a major figure from the evil sect has brought demonic smoke to Chu County. That demonic smoke is very poisonous, with Chu Xian's cultivation level. Touching it would mean either disability or death. Chu Xian was surprised and asked her when this happened. Chu Yun replied that it was what Tower Master Wan said when he came today. Chu Xian thought to himself, no wonder the head butler also went out. He silently cursed the Black Moon Tower, saying it should change its name to the Black Heart Tower. If Zhu Chong hadn't blown up the Chu County branch in time, the ancestral land would probably be covered in demonic smoke by now. Chu Yin still insisted on persuading Chu Xian to return, telling him not to be angry with their grandfather anymore. As long as he said a few words to him, their grandfather wouldn't be able to abandon him. Chu Xian still firmly said, so many clan elders are patrolling the ancestral land. So what if the evil sect has great abilities? Unable to force him to go back, Chu Yin decided to say she would stay here with Chu Xian and not go back either. Chu Xian had no choice but to try and coax the girl, persuading her to go back. I'll be fine. Chu Yin asked him, what if the evil sect members come and the clan elders happen to not be here? Chu Xian said he would take care of them. Chu Yin smirked, then sat up and said, 13th brother, you're getting more and more humorous. She, on the other hand, hoped that if something really happened, Chu Xian would be in a safe place and wouldn't have to act. Chu Xian thought to himself, this girl really cares about me. He then replied, what would I dare to do? I'm not even enough for the evil sex experts to warm up with. Chu Xian said he would definitely protect himself well. He urged Chu Yin to go back quickly. But Chu Yin still refused to go back and even lay down comfortably on the chair. She also praised Xiao He for being cute. She asked if Chu Xian was raising it. Chu Xian could only hold his head in helplessness. The girl completely ignored what he said. Meanwhile, in the main residence of the Chu family, Chu Tianming was discussing countermeasures against the evil sect with the elders. Chu Tianming said the evil sect had not yet launched an attack. They still had time to prepare. Although only a few low-level clan members were arranged to patrol the periphery of the ancestral land, they should still pay attention. Chu Tianming said that defense was not enough. They needed to lure the enemy in deep. As long as any evil sect members entered the ancestral land, they would be killed without mercy. Let them see how formidable we are. At this moment, someone suddenly spoke up, asking Chu Tianming about the 13th young master, who was currently on the border of the ancestral land. He told him to take a look. Chu Tianming angrily bowed his head. He had already sent Chu Yun to find Chu Xian. He said that if he wanted to come back, he didn't need to look at his expression. If Chu Xian didn't come back, just keeping an eye on him would be enough. If he died like that, it would just be a stain on Chu Luo Hong's reputation. So Chu Yun was determined to stay at Chu Xian's residence. Early in the morning, she got up to greet Chu Xian. Chu Xian threw a technique manual at her. Chu Yun was surprised and asked Chu Xian, you usually don't bother to cultivate, so how do you have this kind of book? Chu Xian replied that this small courtyard used to be where his father lived. Of course, all these books were left by his father. He told Chu Yun to hurry up and practice according to this. Chu Yun immediately obeyed and practiced according to it for the next few days. Meanwhile, in the Chu family's ancestral home, it had been 3 days for Chu Tianming. He hadn't drunk a single drop of water or eaten a single grain of rice. He hadn't even gone to the toilet. All day, he just paced back and forth. The elders looked on and marveled, as expected of the family head's endless patience. Chu Tianming's face turned red with anger as he scolded him. At this level of cultivation, can't you use voice transmission? Do you think I'm deaf? Chu Tianming then angrily cursed the evil sect. Either come at once, or don't come at all. Why are you so slow? Chu Tianming angrily pointed at the sky and cursed loudly. You shameless things. If you have the guts, fight me face to face. What's the use of hiding? He then ordered the elders to go out and scout the situation of those evil sect members. His grandfather's curses even reached Chu Xian's small residence. Chu Xian covered his ears. The old man is angry again. Meanwhile, the people from the Black Moon Tower had returned from their scouting and reported to Wan Chong. He said the evil sect had started an internal conflict. Zhu Chong had committed insubordination and blown the place to bits. Forget about the demonic smoke. Even the protector from the Ziyu kingdom had half his life blown away. He heard that Zhu Chong had self-destructed, leaving not even bones behind. Now the protector had also gone mad. He then asked Wan Chong how they should compensate the Chu family. Wan replied that compensation was, of course, out of the question. The intelligence turned out to be wrong. It's not just your and my negligence. It also damages the reputation of the Black Moon Tower. He said to his subordinate, none of us want to lose our year-end bonus, right? The subordinate just grunted in agreement. Wan continued, I heard the headquarters of the Black Moon Tower is downsizing recently. After working for so many years, I won't have to worry about my livelihood for the rest of my life, but you're still young." While the subordinate was still wondering what to do, Wan Chong said, although the intelligence this time was wrong. "If we exchange it with the Chu family for useful intelligence, not only will we not have to compensate them, but we can also preserve our reputation." He then ordered his subordinate to make another trip to the evil sect. At this moment, Chu Xian was watching the sunset and thinking to himself, Chu Tianming will probably find out about the evil sect situation very soon. The Black Moon Tower has probably already taken action. He said, "Now that I'm at the Unity Realm, and Chu Yun will soon break through to the third stage of the Profound Realm, it won't be easy for the evil sect to infiltrate." Chu Xian thought that if he could control the Black Moon Tower, he could learn many important things, but for now, there was no opportunity. At this moment, the food delivery man entered. Chu Xian looked at him and felt that something was strange. He told him to just put the food there. After finishing his task, the servant took his leave. Chu Xian looked after him suspiciously. He wondered, besides the evil sect and the Black Moon Tower, how many other forces are there? Chu Tianming was restless when a subordinate who had been scouting returned to report. His frantic appearance made Chu Tianming angry, and he asked, "Has the evil sect already attacked?" He said it was good news. Chu Tianming then told him to report what he had found out. The subordinate replied that the evil sect's branch in Chu County had been blown up. Seeing Chu Tianming still confused, he continued, "That's right. The roof collapsed. The walls are covered in blood, and the courtyard is full of corpses. Not only were traces of released demonic smoke found, but there were also traces of the branch leader using his techniques, and the elders self-destructing." He said the evil sect must have encountered an overwhelmingly strong enemy and were caught off guard, so they were beaten up. Chu Tianming was puzzled and asked, who could have injured the evil sect's branch, and even defeat the evil sect? The subordinate replied, yes, and added that the person must have an extremely high cultivation level. The Chu family would no longer have to worry about the demonic smoke problem. After confirming that the news he had heard was true, Chu Tianming burst into laughter and said, "Wan Chong, you black-hearted man, let's see how you handle this." Chu Tianming then told his subordinate to go to the Black Moon Tower with him. Chu Tianming wanted to see what 3 times the compensation looked like. Meanwhile, in Chu Xian's small residence, he could sense that Chu Yun was about to break through. Chu Xian then asked Chu Yun how she was feeling. Chu Yun replied that his small courtyard was truly a treasure land of feng shui. Cultivating here, she felt her progress was much faster. Chu Xian told Chu Yun that if she was going to break through, she should return to the ancestral residence. He couldn't protect her here. Chu Yun was surprised and asked, "Chu Xian, can you sense that I'm about to break through?" Chu Xian sighed and said, "My cultivation is low, but it's not like I don't have any." He urged Chu Yun to go back quickly. He also told her not to let that old ghost Chu Tianming see the technique he had given her. Otherwise, it would be troublesome again. Chu Yun replied that she understood. At this moment, Chu Xian suddenly sensed someone approaching his residence. It turned out to be that old geezer, Chu Tianming. Chu Xian then asked him what he was doing here. Chu Tianming called Chu Xian a wicked creature. "You see an elder and don't even know how to bow." Chu Xian smiled and said, "If this wicked creature were to bow, I'm afraid it would be an insult to the Chu family." Chu Tianming said, "So you really don't want to come back?" At this moment, he glanced at Chu Yun. He immediately realized that the girl was about to break through. Chu Yun replied that it was all thanks to Chu Xian's help. Chu Tianming praised her, as expected of a girl from the Chu family. "In the future, when I'm dead, I can rely on you, Chu Yun." Chu Yun then said he was too kind. She still had several older brothers ahead of her. If she had to rely on anyone, it would be them. Chu Tianming said sarcastically, "Fortunately, those few are all good. If they were like your 13th brother, I'm afraid it would be a disaster." He told Chu Xian that if Luo Hong knew what he looked like today, he would definitely regret being his father. Chu Xian gritted his teeth in anger and accidentally revealed a sliver of his Unity Realm aura. The old man, of course, noticed it immediately. The old man said that although it was just a faint aura, it seemed to be the true chi wave of a Unity Realm expert. The subordinate was stunned. There's a Unity Realm expert in the Qin Kingdom? Besides Chu Tianming, could there be someone else here? Chu Tianming waved his hand and said, "Forget it. Perhaps I've seen too many Unity Realm experts recently, and I'm just imagining things. Chu Tianming then used voice transmission to tell his subordinate that he knew what he wanted to say. But this was not a matter to be discussed in front of the younger generation. He then told Chu Yun to go with him to the Black Moon Tower. Chu Tianming turned to Chu Xian and told him to obediently take 50 strokes of the cane and then return to the ancestral residence. Chu Xian said he wouldn't. I live quite well here. You don't need to worry, grandfather. Chu Tianming then turned away in anger. At this moment, Chu Yun came and said to her 13th brother, it's just 50 strokes. Grandfather has already made a concession for you. Chu Xian still firmly said he wouldn't accept it. Chu Tianming glanced at his subordinate and reminded him, an enemy of unknown origin. Pay attention to this place. He said that although Chu Xian was useless, he couldn't let Chu Luo Hong's line die out. After that, Chu Tianming went to the Black Moon Tower. He said cordially to Wan Chong, the intelligence from a Black Moon Tower rarely makes people suspicious like this. One said the intelligence wasn't wrong. It was just that the evil sect had some problems. In his heart, he silently cursed. What the hell are those evil sect bastards doing? On Chu Tianming's side, he was also silently cursing Wan Chong for being a black-hearted man. He had cheated him out 1,000,000 spirit stones. Now, not only did he have to spit it all out, but he also had to compensate 3 times the amount. Let's see how he handles this. Chu Tianming then said to Wan Chong, the Black Moon Tower has always valued its reputation. How should we calculate the loss from this intelligence failure? Wan Chong was worried. Compensation was a small matter, but losing his reputation was a big deal. He would be severely punished. He then told Chu Tianming that he had an important piece of news related to the evil sect. 1,000,000 spirit stones isn't too expensive, right? Chu Tianming replied, 1,000,000 is not a small number. Is the evil sect worth 1,000,000? Wan Chong then said, how about this? In the future, if the evil king's court makes any move against the Qin kingdom and the Chu family, I will definitely inform Chu Tianming first, without any delay. Chu Tianming then cursed him for being a bastard. If he hadn't been in the wrong this time, once the evil king's court made a move, he would have prepared to delay before telling him. Wan Chong could only give a forced smile and say, the Black Moon Tower has always valued its reputation. Chu Tianming glared at him until his eyes burned. Once had the first vice leader of the evil sect and 2 protectors had come to Chu County. He asked the old master if this intelligence was worth 1,000,000. Chu Tianming was stunned and asked, the first vice leader's strength is at the peak of the 8th stage of the Void Realm, and the protectors are also at the 7th stage of the Void Realm. The old man wanted to know their specific whereabouts. Wan Chong smiled slyly and said, that's different intelligence. Chu Tianming said that just the intelligence about Chu County wasn't worth 1,000,000. The Black Moon Tower's intelligence was indeed a bit faster, but he could guarantee that in less than a day, the Chu family would receive intelligence that the other party had arrived in Chu County. One then placed a piece of paper on the table, saying this was their specific hiding place. Chu Tianming was just waiting for this. He snatched the paper and then took his leave. The old man said that since he had obtained their location, he had to strike first to be sure. Catch them off guard. Meanwhile, at the evil sect's hiding place, things were also in chaos. The branch leader of Chu County, Dong Qian, told the vice leader, Zhang Kuei, that Zhu Chong had suddenly gone mad, and the reason was unknown. It was only suspected to be related to the protector of the Ziyu kingdom, but the purpose of the other party's actions was unclear. The vice leader then asked where Zhu Yan was. Alive or dead? Who killed her? The Chu County branch leader replied that he didn't know. This time, the evil sect was helpless. It was all the Chu family's fault. The entire evil sect of the Qin kingdom had lost 1/5 of its strength. The vice leader then asked how the Chu family had discovered the evil sect's ambush. The branch leader thought it might have been the Black Moon Tower that provided the intelligence. The vice leader said the Black Moon Tower was not omnipotent. Moreover, given the Black Moon Tower's style of seeking great benefits, how could they easily sell intelligence? The vice leader then told him to prepare a little. Tonight, he would go to the Chu ancestral land. The branch leader was a bit hesitant, worried about the many experts in the Chu family. The vice leader said that Chu Tianming had already left the ancestral land. Since he dared to go, he was naturally confident of a full retreat. The branch leader then realized that the vice leader had broken through to the 9th stage of the Void Realm. The vice leader threw him a round object and told him to go with him tonight. The branch leader took it. It turned out to be a spiritual artifact for escaping, a void evasion pearl. The vice leader said, "That's right. Even if we're surrounded and attacked by the Chu family's clan elders, as long as we're not killed, we can escape in an instant." The old man smirked and said he would definitely put great pressure on the Chu family tonight. That night, Chu Xian was leisurely lying under the moon, reading a book. Xiaohei was also sleeping soundly on the roof. The vice leader and the Chu county branch leader of the evil sect had arrived right in front of his residence. The vice leader said that this time, the goal was to storm the Chu family's ancestral residence. They didn't need to go inside, just storm it. The branch leader was puzzled. There are probably many Chu family clan elders nearby. The vice leader replied, "The Chu family's clan elders? Kill whoever we meet. So what if we go directly to kill at the Chu family's ancestral residence?" The branch leader cursed in his heart. "Damn it, your strength is great, so of course you're not afraid. I don't have that strength, so what's wrong with being a little careful?" They looked at the residence and asked if that was where Chu Luo Hongsun lived. The vice leader said that Chu Luo Hongsun was a bit useless, but he was still a descendant of the Chu family. If they could control him, they might have some extra gains. The branch leader asked him, "You mean to recruit Chu Xian into our sect?" The vice leader began to present two options. First, control Chu Xian. Make him break through to the profound realm and have him return to the Chu family's ancestral residence. He would become a pawn of our sect. Second, recruit Chu Xian into the sect, teach him evil arts, and turn him into a killing machine. The old vice leader smirked. Chu Luo Hongsun cultivating evil arts, becoming an evil cultivator and slaughtering wantonly. The old man wanted to see how the Chu family would handle that. He even thought that when Chu Luo Hong returned, he would have his own son go and kill him. Let's see if Chu Luo Hong kills him or not. The branch leader was worried and asked, "What if Chu Luo Hong returns, sees his son like that, goes mad, and slaughters the evil sect?" The vice leader replied, "What's there to be afraid of? At worst, we'll just run. And the main culprit who caused Chu Xian to join the evil sect would be Chu Tianming. Just think about how Chu Luo Hong would react." The branch leader replied, "That's true. No matter how you look at it, the evil sect wouldn't lose out." The vice leader stepped forward. He wanted to take Chu Xian away right in front of the Chu family and watch Chu Tianming die of anger. Inside, Chu Xian heard every single word they said. He sighed wearily and said, "Is the evil sect crazy? Why do they always target me first?" He said, "They're the ones causing trouble. I can't leave the house, and I can't stop them. This is a death they brought upon themselves. Don't blame me." Chu Xian sneered and said, "A 9th stage void realm strength is nothing, but the strength of the people coming after this is increasing. Who knows, the next one might even be a unity realm expert." He thought, "I won't kill these two. The soul seed seal can be put to good use." The two of them were now standing right in front of Chu Xian's door and were about to make their move. However, before they could do anything, a formation appeared beneath their feet. The vice leader's face changed. He immediately felt that something was wrong. He knelt on the ground and immediately recognized the pressure. This is the Unity Realm. The Chu family has a Unity Realm expert. Who is it? At this moment, his spirit was suppressed, and he couldn't activate the Void Evasion Pearl. Even running would be difficult. At this moment, Chu Xian stepped out. The old man asked him, "Are you at the Unity Realm?" The branch leader was about to help, but was pounced on by Xiaohei from the roof, who slapped him a few times in the face. He foamed at the mouth and fainted on the spot. At this moment, Chu Xian stepped forward. "Are you people from the evil sect out of your minds?" He asked them why they kept targeting him. "Is it because I'm Chu Luo Hong's son?" Early the next morning, Chu Tianming came to settle scores with Wan Chong again. He asked angrily, "Wan Chong, why?" The intelligence was wrong again. "Give me back my spirit stones." Chu Tianming silently cursed Wan Chong for being a wicked man. Wan Chong said resentfully, "It can't be wrong." He told Chu Tianming that he had to understand that Zhang Kuei was a living person. When he passed by, what if he happened to leave? Any intelligence has a certain time lag. It can't be completely accurate. Chu Tianming angrily asked him if the Black Moon Tower had sold the intelligence that he was going to kill Zhang Kuei. To Zhang Kuei, the Black Moon Tower denied it. They said that when Chu Tianming bought intelligence from them, any intelligence related to him had to be held for a day before it could be sold. One said that Zhang Kuei had suddenly left. Moreover, he wasn't hiding far from the Chu family's ancestral land. He told Chu Tianming to go look for him. He might find him. Chu Tianming also wondered if Zhang Kuei had really gone to the Chu family. The old man said that if there were any mistakes in the intelligence this time, the Black Moon Tower would definitely pay the price. Wan Chong said, "How could there be a mistake? The intelligence of the Black Moon Tower has always been reliable. We've never deceived anyone." Meanwhile, at Chu Xian's residence, he was interrogating the vice leader, Zhang Kuei. He asked him what his identity was. "Ninth stage of the Void Realm. Your strength is not bad." Chu Xian thought to himself that this person was probably a major figure in the evil sect. If he killed him, they would definitely send a stronger expert here. That would be very troublesome. Zhang Kuei looked at Chu Xian and felt extremely bewildered. Even the cat's strength was so great. Wouldn't his own strength be even more terrifying? Zhang Kuei then cupped his hands and announced his name. He was the first vice leader of the Qin Kingdom's evil sect. Chu Xian marveled. "Your status is indeed not low." He thought to himself that if he controlled Zhang Kuei, he could stop the evil sect from bothering him anymore. He could also know the evil sect's plans in advance. Thinking this, he comforted Zhang Kuei. "Don't be afraid. Chu Xian, can't even bear to kill a chicken. How could I kill you?" Zhang Kuei bowed his head and thought to himself, "Usually people who talk like this are not good people." Back then, Chu Luohong also said the same thing. As a result, he killed dozens of evil sect disciples in an instant. The branch leader, lying on the ground, thought to himself, "The first vice leader is valuable. It would be a pity to kill him. So doesn't that mean he'll kill me?" To save his own life, he said to Chu Xian, "I am the branch leader of Chu County. I'm also valuable." Chu Xian and Zhang Kuei both threw him a confused look. Chu Xian just slowly threw 2 soul seed seals towards them. "You two don't need to fight over it. Everyone gets a share." He ordered the vice leader to tell his evil sect to back off a bit and stop bothering his Chu family. "Got it." The vice leader immediately replied, "Yes, master. I will definitely discipline the people in the sect. Whoever disobeys me, I will kill them all." He then said to the old man, "You are the first vice leader. Try to become the leader of the Qin Kingdom's sect." In his heart, Chu Xian thought, to solve the worry of the evil sect's attacks, the best way is, of course, to control the evil sect's leader. He then asked Zhang Kuei how much he knew about the Black Moon Tower. Zhang Kuei replied that the Black Moon Tower meddles in everything. Even the evil sect's secret operations couldn't be hidden from them. It was likely that the Black Moon Tower had a specialized treasure for intelligence. He also said that the strongest person in the Qin Kingdom was not the one from the royal family, but a mysterious expert who oversees the Black Moon Tower's branch in the Qin Kingdom. Chu Xian marveled that this Black Moon Tower force was a bit interesting. At this moment, he also suddenly felt Chu Tianming's aura approaching, as if he had learned of Zhang Kuei's planned attack. Chu Xian quickly threw them a command token. "You two go. If I need anything, I'll instruct you later." He said this command token could evade detection. He wanted to see if the Black Moon Tower could really find out everything. The two of them thanked Chu Xian and then jumped over the wall and fled. Chu Xian let out a sigh of relief. He could be at peace for a while now. The evil sect disciples wouldn't come to bother him anymore. The system then appeared and said, "Chu Xian subdued an evil sect expert without leaving his house. The reward is 15 years of cultivation plus the heavenly golden divine eyes." The heavenly golden divine eyes are eyes that can see through the void, peep into the laws of heaven and earth, and even kill people with a glare. Chu Xian was overjoyed. His cultivation level directly broke through to the 8th stage of the Unity Realm. Chu Xian said smugly, "If only there were a few more evil sect experts." But then he brushed the thought aside. "I can't lose my composure. I must be steady. Only by being steady can I stay at home for a long time. I shouldn't risk my life." The next day, at the Black Moon Tower, Chu Tianming arrived again. Wan Chong thought to himself, "As expected, he's back. Let's see how I can fleece him." Promotion and a raise are no longer just a dream. But Chu Tianming was not happy at all. The old man asked Tower Master Wan if he thought he was easy to bully, or if he had thrown the reputation of the Black Moon Tower into a cesspool. Wan Chong was clueless and asked Chu Tianming what he meant. Chu Tianming angrily said he had taken 1,000,000 spirit stones from him, but provided faulty intelligence twice. Last night, Chu Tianming had been patrolling the ancestral land, and Zhang Kuei had not appeared at all. One couldn't believe his ears. The Black Moon Tower had never made a mistake before. Why could it be wrong time and time again? Chu Tianming angrily asked him where Zhang Kuei was. If he wasn't at the location he provided, and he didn't storm the ancestral land, then where was he? Wan Chang still asked Chu Tianming if he was sure. Zhang Kuei didn't storm the ancestral land. Chu Tianming said he had patrolled all night and still hadn't seen him. He told Wan Chang to quickly return all the spirit stones. Wan Chang told the Chu family head to wait a moment. He had to verify the information. His mind was in a complete blur, wondering where Zhang Kuei could be. He asked his subordinate, and the subordinate also said he didn't know. Wan angrily said that the subordinate also had to take responsibility this time, and couldn't just say he didn't know. The subordinate said that last night, Zhang Kuei had clearly gone towards the Chu family's ancestral land. Until now, they hadn't been able to track him. It was as if he had vanished without a trace. Wan Chang was furious and immediately ordered his subordinate to send people to investigate. They had to find Zhang Kuei's whereabouts at all costs. He racked his brain, wondering why that bastard Zhang Kuei didn't go to the Chu family. He had to appease Chu Tianming. Otherwise, the old man would cause a ruckus in the entire Black Moon Tower. How could Wan Chang get promoted then? Wan Chang told Chu Tianming that he had already given orders to investigate Zhang Kuei's whereabouts. Chu Tianming said Zhang Kuei was cunning, and the Black Moon Tower had repeatedly provided faulty intelligence. This prevented the Chu family from eliminating him in time. The old man asked Wan Chang what he was going to do about it. Wan said Chu Tianming could rest assured. Zhang Kuei certainly wouldn't live long. Moreover, the Black Moon Tower had accepted the Chu family's commission and was determined to help eliminate Zhang Kuei. Chu Tianming said Zhang Kuei's strength was not weak, and he had a void evasion pearl on him. Killing him would not be easy. Wan Chang replied, "We just need to wait for Zhang Kuei to activate the void evasion pearl and then intercept him. Killing him won't be difficult." The old master replied, "In that case, I will wait for news from the Tower Master." Meanwhile, because Chu Xian had managed to make the Black Moon Tower's intelligence fail while staying at home, the system had given him the soul supplementation art and the true word art as a reward. Chu Xian was a bit stunned when he heard the news. Faulty intelligence? Could it be the intelligence related to Zhang Kuei? He showed a look of disappointment. He had originally given Zhang Kuei the invisibility talisman to test the Black Moon Tower a bit. He didn't expect the Black Moon Tower to not be as powerful as he thought. They couldn't find out everything. At this moment, Chu Xian went to check the 2 new rewards he had received. The soul supplementation art could heal a deficient divine soul. It was a recovery technique for wounds. The type of divine soul was extremely powerful, belonging to the secret arts of the divine law level. The true word art was also a type of secret supply art. It made people speak the truth, a similar ability to what is said is done. One word becomes truth. Only a secret art of the great Tao of heaven and earth. In an instant, Chu Xian had acquired 2 secret arts. He felt that even though he was at home, he could still accomplish many things. He was very happy. Seeing his cheerful mood, the system immediately gifted him the 7-color divine light. Chu Xian was satisfied and thought to himself, "What a good day today is." In his hand was the 7-color divine light. Chu Xian thought to himself, whether it's an attack aimed at the physical body or an attack aimed at the divine soul, the 7-color divine light can defend against it to some extent. He smirked smugly. With the 7-color divine light, he could safely cultivate at home. The next day, Chu Tianming came to the Black Moon Tower again to settle scores. Because the Black Moon Tower had promised to find Zhang Kuei's whereabouts, but when the old master arrived, Wan Chang and his men still said they didn't know. Chu Tianming put on a fierce face and asked, "Tower Master Wan, are you joking with me?" Tower Master Wan said, "Chu Tianming, don't misunderstand. I've already given the order to investigate. Whether he's alive or dead, we must get the most accurate information." In his heart, Wan Chang silently cursed. That bastard Zhang Kuei, has he really vanished without a trace? Even if he's dead, the Black Moon Tower must get the intelligence. Chu Tianming asked Tower Master Wan, "It's been 3 days. Why is there no news at all?" The old man asked if he should doubt the intelligence of the Black Moon Tower or the ability of Tower Master Wan. Wan Chang replied, "The intelligence of the Black Moon Tower is one of kind. My ability is not inferior." Chu Tianming said he would wait 1 more day and then turn to leave. Tower Master Wan then turned and shouted at his subordinate, asking where Zhang Kuei was. Whether he's alive or dead, you must give me an explanation. The subordinate guessed that Zhang Kuei was probably dead. Tower Master 1 asked him if he was sure. The subordinate said he was 80% sure. Wan Chang replied, "What if Zhang Kuei isn't dead?" The subordinate then replied, "Then we'll confirm it again." Meanwhile, Chu Xian was leisurely reading a book in his residence. It seemed he was studying the tragic life of the evil king of the evil sex court. When he was young, he castrated himself to cultivate a powerful technique. But he discovered that his enemy's technique was stronger. He even stole the woman he loved most. The evil king's mind lost its balance. He went mad. In the end, he sacrificed 1,000,000 people in a blood ritual to restore his male organ. The transmitted blood demon art was created by this evil king. He relied on a powerful demonic art to restore his male organ, kill his enemy, and take the woman he once loved. As a result, the woman coldly told him that he was too soft and boring. That evil king suffered a cultivation deviation and died on the spot. After reading, Chu Xian allowed a sleazy laugh. This evil king is truly tragic. At this moment, suddenly, a butler came and told Chu Xian that Chu Tianming wanted him to return to the ancestral residence. Chu Xian was confused and thought to himself, "What does that grandfather of mine want now? Why does he suddenly want me to return to the ancestral residence?" He then bluntly told the butler that he was not going back. Living here is very good. In his heart, he thought, "I've been here for a year already. If I go back now, won't I lose my record for staying at home for a long time?" The old butler continued to persuade him, saying that Chu Tianming had said he would not hold his past mistakes against him anymore. He could return to the ancestral residence to live. Chu Xian rudely told him to get lost. "I already said I'm not going back. Living here is very comfortable." The old butler then turned and left. He said he would go and report back to the family head. The system rewarded Chu Xian for refusing to return to the ancestral residence. He chose to continue staying here. A barrel of true enlightenment tea. Chu Xian eagerly awaited the random reward from the system. A bag of tea appeared in his hand. True enlightenment tea can help one comprehend the true meaning of heaven and earth, break through the bottleneck of the true realm. Chu Xian's eyes lit up. He was already at the 8th stage of the unity realm, about to step into the 9th stage. The true realm was just a hope. With this true enlightenment tea, he could comprehend the true meaning of heaven and earth in advance. This could shorten the time needed for a breakthrough. Chu Xian immediately brewed a pot first, to taste the flavor. Chu Xian closed his eyes. He took a large gulp. He then directly broke through to the 9th stage of the unity realm. The true realm was only a matter of time. At this moment, after hearing the servant's report of his grandson's blunt refusal, Chu Tianming was furious. He then told the servant to just leave Chu Xian alone. If he likes staying there, then let him stay there. The next morning, as scheduled, Chu Tianming was at the Black Moon Tower again. Wan Chang told him, according to accurate intelligence, Zhang Kuei is already dead. Chu Tianming asked him if he was sure. "Who killed him?" Tower Master 1 replied, "The intelligence of the Black Moon Tower will never be wrong. It probably wasn't an expert from the Qin Kingdom who killed him." In his heart, Wan Chang thought, even if he's not dead, as soon as Zhang Kuei appears, the Black Moon Tower will kill him first. The intelligence of the Black Moon Tower cannot be wrong. One also said he would accept another commission from Chu Tianming as personal compensation. Chu Tianming then replied, "Since Wan Chang has said so, I won't pursue the matter further." Chu Tianming said he wanted to commission him to investigate the whereabouts of his son, Chu Luohong. One said it was no problem. He would personally request the Black Moon Tower to pay attention. When there was news, he would be the first to inform Chu Tianming. Chu Tianming then thanked him. Meanwhile, Chu Xian had been home for 10 months. The reward was a profound fire bell. The profound fire bell is a lower-grade emperor armament. It contains profound fire. It can burn heaven and earth. Its power is unparalleled. Chu Xian looked at the gift and said smugly, "Another emperor armament. The 1-year reward will be a heaven scripture at the very least, maybe even a divine law." His cultivation level had also taken one step into the true realm. Chu Xian told himself, if he drank a few more cups of tea, he might be able to break through. A moment later, Chu Yun came to visit, saying she was already at the 3rd stage of the profound realm. Fortunately, She had the insights of her third uncle. Chu Yun said that Chu Xian's father was worthy of being the one who suppressed the Qin kingdom. She also told Chu Xian to practice diligently. Don't be so lazy. Otherwise, he would bring shame to their third uncle. Chu Xian poured a cup of tea and said, Chu Yun, you wouldn't understand. Days like these are the most comfortable. How boring is it to cultivate hard every day? He then told Chu Yun she had come at the right time and handed her a cup of tea, telling her to try it. Chu Yun took just one sip of the tea, and her eyes lit up. She said this tea was really delicious. It almost seemed to have some other special effect. She felt more energetic all over. Chu Xian replied, This is tea that my father left behind for many years. Of course, it's not ordinary. Chu Yun smiled and said, So it was left by third uncle. No wonder. Chu Xian smugly thought to himself. From now on, I'll give her true enlightenment tea every day. Breaking through to the true realm won't even be a problem. At this moment, Chu Yun suddenly wondered and asked, Why have I never seen you leave the house? Chu Xian replied that he was cultivating. Chu Yun was puzzled and said she had never seen him cultivate. Even his strength hadn't increased. Chu Xian said calmly, I am cultivating the mind. However high the realm of the mind is, that's how high the cultivation realm will be. Chu Yun then asked in return, Is it because the realm in your mind isn't high, so your strength is weak? Is this the cultivation method that third uncle passed down? It's so strange. Chu Xian said, That's right. This is my father's secret method. At first, it seems like my strength is weak. But once I have an epiphany, I will ascend in a single step. He continued to boast, saying, This method is extremely difficult. Not everyone can cultivate it. The reason I returned to the ancestral residence was also for this. In his heart, he thought, With this excuse, no one will urge me to return to the ancestral residence anymore. Chu Yun then said she understood. She wouldn't force her 13th brother to return to the ancestral residence anymore, nor would she let anyone bother him. At this moment, Wan Chang's subordinate returned. He reported to him that Zhang Kuei was not dead. When Wan Chang asked where Zhang Kuei was, the subordinate replied, Zhang Kuei appeared for a short period of time, but we couldn't kill him. We let him escape. After hearing this, Wan Chang thought to himself that it was lucky because he hadn't announced to the outside world that Zhang Kuei was dead. He had only told Chu Tianming once. Wan then ordered his subordinate to continue investigating Zhang Kuei's whereabouts. He didn't really believe that Zhang Kuei had disappeared. At this moment, in Chu Xian's residence, Chu Yun said she was about to reach the fourth stage of the profound realm and had to return to the ancestral residence to prepare for the breakthrough. Chu Xian then told her to go. After Chu Yun left, he thought that once Chu Yun broke through to the fourth stage of the profound realm, that old geezer Chu Tianming probably wouldn't have the heart to arrange a marriage with the Qin family anymore. Chu Xian returned to his quiet life, lying on his bed, wondering which technique manual to read today. At this moment, he suddenly felt a strange sensation. Chu Xian had unexpectedly broken through. When he opened his eyes, he had the ability to materialize objects. This was the sign of the true realm. Below the true realm, it was almost impossible to detect. This was something simulated by spiritual power. The system immediately announced, You have broken through to the true realm while staying at home. The reward is a pet, a heaven-shaking golden rock. Chu Xian stared intently at the small bird in front of him. The heaven-shaking golden rock is an ancient divine beast. It possesses extreme speed. Above, it can shake the 9 heavens. Below, it can tear apart the 9 hells. Chu Xian commented, Its strength, on the other hand, is at the first stage of the true realm. Its size is a bit small. I don't know when it will grow up. The kitten, Xiaohei, immediately meowed contemptuously. The heaven-shaking golden rock responded to Xiaohei with a chirp, chirp, crap. A second later, the two of them angrily lunged at each other. Chu Xian had to use both hands to grab them and stop them. All right. Don't fight in the house. Take him for a walk around the courtyard. He confidently stepped out of the house with his 2 pets after breaking through to the true realm. He didn't need to fear the evil sect anymore. Who knows? He might be able to rely on the 1-year stay-at-home reward to directly break through to the Emperor realm. Chu Xian looked at the sky with ease. As long as he broke through to the Emperor realm, he really wouldn't have to fear anything in the southern region anymore. He then leisurely and idly trimmed the potted plants. Days like these were truly comfortable. He was just missing a beautiful maid. The notification immediately appeared. The person trimming the plants, happy and content at home, with a cheerful mood, receives a reward. The Myriad Spirits Compendium and a Myriad Heavens Pill Scripture. Chu Xian smiled happily. Another random reward. This is great. The Myriad Spirits Compendium is a book that records all the spiritual creatures and heavenly treasures in the world. By memorizing the Myriad Spirits Compendium, one can recognize any spiritual creature in the world, any heavenly treasure, even those that have gone extinct. The Myriad Heavens Pill Scripture is a pill scripture for alchemy. It records countless pill formulas and many alchemy methods throughout history. Lost pill formulas and lost alchemy techniques can all be found in it. Chu Xian smiled and said, "It's quite thick. It's perfect for killing time." The alchemy methods, on the other hand, could be something Chu Yun could learn. He then decided to find a few pill formulas and put them into her cultivation insights. After Chu Yun finishes reading them, her status in the Chu family will surpass even Chu Qing's, and she won't be beneath the family head. If Chu Tianming finds out, he definitely wouldn't bear to let Chu Yun leave the Chu family. Meanwhile, in the evil sect, Yuan Cheng spoke, Protector Yu died in Chu County of the Qin Kingdom. This matter cannot be unrelated to the Chu family. The other elder then asked, didn't Protector Yu die in the chaos of the Qin Kingdom's Dong family? Yuan Cheng replied, although that's the case, who can know the real situation? Besides, if it weren't for the destruction of the Chu residents, how would our sect have ended up like this? More than 10 evil sect elders from the Ziyu kingdom have died. Even the sect leader was seriously injured. The source of all this is the Chu family. It all started with the Chu family's plot to destroy the evil sect. Yuan Cheng then ordered in a deep voice, summon all the elders here. This debt must be settled on the Chu family's head. Early in the morning, Chu Yun happily came to the residence. She told Chu Xian that she had broken through to the 4th stage of the profound realm. Chu Xian praised her for breaking through so quickly. He then handed Chu Yun a book. He said that a few days ago, he was flipping through books and found a pill formula left by his father. He had put it into Chu Yun's cultivation insights and told her to take a look. Chu Yun took the book with suspicion. Then, her mind was suddenly filled with chaotic thoughts. She thought to herself, how can there be an alchemy method and pill formula for refining the Void Unity pill in here? If I have the Void Unity pill, grandfather will have a chance to break through to the Unity realm. Why didn't third uncle pass this alchemy method on to the outside world? Chu Yun turned and left. Her mind was still racing. Unless this alchemy method has some special origin, should I learn it or not? Could it bring disaster to the Chu family? Chu Xian saw his sister's attitude and felt confused. Why is she being so secretive? She's probably suspecting that the origin of the alchemy method has some problems. Chu Xian then said, I knew about this alchemy method long ago. My father told me to learn it, but I found it too tiring, so I didn't. There's no problem with its origin. Chu Yun said, alchemy methods are very precious in the southern region. We must be cautious. If it's leaked to the outside and coveted by the powerful forces of the southern region, the Chu family will face disaster. Especially if the evil king's court takes notice, the consequences will be unimaginable. Chu Yun said she should still learn it in secret and then go out to train. Find a secluded place to practice alchemy. As long as it's not revealed to the outside, there won't be any trouble. Chu Xian said with concern, it's good to be a little careful. He then handed her a jade talisman. He said it was left by his father. Chu Xian said he wasn't going out to train, so he didn't need it. He told Chu Yun to just take it. Chu Xian closed his eyes and thought to himself, later, I will contact Zhang Kuei through the Soul Seed Seal and have him secretly protect Chu Yun. Zhang Kuei's strength is at the 9th stage of the Void Realm and under the control of the Soul Seed Seal. He will be absolutely loyal. In the Chu Kingdom, there probably won't be any problems. Chu Xian stretched. After making the arrangements, he could stay at home with peace of mind. At this moment, in the lair of the evil sect, the elders had gathered. Yuan Cheng raised his hand and asked them, who will go and collect the debt for my Ziyu evil sect? Another elder then said, the overall strength of the Chu family is not as good as the Ziyu kingdom, but it's not weak either. Moreover, the Qin kingdom is not our territory. Going there recklessly might lead to unexpected trouble. Yuan Cheng replied, that's right. Our main target is the Ziyu kingdom. The old man said in a deep voice, "We can't let the Chu family off the hook. Once the king's court acts, they might not spare the Chu family either, unless we wait for the king's court's instructions before acting." Yuan Chong schemed. "We don't necessarily have to fight the Chu family." The old man had heard a rumor that Chu Luo Hong's son had been kicked out of the ancestral residence. If they couldn't do anything to the Chu family for the time being, then capturing Chu Luo Hong's son could also vent their anger. The other person then asked, "Chu Luo Hong's son has been kicked out of the ancestral residence. What's the use of capturing him?" Yuan Chong then cursed him for being stupid. The old man said Chu Xian was Chu Luo Hong's son, not the son of some dog or cat. Even if he was a waste, as long as he was Chu Luo Hong's son, he had value. The other guy, enlightened, replied, "Chu Luo Hong might not be dead. If he returns one day, we can bring his son to the king's court as a hostage. He definitely wouldn't dare to do anything." Another elder volunteered. "In that case, I'll make a trip." Yuan Chong then said, "In that case, I'll leave it to someone who specializes in stealth." Meanwhile, the legendary useless son of Chu Luo Hong was leisurely drinking tea. It's almost been a year. The evil sect hasn't made any moves recently. Chu Xian assumed they had learned their lesson. He was thinking he could wait in peace. Then suddenly, the barrier's alarm warned him of an intruder. Chu Xian held his forehead in frustration. Why is the evil sect here again? He could already sense someone lurking outside. Chu Xian thought to himself, a third-stage void realm strength belonging to the upper echelon of a first-class elder. Why didn't Zhang Kuei send me a message? Chu Xian was also puzzled. Why did that person come directly to my courtyard? He then let out a sinister smile, coming straight to my door. Then don't blame me. Elder Lu Yuan, with no regard for anyone, casually opened the door to Chu Xian's house and stood there observing. He thought, there isn't even a single expert protecting this place. This will be convenient for me. Elder Lu Yuan walked straight into Chu Xian's house. Seeing him, he asked, "Are you Chu Luo Hong's son?" Chu Xian replied, "That's right." In his heart, he thought, "What's wrong with my father? Why does everyone want to capture me?" Lu Yuan immediately lunged towards Chu Xian, intending to attack him. But at this moment, he felt a surge of power rushing towards him. When he turned around, he was immediately struck by a palm and knocked to the ground. Lu Yuan was puzzled. Could Chu Luo Hong's son be bait? Chu Xian asked him which evil sect he belonged to. He was curious. Could there be something wrong with his identity as Chu Luo Hong's son? Seeing the enormous serpent behind Chu Xian, Lu Yuan thought to himself, a void realm demonic beast has appeared. Could it be that Chu Luo Hong left it for his son? Lu Yuan thought that since there was no one else around recently, and no ambush, he was determined to find an opportunity to capture Chu Xian. Chu Xian, bored, held his head and told him it was fine if he didn't speak. He just calmly controlled the enormous serpent to charge at him. Lu Yuan was extremely bewildered. This large serpent suddenly appeared. Moreover, it appeared so unexpectedly. Could this be materialization, a technique of an expert? He then asked Chu Xian if he was Chu Luo Hong. He believed that Chu Luo Hong and his wife's disappearance while exploring ancient ruins was all a lie. Lu Yuan thought to himself, either Chu Luo Hong obtained a great opportunity and lied about his disappearance to avoid being coveted by other forces, or he even changed his appearance. Discovering such a big secret means I have to be silenced. Chu Xian corrected him. My name is Chu Xian, Chu Luo Hong's son. Don't be afraid, I won't kill you. He then asked him which evil sect branch he belonged to. He replied that he was not from the Qin Kingdom's evil sect, but Elder Lu Yuan of the Zi-Yu Kingdom's evil sect. Chu Xian was a bit surprised to hear this. He asked him, "You're from the Zi-Yu Kingdom? What's the meaning of coming to the Qin Kingdom's territory to capture me?" Lu Yuan replied that the protector of the Zi-Yu Kingdom had died in the Chu Kingdom. The vice leader suspected the Chu family, so he sent him to capture him as a hostage. Only then did Chu Xian understand. So that's how it was. The backlash from Zhu Chang's actions last time had an outstanding result, even killing a protector from the Zi-Yu Kingdom. He then threatened him, "The evil sect of the Zi-Yu Kingdom is targeting me again. Then don't blame me for acting." Chu Xian then used a soul seed seal and then infused a stream of spiritual power into it. This way, he could ensure he was at his peak, and even a 9th-stage void realm expert wouldn't be able to easily kill him. Chu Xian ordered him to pretend to have obtained a great opportunity, wanting to usurp the throne and counterattack the evil sect of the Ziyu kingdom. Kill as many as you can. Lu Yuan obediently complied. Chu Xian smugly thought that he might be able to contribute a little and even injure the evil sect of the Ziyu kingdom. The pressure that the Chu family would face would be much smaller. After Lu Yuan left, Chu Xian thought that he could probably stay at home in peace for a while. As long as he broke through to the Emperor realm, he wouldn't have to fear the evil king's court anymore. After that, Lu Yuan returned to the evil sect. The elders asked him, "Where's the person? Could you have failed?" Lu Yuan said arrogantly, "You are not qualified to order me around." He also said, "What is Yuan Chong? From today onwards, I will sit in the position of sect leader." The elders were bewildered and asked if there was something wrong with Lu Yuan's head. How could he be so bold as to covet the position of sect leader? They didn't know who gave him such great courage. Lu Yuan said he had a great opportunity and breaking through to the Unity realm was only a matter of time. He asked loudly among the elders, "Who follows and who opposes me becoming the sect leader?" The elders said he was arrogant just because his strength had coincidentally increased. How dare he covet the position of sect leader? The white-bearded old man shouted at him for being insolent. "You're looking for death." Zheng Tu asked Lu Yuan what he was talking about. "We are all brothers, but some things shouldn't be joked about too much." Lu Yuan mocked Zheng Tu for being a waste. He said that following him was a great humiliation. Zheng Tu angrily shouted, "You little brat, are you really rebelling?" Lu Yuan continued to ask the elders, "Who opposes? Who supports? Oppose and die. Support and live." The elders gathered around and scolded him. They said that even the sect leader wouldn't dare to say such arrogant words. "How could you? Do you think you're a big shot from the king's court?" "I oppose." "So what?" Lu Yuan glared at them and said, "In that case, you can all die." Lu Yuan went mad and swung his sword at Zheng Tu. Zheng Tu was slashed in the arm. The other elders saw this and asked him if he was crazy. Lu Yuan swung his sword at him and said, "You dare to defy me? You dare to stop me from killing people? Then you could die too." Another elder was sent to his grave. The white-bearded old man told Lu Yuan to stop quickly. Otherwise, don't blame him for being impolite. Lu Yuan cursed them for being insolent. He told all of them that they dared to defy him. "If you hate me, then you can all die." The white-bearded elder angrily told him he was really crazy. "Do you think you're an old master from the evil king's court?" Zheng Tu clutched his lost arm. He said, "Lu Yuan is crazy. Quickly, kill him." Lu Yuan angrily raised his sword. He said he would kill him first. A terrifying sword strike finished off Zheng Tu. The other elders marveled. This power is truly great. As expected, he coincidentally obtained a great opportunity. No wonder he's so arrogant. Moreover, his mind might have been affected and was no longer stable. The white-bearded elder then shouted for everyone to quickly restrain him. Lu Yuan was like an overinflated balloon about to explode. He then shouted for everyone to die together. Then his entire body self-destructed and exploded. All the elders that were implicated and went with him. A moment later, Yuan Chong arrived. Seeing the scene of devastation, he was completely stunned. He asked in a daze, "What happened? Could it be an attack from the experts of the Ziyu kingdom?" Seeing that the white-bearded elder was still conscious, Yuan Chong asked him who did it and where everyone else was. The white-bearded man replied that it was that bastard Lu Yuan who did it. Yuan Chong was stunned and asked, "Lu Yuan has such strength? Where is everyone else?" The elder replied, "They're all dead. I'm the only one left." Yuan Chong froze on the spot. "They're all dead. At least 70% of the elders have been wiped out. Such a serious loss. How can we compete with the other sects?" The elder whispered, "Don't just stand there. I think I can still be saved." Yuan Chong then remembered and quickly took out a bottle of elixirs, telling him to eat them. Then, tell him the detailed process. Meanwhile, Chu Xian was leisurely receiving gifts from the system without leaving his house. He could still kill enemies tens of thousands of miles away. The reward was 10 years of cultivation plus a barrel of heavenly thunder toads. Chu Xian looked at the barrel of toads and marveled. This counterattack was quite successful. He frowned and thought, receiving 10 years of cultivation reminds me to reach the third stage of the true realm. As expected, the higher the realm, the slower the strength increases. The Heavenly Thunder Toad is a one-time explosive spiritual artifact that contains a bit of heavenly thunder power and has a restraining effect on evil cultivators. Once activated, the explosive power can injure a first-stage True Realm expert. Chu Xian picked up a tube of Heavenly Thunder Toads. He smiled sinisterly and smugly. He lay on a chair and thought, after counterattacking the evil sect of the ZU Kingdom, I can probably stay at home in peace for a year. At this moment, the soul seed seal on Chu Xian's forehead suddenly lit up. He smirked and thought, it's Zhang Kuei. Could it be that an expert is attacking? At this moment, Zhang Kuei had arrived right at Chu Xian's door. He cupped his hands and called him master. Chu Xian asked him what was the matter. Zhang Kuei reported that the vice leader of the ZU Kingdom's evil sect, Yuan Chong, and the leader of the Qin Kingdom's evil sect, Lu Wang, had secretly joined forces. They planned to launch a surprise attack on Chu County to besiege and kill the Chu family's experts as their target. Chu Xian wondered why they were still blaming the Chu family. Once the plan was successfully implemented, the Chu family would definitely suffer serious losses, and even Chu Qing and Chu Yun would be in danger. Chu Xian immediately became concerned because this was not a good thing. It would affect his peaceful days at home. Chu Xian then ordered Zhang Kuei to find a way to leak the intelligence to the Chu family. At the same time, leak the evil sect's target and the time of their action. The Chu family would know how to respond. He said his mission was to protect young Miss Chu Yun. Zhang Kuei cupped his hands in obedience. He also ordered Zhang Kuei to secretly collect various spiritual herbs and heavenly treasures. He could let her luckily obtain them. In short, he told him to figure out a proper way himself. Chu Xian handed him a bottle. He told him to find a way to sell it and exchange it for spiritual herbs. Chu Xian said, the two large serpents have the strength of the 5th stage of the Unity Realm. Although they can't last long in the Qin Kingdom, they can be considered invincible. Chu Xian sent a large serpent towards Zhang Kuei and told him to wait a moment and approach Chu Yun. The large serpent would then dissolve into her body. The remaining one, Chu Xian let him use to protect his life. Zhang Kuei smiled and thanked him. He also gave him an elixir. He told him to try to break through to the Unity Realm. After that, Zhang Kuei left. Chu Xian watched his retreating back and thought to himself, Chu Tianming is also half a step into the Unity Realm. With Zhang Kuei's current realm and one profound Unity pill, he can definitely break through. However, he still didn't plan to give him the profound Unity pill. He should still wait for Chu Yun to refine the profound Unity pill. He thought to himself that this cheap grandfather of his still didn't like him. Every time he saw him, he found him annoying. Chu Xian also wondered, the old man's talent is not good. Otherwise, why could his own father break through to the Unity Realm and even the True Realm? He thought, could it be that the technique his father cultivated was stronger? But that was impossible. If the technique was so powerful, he wouldn't have passed it on to the Chu family, relying on a half-step true scripture to break through to the Unity Realm. And even the True Realm, his talent was truly amazing. Chu Xian then received a reward for staying home for a month, a spirit refining diagram. It was an enhanced version of the spirit refining diagram. Chu Xian looked at it with great excitement. The effect of the spirit refining diagram had also weakened a lot. It was almost about to lose its effect. Chu Xian was a bit flustered. His spiritual will was on par with a 5th stage True Realm martial artist, yet he could only look at it for 2 or 3 seconds. This spirit refining diagram, even for an Emperor Realm expert, would have a certain effect. He thought that by then, he might be able to obtain an enhanced version of the spirit refining diagram, a low-level version of the spirit refining diagram. He wondered how to use it. In the southern region, it was definitely a top-tier treasure. Meanwhile, Chu Qing was sitting at home. While reading a book, he thought about the time he was besieged and killed by the evil sect. He almost lost his life. Fortunately, he had a void evasion pearl to escape. He was determined to eliminate the evil sect. Chu Qing thought again about the Black Moon Tower. The price of intelligence on the evil sect stronghold was too high. He clicked his tongue. Well, he could only rely on the Chu family's intelligence system. Chu County belonged to the Chu family, so the intelligence system was still very complete. But due to the lack of spiritual energy and even probing treasures, it was very difficult to find the important strongholds of the evil sect. At this moment, a subordinate came to report to him that someone had delivered a piece of intelligence. He then asked who delivered it. The subordinate replied that it wasn't the other 3 families, nor was it the Black Moon Tower. He didn't know who it was. Chu Qing took the intelligence and opened it to read. He then ordered his subordinate to invite his 4th uncle over. His 4th uncle appeared very quickly. He then asked his nephew what was the matter. This person was Chu Qiuhai, the 4th son of Chu Tianming, first stage of the Void Realm. Chu Qing handed the intelligence to his 4th uncle. He asked him how reliable he thought it was. Chu Qiuhai read it and replied that it was probably very reliable. No matter what, they had to be prepared. He then turned and left, saying that this matter was not something he could handle. Chu Qiuhai wanted to immediately return to the clan's territory. At this moment, in a remote cave, Chu Yin was concocting spiritual medicine. She closed her eyes and shouted a word. From a furnace in front of her, many glowing spiritual pills appeared. Chu Yin looked at the 5 spiritual pills in her hand and said, 4 of them are duds. Of the remaining 8, 5 are ordinary profound pills. But there are 3 that have reached fine quality. Chu Yin put the spiritual pills into her bag. She marveled. This is great. I'll summarize the process and improve it for the next alchemy session. Chu Yin was overjoyed. This was her 10th time concocting pills. The previous 9 times, 6 were failures. 3 were successful, but the quality of the pills was ordinary. This time, she finally produced fine quality pills. But this last spiritual herb had also been used up. She had to find a way to get more spiritual herbs. Fortunately, Chu Yin still had quite a few spirit stones on her. She would have to go out and buy some. Chu Yin told herself that once she was proficient enough with profound pills, the next step would be to refine spirit pills. At this moment, Chu Xian's large serpent charged towards her. Chu Yin was terrified when she saw it enter her stomach. Then, Chu Yin smiled happily. This is an unknown power. It seems to be the fortuitous encounter of that large serpent. It didn't stop there. At this moment, Chu Yin also saw a storage bag right in the middle of the road. Seeing no one around, Chu Yin opened it to see. To her surprise, there were a lot of spiritual herbs inside. There were also millions of spirit stones. Chu Yin was puzzled and stood there thinking about who had secretly given them to her. She briefly thought it might be her grandfather, but her grandfather had no reason to do so. At this moment, Chu Yin also felt an unknown power hidden in her body. She thought it might be some senior who had discovered her concocting pills and had specially left the spiritual herbs to test her. So Chu Yin turned back. She continued to go into the cave to concoct pills. Zhang Kuei and his subordinate were secretly observing her. Zhang Kuei told his subordinate to stay here and protect young Miss Chu Yin. He would return to the sect. He was determined to grasp the initial plan. He had a latch onto the big thigh of Chu Xian. As for the evil sect, he didn't care. After finishing his mission, Zhang Kuei returned to report the situation to Chu Xian. Master, young Miss Chu Yin seems to have a talent for alchemy. In a short period of time, she has already been able to refine profound pills. After hearing this, Chu Xian ordered him to continue providing the materials needed for alchemy. He thought to himself that not killing Zhang Kuei initially was indeed the right choice, having a lackey to help him with things. He then handed him a bottle of elixirs. He told him to bring it to Dong Qian to help him upgrade his strength a bit. He thought that since these 2 lackeys were working for him, there was no chance of betrayal. Of course, the stronger they were, the better. By noon, Chu Xian received news that the Chu family had joined forces with the He family. They took the initiative to attack and eliminated the evil sect. They returned with a great victory. The old butler recounted, I heard the battle was very fierce. The exiled leader of the Qin Kingdom's sect didn't hesitate to use a mid-grade treasured artifact, but he still couldn't escape the extermination by the 2 great families. Lu Wang was seriously injured and fled. The other evil sect experts were almost all wiped out. After hearing this, Chu Xian thought to himself, if they had obtained the intelligence in advance, the Chu family still wouldn't have been able to suppress the evil sect. That would be too useless. The butler continued. The elder who went with them died. The sect guarding treasured artifact was destroyed. The evil sect of the Ziyu Kingdom is almost on the brink of extinction. Chu Xian was overjoyed and thought to himself, for a while, the evil sect won't be able to come and bother me anymore. The system's notification appeared. Chu Xian had devised a plan to overthrow the evil sect's conspiracy without leaving his house. The reward was the Heavenly Secrets Origin Probing Art. Chu Xian eagerly awaited the new reward. The Heavenly Secrets Origin Probing Art can spy on heavenly secrets, probe origins, know backgrounds, and understand past lives. Mastering the Heavenly Secrets Origin Probing Art means that no one can hide their identity in front of him. Chu Xian looked at Xiao He, intending to use the Heavenly Secrets Origin Probing Art to see its origin. But it was not as simple as he thought. The Heavenly Spirit Cat is a strange beast of heaven and earth, possessing the might of a divine beast. Chu Xian was exhausted after just one look. The origin of the Heavenly Spirit Cat was extraordinary. To find its source would consume a lot of spiritual will. With his true realm strength, he simply couldn't bear it. The heaven-shaking golden rock and the Heavenly Spirit Cat are not ordinary creatures. Their level is too high. It seems he can only find the origin of those with similar or lower strength than him. Chu Xian lay leisurely on the chair and thought. The great victory of the Chu family. For a short period of time, the evil sect won't be able to cause trouble in the Qin kingdom. I could be at peace for a year. That night, just as Chu Yuan, his third cousin of the same age, came to visit him. He looked at Chu Xian and said, "Look at yourself, what have you become?" He asked him if he was worthy of his father, Chu Luo Hong. Chu Xian was annoyed and thought to himself, "Why is this loudmouth back again?" Chu Yuan asked Chu Xian, "Can't you have some ambition? Third uncle and third aunt are gone. Don't you want to become stronger and find your parents?" Chu Xian didn't answer and turned his back to him. Chu Yuan continued to lecture him, saying he was a disappointment to everyone. Chu Yuan said the person he admired most was his third uncle. When he was young, he studied with his third uncle. It could be said that all his skills were taught by his third uncle. Chu Yuan then forced his unruly younger brother to sit up. He asked him, "Are you using so much force? Because you want to kill me and inherit my father's legacy?" Chu Yuan pointed at his own face and asked if his younger brother really thought of him that way. Chu Xian replied, "Well, not really. Actually, I just don't want you to bother me." Chu Xian told Chu Yuan, "Everyone has their own way of life. This is the way of life I've chosen. I think it's very good, and that's all that matters. Besides, when my father was here, he didn't manage me like this either." After hearing this, Chu Yuan was speechless. He wanted to say something more, but he didn't. Chu Yuan sighed and sat down next to his younger brother. Chu Xian could tell at a glance that he had something on his mind. Chu Xian thought to himself, "Among our generation, Chu Yuan's talent is the strongest. His cultivation is at the first stage of the spirit realm. Chu Tianming clearly values Chu Qing highly, but on the path of cultivation, he is far behind Chu Yuan." He glanced at Chu Yuan again. The technique he cultivated was not a Chu family technique. Either he had a fortuitous encounter outside and cultivated a different technique, or his own father had taught it to him. At this moment, Chu Yuan turned to Chu Xian and said, 13th, you want a life without strife, a normal life. Perhaps that's the right choice." Chu Xian felt confused. He thought, he looks like he's giving his last words. Is something about to happen? But Chu Xian could see that he genuinely cared about him. If he could help, he would lend him a hand. Chu Yuan said somberly to Chu Xian that in a few days, he would have to leave again. He didn't know when he would be back. He didn't even know if he would come back. Chu Yuan said, "I will always pay attention to the matter of your parents, Chu Xian. If there's any news, I'll have someone inform you." He also said, "The brothers and sisters of the Chu family, although I don't know what kind of battles they fight, but so that you can live in peace." Chu Yuan gave him a technique manual. He told his younger brother to still cultivate diligently. Chu Yuan told Chu Xian to hand it over to their grandfather after he finished reading it. His status in the Chu family would be much better. He then turned and walked away, wishing Chu Xian an early breakthrough to the profound realm. Chu Xian watched him with a helpless expression. He didn't know what was on his mind. Could it be that he was heartbroken? It was very possible. He looked at the book in his hand again. Such specially made animal hide is usually used to record various techniques. Not only can it be preserved for a long time, but it can also store spiritual will. Chu Xian was extremely surprised when he opened the book, because this was an emperor scripture, but it was incomplete. It could only be considered half an emperor scripture, but even so, it was not ordinary. The Chu family relied on a half-step true scripture to gain a foothold in the Qin kingdom for thousands of years. By cultivating this half-emperor scripture. Breaking through to the emperor realm was hopeless, but breaking through to the true realm was not a problem at all. According to the records in the books of the southern region, the reason there were no emperors in the southern region was that they were all wiped out in a great war. Chu Xian smiled foolishly because this emperor scripture was useless to him. The elixirs were also of the ordinary type used to break through to the profound realm. But for him to rely on this technique to gain Chu Tianming's attention, he was indeed kind-hearted. He thought to himself that it seemed Chu Yuan wanted to go far away. Could it be that he had provoked a powerful enemy and wanted to go into hiding? At worst, he would just have Zhang Kuei keep an eye on him. If necessary, he would step in to save him. At this moment, Chu Tianming's curses reached his residence. Chu Xian was startled awake from his sleep. He thought, to make Chu Tianming so angry, it must be something serious. Chu Xian then said, I'll go see. What on earth happened? Chu Xian's face showed a look of confusion. He can be heard from so far away. Could it be that he wants to kill Chu Yuan? He told himself, that old man isn't that cruel. Xiao He was already lying on the roof of the ancestral residence, eavesdropping for Chu Xian. It turned out Chu Tianming was angry because Chu Yuan wanted to break off his engagement with Princess Qiyun of the Qin Kingdom. The old man scolded Chu Yuan. By doing this, are you trying to trample the face of the Qin family into the ground? Chu Tianming said, Qin Qiyun's mother was already jilted by Chu Luohong. Now that Chu Yuan is breaking off the engagement, how can the other party let it go? The old man said that no matter who Chu Yuan liked, he was absolutely not allowed to break off the engagement. He would immediately arrange for him to marry her. Chu Qiufeng, Chu Yuan's father, bowed his head sadly, thinking, I shouldn't have let my son follow Chu Luohong to study in the first place. He didn't learn anything, but he did learn the habit of breaking off engagements. Chu Tianming wondered, didn't Chu Yuan get along well with Qin Qiyun? Their relationship was also quite good. Why does he suddenly want to break off the engagement? If the Qin family finds out about this, they will definitely be provoked. Chu Yuan said, I have already informed the Qin family and also told Qin Qiyun directly. In my eyes, Qiyun is just a little sister. Chu Tianming was so angry he couldn't say another word. Chu Yuan said he wanted to leave the Chu family today. Both his father and his eldest uncle were extremely surprised. The eldest of the Chu family. Chu Qiuzhang said, the brothers of the Chu family have rarely fought before. Their relationship is harmonious, ever since the matter of the third brother, Chu Luohong. The Chu family's way of life seems to have deviated a bit. Chu Tianming shouted loudly, saying, Chu Yuan was not allowed to go anywhere. The old man would immediately inform the Qin family to arrange the marriage. At this moment, the old butler announced that people from the Qin family had arrived. Chu Tianming then asked who had come. The old butler replied, it was Qin Pingyi and her daughter. Chu Xian watched this and couldn't help but marvel. As expected of someone who admired his father, he even learned the matter of breaking off engagements. He smirked slyly. If Chu Tianming wasn't a cultivator, he would probably have burst a blood vessel from anger. He also wondered what would happen to Chu Yuan. Would he be locked up? Or would he be forced to marry the Qin family's daughter? The problem was whether the Qin family's daughter would be willing to marry him. He also wondered that since Chu Yuan had returned, he probably already knew the consequences he was about to face. At the Chu family's ancestral home at this moment, Qin Pingyi and her daughter had arrived. As soon as Qin Pingyi entered, she asked Chu Tianming if the Chu family wanted to break off the engagement. The old man quickly waved his hands and said, there was absolutely no such intention. Chu Yuan then spoke up. He said whether the Chu family broke off the engagement or not was the Chu family's business, but he, Chu Yuan, would not honor this engagement. Chu Tianming quickly shouted at his grandson to shut up. Chu Yuan told his grandfather that forcing others would not have a good outcome. He should ask little sister Qiyun if she liked him or not. Qiyun said loudly that she liked him very much. Chu Yuan was struck by lightning. The old man, Chu Tianming, took the opportunity to ask him, did you hear that? If you dare to disappoint Qiyun, I will break your legs. In his heart, he thought, I can't break off the engagement again. A crack will appear in the marriage alliance of the four families. If there's a crack, it also means that the four families will gradually no longer be united. Chu Yuan then asked Qiyun, we've only met a few times. How can you like me? Qiyun blushed and replied, I liked you the first time I met you. Chu Yuan was stunned. There's no way it could be like that. Could I be that charming? He then said to her, I already have someone I like. It's impossible between you and me. Qin Pingi shouted loudly, Enough! She felt her pride was hurt and said, Do you people think that my Qin family's daughter is not worthy of a Chu family man? Chu Tianming said decisively, The matter of breaking off the engagement cannot happen again. The old man then ordered someone to lock him up. Let him reflect on his actions. Chu Yuan said his talent was not as good as his third uncle's. His talent and strength were also not as good, but his will for the person he loved would absolutely not be inferior to his third uncle's. He shouted loudly, No one can force me. Chu Qiufeng then scolded his son. Why didn't you learn anything else, but you had to learn how? Your third uncle broke off his engagement. He then shouted for someone to lock him up. Chu Yuan said to Qiyun, You are a good person. You can find someone better. Goodbye. After that, he used a void evasion pearl to escape in front of everyone. Chu Tianming angrily shouted for someone to capture him. Qin Pingi sneered. None of the third generation of the Chu family are any good. She then asked Chu Tianming if Chu Luohong's son had been kicked out of the ancestral residence by him. Chu Tianming replied awkwardly, Yes. The mother and daughter then went to see for themselves just how outstanding Chu Luohong's son was. Chu Tianming was puzzled and asked, What do you two mean? The old man then instructed his two sons to go and see what was going on to prevent this woman from going crazy again when she saw Chu Xian. They all went to Chu Xian's residence. Chu Xian rudely asked Qin Pingi, Who are you, Auntie? Qin Pingi was stunned and asked Chu Xian what he had just called her. Auntie. Chu Xian said calmly, You and my father are of the same generation. If I don't call you Auntie, should I call you Big Sister? She then angrily turned her head and gritted her teeth, asking the eldest and second eldest, Does your Chu family want to break off the engagement? Have you thought about the consequences? Chu Qiuzhang replied, This matter is indeed the Chu family's fault, but you've also seen it. The person has already run away, whether we can catch him or not. Even if we force this marriage to be completed, it wouldn't be fair to my niece Qiyun. Qin Pingi then said, If Chu Luo Hong failed me, then his son must pay the debt. Chu Xian then asked her how old she was. You're a woman with a daughter, yet you're so thick-skinned. No wonder my father didn't want you. She then scolded Chu Xian for being insolent and swung her palm at him. His eldest uncle, Chu Qiuzhang, then came to block the blow for him and shouted at him. What are you talking about? Qin Pingi still said decisively, If Chu Yuan is not willing, then let Chu Xian marry my daughter. Immediately after, everyone crowded into Chu Xian's residence. After hearing Qin Pingi's intention, the entire Chu family was extremely anxious. The eldest uncle, Chu Qiuzhang, asked awkwardly, What if Qin Qiyun doesn't like him? Qiyun blushed and replied, I like him. As long as he's handsome, it's fine. The two eldest uncles were stunned and thought to themselves, Why does everyone like him? Chu Xian said he didn't agree. Qin Pingi said, What right do you have not to agree? Chu Xian pointed at his own face and said, I'm a waste. If your daughter marries me, wouldn't she be at a disadvantage? Both mother and daughter were stunned. Qin Pingi smiled wearily and asked Chu Xian how he could so frankly say the four words. I am a waste. Chu Xian continued, Marrying a waste. How can your daughter have the face to meet others? Do you still need face? Think about it. As a mother, you were dumped by my father. As a result, you let your daughter marry a waste like me. What will others think? They will definitely think that no one wants your daughter. She can only marry a waste. Auntie, it's one thing for you to be dumped by my father, but do you also want your daughter to have the label of being unwanted, only able to marry a waste? She was so angry she trembled. She gritted her teeth. None of the third generation of the Chu family are any good. Seeing her attitude, the two eldest uncles felt very worried, thinking, If she attacks, the two of us won't be able to stop her. But at this moment, Qin Pingi's attitude changed. She said Chu Xian's words made a lot of sense. A waste is not worthy of my daughter. Let's go. The system appeared and rewarded Chu Xian for rejecting the woman who came to his door. The reward was the Void Heart Fire. Chu Xian received the reward and was very happy. The mother and daughter left. Seeing Qiyun's gaze still fixed on him with adoration, Chu Xian was speechless. He thought to himself, Qiyun's behavior is like that of a well-behaved girl. But why do I feel that there's something not right with this woman? He immediately used the Heavenly Secrets origin probing art. Qin Qiyun's background appeared. Her mother is Qin Pingi, and her father is Hong Fei. Fox Demon Soul, Demon Emperor Reincarnation. Currently in the recovery phase. Her appearance is obedient, but her inner self is seductive and ruthless. She specializes in bewitching and likes handsome men. Chu Xian was a bit stunned. Fox Demon Soul, Demon Emperor Reincarnation. She was once an Emperor Realm expert? No wonder she said she liked me. I am handsome. There's no need to be modest about this. He thought to himself that the Qin Kingdom was about to undergo a major change. But he couldn't probe her background any further. He needed to be wary of this girl. Moreover, Chu Yuan's breaking of the engagement would be resented by Qin Qiyun. He should remind him a little. Chu Xian then sent his spirit beast to deliver the message. After it flew away, he went to check the new reward from the system. The Void Heart Fire lives like anger. It can make people go mad in an instant. And while mad, they will self-destruct and die. It can be described as the anger of a person. It uses the emotion of anger as fuel. As long as there's a little bit of anger, it can be burned. Once burned, it cannot be extinguished. Chu Xian then marveled, so strong. It's hard to guard against. Who in this world doesn't get angry? It's truly killing without a trace. He stepped into the house. This time, Chu Yuan's matter didn't seem to cause a big stir. The two families, Chu and Qin, still had some conflicts. Qin Qiyun recovered her emperor soul. Her talent was released. Her strength grew stronger and stronger. The Chu family would regret more and more not being able to marry Qin Qiyun. The reason why the southern region has no emperor is probably not as simple as the rumors say. How could Qin Qiyun have come here? He wanted to find more news about the southern region, but there was too little. Even the historical records didn't mention it. Chu Xian wondered. Qin Qiyun is a fox demon, but why was she reincarnated into the human race? Qin Pingi was dumped by someone. Why was she still willing to let her daughter be engaged to the Chu family? He thought there was some conspiracy in this. Chu Xian was determined to hold on, as long as his strength increased. No conspiracy or scheme could block a single punch from him. At this moment, Chu Xian's pet had returned. It seemed it had already informed Chu Yuan. But what Chu Yuan was thinking, he didn't care much about. At the same time, in the evil sect's lair, Hu Quan, the evil sect's leader, was holding a pill in his hand. He said Kuan Wu's lifespan was almost at its end. After completing this matter, the blood spirit pearl would be complete. He would offer it with both hands. It would definitely extend Kuan Wu's lifespan by 10 years and increase his chances of a breakthrough. Elder Kuan Wu replied with a questioning tone. Are you really willing to give me the blood spirit pearl? Hu Quan clenched his fist and said, the evil sect has fallen into such a state. The entire reason is the Chu family of the Qin Kingdom. I can't swallow this anger. Kuan Wu still didn't believe that just for killing a few Chu family clan elders, Hu Quan was willing to offer up the blood spirit pearl. He asked him if he was really willing. Hu Quan looked at the blood spirit pearl and said the main target was Chu Luo Hong's son. By capturing Chu Luo Hong's son, he had a way to take revenge on the Chu family. He said he wanted to use Chu Luo Hong's son to take revenge for the evil sect. He wanted to see if the Chu family would sacrifice their own for the greater good. Elder Kuan Wu was silent for a moment and then said he agreed. Hu Quan then gave him half a blood spirit pill and said, after the matter is done, I will give you the other half. Kuan Wu took the blood spirit pill and immediately turned to leave. He thought to himself that he had been stuck at the peak of the Void Realm for too long. His lifespan was also running out. This was an opportunity. Moreover, the Chu family's strength was not weak. Chu Tianming's strength was not below his. At the same time, he had a treasured artifact in his hand. If he wanted to fight, he couldn't be sure he could win. Besides, he was old after all. His strength had declined. But as long as he didn't fall into the siege of experts above the 8th stage of the Void Realm, the old man was confident he could escape. This time, he was just capturing Chu Luo Hong's son and killing a few Chu family clan elders along the way. As long as he was careful, he could go to the Chu family's clan territory, capture Chu Luo Hong's son, and on the way back, kill a few Chu family clan elders who were stationed in Chu County. It wouldn't be difficult. He chuckled to himself. By the time the Chu family's experts arrived to reinforce, I will have long returned to the Yu Kingdom. He would smoothly obtain the blood spirit pearl. Once he broke through to the Unity realm, what was there to be afraid of from the Chu family's experts? If he failed to break through, he wouldn't have many years left to live anyway. What was there to be afraid of? Chu Xian, on the other hand, was in his residence, calculating the days he had been here. He had unknowingly been at home for almost a year. From the mortal realm, he had broken through to the true realm. If word got out, who would believe it? There were only 7 days left until a full year. He thought that if nothing unexpected happened, no one would come to bother him anymore. But then Chu Xian sighed as he saw Kun Wu charge into his courtyard. He silently asked, "What's wrong with the evil sect? Why is it that every time they come to the Chu family, they always come looking for me first?" Kun Wu asked Chu Xian, "Are you Chu Luohong's son?" Chu Xian then replied, "I am indeed Chu Luohong's son, but I don't understand why you people from the evil sect keep coming to find me. Did my father dig up the ancestral graves of your evil sect?" Kun Wu smiled and replied, "I am not from the evil sect, but I was invited by the evil sect." He charged forward aggressively and said, "Good boy, obediently come with this old man for a trip." Chu Xian stood still and watched him charge over. He just said 2 words, "Kneel down." The old man was mentally manipulated and immediately fell to his knees, his face showing a look of complete confusion. Chu Xian ordered him to just kneel there and not think about running away. The old man's face contorted. He was even in chaos. What kind of strength is this? Is it the legendary Emperor realm? Why is there such a terrifying person in the Chu family? Is this Chu Luohong's son? Chu Xian calmly told the old man to state his background and his purpose for coming here. But the old man just stammered, his eyes wide, his mouth open, unable to say a single word. Chu Xian thought to himself, the minds of the evil sect people are really messed up. They're about to be wiped out, yet they won't stop for a bit. They just have to come and bother me. Could it be that these evil cultivators have practiced evil arts to the point that their minds are also damaged? But he quickly discovered the old man's problem. Kun Wu had been stuck at the peak of the Void Realm and still couldn't break through in the end. It could be seen how trash his aptitude was. He commented, "This old man is truly worthless. Moreover, his lifespan is also running out. He's about to go into the grave." He took out 3 spirit stones and thought to himself, "Help him break through? It's truly a waste of resources." He threw the 3 stones at him. A red, diamond-shaped mark formed on Kun Wu's forehead. He crossed his arms and ordered Kun Wu to go and shine once in his final moments of life. It wouldn't be a waste of his trip to this world. After Kun Wu left Chu Xian's house, he was extremely bewildered. "I'm screwed. He's directly sending me to the capital of the evil king's court to cause trouble. If I go, won't I die immediately?" He gave me a few things, but I don't know what they're for. He only remembered Chu Xian's words. "If you meet someone from the Unity realm, throw this at his face." The old man put on a difficult expression. "Damn it, who would have thought that when my lifespan is about to end, I'd go and cause trouble in the king's court?" Soon, he had returned to the evil king's palace. The guard there shouted for him to stop. Kun Wu thought to himself, "Since I can't defy the one in the shadows, if that's the case, I'll go all out." In the history of evil cultivators in the southern region, and even in the entire history of cultivation in the southern region, I must leave behind a glorious name. After thinking this, he pointed at his own face and said, "The holy land of evil cultivators in the world. No evil cultivator dares to defy its majesty. Today I, Kun Wu, will storm the holy land of evil cultivators." The soldier broke out in a cold sweat and asked him what he was talking about. He asked the old man if he was crazy. "Have you practiced evil arts to the point that your mind is also damaged? Will I also become like this one day?" Kun Wu then drew his sword. "Remember, my name is Kun Wu. I will shine in the final moments of my life." He risked his life to charge forward. He said, "Let all the evil cultivators in the world remember that there was once an evil cultivator named Kun Wu who bravely stormed the evil king's palace. The unlucky soldier was fortunately killed." Kun Wu raised his face smugly. "My name, Kun Wu, must be recorded in the history of the southern region. So what if I die?" The old man stepped into the evil palace and ordered everyone to get out. The guards shouted in unison, "Insolent! Who dares to storm the evil king's palace?" They then charged forward, intending to capture Kun Wu. But the old man threw out a firecracker. Before the soldier could understand what was happening, the entire evil palace had exploded. Kun Wu ran out smugly. "I, Kun Wu, will die a glorious death. An evil cultivator who doesn't dare to storm the evil king's palace. How can he be considered an evil cultivator? Since I am an evil cultivator, I must storm the holy land of the king's court once before I die. Remember, my name is Kuan Wu. Afterward, the guards reported the incident to the evil king. A peak void realm evil cultivator with not much time left stormed the king's palace. He killed a Unity realm guard and seriously injured 2 true realm experts. In the end, he let out a roar and self-destructed in the evil king's palace. Before he died, he also said, "Remember, my name is Kuan Wu." The evil king's face contorted, and he shouted, "Bastard!" He ordered all of Kuan Wu's descendants and relatives to be captured. He would make them wish they were dead. But the soldier replied awkwardly that the old man lived a lonely life. He didn't even have a successor. This shocking news even reached the evil sect. The elders told each other that there was a void realm evil cultivator named Kuan Wu whose lifespan was about to end. He bravely stormed the evil king's palace and killed several Unity realm experts. Several elders exclaimed, "Damn. Awesome. This is directly leaving his name in history. Just hearing about it moves me. Maybe when my lifespan is about to end, I'll go for a spin too." The other elder mocked, "With your strength, just forget it." After hearing the news, the evil sect's leader cursed silently. "That bastard Kuan Wu, is there something wrong with his head? I told him to go capture one person. Why did he run to the evil king's palace to provoke them?" The evil sect's leader paced back and forth, wondering why Kuan Wu had suddenly stormed the evil king's palace. He thought that maybe something had gone wrong with his head on the way, or maybe he had encountered some kind of stimulation at the Chu family. The leader was worried. If others found out that he had instructed Kuan Wu to go to the Chu family, and as a result, he went to the evil king's palace, then he would be screwed. Fortunately, the initial secret plot didn't involve a third party. He thought that the Black Moon Tower probably didn't know either. Since it was like that, without a third party, there was no possibility of it being leaked. The leader tried to encourage himself. He would recuperate in a low-key manner. This matter had nothing to do with him. He had never met Kuan Wu before, but the leader also became suspicious. There was something wrong with the Chu family. Why was it that every time something happened, it was related to the Chu family? He muttered, "If it weren't for the Chu family, how could he have ended up in this state?" The evil sect of the ZU kingdom was almost wiped out. All of these things, the evil king's court will see him as useless. If he weren't useless, how could things have turned out like this? He sneered with hatred, almost 2 hours towards the Chu family. The sect leader looked at the blood demon pearl on the table. This was something he had accidentally discovered in an ancient ruin when he was still at the Profound Realm. It was called the Blood Demon Pearl, and it contained demonic blood. Once it was leaked, everyone below the true realm would be demonized. Once demonized, they would become demon slaves. The demon race is the greatest enemy of the human race. Whether it's the righteous path or the evil sect, neither allows the existence of the demon race. They will all be eliminated. The sect leader wondered if he should change his plan. He would wait for his wounds to heal before deciding. The system announced that Chu Xian had shaken the evil king's court with a single thought without leaving his house. He had shocked all the evil cultivators in the world. The reward was a secret realm of fortune. After hearing the announcement, Chu Xian blurted out, "That old geezer Kuan Wu has some skills." A secret realm of fortune. He could stay at home. He could set up a secret realm of fortune in the southern region and leave it for a fated person to obtain the inheritance. Anyone who obtained the fortune would definitely be a person of great luck. They would become Chu Xian's successor. At the same time, as long as Chu Xian was willing, he could seize the successor's cultivation and control their life and death. Chu Xian smiled smugly. As long as he had enough secret realms of fortune, he wouldn't need to leave his house. His successors would be all over the world. Moreover, every successor could not betray him. Even if a successor really wanted to betray him, he could take back his cultivation at any time. Chu Xian smiled and said, "Those who can enter the secret realm of fortune are all people of great luck." Isn't this the protagonist type? Without leaving the house, successors are all over the world. The one behind the scenes, nurturing the chosen ones. It's quite interesting. If any successor dares to betray their master, in an instant, I can take back all his cultivation. I can even take the cultivation and reward it to another successor. Excellent. However, Chu Xian felt that it was not suitable to set it up for the time being. His strength was still a bit weak. If he set it up, it wouldn't have much meaning. He decided to wait another year. Chu Xian thought, there are only 2 days left until a year. I wonder what the reward will be. 2 days later, the system appeared and said, you have been at home for a year. The reward is the Jade Void Immortal Scripture, plus 100 years of cultivation. The technique and cultivation will be directly infused. The reward made Chu Xian extremely surprised and happy. The Emperor Realm was no longer a worry. The cultivation and technique were immediately infused into his body. Chu Xian leveled up continuously, from the 4th stage of the True Realm to the 8th stage of the True Realm. Chu Xian immediately activated his technique. He was extremely surprised to see his divine soul fly out. That was the fundamental sign of breaking through to the Emperor Realm. It was the transformation of spiritual will condensing into a divine soul. Even if the physical body was destroyed, as long as the divine soul could escape, one could live another life. The divine soul power was dense. It could also communicate with heaven and earth, merging into heaven and earth. It seemed to be building a new, small heaven and earth with itself as the center. In this heaven and earth, everything he said was law. He was the master of the small heaven and earth. The law was supreme. Chu Xian guessed. The rules in the southern region seemed to have been cut off in several places. Perhaps this was the true source of the southern region having no emperor. Or perhaps someone had condensed a divine soul. But because they couldn't merge with the rules, they couldn't build their own small heaven and earth. They could only be considered a half-emperor. Chu Xian sat down and activated his technique again. His divine soul power had merged. It was not the rules of heaven and earth of the southern region, but a vast heaven and earth world. It was a higher-level rule. You can see the forbidden ground of the Chu family's ancestral estate. It is located at the center of the ancestral estate. There is a space deep underground. Sure enough, it's here. This used to be an ancient ruin. The Chu family relied on this place to rise to power, but it seems to have lost its value. Chu Xian then finished constructing his small world. Everything within a 2-mile radius is now his emperor domain. It happens to perfectly cover the Chu family's clan grounds. Chu Xian sensed that those clan elders had broken through again. He figured it was likely due to the influence of his divine soul power. The domain power covering the area leaked a trace of the aura of laws, causing the elders to break through uncontrollably. In the center of the Chu family ancestral estate, there is a precious artifact. It seems about to activate, drawing on the aura of the elders. Chu Xian looked closer and realized it was a communication artifact. It appears to be gathering the aura of Unity Realm experts, then transmitting it to a certain location. He found it quite amusing. The Chu family doesn't have any Unity Realm experts. I'm afraid they are deliberately suppressing their breakthroughs, or the Unity Realm experts who did break through have already left. However, as a junior who isn't taken seriously, he wouldn't have access to such classified secrets. Chu Xian curled his lips. As long as it doesn't affect his stay-at-home lifestyle, it's fine. First, I'll just block the artifact's aura gathering function. The system appeared and said, you have broken through to the Emperor Realm. Reward, Great Luo Heaven Scripture. Great Luo Divine Method plus Great Luo Immortal Scripture. Chu Xian smiled and said, it's the legacy version of the Great Luo Emperor Scripture. Chu Xian immediately accepted the reward, leveling up to the 2nd stage of the Emperor Realm. Once done, he let out a long breath. My 100 years of cultivation were just consumed. Now, my strength is finally sufficient. Southern Region, Desolate Province. He is the only emperor in the Southern Region, unless someone from outside the Southern Region, specifically an Emperor Realm or higher expert, comes here. Otherwise, he has nothing to fear in the Southern Region. Now, Chu Xian doesn't need to worry about the evil king court anymore. If a cultist comes, he'll kill one. If 2 come, he'll kill a pair. Little Hay pressed its face against his cheek, acting spoiled. Chu Xian said to it, little kitten, you're about to break through too. You're already at the 9th stage of the Unity Realm, about to break through to the Truth Realm. With your aptitude, breaking through to the Emperor Realm won't actually take much time. He spoke to the spirit-devouring flower and the divine bird. It won't be long before you too break through as well. Once I break through to the Emperor Realm, my power will be sufficient. Chu Xian set a small goal for himself. break through to the heaven realm. He told himself not to be arrogant. Second stage Emperor realm is nothing to brag about. Above the Emperor realm, there is the Venerable realm and the Heaven realm. Chu Xian wants to strive to break through to the Venerable realm within 10 years. The problem shouldn't be too big. With the system's rewards and his cultivation, he can reach it very quickly. The opportunities in the Mystic realm can also be utilized. The laws of heaven and earth in the southern region are slowly recovering. Qin Qiyun, reincarnators, and emperor demons have all appeared. It is foreseeable that the southern region will not remain as balanced as it is now. However, there won't be too much movement within 10 years. Breaking through to the Venerable realm in 10 years. My strength is still sufficient. Inside my domain, I am the ruler. Even a venerable emperor must kneel. The Venerable realm in this world is also an absolute powerhouse. Chu Xian felt incredibly comfortable. Once his strength was sufficient, his days passed much more easily. The only thing missing here is a beautiful maid to work for him. Chu Xian thought about taking out the Mystic realm and temporarily placing it in the courtyard. Maybe it could attract some people with great destiny. If it's a male, I'll take him as a successor. If it's a female, I'll take her as a maid. After all, he needs someone by his side to listen to orders and work for him. Zhang Kuei and Tong Qian are evil cultivators, after all. They aren't presentable. Moreover, their talents are merely average. After calculating back and forth, Chu Xian decided to place the Mystic realm right at his doorstep. Even if he doesn't activate it, it will still attract people with luck. Another period of time passed. Chu Xian has stayed home for a year and a day. Reward: a box of Emperor Profound pills. Looking at the box full of pills, Chu Xian exclaimed, as expected of cultivation pills for the Emperor realm. These days are truly blissful for him. He used the Soul Seed mark to call Zhang Kuei over. He appeared very quickly. He asked how Chu Yun was doing. Zhang Kuei replied, in such a short time, Miss Chu Yun has already started refining spirit pills. It's just that the failure rate is a bit high. Chu Xian gave Zhang Kuei a portion of Emperor Realm power, along with some spirit pills and an alchemy manual. He told him to give them to Chu Yun. He also noticed that Zhang Kuei had broken through to the Unity Realm. Zhang Kuei smiled and said it was all thanks to his spirit pills. He added that the Evil King Court has a rule. Any evil cultivator who breaks through to the Unity Realm must go to the Evil King Court to serve. Without permission, they cannot leave the Evil King Court. The main purpose is to gather strong experts, to deal with threats. Chu Xian calmly said 2 words, easy enough. At this moment, a mysterious figure appeared at the Evil King Palace, observing. The guards at the gate were chatting while keeping watch. It's been a month since Kun Wu bravely stormed the Evil King Palace, but they still haven't found the person behind it. They think this Kun Wu was nearing the end of his lifespan and went senile, wanting fame, so he stormed the Evil King Palace. Another soldier said, Kun Wu really is famous now, not just in the evil cultivator circle, but even among other forces. Even the entire cultivation world of the southern region knows the fierce man who stormed the Evil King Palace. Just then, another elder rushed towards them. It was Fan Kai. Fan Kai didn't say a word. He directly ended a soldier's life. He seems to be a fanatical fan of Kun Wu. He also wanted to charge into the sacred ground of evil cultivators. He wanted to see the scenery of the Evil King Palace. The other soldiers stared in shock, thinking this old man must be crazy. He just laughed and said, I am Fan Kai, the second evil cultivator in 1,000 years to storm the Evil King Palace. I die with no regrets. Huh? The soldier shouted, bastard, and rushed at him. Fan Kai calmly prepared to take the hit. He said he wasn't even an evil cultivator. In his whole life, he only admired Brother Kun Wu's courage. Then Fan Kai self-destructed, like an oil lamp flaring up before extinguishing. Hearing this, the evil king was speechless. He thought angrily, another one came? Did they cultivate until they went insane? Not long after, 3 more people arrived. It was the Ghost Mountain Trio. They said they also wanted to storm the Evil King Palace today, dying with no regrets. They heard the Evil King's majesty could not be provoked. Today, the Ghost Mountain Trio wants to test that. The soldiers were panicked once again. These people really don't want to live anymore. The Ghost Mountain Trio didn't have much lifespan left. Breakthrough was hopeless. The soldiers cursed the Ghost Mountain Trio for being insolent. Do you really think the Evil King's guards are easily bullied? Saying that, he swung his fist at them. The outcome was very predictable. The Ghost Mountain trio directly self-destructed. The guard was stunned. They self-destructed as soon as they arrived? Are they crazy? Such events kept happening. Finally, the guard had to report to the evil king. Recently, evil cultivators have been storming the evil king palace every now and then. The evil king gritted his teeth in anger. They truly have no respect. Do they think the evil king palace is a place they can come and go as they please? The challenge of storming the evil king palace seemed to have become a trendy gene among evil cultivators, to the point where there were several people waiting outside for their turn. Do you know who my daddy is? Let me tell you. The one storming the evil king palace is my senior brother. So, it wasn't just old men unable to break through who participated. Even young people got swept up in it. You guys watch from here. I'm charging into the evil king palace. He was proudly about to announce his name. Suddenly, a black palm shadow covered the sky above his head, and a loud shout rang out, "Die!" The evil king couldn't hold back and directly used a palm strike to end that evil cultivator's life. The crowd that wanted to storm the palace just moments ago screamed to each other to flee. Run. The evil king made his move. However, someone was still grinning. I'm not afraid. Let me tell you, the one slapped to death by the evil king personally was my brother. What? He was your brother? Respect. That guy said that forcing the evil king to personally strike is the mark of a true brave warrior. The evil king was speechless, extremely helpless. He wondered if a new evil cultivation technique had appeared that causes people, after practicing it, to have brain problems. Why are there so many lunatics? It's all that Kun Wu's fault. As for Chu Xian, after placing the mystic realm for 2 months with no one appearing, he wondered, are there no people with great destiny in the southern region? Or are the people with great destiny too far away? Will it take a long time for them to get here? The system appeared, rewarding Chu Xian for staying home, yet causing a trend in the evil cultivator world with a single thought. Reward. Myriad Heaven's Mirror. Question marks immediately appeared above Chu Xian's head. He guessed this must be related to Kun Wu. He just didn't know exactly what Kun Wu had done. Why did it cause a trend? This is the disadvantage of having no intelligence network. Chu Xian looked at his own reflection in the Myriad Heaven's Mirror. This mirror can randomly connect to 10,000 realms. It can transport items, but temporarily, it cannot transport living beings. To do that requires strength at the heaven realm. It can be used 3 times a day. It can locate 3 places or living beings. After locating, the located place can be checked at any time. The mark will move with the living being. The location moves with them. Chu Xian was eager to try it once. A dazzling light appeared. Before Chu Xian's eyes was a scene of 2 brothers sitting together. One was leaning against a tree, looking in extreme pain. However, the injured one suddenly stood up with a knife and stabbed his brother to death. He did it because of his ambition to monopolize the treasure. Sorry, brother. Your talent is better than mine, but I'm not resigned to this. I'll take your storage bag. But while he was gloating, a heavenly evil tiger suddenly appeared behind him. Ugh. Knowing his strength was only at the 9th stage of the profound realm, and that heavenly evil tiger was at the 7th stage of the heavenly spirit realm. He thought he was doomed. Then, Chu Xian's mysterious projection appeared. The guy hurriedly begged him for help. Chu Xian was still confused, because he didn't expect to encounter a drama of a brother stabbing another in the back and killing to steal treasure on his very first try. But then he calmed down. He told the guy not to panic, then taught him an easy way to overcome the level gap and kill the heavenly evil tiger. The guy urged him to teach it quickly. Chu Xian said, "Wait for the tiger to pounce on you. Hold the knife with both hands. Slide directly under its belly. Raise the knife and stab into its stomach. Then slice open its belly and take out its liver. Remember, for all demon beasts, the belly is definitely one of their weakest points." The guy asked in panic, "Senior, will that work?" He replied, "Don't worry. This is a surprise attack on an unguarded enemy. You will definitely be able to kill it in one slash." With this venerable one watching, how could anything go wrong? The villainous guy thought to himself, "Senior is testing me, right? It must be so." The heavenly evil tiger pounced with immense ferocity. He held up the knife. His whole body was trembling. He tried to reassure himself to stay calm. With Senior watching, there's no need to fear. Ma Kong, this is your opportunity. You must not let Senior down. Ma Kong mustered his courage and shouted, "Die for me. Before 2 seconds had passed, he was swatted away by the heavenly evil tiger. He knelt down and begged Chu Xian to save his life. Chu Xian sighed, commenting that he was truly disappointing. Your hand holding the knife wasn't steady. Your speed wasn't fast enough. You didn't grasp the timing accurately. The guy trembled, saying he knew he was wrong. Please, senior, save me quickly. Chu Xian simply replied coldly. It's too late. This venerable one is thousands of miles away. Transferring power there takes some time. He told the guy not to worry. He would find a way to help him preserve his life. Ma Kong asked what the method was. Please transfer it quickly. Chu Xian told him to kneel down. Bow to the heavenly evil tiger and call it daddy. This is called, even a vicious tiger won't eat its cubs. Ma Kong froze for 2 seconds. Then he lost all dignity and knelt down. Daddy, I'm your son. The heavenly evil tiger paused, thinking to itself. I am female. Daddy my ass. Ma Kong saw it pause and thought it was working. He continued to call out affectionately. Daddy, I'm your son. My name is Ma Tiger. He closed his eyes and thought. Is the heavenly evil tiger's intelligence that low? I called it daddy. Maybe it will really spare me? The heavenly evil tiger brought its claws close to his head. Ma Kong didn't dare breathe loudly. The heavenly evil tiger saw he was too stupid and didn't even want to touch him. It turned its butt to leave. Ma Kong thought. Calling it daddy worked. He was secretly emotional. I finally survived. Then Ma Kong raised his head, waved his hand, and said, Daddy, take care. Your child bids you farewell, Daddy. The heavenly evil tiger looked at him with extremely angry eyes. I told you I'm a female tiger. Then it slammed its tail straight into Ma Kong's face. The heavenly evil tiger was no longer merciful. It directly tore him into 100 pieces. While it was frantically tearing him apart, Chu Xian's afterimage appeared. He asked where this was. The heavenly evil tiger roared and said, This is the northern region. Chu Xian was slightly surprised. The connection this time was to the northern region. He immediately let go. It consumes too much spiritual power. Chu Xian wiped his sweat, exhausted. Below the Emperor Realm, one basically cannot activate the myriad heavens mirror. Even at the Emperor Realm, one cannot sustain it for long. He replenished himself with a spirit pill. Then he sat down to circulate his energy. A few hours later, Chu Xian opened the myriad heavens mirror once again. A scene of rippling water appeared. Seeing there were no fish, he was extremely disappointed and changed the channel. Playing alone for a while, Chu Xian felt incredibly bored. At least give me an expert to scam a little bit. Bathing in divine light inside this mirror, I looked top tier at first glance. The next scene that appeared was a wall. An extremely ancient wall. Seeing that this place was a bit strange, Chu Xian dropped a spirit herb to test it out. The lush green spirit herb instantly turned into dry grass. Chu Xian was confused. Why is the death chi here so dense? Could it be some mystic realm? Or a tomb? At this moment, he was startled to see someone inside. Behind that door was a skinny, bald, old man sitting in cultivation. His eyes were completely white as he looked up and asked Chu Xian's projection, Who are you? Chu Xian put on an act and said, This venerable one patrols the myriad heavens and realms. I happened to pass by this place. The bald old man was slightly surprised. Myriad heavens and realms? Chu Xian asked if he didn't know the myriad heavens and realms. He replied, I have never heard of it. I only know the 9 domains and 50 provinces. Chu Xian smiled, thinking to himself, the 9 domains and 50 provinces is probably the division of this world. I wonder which domain the southern region belongs to in the 9 domains. Chu Xian said to the old man, The 9 domains and 50 provinces is merely a desolate corner of the myriad heavens and realms. It counts for nothing. The old man pondered deeply. How prosperous must the vast lands of the myriad heavens and realms be? The person before me is bathed in divine light. Unfathomable. One look, and you know he's a terrifyingly scary expert. The place I am in, even a heaven realm expert, could not possibly connect to and enter. Chu Xian also looked at him and thought, this person has probably been eroded by death chi. His aura is still extremely powerful, far surpassing the Emperor realm. But the other party seems trapped in this place, unable to escape. The old man asked Chu Xian, How can one go to the myriad heavens and realms? He replied bluntly, Your strength is too weak. You do not have the qualifications to know. The old man retorted, Impossible. Rin Chanha, am trapped in this place. But I am at the peak of the heaven realm. In the 9 domains and 50 provinces. I am considered a top-tier expert. How can I not have the qualifications to know? Chu Xian thought. Even a peak heaven realm expert is trapped in this place. It seems extremely non-trivial. If I could recruit a peak heaven realm servant, that would be great. To plant a soul seed mark. I can only make him accept it willingly. He decided to continue scamming him. Then he called him a frog in the well. He added, the peak heaven realm you speak of is merely a tiny king realm in the myriad heavens and realms. Perhaps you don't understand. Where the king realm stands in the hierarchy of the myriad heavens and realms. Today I will tell you, is equivalent to the unity realm in this lower domain. So, does a unity realm junior of this world have the qualifications to participate in the affairs of the heaven realm? Rin Changhe was stunned. Only equivalent to the unity realm? The old man closed his eyes and thought, how strong are these myriad heavens and realms? No wonder the 9 domains and 50 provinces are just a desolate, remote corner. Chu Xian then asked how long it took him to cultivate to this realm. He said, 10,000 years. Chu Xian continued to deceive him. Do you know that in the myriad heavens and realms, cultivating to the king realm in 100 years, which is your heaven realm, is considered mediocre aptitude? No, in the myriad heavens and realms. Only reaching the heaven realm in 10 years is worthy of being called a heaven's chosen. Rin Changhe was shocked. He said he used to be the Changhe heavenly venerable, with illustrious fame, a genius of his generation. Turns out he's just trash. Chu Xian scolded him. Frog in the well, not knowing the vastness of the earth. Truly pitiful. Rin Changhe asked what cultivation level Chu Xian was. He smirked, thinking, the first step of deceiving him is successful. Chu Xian replied, what do you do if you know? The gap between you and this venerable one is like the difference between the mortal realm and the heaven realm. Rin Changhe immediately implored him to save him from this place. Chu Xian said, this place is a bit special. For you, misfortune and fortune are 2 sides of the same coin. If you can comprehend the profound mystery within, you might be able to break through the bottleneck. Rin Changhe just bowed his head in sorrow. He has been trapped here for over 100,000 years. From beginning to end, he couldn't comprehend the mystery. Instead, he was eroded by death chi. Death, I'm afraid, is not far away. He asked him, since it was dangerous. Why did he barge in? Do you know what place this is? He said, this is the desolate ancient zone. Fallen God Cave. Countless experts have sought the Fallen God Cave in the desolate ancient zone. All of them died, unable to escape. Initially, the old man also thought he could escape. The result was being trapped here. Chu Xian said, since we have met, then it is fate. This venerable one will give you a pointer. Death chi is not necessarily dead energy. Life chi is not necessarily living energy. Life and death cycle and transform. You can enter the great Tao and escape. You might be able to break through the bottleneck. Rin Changhe listened and kept muttering Chu Xian's words, then asked, what kind of opportunity is in the Fallen God Cave? Where's the opportunity? He raised his eyes, looking pleadingly at Chu Xian, but he just told him to comprehend it. Don't ask for the answer before you've comprehended it. Everyone's Tao is different. You've been trapped for 100,000 years. What is there to be impatient about? This venerable one sees that you won't die for another 1,000 years. So what's the rush? Rin Changhe said Chu Xian's lecture was correct. And he asked himself, what am I rushing for? If even I cannot comprehend this world, who can? The old man thanked Chu Xian for the pointer. Then he sat silently, circulating energy and thinking. Chu Xian thought to himself, first step complete. The next step is to solve the problem of death chi erosion. If that works, taking him as a servant or disciple won't be an issue. A servant might be a bit difficult. A registered disciple shouldn't be a big problem. The key is that when planting the soul seed mark, he cannot have any rebellious psychology. Otherwise, with his strength, even a hint of resistance will prevent the soul seed mark from being planted. Chu Xian told him, comprehend it well. This venerable one will continue patrolling the myriad realms. I hope that when I visit you again, you will have comprehended it. Chu Xian closed the myriad heavens mirror. Rin Changhe bowed his head. Farewell, senior. At this moment, behind his back, a mark had appeared. He snapped his fingers to turn off the myriad heavens mirror. Chu Xian breathed a sigh of relief. The positioning mark of the Myriad Heavens mirror couldn't be detected even by a peak Heaven Realm expert. As expected of a system product, the system appeared again, rewarding Chu Xian for deceiving Rin Changhe across realms. Yin Yang Union Spirit Chapter. Chu Xian smiled. Sure enough, there's a reward. He reached out to catch the new technique book. Peek into the Yin Yang Great Tao. Life and Death Cycle. Reversing Death Chi becomes Life Force. Transforming Life Force becomes Death Chi. If Rin Changhe cultivates this technique, not only can he resolve the immediate crisis, he can also break through the bottleneck. Even peek into the Yin Yang Great Tao. Chu Xian immediately read the Yin Yang Union Spirit Chapter. The pages flipped rapidly. After a while, Chu Xian finished reading. The Yin Yang Great Tao is unfathomably profound. Life and death interchange. Once cultivated successfully, one's strength will be super strong. At the same time, one won't die easily. Originally, he was thinking of a way to resolve the death chi. With this Yin Yang Union Spirit Chapter, recruiting Rin Changhe is no longer a big issue. Chu Xian smiled cunningly. I must make him sincerely believe and have no resistance to plant the soul seed mark. As long as the soul seed mark is planted, even if he realizes something is wrong later, it won't matter. The Myriad Heavens mirror cannot be used anymore today. Moreover, I can't find Rin Changhe again so quickly. I must give him some time to comprehend. Chu Xian took the opportunity to cultivate. Death Chi constantly radiated from Chu Xian's body, making his pets extremely confused. Little Hay thought its master was about to kick the bucket and smiled smugly. Hey, is he finally dying? In the future, this courtyard will be this great lord's world. Chu Xian chanted incessantly. Reversing death is life. Transforming life is death. Life and death cycle without stopping. The death chi on his body turned into dense life chi. Lil Hay meowed, damn. Why is he alive again? What a bummer. A few days later, after several uses of the Myriad Heavens mirror without finding a single person, Chu Xian felt extremely bored. He snapped his fingers to turn off the Myriad Heavens mirror. Chu Xian complained. For days, it's just been endless yellow sand, rough ocean waves, animal world, uninhabited islands. Meanwhile, in the ZU Kingdom, the evil cult branch leader was in extreme agony. Ugh, why? Clearly, I was heavily injured. Shouldn't I be praised? But now, the higher-ups not only sent an envoy, but also raised an army to punish me. He cried tears of blood. I can only blame Kuan Wu. Moreover, the incident happened while I was employing him. If Lord Evil King investigates the motive, I definitely won't escape implication. He angrily picked up the blood bead. I absolutely cannot let this situation happen. I must take the initiative to strike. The Chu family. It's all the Chu family's fault. At Black Moon Tower, a bell rang, signaling a new order received. Wan Chong opened the paper to look. It turned out to be a commission from Hu Xian of the ZU Kingdom. 1,000 spirit crystals? That much. Investigate the terrain and defensive layout of the Chu family's ancestral land. Wan Chong was confused. Even the exiled cult leader of the Qin Kingdom wouldn't spend such huge capital on the Chu family. Does Hu Xian have some deep hatred for the Chu family? But then Wan Chong clicked his tongue. Forget it. Black Moon Tower's reputation is most important. Then he waved his hand to call someone over. Chu Xian was extremely excited at this moment, because finally an expert had come looking. It was a venerable realm expert from the West region, named Du Yuan. Du Yuan thanked Chu Xian for the guidance. He also said Senior should remember to visit him. Chu Xian used the Myriad Heavens mirror to give him a mark, so he could find him anytime. Chu Xian also tricked Du Yuan into revealing a few things. The southern region belongs to the northern domain of the 9 domains. Du Yuan is also from the northern domain. He has no background. He is an enshrined expert for some family in the west region. The Myriad Heavens mirror has 1 mark left. Must use it carefully. All 3 marks have been used. To locate again, he must retract a mark. But currently, whether it's Rin Changhe or Du Yuan, he can't retract the marks yet. At this moment, he suddenly realized someone had arrived at the Chu family. Moreover, not someone from the evil cult. Second stage spirit realm, equipped with aura concealing and invisibility gear, and a type of probing spirit tool. All high-end goods. The Chu family probably couldn't produce these. He thought to himself, is this an intelligence spy from Black Moon Tower? Chu Xian smiled cunningly. He was just annoyed about not having a capable follower. Might as well go subdue Black Moon Tower. Since you delivered yourself to my door, I won't be polite. But this is a commission from the evil cult to probe the Chu family's clan grounds. Chu Xian asked himself, why would the evil cult let the Chu family go? The spy was observing from a distance. He wasn't far from the position of a lead intelligence officer. Wait until this job is done. He can get a promotion and a raise. Then he can go back to his hometown and marry a wife. He also told himself to be careful. Absolutely cannot reveal his identity as a Black Moon Tower intelligence officer. If necessary, commit suicide. After observing for a while, he realized the layout of the Chu family clan grounds was unusual. A large tree planted independently on a small mound of earth, and a guard who looks like an idiot. They even dug a sewer. Moreover, he also wondered, when did the Chu family clan grounds get such a large mountain? Something is wrong. Clearly, from outside the clan grounds, no large mountain was visible. According to intelligence, the surroundings of the Chu family clan grounds are only about 12 miles. Inside, Chu Xian smiled very smugly. The methods of an Emperor Realm expert. How could a mere Spirit Realm practitioner possibly detect them? First, I'll just trap him here. Since the Black Moon Tower has accepted the commission, they will definitely see it through. Otherwise, their reputation would be damaged. If one intelligence agent gets trapped here, they'll just send a stronger one. If I keep fishing like this, I'll eventually catch a big fish. At the Black Moon Tower, 3 days had passed, and Wan Chong still hadn't received any response from his agent. He was getting extremely anxious. Could something have happened? Or is the Chu family's ancestral land lax on the outside, but tightly guarded on the inside? Perhaps a thorough investigation just requires more time. The commission must be completed quickly. Only then can we demonstrate the capabilities of the Black Moon Tower. Wan Chong felt that something was amiss, regardless of whether the mission is completed or not. After receiving an order, one must report their progress. He suspected, could the Chu family have the ability to capture Xiao Gu? Although Xiao Gu isn't an elite intelligence agent, he's a seasoned veteran. Wan Chong ordered his subordinate to dispatch an elite agent to carry out the mission. At the same time, they would investigate what happened to Xiao Gu. What on earth happened? Just as the agent left, Hu Quan arrived. Hu Quan questioned Wan Chong. It's been so long since I commissioned the Black Moon Tower. Is there still no result? Wan Chong replied, Cult Master Hu, rest assured. The Black Moon Tower operates on one principle, reliability. Just wait another 2 or 3 days, and you will have your results. Hu Quan said, the Black Moon Tower has always prided itself on efficiency. Investigating the layout of an ancestral land for the Black Moon Tower shouldn't be a difficult task. I hope Tower Master Wan can complete the mission quickly. I will wait another 3 days. If there are no results, I will cancel the mission. Wan Chong said, Cult Master Hu, don't worry. Everything will be handled properly. Just wait with peace of mind. He spoke confidently, but after Hu Quan left, Wan Chong immediately fell into a state of anxiety. If the commission is canceled due to efficiency issues, leading the client to withdraw, my performance will definitely be affected. The promotion assessment is just around the corner. I can't let anything go wrong. He then quickly urged his men to carry out the mission. By midnight, Wan Chong, personally masked, stealthily approached the Chu family estate. He hid behind a bush, extremely anxious because both of his elite spies had vanished without a trace. This time, he would take action himself. He wanted to see what secrets the Chu family was hiding. He said, for me, the Tower Master, to personally take action is enough to make you Chu family proud. For 30 years, he had been waiting for a chance at promotion. He couldn't afford any mistakes. Not at this critical juncture. Today, even if the Heavenly King himself came, he couldn't stop me from getting this intelligence. But things weren't as easy as he thought. The moment Wan Chong jumped into Chu Xian's courtyard, he was beaten to a pulp by him. He begged, I'll tell you everything. Please stop hitting me. Chu Xian asked, are you the Tower Master of the Black Moon Tower in Chu County? Wan Chong replied, yes, I am. He then asked him, what business do you have in my family's ancestral land? Who commissioned you? Wan Chong immediately confessed that Hu Quan had paid a large sum for a map of the Chu family's terrain and defensive layout. Chu Xian was very puzzled. Hu Quan is the leader of the evil cult in the Ziyue Kingdom. When did my Chu family provoke such a figure? He then asked Wan Chong, has the evil cult made any moves recently? Wan Chong replied, recently, there's a person named Koen Wu. He's been causing a lot of trouble. He started a trend, leading a bunch of lunatics from the evil cult. They take pride in storming the evil king's palace. Chu Xian cursed inwardly. Damn it. Storming the leader's office is something to be proud of? This evil cult is truly twisted. He continued to question Wan Chong. And what's the situation with your Black Moon Tower? Spill it. After some interrogation, Chu Xian learned that there were many levels of Tower Masters. Wan Chong was a regular bronze-ranked Tower Master. His superior was the main supervisor of the Qin Kingdom, an elite Tower Master. He asked him, and above that, Wan Chong replied, I don't know. We can only contact our direct superiors and subordinates. We can't skip ranks to meet them. Chu Xian asked him, after your promotion, you'll be the supervisor of the Qin Kingdom, right? What conditions must be met? He replied, performance, ability, or strength. Chu Xian remarked, quite strict, huh? He then handed him a bottle of pills, enough for him to break through to the Unity realm with a month of diligent cultivation. Even reaching the second level of the Unity realm wouldn't be a problem. Wan Chong, with tears and snot streaming down his face, earnestly thanked his new master. Chu Xian told him not to be so formal. With the soul seal, you are now one of my people. From now on, if you have any intelligence, send someone over. Wan Chong immediately complied. He then asked, what should I do about Hu Quan? Should I find someone to kill him? Chu Xian said, no need. Do not interfere with any of Hu Quan's actions. None whatsoever. Give him a map and a defensive layout. The reason he did this was because he was curious to see what this Hu Quan was up to. He also told Wan Chong, when the time comes, you must make Hu Quan pass by this small courtyard. It's a good opportunity to probe him. Wan Chong clasped his hands and, with a wide grin, praised Chu Xian's brilliance. I will go and make the arrangements immediately. Wan Chong then turned and left. As for Chu Xian, because he stayed home, didn't go out, and kept a low profile, while secretly taking control of the Black Moon Tower in Chu County, he was rewarded with the crafting method for the parent-child communication talismans. This new reward rather surprised him. Parent-child communication talismans. Using the parent talisman as the core, the child talismans can be used to exchange information. The parent talisman is the main control hub, able to receive and monitor all information and movements of every child talisman. One parent talisman can create hundreds of child talismans. The higher the crafting level, the more child talismans can be created. The lowest grade parent-child communication talismans can communicate within a range of 30,000 miles. Chu Xian said, not bad. This is perfect. I can craft them for the Black Moon Tower's intelligence network. As long as the parent talisman is in my hands, I can control all the information from the child talismans. He had also heard that the Black Moon Tower currently used demonic beasts for communication. If I could sell some to a few major powers, they wouldn't know about the existence of the parent talisman. Then I could control the intelligence of an entire sect in one go. But first, Chu Xian had to craft a set to test. Crafting them wasn't difficult, but mass production would be a bit tedious. Chu Xian thought to himself, if I could recruit a disciple with outstanding talent in crafting to make these communication talismans for me, that would be perfect. Once he succeeded in crafting them, he could know everything under the heavens without leaving his home, the secrets of all the sects. The main problem now is this secret realm. For so long, it still hasn't attracted anyone with great destiny. Chu Xian then summoned Xiao Gu. He gave him a few child talismans and told him to deliver them to Wan Chong. Xiao Gu broke out in a cold sweat, realizing that the appearance of these parent-child communication talismans would have a huge impact on intelligence transmission. Chu Xian thought to himself, if the higher-ups of the Black Moon Tower find out about the parent-child communication talismans, it will attract attention. For now, I shouldn't use them widely. Therefore, I'll temporarily give them to a few of Wan Chang's people, so they can send me timely information. The waters of the Black Moon Tower still run a bit deep. My Emperor Realm cultivation is not quite safe enough. After Xiao Gu left, Chu Xian opened the Myriad Heavens Mirror to talk to Du Yuan, and also to enjoy the feeling of being a reclusive senior expert. The moment Chu Xian appeared, Du Yuan said he had a matter he wanted to ask for his guidance on. Du Yuan said, there's a large family in the Western continent. Among their younger generation, there was once a genius. But 3 years ago, he suddenly became crippled. His cultivation stagnated, unable to advance. Not long ago, his engagement was also broken off. Chu Xian thought to himself, why does this sound like a main character's backstory? Did he also shout something like, 30 years east, 30 years west, do not bully a poor young man? Du Yuan continued, that genius's father, in order to heal his injuries, went out to search for medicine and disappeared. The genius suffered humiliation within the family. Finally, 3 days ago, the genius suddenly erupted. Take those geniuses who humiliated him, press them into the ground, and arrogantly say he wants to leave the clan. That clan issued a kill order. As long as the genius is killed, there will be a generous reward. Du Yuan's family was a bit tempted and discovered the genius's tracks, but they still haven't taken action. They don't know what the best course of action is. Chu Xian thought, this genius is truly not simple. Maybe his surname is Shao, fire release? He even brings an old grandpa along with him. People with this kind of protagonist aura don't die easily. He told Du Yuan not to get involved. Otherwise, disaster will strike. Du Yuan asked him, how can you be sure there will be disaster? Chu Xian replied, from genius to trash, then from trash to genius. There must be a secret within. Chu Xian told him to just wait and see. Those who participate in the extermination will not have a good ending, especially those famous heavens chosen outside, who participate in the extermination will eventually die or be crippled. Du Yuan clasped his hands and said he would definitely listen to Senior and tell the family not to interfere. Chu Xian thought, should I set up a mystic realm in the northern region? He had a premonition. That genius will soon become famous throughout the northern region. Rising super fast. Very quickly, half a month passed. Chu Xian was depressed because the evil cult of Ziyu Kingdom, after getting the map of the Chu family ancestral hall, had made no movement. So he sought out Du Yuan to chat again. Upon meeting, Du Yuan thanked Chu Xian for stopping his family from participating in the extermination. That genius swept away enemies from all directions. The nearby heavens chosen are almost all dead. He spoke to Chu Xian again. Recently, I plan to go on a long journey to prepare for the ancient demon war battlefield. Seeing Chu Xian slightly surprised, Du Yuan said, the ancient demon war battlefield is in the southern region. It will definitely open within 10 years. Chu Xian thought, Du Yuan wants to participate in fighting for the mystic realm opportunities? A mystic realm that even a venerable realm expert covets is definitely not simple. Chu Xian then told Du Yuan, in the ancient times of the southern region, a great war broke out between humans and demons, causing the earth veins of the southern region to collapse. The laws became incomplete, but now, signs of life have recovered. Once fully recovered, the ancient demon war battlefield will reappear. Du Yuan said he planned to go to the southern region to set up, and perhaps seize a bit of preemptive opportunity in the ancient demon war battlefield. Chu Xian thought in panic. Not yet. Before I level up my strength, I can't let him come there. Thinking this, he said to Du Yuan, if you want to go to the southern region to seize the initiative, you need to level up your cultivation. Du Yuan said the earth veins of the southern region had collapsed. The laws are incomplete. Inheritance is missing. There probably aren't even any Emperor Realm experts. Chu Xian raised his voice and scolded him for being stupid. Knowing one thing, but not the other, he asked him, the earth veins of the southern region, why did they collapse? Why are the laws incomplete? Du Yuan replied, it was due to the fighting of experts, caused by the Great War. Chu Xian retorted, since that is the case, can this kind of expert view the earth veins? And laws is nothing? Arrogant. Du Yuan seemed to wake up and exclaimed, above the heaven realm. Chu Xian took this opportunity to straighten him out. He said, although you are stupid, you still have some merit. Not completely hopeless yet. He also asked him if the heaven realm is muddying the waters of the southern region. Do you feel you should go? Du Yuan respectfully thanked Chu Xian, saying if not for Chu Xian, he feared he would have gone and never returned. Chu Xian said, it's fine. Our meeting is fate. I hope you can focus on your cultivation. That is all for today. Until we meet again. Du Yuan bowed to send Chu Xian off. Chu Xian smiled smugly for tricking him once again. He snapped his fingers to turn off the myriad heavens mirror, although he stopped Du Yuan from coming to the southern region. The experts who know this news are definitely not just him alone. He needs to quickly level up his cultivation. But keeping a backup plan is also very important. I still have one connection opportunity today. Chu Xian pointed at the myriad heavens mirror and opened a connection to Ren Zhonghe. The moment it opened, Chu Xian was extremely disappointed to see the withered apple, Ren Zhonghe, lying on the ground on the verge of death. Seeing Chu Xian, the old man reached out his hand and weakly begged for help. The foolish old man still hadn't figured out the mystery. Instead, he had lost 200 years of his lifespan. Chu Xian found this scene somewhat familiar. It seemed like he had seen it in a movie in his past life. Chu Xian sighed and said, "Well, our meeting is also fate. I will temporarily accept you as a nominal disciple under my banner. Are you willing?" Ren Zhonghe bowed repeatedly and said, "Disciple is willing." Chu Xian told him, "Even as a nominal disciple, you must follow me, your master, on patrols of the myriad heavens and worlds. But your cultivation is still lacking." He then gave him a soul seal, making an exception to allow him to travel the myriad worlds. "You can absorb this into your divine soul." Ren Zhonghe accepted the mark, his eyes wide with astonishment. Chu Xian chuckled to himself. "It seems I've taken advantage of him, but he's not losing out either. With this Yin-Yang Divine Union chapter, not only will he escape his 1,000-year death tribulation, but reaching the peak of the heaven realm will only be a matter of time." The system then appeared. It rewarded Chu Xian for accepting a disciple across realms without leaving his house. The reward was 100 years of cultivation and the 100 refinements Divine Soul Art, middle volume. This time, breaking through to the venerable realm was within Chu Xian's grasp. The 100 refinements Divine Soul Art was an essential item. It could enhance his divine soul cultivation. But first, Chu Xian had to deal with the matter at hand. Chu Xian told Ren Zhonghe he would transmit the Yin-Yang Divine Union chapter to him. When you achieve mastery in your cultivation, you will have the cycle of life and death, reversing death into life, transforming life into death. You will be able to glimpse the great Tao of Yin and Yang. Ren Zhonghe clasped his hands and thanked him. Chu Xian told him to listen carefully. Then, a stream of characters was poured into his mind. Ren Zhonghe thought to himself, "Master is truly a divine being. This cultivation technique and the method to solve my fate." Chu Xian then asked him how much he had comprehended. Ren Zhonghe said he was foolish and had understood less than 10%. Chu Xian was shocked. 10%? I don't feel anything. Is this Yin-Yang Divine Union chapter that difficult to comprehend? A peak heaven realm expert. His comprehension ability shouldn't be that poor. Could it be that this Yin-Yang Divine Union chapter is even more profound than I thought? Seeing his master's silence, Ren Zhonghe thought, could it be that Chu Xian regrets accepting me as a disciple? Chu Xian then said, "I will explain it to you. Refining death chi is the mystery of life force." Ren Zhonghe clasped his hands in thanks, his face filled with eager anticipation. Chu Xian said, "Refining death chi into life force. First he got that far and then fell silent. Being a master was indeed not as easy as he thought. Chu Xian then told him to cultivate and comprehend on his own for now. Ren Zhonghe willingly saw him off. The old man said to himself, "I was once the top prodigy of the 9 regions and 50 continents. I promised myself I would not lose to anyone. I will not disappoint Master." Ren Zhonghe then began to cultivate seriously. Chu Xian claimed his reward and immediately leveled up continuously. Soon, he reached the 5th level of the spirit realm. The higher the cultivation, the slower the cultivation speed. With the new cultivation years, he broke through 3 levels. Reading the technique scroll, he saw that the middle volume of the 100 refinements Divine Soul Art, compared to the upper volume, added more techniques, Divine Soul Defense and Attack. The Spear of the Divine Soul. This spear does not harm the physical body, only the divine soul. It's for defensive purposes. Chu Xian was troubled because the divine soul refinement diagram he received as a reward before was no longer very effective. He wondered when he would get a new one. He took out the parent talisman and contacted Wan Chong. Chu Xian asked him, "Intelligence related to the ancient demon battlefield and the outer continents. Are there any powerful experts coming to the southern continent?" He then ordered him to pay attention to whether any experts above the Emperor realm from the Black Moon Tower were coming to the southern continent. Wan Chang immediately complied. Chu Xian was still not satisfied because Wan Chang's position in the Black Moon Tower was ultimately too low. He had to expand further. Take control of the Black Moon Tower. Once Wan Chang is promoted to an elite Tower Master and controls the operations in the Qin Kingdom, he would start fishing for bigger fish. Controlling the Black Moon Tower was only a matter of time. Soon, Chu Xian's parent talisman received a signal, but the result was, with Wan Chang's current authority, he had no way to investigate intelligence related to the Black Moon Tower itself. Chu Xian's face darkened. As expected, he ordered Wan Chang to get promoted to an elite Tower Master as soon as possible. He would give him a Soul Seed seal. Then he told him to find a bronze-ranked Tower Master above him. Chu Xian thought, fortunately, there's still some time before the ancient demon battlefield opens. For now, no experts from the outer continents will come here. I can still hold on for a while. I must increase my strength. I need to go guide Du Yuan and run Zhonghe a bit. Leave myself a way out. After that, Miao Xiong, a bronze-ranked Tower Master of the Black Moon Tower, came to see Chu Xian. He addressed Chu Xian as Master, but inwardly he was cursing. Wan Chang had made him be controlled by a Soul Seed seal. There was no way to resist. Chu Xian asked Miao Xiong if he knew about the ancient demon battlefield. Miao Xiong replied that he did not. Chu Xian thought to himself, as expected, the intelligence level of the ancient demon battlefield is not low. Even bronze-ranked Tower Masters don't have access to it. Chu Xian used the same old trick again. He gave a Soul Seed seal to Miao Xiong and told him to go control the silver-ranked Tower Master. As long as they weren't an Emperor Realm expert, they couldn't resist. Miao Xiong obediently complied, but he thought to himself, this is bad. It seems something is about to happen to the Black Moon Tower. The silver-ranked Tower Master, Fan Xiao, arrived very quickly. But the result was the same. He didn't know anything about the ancient demon battlefield. Inwardly, Fan Xiao was also cursing Miao Xiong for tricking him. Chu Xian started to get annoyed. Even a silver-ranked Tower Master hasn't come into contact with intelligence related to the ancient demon battlefield. What kind of system does the Black Moon Tower have? Fan Xiao then briefly explained the Black Moon Tower system to him. Chu Xian took out another soul seal and told him to find his superior, the gold-ranked Tower Master. Fan Xiao obediently agreed, but his heart felt like it was being drenched in a downpour. Something is about to happen to the Black Moon Tower. The gold-ranked Tower Master of the Black Moon Tower was summoned. Chu Xian blushed as he looked at her. It's a woman? And she's a good person. No, her presence is very grand. Chu Xian asked her, how many gold-ranked Tower Masters are there in the southern continent? She replied, there are 3. But inwardly, she was furious, silently cursing that damn Fan Xiao. However, she had to admit that this young man's methods were truly formidable. Probably no one could detect anything unusual about them. To think that such a figure would appear in the Chu family. Truly terrifying. He then asked her, in the Black Moon Tower, is there an Emperor Realm expert stationed in the southern continent? The gold-ranked Tower Master said, there is a 1-star Tower Master stationed in the southern continent. According to rumors, he is only half a step away from entering the Emperor Realm. Chu Xian thought to himself, so it's possible an Emperor Realm expert exists here. He thought, maybe I should stop here. If it really is an Emperor Realm expert, I'm afraid I won't be able to control them. Once I'm exposed, I won't be able to keep what I've achieved so far. Chu Xian asked her if she knew about the ancient demon battlefield. The gold-ranked Tower Master replied, I know a little. According to legend, in ancient times, the demon clan was rampant. They were incredibly powerful in the mortal world. The ancient demon battlefield was where the demon clan invaded the northern region. In ancient times, it was a battlefield in the southern continent, because this great war caused the collapse of the spiritual veins in the southern continent. The laws became incomplete. Therefore, all the experts above the Emperor Realm at that time left this place. That's also why there are no Emperor Realm experts in the southern continent now. And the ancient demon battlefield, due to the collapse of the spiritual veins, and the incomplete laws, disappeared into a torn spatial rift. According to speculation, when the southern continent's spiritual veins recover and the laws are complete, the ancient demon battlefield will also reappear. It contains many treasures and inheritances, so all the major powers will send people to investigate. Of course, the reappearance of the ancient demon battlefield is still far off. In 20 or 30 years, no major powers will likely enter the southern continent. Chu Xian thought to himself, 20 or 30 years. It seems I still have time to become stronger. But I can't rule out rogue cultivators like Du Yuan coming to the southern continent beforehand. Chu Xian then instructed her to pay close attention at all times. Once an expert above the Emperor realm appears in the southern continent, you must inform me immediately. He gave the gold-ranked Tower Master a child talisman, so they could stay in contact at any time. She immediately accepted it. 2 months later, in his residence, Chu Xian was lying around, bored. In this vast world, can I not find a single suitable maid for myself? Chu Xian? At that moment, he realized someone was coming to deliver his meal. But this feeling, it seems they've changed the person. Chu Xian knew with just one look. This person was a woman disguised as a man. He immediately used the Heaven's secret origin probing art to check her background. The new meal delivery person was named Su Xiener, 16 years old, supreme mystic body with immense destiny, the second daughter of the Su family from the central continent. Because she refused an arranged marriage, she fled the Su family. She mistakenly entered a flawed, ancient transportation array, arrived in the southern continent, and disguised herself to hide in the Chu family, to escape investigation. Chu Xian drooled. She's here. The one with great destiny is here. And she's a woman. Su Xiener was still worried that someone would see through her disguise. She cursed inwardly. That wretched older sister, pushing the engagement she didn't want onto me. And that indecisive father actually agreed. I must cultivate to the Emperor realm here, so when I return, they won't dare to force me anymore. She had already inquired. The job of delivering meals to the useless trash of the Chu family was the most idle. Apart from meal times, the rest of the time could be used for cultivation. But when she saw Chu Xian bathe in divine light, her face, she turned pale. Useless trash? What the? Chu Xian was able to recite her entire background. Su Xiener was so scared she dropped the food basket. She backed away, telling the useless trash not to come near her. Chu Xian just grinned slyly and said, My estate happens to be in need of a maid. Are you willing? Su Xiener stammered, unable to form a coherent sentence. She blushed, thinking this small residence. Isn't this supposed to belong to the useless trash of the Chu family? What's going on? Who is he? Chu Xian continued to speak in a lofty tone. This is your opportunity. You possess the special supreme mystic body, but the cultivation technique you practice cannot bring out the characteristics of this constitution. Under my guidance, becoming a heaven realm expert is a small matter. A terrifying energy blew away Su Xiener's hair tie. She realized she had been exposed. She was also bewildered as to how he knew her background. She didn't know who he was. To be his maid, wouldn't that mean he could do whatever he wanted with her? How could she resist? What would happen if she refused? Would he use force? The supreme mystic body is my constitution. He exposed it with a single sentence. He must be an extremely powerful expert. Is this my opportunity? Chu Xian crossed his arms and said, Being able to come here is your destiny. It is your opportunity. What are you still hesitating for? Unless you think I'm only interested in your beauty. He said that. But inwardly, he was marveling at how beautiful this girl was. Seeing her still hesitant, Chu Xian continued his assault. Don't think that just because you're from the Su family, being my maid is an insult to you. Su Xiener said, It's not that. She then knelt down. Greetings, senior. Chu Xian smiled and said, Very good. From now on, don't call me senior. Call me sir. Su Xiener's eyes twinkled playfully. Sir. In her heart, she also thought Chu Xian was incredibly handsome. If her fiancé had been this handsome, why would she have run away? Chu Xian then told her to stand up. Su Xiener was still lost in her thoughts. She had only been in the southern continent for a few days, and she was already someone else's maid. Moreover, no matter how she looked at Chu Xian, he didn't seem like an old monster. He looked to be only 25 or 26. Chu Xian stayed at home, and a person of great destiny came to him. He gained a maid. The reward was the supreme, immortal art and a secret realm of opportunity. He smirked. As expected, there's a reward. The supreme, immortal art. It's a cultivation technique that suits Su Xiener's supreme, mystic body perfectly. It can bring out the full potential of her supreme, mystic body's talent to the highest degree. Chu Xian then called Su Xiener closer. Su Xian'er shyly approached, her face already flushed red. She thought to herself, it's over. Is he going to do that? My innocence is about to be lost. But Chu Xian said that since she was his maid, he would impart a cultivation technique to her. He placed his hand on Su Xian'er's forehead. The lucky maid then leveled up continuously to the 3rd level of the Void Realm. Su Xian'er realized this was a cultivation technique even higher than the legendary divine arts. Practicing this technique, even reaching the Heaven Realm would not be impossible. Su Xian'er immediately bowed her head. Thank you, sir. Chu Xian gave her a child talisman and a bottle of pills. He said, cultivate diligently. I accepted you as a maid because I want you to handle some trivial matters. Just help me sort through some intelligence. That's all. Su Xian'er was a little disappointed. He accepted her as a maid. Just to have her do some chores? She was hoping for something more exciting. After all, Sir Chu was handsome and powerful. She couldn't refuse him. But Chu Xian was like an old man with no interest in women. He turned away and said, I have transferred an aura concealment technique to you. Even a venerable realm expert won't be able to see through you. Su Xian'er was very displeased. However, in his mind, Chu Xian was smiling and praising her. Beautiful and exceptionally talented. Being an errand runner is very suitable for her. From now on, all matters related to the Black Moon Tower can be handed over to her. He just felt that his current strength was still a bit weak. But that's fine. With her talent, plus cultivating the supreme, immortal art, she would level up very quickly. Su Xian'er picked up the paper. She immediately recognized it as intelligence from the Black Moon Tower. She asked if Chu Xian was a high-ranking member of the Black Moon Tower. Chu Xian said, not at the moment. I've just extended a hand into the Black Moon Tower, that's all. Su Xian'er felt a little worried. The Su family must have commissioned the Black Moon Tower to search for her. Won't I be found here? Chu Xian replied confidently, in this southern continent. The Black Moon Tower will not leak your information. Besides, you can also avoid being exposed. Chu Xian beamed with joy at having an errand runner. He himself would have a much easier time. Continue to dress in disguise like this. You look very pretty. Su Xian'er was annoyed that Chu Xian was treating her like an errand runner. The gold-ranked tower master of the Black Moon Tower slowly walked out at this moment. Seeing her, Su Xian'er anxiously asked Chu Xian who she was. Chu Xian replied, that is one of the gold-ranked tower masters of the Black Moon Tower in the southern continent. Hearing this, Su Xian'er was so startled she knocked over the teapot. She was afraid that the gold-ranked tower master would discover her identity. Chu Xian was drenched in tea from head to toe. He said dismissively, she's one of my people. What are you so nervous about? He then gave Su Xian'er a child talisman and assigned her the task of contacting the gold-ranked tower master from now on. Organize the useful intelligence, and then report it to me. Su Xian'er hesitantly accepted the talisman. Chu Xian, while wiping his head, said she was the most suitable person for the job. It was only a matter of time before Chu Xian controlled the entire intelligence network of the Black Moon Tower in the southern continent. Having Su Xian'er make contact would not only prevent her whereabouts from being exposed, but she could also keep track of the Su family's movements. For her, wasn't this killing 2 birds with 1 stone? After hearing this, Su Xian'er thanked him. Time flies so fast. 2 years have passed. Chu Xian picked up a spirit pill and said, in the past 2 years, Sui has returned twice. Although the quality is still a bit lacking, it's much better than the products from Heavenly Cauldron Mountain. I didn't expect this girl's talent to lie here. His maid, Su Xian'er, came to report to him at this moment. There have been some changes in the Qin family. Chu Xian asked her what those changes were. He had a feeling it was related to Qin Qiyun. The head of the Qin family has stepped down, seemingly forced to. The candidate for the new emperor has not yet been decided. Currently, it is in a state of no leadership. Chu Xian asked Su Xian'er, is that all? Nothing else? Su Xian'er replied, yes. The Black Moon Tower is also investigating the specific situation, but the Zhao He and Chu families currently do not know this information. Chu Xian had already realized that the situation in the Qin kingdom and even the entire southern continent was about to change. The demon was reborn, the soul of a fox demon. But I don't know. In this life, are you human or demon? Within the Qin family, everyone had gathered. Qin Qiyun stood up and shouted, from today onwards, I am the empress of the Qin kingdom and the head of the Qin family. Who objects? Who supports? Below, no one dared to make a sound. Qin Qiyun continued. The ancient demon battlefield is about to open. This is the opportunity for the Qin family to rise. Anyone who does not submit to me, step forward now. As long as you could take one move from me, the position of Qin family head will be yours. Her entire body radiated demonic energy. She said, since no one speaks, that means you all support me. From today onwards, what my Qin family says goes, and what I say in the Qin kingdom goes. She then gave an order. Each person will offer a drop of their essence blood. Open the Qin family's sacrificial altar. Qin Pingy bit her finger. She was the first to offer her blood. The other clan members quickly came forward to drip their essence blood into the bronze bowl. Finally, Qin Qiyun dropped something red into the bowl of blood. The blood, as if it had a life of its own, flowed up the iron pillar behind her. The energy it released made everyone frown and grimace. When the blood had covered the entire pillar, the silhouette of a mysterious man appeared in a flash of purple light. Qin Qiyun immediately knelt down with great reverence. Qiyun pays her respects to the ancestor. The mysterious figure spoke. You have finally come. The members of the Qin family were utterly astonished and stunned. The ancestor, is he still alive? According to legend, the ancestor's strength was heaven-defying. Qin Qiyun then reported to him. The Qin family has weakened, and the Qin kingdom has long since fallen. I, Qiyun, am untalented, but I wish to restore the might of the Qin kingdom. The ancestor reached out and gently stroked her head, saying a single word. His eyes flashed, and at the same time, he projected an infinite amount of mysterious energy into Qiyun's body. By the time Qiyun's entire body was enveloped in that light, the old ancestor had disappeared, leaving behind a deep, smoldering crater in the ground. Qiyun simply commanded, everyone rise. Everyone followed her command and stood up, their mouths still agape. Qin Qiyun's voice rang out clearly. Just now, the ancestor bestowed upon me an inheritance. He wishes to revive the glory of the Qin family. All of you, cultivate diligently. Qin Qiyun pointed towards her mother and said, I will entrust the inheritance technique to Pingy. She will teach it to everyone. Also, recall the Qin family experts from the Great Qian. The Zhao, He, and Chu families were originally subjects of the Qin family. From today onwards, the Qin kingdom will no longer be ruled by 4 great families. Seeing this, Qin Pingy whispered to Qiyun that the Great Qian would probably not let the Qin family experts return. Qin Qiyun calmly replied, It's fine. When I emerge from my seclusion, the Great Qian will agree. 4 hours later, Qin Qiyun descended alone into a dark cellar. She sat on the ground and began to cultivate. Her true form was revealed, a ferocious 9-tailed fox. The laws of the southern continent were incomplete. For Qin Qiyun to advance to the Emperor realm, there was only one way, to rely on the power of the demon fox. In his residence, Chu Xian had also received the news. He said, The Qin family is trying to rebel, recalling their experts from the Great Qian. That's the ruler of the nations of the southern continent. The experts of the 4 great families in the Great Qian, to put it bluntly, are hostages. For the Qin family to be so openly defiant, it seems there's a good show to watch. The system then appeared. It rewarded Chu Xian because his maid, Su Xiener, under his superb teaching methods, had broken through to the Unity realm. The reward was 10 years of cultivation. Chu Xian felt like a withered tree that had been watered after a long drought. He felt extremely happy. He felt he had profited again. He stroked his chin and thought, The technique I taught Renjunga rewarded me with cultivation. Su Xiener's breakthrough also rewarded me with cultivation. After a moment's thought, Chu Xian realized, recruiting disciples is the fastest way to level up my cultivation. Thinking this, Chu Xian let out a sly, hee-hee laugh. Su Xiener, having just broken through, happily ran out to report to Chu Xian. However, he already knew and cut her off. He calmly congratulated her on breaking through to the Unity realm. He also told her not to be arrogant so she could advance further. Su Xiener froze, thinking to herself, How'd he know? Is he that powerful? In the Qin family, strange phenomena filled the sky. Thunder and lightning crashed. A man was being choked by a frenzied hand. Qin Qiyun, in her half-human, half-demon form, smirked and asked him, well, can you release them now? Or is there someone else here who wants to fight me? The Emperor of Great Qian was no match for her. He could only grit his teeth. He glared at her. Suddenly, the sound of squeaking mice echoed from the rooftop. The evil king appeared, smirking. It's quite lively here today. Seeing someone want to join the fun, Qin Qiyun asked the evil king, are you here to fish in troubled waters? The enemy of my enemy is my friend. Today, let's destroy the Great Qian together. But the evil king said, the best scenario for the evil king's court is to capture you all in one fell swoop. Qin Qiyun said, you've answered incorrectly. The evil king charged forward triumphantly. The person who can judge whether I am right or wrong has not yet been born. A flash of lightning split the sky. Just like that, the evil king was defeated. Qin Qiyun arrogantly declared to everyone present, from now on, the Qin kingdom will no longer be subject to the Great Qian. We will no longer send Unity Realm Masters to be hostages. Today, I, Qin Qiyun, declare myself empress here. The next morning, the news of Qin Qiyun declaring herself empress reached Chu Xian. Su Xianer added that Qin Qiyun had brought back the masters of the four families, Qin, Zhao, and Chu, from the Qin kingdom. The intelligence report in Chu Xian's hand also stated that she had single-handedly fought against 10 great masters of the kingdom and injured the evil king. Chu Xian was inwardly alarmed. As expected of a reincarnated fox demon, her cultivation advancement is indeed fast. It seems the era of the four families ruling the Qin kingdom is coming to an end. Su Xianer, however, was quite fascinated by this Qin Qiyun. She even praised her as the empress of the kingdom, so majestic and domineering. Seeing her expression, Chu Xian asked, do you want to be an empress too, Su Xianer? Su Xianer replied, I don't. I just want to be by your side, sir. Chu Xian told Su Xianer to remember, empress, great emperor, these are all empty titles. Strength is what matters most. As long as you are strong enough. An empress, or whatever, can't you suppress them with a single hand? Su Xianer beamed and said Chu Xian was absolutely right. She was about to comment further on Qin Qiyun, but suddenly, Chu Xian heard a noise outside the door. The door opened. The person who entered was Qin Qiyun, with the air of an empress. Chu Xian was startled and asked, what are you doing here? Qin Qiyun replied, today, I am the empress of the Great Qin, and I want to marry you. Su Xianer's eyes widened in astonishment. Chu Xian, however, gritted his teeth in disgust and asked, are you mistaken? Qin Qiyun, hopelessly infatuated, approached Chu Xian, demanding to be pampered. Chu Xian held up his hands defensively and gave a blunt refusal. Qin Qiyun said, your third brother isn't here now. The harem has only you. Think about it. Otherwise, you won't have such an opportunity in the future. Chu Xian, disgusted, raised his fist and told her to get lost. Being rejected, Qin Qiyun was furious. She said, let's see how you escape from my grasp. But at that moment, her divine soul felt as if it was struck by something. Qin Qiyun swayed and fell to the ground. Chu Xian spoke in a stern voice. Empress of Great Qin, kneel. Qin Qiyun couldn't resist and knelt down on both knees. Her eyes revealed utter shock. A single sentence could suppress my actions? What level of strength is this? Chu Xian crossed his arms, looked up at the sky, and asked her, who gave you the courage to be so insolent before me? She lowered her head and said, I was wrong. A moment later, the two of them were sitting opposite each other at a tea table. Su Xianer even glared at Chu Xian and said, I'm being generous with you, letting you drink the tea I brewed. Chu Xian asked Qin Qiyun, do you know about the ancient demon battlefield? Qin Qiyun replied that although she had memories of her past life, she didn't know much about it. Chu Xian said, it's fine. Just tell me what you know. In her past life, Qin Qiyun was the demon pet of the Great Qin Emperor. Although she was just a pet, she had the cultivation of the 9th level of the Emperor realm. The Emperor's strength was even more profound, unfathomable. The Emperor doted on her immensely, and they were inseparable until the Great War broke out. The Emperor left her a few magic treasures and departed in a hurry. In the end, unsettling news arrived day after day. Not long after, the Great War between humans and demons erupted in full force. The Emperor vanished without a trace. After that, the ancestral land of Great Qin was also invaded by the demon clan. Qin Qiyun and a few elders led the clan members to relocate. But in the end, she died. She fought against a powerful expert. Fortunately, she had a fragment of the emperor's soul essence that he had left behind, which allowed her to reincarnate. She then sent her soul to inhabit the unborn child in the womb of Qin Pingi of the Qin family. She lowered her head and said, "You know what happened after that, Chu Xian." Chu Xian saw that her words matched the results of his heaven's secret origin probing art, so he knew she wasn't lying. "It seems I don't need to make a move. She really only came for me today." Chu Xian asked Qin Qiyun before the emperor left, "Besides the treasures, did he not leave any words?" She replied, "No." When the emperor left, he seemed very angry. He left in a great hurry. She remembered. It seemed he kept saying, "Traitor, traitor." Chu Xian thought to himself, "It seems this ancient great war still holds many unknown secrets, and the clues to these secrets, currently, only this emperor of the Qin kingdom knows." After that, Chu Xian ordered Qin Qiyun to return. He also told her not to reveal this matter to anyone. After Qin Qiyun's figure disappeared, Chu Xian thought, this matter cannot be delayed. The number of experts paying attention to the ancient demon battlefield is probably not small. He then took out the parent talisman to contact Fu Lai, the gold-ranked master of the Black Moon Tower. He told her he wanted to know all the information about the ancient Qin kingdom's emperor. Fu Lai replied, "Understood. Your subordinate will investigate immediately." This opportunity of the ancient demon battlefield, Chu Xian would definitely not miss it. 3 days later, he received the intelligence. The emperor of Great Qin, the monarch who built the empire, the only person in history to unify the southern continent. Chu Xian guessed. His strength must have been at least to the heaven realm. In the past, the southern continent was unified, so the war between humans and demons was not aimed at the Qin kingdom. The traitors of the human race were also the traitors of the Qin kingdom, right? Chu Xian put down the intelligence report. He was determined that before the ancient demon battlefield reopened, he must advance to the heaven realm. At this moment, Su Xianer called him to eat. Chu Xian eagerly went out. He even smiled and asked what delicious food they were having today. But Su Xianer's expression seemed troubled. She said, "Something has happened. Let the young man tell you." The young man delivering the meal told Chu Xian that the empress had returned the lands, fiefs, and experts to the Chu family. Chu Xian was surprised. "What the hell is she doing?" He said to them, "Isn't this a good thing? The people in the land have all returned." The young delivery man thought, "Isn't the empress of Great Qin intentionally snubbing us?" He also said the old master was now furious. He believed that Chu Yuan's breaking of the engagement had offended the empress. In the Chu family's ancestral hall, Chu Tianming was ordering his men to quickly capture Chu Yuan and bring him back. He angrily cursed Chu Yuan for being unfilial. What kind of situation is the Chu family in now? And he still refuses to return and atone for his crime before the empress. He clenched his fist. The Qin kingdom is one thing, but if this continues, the Chu family will definitely be snubbed by the He and Zhao families. In the future, if an enemy really invades, and our Chu family is alone with no one to help, what will we do? Thanks to this, the Black Moon Tower received a new commission. The head of the Chu family wants to capture his own grandson, Chu Yuan. Interesting. As for the Chu family, the elders were feeling lucky because they were located in the interior of the kingdom. They didn't have to worry about troublemakers at the border. Not only that, recently, the Zhao and He families have been rising very quickly. They probably benefited from the Qin family. While Chu Tianming was still silent, a subordinate ran in to report. The Qin family sent a notice. The Chu family doesn't need to worry about matters at the border. The Chu family's good intentions are appreciated. Hearing this news, Chu Tianming's eyes widened. He thought, it seems the empress is still angry about the Chu family's initial breaking of the engagement. The old man sighed and shouted, "Hiya." This is a blatant slap in the face. The old man's shout echoed all the way to Chu Xian's residence. At that moment, his mission was completed. Chu Xian decided to see what the intelligence was for today. Reading the intelligence in his hand, Chu Xian found it somewhat interesting. Currently, the situation in the Qin kingdom is chaotic. At the border, various factions have been causing trouble repeatedly, causing the experts of the Qin kingdom to suffer many casualties. It seems to be a fierce battle between one side, demanding the life of the Qin kingdom's little brat, and the other side saying the shameless evil cult is an irreconcilable enemy. Chu Xian was also concerned because a situation like the Qin kingdoms couldn't last long without the experts of Nine Sword Mountain stepping in to kill many enemies. The great elder of Nine Sword Mountain, Hong Fei, is a true realm expert. The great elder of Nine Swords Mountain, Hong Fei, he is a truth realm figure. He can intimidate many enemies. Now Qin Qiyun has almost stepped into the Emperor realm. If not for the deep foundations of the Great Qin and the evil King Court, I'm afraid she would have dominated long ago. There's also this truth realm expert, Hong Fei. He is actually Qin Qiyun's father-in-law. Chu Xian wondered. But Hong Fei's age makes him fit to be Qin Pingxia's father. Could this be the magic of love? However, currently, everything seems to have been arranged in advance. Could it be the methods of the great Qin Emperor standing behind Qin Qiyun? Moreover, Nine Swords Mountain existed before the Demon War. Could Nine Swords Mountain be the original supporter of the great Qin Emperor? He felt the water in the southern region was indeed a bit deep. But it's getting more and more interesting. He plans to wait until his strength levels up. Then he will let Du Yuan and Rin Changhe come to the southern region for a trip. No matter how muddy the water in the southern region is, no matter how dangerous the chess game of the southern region is, Chu Xian is determined that even from home, he can flip the board. Just thinking about the system's big rewards is enough to make him obsessed. Chu Xian suddenly remembered the unknown space under the ancestral estate. It's time to explore it. Immediately, he started working on it. Just as Chu Xian predicted, it is like the Zhao and He families. It's all inheritance power. Giving these powers to experts above the third stage of the Unity realm can allow them to quickly comprehend and step into the truth realm. According to records, the Chu family ancestral estate is an ancient ruin. Initially, the Chu family relied on this ancient ruin to get where they are today. After working on it for a few minutes, Chu Xian walked away, not thinking about this matter anymore. He decided to wait for Sister Yun to return and let her open it. Qin Dynasty Kingdom, midnight. A minister said there was a matter at the border to report to Qin Qiyun. He spoke of the evil cult constantly attacking the border. But according to the Qin family's internal information, before he could finish his sentence, Qin Qiyun interrupted him and told him to get to the main point about the frontal battlefield. Qin Pingshan reported, the frontal battlefield is a complete victory. The evil cult is powerless to organize large-scale attacks. They have now entered a dormant state. Qin Qiyun cursed the evil cult for being a bunch of cunning foxes. Then she ordered Qin Pingshan to tell the front lines not to pay attention to the evil cult. Great Qin also hid quite a few nails in the Qin kingdom. Keep a closer watch. After Qin Pingshan obeyed the order, Qin Qiyun thought, currently, Great Qin is rising too fast. Wait until she stands firm. That will be the time to strike with full force. That will also be the day those snakes die. Qin Pingshan then said, there is a matter regarding the Chu family I wish to report. The Qin family and the Chu family have intermarried for generations. We are close relatives. If we ostracize the Chu family now, I'm afraid. Before he could finish, Qin Qiyun hurriedly interrupted, telling him not to speak of the Chu family's affairs. Maintain the status quo. Let the Chu family handle Chu County themselves. She also ordered not to disturb the Chu family. After Qin Pingshan took his leave, he thought to himself, judging from Her Majesty's hot and cold attitude towards the Chu family, it seems she is still angry about the annulment. He also knew, those who go against Qin Qiyun's will, if not crippled, they end up dead. What he needed to say, he had already said. Chu family, pray for yourselves. Qin Qiyun called Chu Tianming a stupid old man. He doesn't realize, everything she does is because she knows the water of the Chu family is bottomless. Qin Qiyun held court. She continuously reprimanded General Li for not following the rules of the Great Qin Empire, which are her words. General Li was about to explain, but was silenced by Qin Qiyun. She took out a letter as evidence and said that General Li appeared to submit, but was secretly colluding with the enemy. Immediately after, she ordered people to drag General Li out for execution. As General Li was dragged away, he could only try to beg for mercy. She declared boldly, now the Qin kingdom is extremely prosperous. I don't care if you were formerly royalty or nobility. Anyone disloyal to the Qin family will be dealt with just like General Li. The officials could only chant, yes, your majesty, in unison. At the Chu family, Everyone was rushing to practice the Divine Fist as requested by the Grandmaster. The intensity was enormous. Divine Fist 1,000 times. Divine Kick 2,000 times. Anyone who slacks off will be punished by kneeling in the ancestral hall for 3 months. The purpose of a training is to ensure they absolutely do not implicate the Chu family. 2 courtyard sweepers working for wages became increasingly panicked because of this. The Zhao and He families have already followed the Qin family. People like them are still working at the Chu family. They thought the Chu family was really in a bad spot now. For a bright future, they felt it was better to go to those 2 families. Staying here, I'm afraid there's no future. Thinking this, the 2 threw down their brooms right there and went to quit their jobs. Chu Qianming's tragic scream echoed out. Oh heavens! Why do you treat my Chu family like this? Chu Xian remained as calm as ever. Today he had completed his tasks. As long as that old fogey didn't come and nag him, he could scream however he wanted. First, he had to use the myriad heavens mirror to find some fun. So he used the title of a senior heavenly venerable to lecture people one by one. Little do, that habit of yours, eating so loudly, needs to change. Then, old run, doing it like that is wrong. You have to do it like this, like that. He even used the mirror to check on how his 2 little fellows were doing. Seeing they had both broken through to the Emperor realm, Chu Xian smiled and said, not bad. It's just that 3 years are about to pass. Chu Xian still hasn't waited for a person with great destiny to arrive. He felt extremely bored. At this moment, suddenly, a voice of self-blame drifted over. I'm a piece of trash. Chu Xian raised his head to pay attention. It turned out to be a drunkard mumbling that he was trash. A piece of discarded firewood that even fire despises for making smoke. He stood right in front of Chu Xian's residence and said, how could a piece of trash like me be worthy of a genius like her? It was all just my own wishful thinking. I am the most useless trash in the world. He unknowingly walked into Chu Xian's residence. Chu Xian looked at him and smirked. It seems great destiny starts with being trash. Seeing someone dare to trespass. Chu Xian's maid, Su Xianer, appeared and asked where he came from. Then she told Chu Xian to let her handle it. Chu Xian raised his hand to signal her not to do anything. That guy asked if Chu Xian had wine. Su Xianer was exasperated. Turns out to be another alcoholic. Chu Xian said, it's fine. Then told her to go cultivate. Su Xianer turned her head and thought, Sir isn't chasing this drunkard away? Could it be that this person has very strong talent? I don't see it. The drunkard held out his sword in front of him, saying he had no money on him. He wanted to trade this useless sword for wine. Chu Xian looked at the sword and said it was a profound weapon. Trading it for wine would be a loss. The drunkard said he was a piece of trash. What use is holding a good sword? He looked at Chu Xian and laughed hee-hee, asking if he knew what trash was. It's him. Look at him. Chu Xian pointed at his face and said, I can see it. You truly are a piece of trash. Your whole body is full of the aura of trash. If I said you weren't, even little Chong in my yard wouldn't believe it. Chu Xian even spoke out the pain in his heart. You're not only a piece of trash, but also a piece of trash dumped by a woman. I not only know these things, I also know you were dumped by your childhood sweetheart. Moreover, your childhood sweetheart's new lover stepped on you and told you to take a piss and look at your reflection. Where did you get the courage to feel worthy of a genius like her? Truly a miserable piece of trash. The drunkard, having his heart pierced by Chu Xian's words, pouted and asked how he knew. Who are you? Chu Xian spread his arms and said, I am the beacon of light guiding lost youths, the savior of all things in the myriad heavens and realms. Meeting me is the greatest opportunity of your life. He asked in astonishment, You are the savior of trash? Chu Xian replied, Correct. I am a savior of trash. The guy's mind began to wander into deep thought. Can I stop being trash? This gentleman has such magical methods and has such a majestic aura. Would he scam a piece of trash like me who has nothing left? Chu Xian then shouted loudly, Young man, kneel down and apprentice. Hearing this, he decided to gamble on it. He immediately knelt down, no longer looking like a drunkard. Disciple Dingu pays respects to master. Chu Xian said, Very good. From now on, you are a disciple under my Chu Xian's wing. He told him that as long as he respects the master and the Tao, he guarantees he will transform and be reborn. Stepping onto the peak, Supreme talent in the sword Dao, the heavenly heart sword vein. Because the sword vein was not open, his meridians were blocked, and his cultivation was extremely slow. He was considered trash and abandoned by his childhood sweetheart. The system then appeared. It rewarded Chu Xian because, without leaving his house, the contemporary son of destiny of the southern continent came to him to become his master. He had accepted his first disciple. His first disciple with supreme talent in the sword Dao. The reward was the all-opening sword scripture. This Dingu was not a piece of scrap metal, as everyone thought. Upon receiving him, Chu Xian was overjoyed and triumphant. I found a treasure. However, at this moment, Dingu was still bewildered and asked his master, "Can I really become stronger?" Chu Xian shouted at him not to doubt his master. He asked him if he thought his title of savior of the useless was just for show, let alone being useless. Even if Dingu were a pile of crap, Chu Xian could turn him into gold. Dingu whimpered, "If I really am a pile of crap, then I might as well just die." Chu Xian told him not to let his imagination run wild. Focus your mind. Unite your mind and spirit. Dingu looked up at Chu Xian and obediently said, "Yes." Chu Xian said to Dingu, "Today is the day of your rebirth." He then pointed at his forehead and said, "Heavenly Heart Sword Vein, open for me." After that, a dazzling light suddenly appeared on Dingu's forehead. Next, his entire body began to transform. When Dingu opened his eyes, he was overjoyed to find that he had reached the first level of the spirit realm. Moreover, the sword Dao comprehensions that he couldn't understand before had now become clear to him. Even with ordinary sword moves, he could now comprehend endless variations. Chu Xian told Dingu that he had also transferred the all-opening sword scripture into his mind. Comprehend it well in there. Dingu's body shrank and floated in midair. Su Xianer was astonished to see this. Dingu went in too. It seems he is now a sword. She then marveled that Chu Xian's methods were truly unprecedented. This kind of heaven-defying operation? What realm is that? Chu Xian did not answer. He was basking in the joy of victory, because his disciple, Dingu, under his guidance, had rapidly advanced in cultivation, breaking through to the spirit realm. The system's reward for Chu Xian was 100 years of cultivation. This 100 years of cultivation came at the perfect time. It could help Chu Xian break through to the venerable realm. After breaking through to the venerable realm, his divine soul once again sublimated. The power of his domain underwent a transformation. The domain power of an Emperor Realm expert, when facing martial artists below the Emperor Realm, is absolute. They can be trampled and suppressed at will. Looking at those of lower rank is like looking at ants. But the domain power of a venerable realm expert can establish its own rules within the domain. It communicates with and becomes its own law. That is why a venerable realm expert can suppress an Emperor Realm expert as easily as turning over their hand. Indeed, each time one advances a major realm, their dominance over those of lower rank increases by a level. Chu Xian then deployed his divine soul to see what his domain power was like. Chu Xian's divine soul soared high into the sky. The domain power now indeed did not disappoint. It could now cover a 50-mile radius. Anyone within his domain could not detect such methods. Chu Xian's feeling right now could be described in one word: awesome. The laws of heaven and earth in the southern continent are now incomplete, because his system can directly bypass these incomplete laws and directly access the laws of the great Dao. Therefore, his domain power is several levels stronger than that of martial artists of the same realm. Although he couldn't say he was invincible among venerables, dealing with a 6th-level venerable realm expert would still be effortless. Chu Xian was extremely pleased. The laws of the great Dao, top-tier cultivation techniques, heaven-defying secret arts, a powerful divine soul, all gathered in his body. He was truly worthy of being the son of the system. This small southern continent was in his hands, having just broken through to the venerable realm, and his strength having advanced a level. The system rewarded him with the saintly master's halo and the heaven-shaking divine form. Chu Xian laughed with delight. He felt this was truly a double blessing. The saintly master's halo can help people comprehend, understand the Dao, and can also upgrade their aptitude. Chu Xian smiled. It really provides whatever is lacking. Using this halo to teach disciples will be twice the result with half the effort. He then checked the heaven-shaking divine form. Hopefully, it's something powerful. The heaven-shaking divine form. Its might shakes heaven and earth. It can shake the great Tao, suppress domains, and break formations. Chu Xian accepted the reward, marveling that the system's products were always top-notch. The heaven-shaking divine form was indeed sharp. The moment he used it, a giant version of Chu Xian appeared, extremely domineering, truly the pinnacle of cool. Fortunately, he had the all-encompassing Cosmos Array. Otherwise, it would have scared a bunch of weaklings to death. This aura, which could shake the enemy's domain power, was no exaggeration at all. Chu Xian thought to himself, if the heaven-shaking divine form is combined with my 7-color divine light, it would be an absolutely amazing weapon. Chu Xian then chuckled. He wanted to find Old Run to test it out. Chu Xian appeared before Run Zhanghe in an impossibly grand manner. He asked the old man how things were going recently. Old Run said that with his master's guidance, he had maintained his indestructible physical body and escaped his predicament. It was just a matter of time. In his heart, seeing his master's new form, he was utterly astonished. He felt that he had truly not chosen the wrong person to follow. He then asked the old man, seeing that your life force is full, and you have recovered to your peak, are there any other questions you have? Old Run indeed still had things he didn't understand. Chu Xian smiled smugly to himself. Then it's a perfect opportunity to use my saintly master's halo. Chu Xian then told the old man not to be discouraged. I will answer your questions. Rin Zhanghe was moved to tears. Master is truly a prodigy. A boastful top prodigy like myself, in front of Master, is probably just a bundle of firewood. Fortunately, Master took pity on me. Otherwise, I would have been trapped in the fallen god abyss. Chu Xian then told him not to make any mistakes. What time is it now? If you don't work hard when you're young, you'll suffer when you're old. Listen carefully. Returning to the origin is like this. Rin Zhanghe was so moved that he burst into tears like a child. Master is truly... I'm crying. Sob. Chu Xian felt that today was truly a good day. Everything on his mind had been accomplished. He even hoped that, if today, or tomorrow, a few more Sons of Destiny appeared. Wouldn't that be even better? But Sons of Destiny weren't cabbages. When the time isn't right, you can't force it. I should still use the myriad heaven's mirror to connect with little Du. Let him witness this heaven-defying divine ability of mine. Through the myriad heaven's mirror, Chu Xian saw Du Yuan being cornered by two strangers. Stop! Xiao Yang has escaped. You won't get away. Du Yuan tried to explain, saying it was just a misunderstanding. He wasn't here to save Xiao Yang. Chu Xian thought to himself, Xiao Yang. Isn't that the name of the outcast from the great family in the Western continent? The one with the main character Halo? Du Yuan didn't lie to me. It seems Du Yuan was coincidentally drawn into Xiao Yang's affairs. Chu Xian wanted to watch the show first. After all, with him here, it would be difficult for Du Yuan to die, even if he wanted to. The two men were currently threatening Du Yuan. The affairs of the Xiao family. A small rogue cultivator like you dares to interfere? They also told Du Yuan that if he wasn't involved with Xiao Yang, he should surrender without a fight. Wait for the Xiao family to investigate clearly, then they would release him. Du Yuan drew his sword. He knew they were just trying to trick him. The two of them were also at the second level of the Venerable Realm, just like him. If he couldn't fight, escape was the best option. Chu Xian thought to himself. Du Yuan was once a person of great opportunity. He has even killed enemies across minor realms before. Why is he being pushed to this point by these two? He glanced at the weapons in the hands of the two Xiao family members, and then realized it was because Du Yuan's weapon was inferior to his enemies. The verbal battle was still fierce. Du Yuan said, the Western continent doesn't belong to the Xiao family alone. Don't push people too far. The two men argued that even so, it wasn't up to a small rogue cultivator to provoke them. The Xiao family member thought to himself, this rogue cultivator is indeed difficult to deal with. But Xiao Yang's escape is ultimately related to him. Therefore, he must die. So he thought to himself, this rogue cultivator is indeed difficult to deal with. But Xiao Yang's escape was ultimately related to him. Therefore, he must die. After watching for a while, Chu Xian finally made his move. Chu Xian, bathed in divine light, appeared in the sky. Little friend Du, long time no see. The two men were bewildered by the brilliant light. They didn't know where this expert came from. What kind of divine ability was this? Even the legendary Heaven Realm experts couldn't compare. Du Yuan's face flushed with emotion. Senior, with tears in his eyes, he turned his face and said, I've encountered some trouble. I need Senior's help. The colossal Chu Xian, looming in the sky, said the two men were just two ants. The two of them were so scared their hands and feet went numb. We're doomed. A heaven-defying expert knows this rogue cultivator. We become ants. Du Yuan felt extremely inferior. He couldn't even defeat the ants in Senior's eyes. Doesn't that mean I'm worse than an ant? Chu Xian glared and asked the two ants, Why are you making things difficult for little friend Du? The two ants replied, It's just a misunderstanding. We had no intention of becoming Du Yuan's enemy. Chu Xian's eyes were cold as he asked, Is that so? The two ants said, Before Senior's divine abilities, we absolutely would not dare to lie. Chu Xian grinned slyly and told little Du to judge whether these two were telling the truth. Little Du, being soft-hearted, said it was indeed a misunderstanding. Chu Xian knew immediately that Du Yuan was being cautious. He knew that if he killed these two, the Shao family would not let him go. If he let them go, it would let the Shao family know that he had an unknown expert behind him. A good plan indeed. Chu Xian said to them, So that's how it is. I happen to be too lazy to act. Crushing these two ants would be too dirty for my hands. The two ants nodded repeatedly, saying they wouldn't dare to dirty Senior's hands. They didn't want to make things difficult for Brother Du. They took all the blame upon themselves. Du Yuan was still in a state of torment. Senior finds crushing ants dirty. But I can't even beat the ants. My hands are dirty too. Du Yuan felt he was too weak. Without Senior's protection, he would definitely be just an ant. Chu Xian then asked Du Yuan how to deal with these two ants. Du Yuan said, Let's not let a misunderstanding dirty Senior's hands. The two ants have also admitted their mistake. Letting them go is not out of the question. But, Du Yuan whimpered, I just need a little compensation to soothe the minor damage to my soul. Seeing Du Yuan's cunning gaze, the two ants thought to themselves, This guy looks kind, but he's actually a cunning monkey. Chu Xian approved. He ordered the two ants to hand over everything. On them to little Du. Then you can scram. The two ants profusely thanked him. We little ants will scram now. Chu Xian was about to raise his hand, but the two of them had already bolted. They marveled. Truly terrifying. What level of expert is he? Could he be a reclusive, old monster? Even Heaven Realm experts don't have such divine abilities. The other ant told this one not to think anymore. Hurry back and report. This terrifying existence can only be befriended. We must not become his enemy. Du Yuan then prostrated himself and thanked his senior. He said, I know I am as insignificant as an ant, but I also wish to repay you. I am willing to be your slave, to do small tasks for you, senior. Chu Xian chuckled to himself. He thought Du Yuan's character was kind, and his mind was cautious. Accepting him would be less worrisome. He then made him his errand runner down here. Du Yuan immediately knelt down. Greetings, your highness. Chu Xian, without leaving his house, used his eloquence to trick a venerable realm expert into becoming his servant. The system rewarded him with the purple flame heaven-burning art and the flame spirit cone. My throat is sore from talking. Finally, it wasn't in vain. However, people of great destiny are truly too rare. If they could appear in groups, it would be perfect. The Myriad Heaven's mirror still had one use left, so Chu Xian would use it to try his luck. The scene the Myriad Heaven's mirror showed was a dark cave. Inside, a young man was sitting and cultivating. A powerful green light emanated from his body. Chu Xian saw that this young man was still young, yet he had already reached the third level of the Unity Realm. His cultivation technique was also of the divine art level. His aptitude and talent were definitely above Su Xianers. There was just one thing. The more Chu Xian looked, the more familiar this young man seemed. It turned out to be the outcast of the Shao family, Shao Yang. Chu Xian guessed that he was the son of destiny of the Western continent. Shao Yang opened his eyes at this moment, looking at the strange object hanging around his neck. At that moment, a great beauty flew out. Her entire body was filled with spiritual energy. It was the weakened divine soul of a heaven realm expert, and she was a beautiful woman. Chu Xian was certain that this young man was definitely a person of great destiny. Shao Yang then called her master. She replied, If I act 2 or 3 more times, I will fall into a deep sleep. You must leave the Western continent quickly. Xiao Yang clasped his hands respectfully and complied. He said to himself, Xiao family, I will definitely get justice. His master told him to cultivate diligently. Let your strength do the talking. As long as Xiao Yang breaks through to the heaven realm, the Xiao family will naturally treat him with respect. Xiao Yang resolutely said he would cultivate to the heaven realm within 1,000 years. He would also help his master reconstruct her physical body. Hearing the phrase, heaven realm in 1,000 years, Chu Xian thought this young man was a bit arrogant. But with his status as a son of destiny, it wasn't impossible. Even Xiao Yang's own master said, Heaven realm in 1,000 years? How is that possible? Emperor realm in 100 years. Venerable realm in 1,000 years. Heaven realm in 10,000 years. That is already considered a top prodigy of the 50 continents of the 9 regions. Moreover, the heaven realm is a heavenly chasm. Countless powerful prodigies are stuck there for 10,000 years. Without great opportunity, without strong talent, don't even dream of breaking through to the heaven realm in 10,000 years. But Xiao Yang smiled and said, What's so difficult about the heaven realm? Xiao Yang's master encouraged him not to be discouraged. With my guidance, and your outstanding talent, and profound destiny, breaking through to the heaven realm is not a big problem. She also mentioned, in my lifetime, there was once a person who achieved the heaven realm in 10,000 years. He was invincible in the same realm. He single-handedly charged into the demon layers, killing his way in and out 3 times, and retreated unscathed. He is probably dead by now. Xiao Yang asked his master who that person was. It turned out to be the heavenly venerable Zhanghe, Run Zhanghe, who shook the 50 continents of the 9 regions 100,000 years ago. Chu Xian's eyes lit up. I can't believe it's Oldren. Is this beauty from the same era as Oldren? Judging by the beauty's tone, Oldren really wasn't boasting. Ren Zhanghe, who was minding his own business, had to sneeze. He wondered who was bad-mouthing him. Xiao Yang promised his master that he would definitely be like the heavenly venerable Zhanghe and shake the 50 continents of this 9 regions. Chu Xian, while picking his nose, marveled. This young man is quite arrogant. This Ren Zhanghe is now so self-deprecating, seeing himself as useless. And yet someone sees him as a role model? Ren Zhanghe had sneezed so much his whole body was tingling. He resentfully asked, Who is it? Will you stop? Chu Xian wondered if he should correct him a little. This young man's perspective is about to be broadened. The 50 continents of the 9 regions are merely a desolate corner of the myriad heavens and worlds. As for where the myriad heavens and worlds are, it doesn't matter. What matters is that I can trick them. Xiao Yang's master said she believed in him and told him to leave the western continent and go to the southern continent. The laws of heaven and earth there are incomplete. Emperor realm experts will not easily enter. Moreover, the ancient demon battlefield is about to open. It will further restrict experts above the Emperor realm from entering. By going to the southern continent, Xiao Yang could escape the Xiao family. Secondly, he could find great opportunities. Just as the master and disciple finished their conversation, the colossal Chu Xian suddenly appeared, leaving them both stunned, speechless, and flabbergasted. The two of them thought he was a pursuer from the Xiao family and entered a combat stance. The master thought, this level of heaven realm expert has such methods. Could it be the ancestor of the Xiao family? Xiao Yang didn't think so. The ancestor of the Xiao family has no reason to hunt down a descendant with outstanding talent like me. Moreover, the ancestor of the Xiao family absolutely does not possess such divine abilities. They shouted, asking who Chu Xian was. Chu Xian was now smug enough to burst, having tricked 2 more people. Even a powerful expert like Old Ren was tricked by this move back then. The old and frail Old Ren wiped his nose, sobbing and begging whoever was to stop. Chu Xian told the 2 of them not to be afraid. I am patrolling the myriad heavens and worlds, searching for those with fate. Do not doubt me. The beauty thought, could this unknown expert be a transcendent existence in this space? She then introduced herself. Junior Lu Piao pays her respects to Senior. I was unintentionally disrespectful just now. I hope Senior can forgive me. Xiao Yang also clasped his hands respectfully and stated his name. Chu Xian said they were being too polite. seeing that you two are mentally exhausted. And this young master is also injured. It's no wonder you are so cautious. Lu Piapiao thanked Chu Xian for his understanding. She also said, I have always stayed in these 9 regions and 50 continents. I have never met a transcendent existence like you, senior. Nor have I ever heard of the myriad heavens and worlds you speak of. I wonder if senior could enlighten me? Could you? Chu Xian smirked. He said her strength was too weak. It's normal that you don't know. He then began to boast that the myriad heavens and worlds encompassed all things. The 9 regions and 50 continents. He also said he had never been to the 9 regions before. Could you explain it to me in detail? Lu Piapiao replied, the 9 regions and 50 continents have a human race's 5 regions, the demon race's region and the monster race's region. There is also a chaotic region with various races. And among the 9 regions, only the ancient desolate region is full of mystery. According to legend, the ancient desolate region is larger than the other 8 regions combined. Many Heaven Realm experts have tried to explore the ancient desolate region, but they could only explore the border areas. Even in the border areas, countless have died. Moreover, only those at the divine realm can enter, and only in the ancient desolate region can one break through to the divine realm. Lu Piapiao said, for various reasons, the divine realm experts do not leave the ancient desolate region. Chu Xian was enlightened at this moment. So the place where the waters run truly deep is the ancient desolate region. No wonder even Ren Zhonghe, the top prodigy, was trapped there. Chu Xian thought with a cunning smile. If the ancient desolate region is so mysterious, I will set the path to the myriad heavens and worlds. In the ancient desolate region, and only those at the divine realm will be qualified to go. Chu Xian said to Lu Piapiao, our meeting is fate. I will give you some guidance. The 9 regions and 50 continents are merely a remote and desolate area in the myriad heavens and worlds. The divine realm you speak of is merely a wilderness. I can destroy countless of them with a single breath. Hearing those words, Lu Piapiao's mind began to spin in confusion. The legendary divine realm, is that pathetic? He could destroy them with a breath. And countless of them, even Xiao Liang suffered a severe culture shock. Lu Piapiao thought blankly. How vast and powerful are the myriad heavens and worlds. The ancient desolate region is already mysterious and unpredictable enough in our eyes. These myriad heavens and worlds. I dare not imagine. Just a moment ago, Xiao Liang thought Ren Zhonghe was his role model. Now it seems he was nothing special. He felt he was truly a frog in a well. Chu Xian smiled smugly to himself. Kid, are you scared now? Even Ren Zhonghe was scared silly by me. Your horizons need to be broadened. The 2 young calves then bowed their heads and clasped their hands. Thank you, senior, for your guidance. Chu Xian smiled and encouraged the 2 young people to work hard. If you want to go to the myriad heavens and worlds, you must first go to the ancient desolate region you speak of. Lu Piapiao felt that the mysterious ancient desolate region was actually the path to the myriad heavens and worlds. No wonder the rumors said only those at the divine realm could go to the ancient desolate region, and those at the divine realm could not leave it. Xiao Yang also bowed his head in self-realization. So all the divine realm experts have gone to the myriad heavens and worlds. Lu Piapiao thanked Chu Xian for clearing up their confusion. Only today did they learn such a great secret. Chu Xian smiled and told the girl not to be so polite. He also said he saw that her divine soul state was a bit weak. Lu Piapiao wondered, could Senior want to help her reconstruct her physical body? Chu Xian said mysteriously, being in a divine soul state is both a tribulation and a fate. Whether it is a tribulation or a fate, it is all up to you. Lu Piapiao said she was foolish and didn't understand where the fate lay. She wanted Chu Xian to guide her again. Chu Xian said he would guide her further. Whether she could comprehend it or not would depend on her own fortune. He said Lu Piapiao was in a divine soul state but had lost her physical body. The fate comes from the divine soul. The divine soul is the source of comprehension. Use the divine soul to enter the great Tao. Guide the Tao's fortune into the divine soul. The divine soul transforms the divine soul's Tao fortune, relying on the laws of heaven and earth. Heaven and earth will be within your divine soul. Lu Piapiao felt awakened by Chu Xian's words, but she still didn't understand how to guide the Tao's fortune into her divine soul. Chu Xian replied, "The great Tao is everywhere. Flowers, grass, wood, and stone are all the Tao. Slowly comprehend it." He also said, "Meeting is fate. I will give you a gift to help you recover your divine soul." Chu Xian gave her a bottle. On it was a soul seed seal. He knew that Xiao Liang and Lu Piapiao's destination was the southern continent. To ensure Lu Piapiao wouldn't lose control when the time came, a soul seed seal wasn't too much. Chu Xian gave her the bottle. "One drop can restore your consumed divine soul, but don't use too much. You won't be able to handle it." Lu Piapiao took the bottle. The moment she touched the drop of water in the bottle was also the moment the soul seed seal was activated on her. Lu Piapiao was completely unaware. She only knew that her divine soul was being intensely restored. Chu Xian, relying on his glib tongue, had unwittingly tricked a Heaven Realm follower. The reward was the divine soul Tao inscription art. Sometime later, a stranger came and knelt before Chu Xian's residence. Chu Xian ordered him to tell him all the secrets of the Black Moon Tower that he knew. The old man hoarsely recounted, "The power struggle within the Black Moon Tower is very serious. The system is strict. I only know that my superior is a third-level Emperor Realm expert. Where the headquarters is, who the master is, these things, someone of my level would not know. But there are some secret powers that I still know a little about." He wanted to ask if Chu Xian was interested. He waited until he was sweating profusely, but there was no reply. He understood that, with a transcendent realm like Chu Xian's, he wouldn't care about these small matters. But surprisingly, a voice from inside urged him to speak. The man began to recount. Back then, the battle of the ancient demon battlefield, the Black Moon Tower's records from that time state. The forces participating in the battle were not just from within the southern continent. There were also many outside forces involved, and they were targeting the Great Qin Empire at that time. It seems they even succeeded. But who the original planner was, even the Black Moon Tower couldn't figure it out. Inside, Chu Xian felt that this old fellow was not bad. If his position weren't so low, he would have wanted to recruit him. Chu Xian then told him to withdraw. "I will call you when I need you." The following period was filled with scenes of leisurely relaxation and sleeping in for the people and animals in Chu Xian's residence. Chu Xian had finally stayed at home for 3 years. To encourage him to continue staying at home, the system rewarded him with the myriad laws Taoist robe and the soul-chasing Tao Bao. The myriad laws Taoist robe, containing the impermanent Tao rhythm, possessed the protective power of the great Tao. Its defense was unparalleled. The soul-chasing Tao Bao used the power of the great Tao as its string, and the laws as its arrows. Each arrow was a peak strike. It disregarded distance. It disregarded space. As long as the thought was locked, its power was determined by one's own realm. Chu Xian joyfully donned the new robe, with the power of the great Tao by his side. His defense stat had increased significantly. Most importantly, this divine artifact was super cool. And this Bao, it was the perfect weapon he had always been looking for. Finally, he had obtained a divine artifact to kill enemies without leaving his house. But the power of this Bao was related to his own cultivation. Right now, he was at the first level of the Venerable Realm. He couldn't unleash its full power. "It seems I have to rely on myself." Chu Xian was so engrossed that, when Su Xianer said it was time for dinner, he even waved her away and said, "Not free. I'm studying." In another development, Chu Yun suddenly saw an unexplored ancient ruin. Right now, the highest grade pill she could refine was a Unity Realm pill. She felt she had to work harder. As long as she became stronger, her 13th brother at home wouldn't be bullied. Such a heaven-sent opportunity. Chu Yun must go and explore it. To become stronger, for 13th brother, she had to charge into even a tiger's den. She quickly found mysterious spirit herbs. She thought to herself, things like these, I'll give them all to Chu Xian. Let brother cultivate a bit. Chu Yin was overjoyed. Left and right, everywhere were precious spirit medicines. At this moment, she suddenly smelled a special fragrance. Chu Yin guessed it was coming from the herbs on this side and rushed to find it. However, she didn't notice that in the distance, a mysterious person was watching her. Chu Yun quickly found that herb. It was the mystic heartgrass. It was said to be able to upgrade a martial artist's innate aptitude. Chu Yun cheered with joy. I've struck it rich. She picked up the herb, happily wanted to run back and give it to her 13th brother. 13th brother. Your spring has arrived. At this moment, the mysterious person appeared. Little girl, you stole my family's spirit medicine. You have to give me an explanation. Chu Yun turned her head and saw his hand clenched. In anger, Chu Yun was not afraid at all. She shouted, Where did you come from, you lecher? This ancient ruin is ownerless. Whoever has the fate will get it. On what basis do you say it's your family's spirit medicine? The man argued back. Who said this ancient ruin is ownerless? This is clearly my family's medicine garden. He gritted his teeth, a lecherous smile on his face. His arms stretched out, blocking Chu Yun's path. And you are mine too. Chu Yun angrily cursed the lecher. At the same time, she launched a palm strike. The man blocked it with a leather rod. He even said, The little girl is very fierce. I like it. Chu Yun cursed him as a shameless pervert. Then she continuously launched a series of attacks. The good-for-nothing fell into a corner. He stood up, leaning on his staff. I will catch you. Chu Yun cursed him as a shameless pervert. Truly disgusting. But the man, instead of getting angry at being cursed, smiled slyly. When Chu Yun turned her head, she was utterly astonished. Standing in front of her was another man. She was surrounded by two men. The man behind said to the man in front, Block that little girl. Let's see where she can run. Chu Yun angrily told them to get out of the way. Otherwise, don't blame me for being impolite. The two of them were determined not to yield. Chu Yun's punch was easily neutralized by the man in front with a single finger. She was utterly stunned. It seems that man is very strong. The man behind saw this and just smiled smugly. His finger just twirled a few times, and he trapped Chu Yun in a strange purple bubble. The pervert licked his lips and said, Why don't you run now, Chu Yun? Trapped inside, Chu Yun was extremely panicked. The lecher told her to hand over the mystic heartgrass, and he wouldn't make things difficult for her. He could even dote on her. He said this was a happy event that many women wished for. Chu Yun shouted angrily, cursing him as an arrogant fool. You think you're worthy? He smirked and told Chu Yun to ask around. The glorious name of Song Long, the young sect master of Nine Sword Mountain. After hearing this, Chu Yun shouted, Then you're even less worthy. He said her mouth was sharp. Wait until I use my methods. You'll have to obey whether you want to or not. The lecher then told the other person to restrain Chu Yun. Chu Yun could only say, If you dare to touch me, I will die on the spot. Even if I die, I will absolutely not let you have your way. Hearing this, the rogue drooled even more. He said, The more you talk, the more you move people's hearts. As his dirty hand was slowly approaching Chu Yun, the lecher was suddenly slapped. His face turned purple and red. He angrily asked who the newcomer was. How dare you offend Nine Sword Mountain? The mysterious masked person sneered. What the hell is Nine Sword Mountain? Her eyes sparkled as she exclaimed, Masked Senior. She still remembered when she was being pursued by the Boar King. It was also the Masked Senior who helped her. The Masked Senior only needed one move to knock the pig unconscious. Chu Yun beamed and said his name. She also said, Thank you, Senior, for saving me. The masked person said Chu Yun didn't need to be so polite. He was also following someone else's orders. To protect Miss Yun's safety, Chu Yun thanked him again. She also expressed her wish to know his name. The masked person also clasped his hands and said Chu Yun was too kind. He gestured forward and said he would release her first. The rest would be up to him to handle. The pervert with the bruised, I was astonished. He broke my soul-binding art with a single move. A third-level true realm expert. Chu Yun was freed in an instant. She thought to herself, if the masked senior is already so powerful, then wouldn't his master be even more amazing? The masked senior's voice asked the other man if he wanted to fight a few more rounds. The man knew he was weak and said he didn't dare. The masked senior said that since it was his first offense, if there was a next time, Nine Sword Mountain wouldn't be able to protect him. He also told the man to take this bruised-eyed trash and get lost. The man from Nine Sword Mountain bowed his head and said he would definitely report today's events to the sect, then took his leave. The masked senior also said in a stern voice, Good riddance. The intelligence quickly reached Chu Xian. He thought to himself, It seems little Yun's training outside is very exciting. But with 9 Sword Mountain's capabilities, investigating Little Yun's identity is only a matter of time. Chu Xian laughed with delight. Basically, he was also looking forward to 9 Sword Mountain's revenge. Dingu then approached Chu Xian and said his cultivation had been consolidated. He wanted a chance to prove himself. Chu Xian said he didn't need to be in a hurry. He understood what he was thinking. But Dingu still had shackles he hadn't broken. Dingu asked what shackles. Chu Xian asked him if he was still dreaming of his ex-girlfriend. Did he want to leave his apprenticeship early to seek revenge? Had he ever thought of shouldering the supreme Sword Dao? Dingu was so scared he lost his nerve. He couldn't say a word. Chu Xian sighed and asked him if he knew why in this world there were fewer and fewer supreme Sword Dao experts. Dingu smiled foolishly and didn't answer. Chu Xian asked him again if he knew why countless Sword Dao martial artists try their whole lives, but it was all in vain. Dingu replied that it was because they didn't have the aptitude to shoulder the supreme Sword Dao. But Chu Xian didn't accept that answer. He said, from ancient times to the present, there have been countless people with outstanding talent. There are not a few who are stronger than you, but they all failed. These people failed because they simply didn't understand the true supreme Sword Dao. Dingu apologized to Chu Xian for his rash behavior earlier. He said he was wrong. He begged him to teach him the true supreme Sword Dao. Chu Xian said the child was teachable, but cultivating the true supreme Sword Dao required walking a cruel and tragic path. He asked him if he was sure. Dingu resolutely said, even if it's hell, I am determined. Chu Xian said he would lead him through the 3 great gates of the true supreme Sword Dao. This is what Chu Xian called the 3 gates of the Sword Dao. Dingu looked up and asked his master, what is the first gate? Chu Xian said the first gate of the 3 gates of the Sword Dao is to forget your ex-girlfriend. Dingu's face went blank with incomprehension. Chu Xian asked him, if there is someone in your heart, is there still a sword? Dingu asked blankly, can't the 2 coexist? Chu Xian asked again, if the 2 coexist, is the sword still the only one? Is it still pure? Chu Xian asked Dingu, if the person in your heart falls into the hands of the enemy, what should your sword do? Dingu's face turned pale. His legs went weak. His whole body slid down. Chu Xian shouted in Dingu's face and asked, if the person in your heart wants to kill you, what should your sword do? Dingu's soul scattered. On the spot, if your parents, friends, and the one in your heart want to kill you, what should your sword do? What should the true supreme Sword Dao do? Dingu didn't know what to say. The happy memories with his ex-girlfriend replayed in his mind. And then the moment she turned her back and left Dingu behind, without any lingering attachment, the vile smiles of his ex-girlfriend and her new lover pointing at Dingu's face. All these images made Dingu realize. Chu Xian smiled and said one word. He said, the second gate is to not lose focus when you see a beautiful woman. Din Viet was scared out of his wits. Could not say a word. Dingu was stunned again. Chu Xian told him to look this way. He then used a technique to turn illusion into reality, conjuring 2 girls, one beautiful and one ugly. Dingu reacted like any other normal man. His eyes were drawn to the beautiful girl, and he called out a beauty. Chu Xian asked him, if this woman were to fight you, and she flirted with you, if you lost focus, what would be the consequences? Chu Xian smirked and said one sentence. A hero has difficulty passing the trial of a beauty. Dingu asked blankly, if I were a woman, would I not have to worry about this problem anymore? Chu Xian then said, then wouldn't there still be handsome men? Chu Xian was a little annoyed that his disciple dared to talk back. He then said he wouldn't say any more. Dingu knew his mistake and begged, I was wrong. I won't do it again. Now for the final gate. This is also the final hurdle that countless people have been unable to overcome in their entire lives. Hearing this, Dingu immediately felt bewildered. Chu Xian emphasized, once you break through this gate, you will have no rival in your time. Dingu was so nervous he broke out in a sweat. Chu Xian told him to remember carefully. The final gate. With no woman in your heart. Draw your sword and slay gods. After he finished speaking, he fixed his sharp gaze on his disciple. Dingu immediately knelt down. He cried and said, I almost went down the wrong path. Fortunately, you stopped me in time and led me to the true, supreme Sword Dao. Such kindness, disciple will never forget for 10,000 lifetimes. Chu Xian sighed wearily. In order to make little Yu forget his trashy ex-girlfriend, he had half-tricked him. He was exhausted. After that, Dingu muttered these phrases every day. Forget the person in my heart. Forget the bird in my pants. Even Chu Xian had to get annoyed and tell him, when you practice your sword, can you not make any noise? For the past 3 days, Chu Xian's head was about to explode. He had to go see Oldrin to change his mood. Since Oldrin had been cycling through life and death, his bald head was growing more and more hair. Chu Xian asked the old man how things were going recently. Oldrin replied, after receiving master's guidance, I have improved a lot. Ren Zhonghe could also feel that his master was becoming stronger and stronger. He asked himself, does master have no limits? Chu Xian encouraged him. You must work hard to become more and more successful. Ren Zhonghe clasped his hands and accepted the advice. Chu Xian then remembered something and asked Oldrin, in the space where you are there any 1,000-year-old heaven realm experts? Oldrin replied that there were. Chu Xian originally thought Xiao Liang was talking nonsense. He didn't expect such a situation to actually exist. Ren Zhonghe said, there are some old monsters who, for various reasons, use secret techniques to reincarnate. They bring with them the accumulated comprehension of their past lives. Recovering in 1,000 years, reaching the heaven realm is not impossible. Chu Xian stroked his chin. So that's how it is. Ren Zhonghe said this method had a fatal flaw, relying on the inherited cultivation of a past life. The foundation is not solid. It takes a long time to consolidate the flaws. Otherwise, it's difficult to break through to the same realm as in a past life. Chu Xian thought. It seems Qin Qiyun used this method to reach the half-step emperor realm. Could there have been other reincarnated people in the demon war before? Ren Zhonghe also said, there is a very rare situation, which is to cultivate in a special secret realm. 1,000 years in the secret realm is only 1 year in the mortal world. Ren Zhonghe had also heard that the ancient desolate region had such a secret realm, which was why he was searching for it. He didn't expect. Chu Xian's voice was filled with contempt. It's just a time-based secret realm. What's the big deal? Ren Zhonghe thought, as expected of master. What he had pursued his entire life was merely a grain of sand in master's eyes. Chu Xian then said he had some things to do. He reminded Ren Zhonghe to cultivate diligently, and not to be lazy, then turned off the myriad heaven's mirror. It turned out that Chu Xian had sensed Chu Yun's return. Little Yun is back. You haven't eaten, right? Come quickly. Here, have some. Chu Yun happily said, first, don't do anything else. Let me show 13th brother this treasure. She offered the immortal grass to Chu Xian, but he said, the mystic heart grass is indeed a treasure, but I can't use it. Our little Yun should use it herself. Chu Yun said she didn't want it. She said this was specially for 13th brother to upgrade his talent. She said if her brother didn't use it, she would be angry with him. Chu Xian said he really couldn't use it. He told little Yun to be good and use it herself. Chu Yun insisted that Chu Xian must use it today. She was worried that if 13th brother didn't break through, his lifespan would be as short as a mortal's. She didn't want to see in less than 100 years. Chu Xian's hair turned gray. For 13th brother, Chu Yun could only resort to forceful measures. Chu Yun held the mystic heart grass in her hand and asked Chu Xian, what's behind you? When Chu Xian turned his head, Chu Yun brought the spirit grass closer. Chu Xian smiled smugly. Secret. He controlled his sister's hand. Chu Yun tried her best, but couldn't stop the spirit grass from approaching her. With just a flick of Chu Xian's finger, the spirit grass flew into Chu Yun's mouth. Chu Yun had thus been forced to eat the mystic heart grass. Her eyes welled up with tears. Then she burst into tears. Chu Xian went to stroke her head and comfort her. Little Yun, 13th brother knows you went through a lot for the mystic heart grass. But 13th brother really can't use it. Chu Yun looked up at her brother. Chu Xian calmly replied, my Tao is within this small courtyard. He also told little Yun not to worry. I'm not useless. Only then did Chu Yun realize that it was Chu Xian's doing just now. Little Yun, don't hit me. For 13th. Brother, keep it a secret, okay? Chu Tianming shouted. My Chu family is finally rising. He ordered, pass this down. All of little Yun's pills. Only the second-grade ones can be sold on the black market. All others cannot be sold. Anyone who violates this order will be dealt with according to the clan rules. Chu Xian glanced over and said, The old man finally went to find little Yun. Since little Yun is at home now, I also want to open up the foundation of the ancestral residence. At this moment, a huge explosion suddenly occurred at the Chu family's estate. Smoke and dust filled the air. A large area of the Chu family's estate had been wiped out. A servant came to report to Chu Tianming that Miss Chu Yun's boudoir had exploded. The young Mrs. whereabouts are unknown. Chu Tianming's eyes widened. What? Did alchemy blow up the entire room? He immediately ordered, lock down the news. No one is allowed to enter or leave the Chu family estate. He also sent someone to inform all the clan elders of the Chu family to wait for him at Chu Yun's boudoir. Chu Tianming ordered the 4 great clan elders to go down the mountain with him. The rest were to patrol the periphery. If you find anyone suspicious, immediately subdue them and take them to the dungeon to await my return for judgment. Chu Tianming was determined. He would find Chu Yun at all costs. They flew into a dark space. They reminded each other not to be careless. This place is not normal. Chu Tianming suddenly noticed a ray of light ahead. It turned out to be Chu Yun. Seeing his granddaughter was safe, Chu Tianming was both overjoyed and astonished. However, at this moment, Miss Chu Yun was in a state of an emperor-grade weapon acknowledging its master. In front of her body was an emperor-grade weapon, a green-colored treasure. A second later, the emperor-grade weapon seemed to merge into Chu Yun's body. She then opened her eyes. Her entire body exuded an extremely powerful pressure. Chu Tianming hurriedly shouted, Yunner, I'm your grandfather. Grandfather is here to find you. Chu Yun seemed to have just woken from a dream. She looked at her grandfather in a daze. She even asked where this was. I was clearly at home. What are these floating things? What's going on? The Chu family clan elders looked at her and thought to themselves, this girl doesn't know either? Chu Tianming asked Chu Yun, you really don't know why these things happen? Chu Yun recounted, I was at home when a very familiar voice brought me here. Chu Tianming thought to himself, could it be the call of our ancestor? A Chu family clan elder told Chu Tianming to look at these floating lights. Inside them is the power of inheritance. Chu Tianming realized it was the foundation of the Chu family. He ordered everyone present not to speak of the emperor-grade weapon outside. Otherwise, you'll be dealt with according to the highest level of clan rules. The 4 great elders stayed in place to absorb the inheritance. After you break through, inform the others. Chu Tianming was so moved he burst into tears. My Chu family has finally, truly risen. Ancestors of the Chu family, I have finally done it. Over here, Chu Xian was completely dismissive. Yunner opened the family's foundation. Why did it make grandfather cry? His eyes glanced behind him. He felt something moving. Chu Xian smirked. Have they finally arrived? The head of the Chu family, with tears streaming down his face. He looked up at the sky and exclaimed, my Chu family has finally, truly risen. Ancestors, forefathers of the Chu family, I have finally done it. The crows standing nearby looked at each other in confusion. Over here, Chu Xian was puzzled by Chu Tianming's reaction. Yunner opened the family's foundation. Why did it make our grandfather cry? Suddenly, a gust of wind blew past. He suddenly glanced over and asked, have they finally arrived? Scene changed to inside a palace. A voice reported, Your Majesty, this is a letter of request for aid from the Chu family. Because Nine Sword Mountain and the Chu family have some minor conflicts, so the servant below stammered. The little fox held the memorial in her hand. As if she hadn't heard clearly, she asked again, Nine Sword Mountain? The Chu family. The servant below clasped his hands and asked, Your Majesty, should they? The person on the throne suddenly interrupted. I have my own plans. You may all withdraw for now. The man replied, Yes, and withdrew. The little fox looked at the eunuch standing beside her. She ordered him, Inform Nine Sword Mountain. If Sect Master Yiming dies, just change the Sect Master. Consider it as if nothing happened. At Nine Sword Mountain, Song Yiming asked his useless son, Are you sure that girl is an alchemist? Song Fei replied to his father with certainty. Absolutely correct. The scent of pills on that little girl is the same as the wolves on Heavenly Cauldron Mountain. Moreover, from her skills, her talent is not bad either. Hearing this, Song Yiming thought, My Nine Sword Mountain is in need of an alchemist. I must secure this marriage. Scene changed to the Chu family. A group of people was in an uproar. Chu Tianming asked the servant, "Is there any news from the Empress?" The person replied respectfully, "Not yet, family head." At this moment, Chu Tianming was crying inwardly. My poor Yinner. Why did she have to provoke Nine Sword Mountain? His Chu family had just risen for a few days, and Nine Sword Mountain was already demanding Yinner for a marriage alliance. If Yinner had a few more years to grow, she could take over as the family head. Moreover, that young sect master of Nine Sword Mountain is notoriously ugly. Yet he thinks he's handsome. What should I do now? If it really comes to it, I'll have Yinner run away. Yes, I'll let Yinner. Suddenly, two figures rushed through the Chu family's gate and straight into the courtyard, where Chu Tianming's group was standing. It turned out to be Song Yiming and Song Fei. The moment Song Yiming entered, he shouted, "Who is Chu Yun?" And his son, following him, called out in an annoying tone, "Little beauty. I'm here." Over here, Chu Yun was hiding behind Chu Tianming. She asked Chu Tianming, "Who is he? Why is he calling me?" Hearing this, Chu Tianming was so angry he didn't even bother to answer her question and scolded, "Yunner, didn't I tell you to hide inside?" Chu Yun still replied, nonchalantly, "I was bored, so I came to watch the fun." Chu Tianming became even more furious and criticized her. "You came to watch your own fun?" Song Fei saw Chu Yun standing behind the old man and pointed at her, calling out, "That little girl is here. It's her." Song Yiming looked at them with one eye. He approached Chu Tianming. His voice carried a hint of contempt as he announced, "You probably know why my son and I are here. Trivial matters are not worth mentioning, as long as Chu Yun comes with me." As he said this, Song Yiming stammered, unable to speak. He saw the spiritual image of a dragon appear. His entire body was suppressed by spiritual energy. Between his brows, a red talisman appeared. The people around didn't see anything, only a dense red spiritual energy appearing around Song Yiming. Seeing this, Song Fei thought to himself, "When did my father's aura become like this? Does my mother know?" Over here, Chu Yun saw Song Yiming's imposing manner and whispered to Chu Tianming, "Grandfather, do experts have to use this kind of aura to scare people?" Hearing this, Chu Tianming replied, "I don't understand either, but I'm very surprised." At this moment, Song Fei smugly pointed at Chu Yun and asked, "Are you scared now, little girl?" Suddenly, he was sent flying by a punch. While his body was still in the air, he recalled the countless times he had been beaten by his father and couldn't help but exclaim, "This feeling is so familiar." It turned out the one who threw the punch was his father, Song Yiming. He even gave him a few more kicks, punching and kicking while cursing. "Beat this inhuman beast to death. How dare he even think of touching Miss Chu Yun? He should piss and take a look at himself." Song Fei, while being beaten, also had to listen to the scolding. He protested, "Father, whose son am I really?" Chu Yun watched this scene and marveled. "Grandfather, I don't understand any of this." Chu Tianming replied, "But I'm very surprised." Over here, Song Yiming was still hitting him. Hearing his son's protest, he cursed even more fiercely. "You still have the face to call me father? How could I have given birth to a beast like you? No, that's not right. You're not even worthy of being a beast. You're a piece of shit." Song Fei was in so much pain from the beating that he had to scream for mercy. "Father, stop." He saw their ancestors. Now, Song Yiming had jumped straight onto his precious son and was stomping on him. Chu Yun was watching the two of them with wide eyes. Hearing his son's words, Song Yiming became even more furious and cursed. "A piece of shit like you wants to see our ancestors? Are you even worthy?" He felt he should just send him to hell. As he said this, a red spiritual energy radiated from his hand. At this moment, Chu Yun interjected with advice. "Hey, if you keep hitting him, he'll become a pile of scum, and it'll pollute the environment. Why don't you change locations?" Hearing this, Song Yiming said, "Thank you, Miss Chu Yun, for your kindness. I'll beat him to a pulp when I get home." He then went to his son, grabbed his head, and slammed it repeatedly, saying, "You idiot, why aren't you thanking Miss Chu Yun?" Seeing this, Chu Yun's face turned pale. Now, in the throne room, Her Majesty, Song Yiming has returned with his son. It's just that his son is in a rather miserable state, beaten into a pile of shit. The little fox heard this and wondered, could he have softened his heart? The image of Chu Xian appeared in the Empress's mind, and she smiled with infatuation again. She couldn't help but marvel, what a handsome man. Over here, Chu Tianming was deep in thought. Song Yiming suddenly went crazy. It might be related to Chu Yun, but how could that be? I'll have to ask her privately. Suddenly, an elder spoke up. Do you think it's possible that it was a threat from that empress? Chu Tianming refuted. Impossible. That empress is certainly very strong. But the sect master of Nine Sword Mountain wouldn't be so scared to do something so crazy, right? Besides, the relationship between the Qin Kingdom and Nine Sword Mountain is not ordinary. It's even less likely that they would become enemies with Nine Sword Mountain over the Chu family. Hearing this, the elder continued to voice his opinion. It's hard to say. If you hadn't seen it with your own eyes, you couldn't imagine the might of that empress. Hearing this, Chu Tianming suddenly thought of something. He exclaimed, could it be a secret threat from that empress? She still has lingering feelings for him. She's still longing for Chu Yuan? Chu Tianming clenched his fist and cursed angrily. Damn you, Chu Yuan. Chu Yun marveled. Third brother isn't even here. If he comes back one day, it'll be awkward. Somewhere else, a group of people in black cloaks were talking. One of them sighed and asked, have you heard? The new cult master is angry with the old cult master. He's going to start with this cult master first. Another person continued. I was there at the time. The old cult master was incompetent and brought shame upon us. He's not worthy of staying in the evil king's court. It turned out they were the subordinates of the evil king's court. Another person spoke up in agreement. Right. Then he was directly kicked out. He really has the most tragic end. The most ejected among the evil cult masters. Outside the Chu family's gate, Hu Quan stood there, talking to himself like a madman. If it weren't for the Chu family, how could I have fallen into such a miserable state? It's all the Chu family's fault. It has always been the evil cult masters who kill and rob. Never have I been robbed by others. He wanted revenge. He also wanted to become famous throughout the southern continent. He looked at the red pearl in his hand and said, Chu family. I will use the demon blood pearl to defile the Chu family. Turn the Chu family into demons. Anyone who turns into a demon will be killed. They will all be attacked. This is the law of the human race. No power is an exception. Even if the evil king's court discovers someone who has turned into a demon, they will kill them immediately. Once the Chu family is turned into demons by him and annihilated, his, Hu Quan's, name will surely resound throughout the southern continent. He then laughed happily, but because he laughed too much or went into a frenzy, he coughed for a while and then continued. It seems I don't have long to live either. Even if I die, I must drag the Chu family down with me. This is the final madness of me, Hu Quan. Inside the Chu family's courtyard, two servants were talking. One of them ordered, patrol carefully. The Chu family's clan elders are all in seclusion, cultivating in the Chu family's ancient ruins. We cannot afford any mistakes. The other person bowed and replied, yes, yes. That Hu Quan was observing from above. He marveled, Chu family. In 15 minutes, you will be turned into demon blood, defiling the entire Chu family. Suddenly, the man said in surprise, what? Then he appeared in his courtyard. Hu Quan was puzzled. How did I get here? Without any resistance. What kind of strength is this? Chu Xian was already there, waiting for Hu Quan. Chu Xian marveled. It's been so long. This guy, ever since he got the fake map of the Chu family that I provided, there has been no movement from him. I almost forgot about him. I didn't expect him to suddenly appear today, and there's something wrong with him. He looked at the demon pearl in Hu Quan's hand, seeing such dense, demonic energy. He guessed it was a blood pearl condensed from demon blood. He looked closer and thought, this is not the blood of an ordinary demon. This guy's been quiet for so long, and now he suddenly attacks. Seeing that Chu Xian was about to figure it out, Hu Quan laid his cards on the table and said, it's all too late. The demon blood pearl has been activated. No one can stop it. The devouring spirit flower suddenly appeared next to Chu Xian. He ordered it swallow it, but just as the devouring spirit flower was about to swallow it, the demon pearl fell out. The soul of a man appeared. Seeing this, Chu Xian asked, is it the divine soul of a powerful demon? Su Xianer, standing beside him, was so surprised her mouth dropped open. She marveled at demon soul. Dingu's eyes widened in surprise. The demon soul, however, was happily enjoying the atmosphere. He said happily, I am finally out. Kneel, you little human brat. And you, little human girl. You look quite pretty. Kneel, and let me vent my anger. If I'm happy, I'll let you keep your sanity. Su Xianer continued to marvel. Peak Venerable Realm. or a half-step heaven realm divine soul. At his peak, he was probably a heaven realm demon expert. She thought to herself, such a powerful demon soul. Can Sir handle it? The demon soul suddenly rushed towards Chu Xian. He looked at him and said, "Kid, this fine skin of yours. This demon soul wants it." Seeing this, Chu Xian smiled, but his mouth shouted insolent. Chu Xian sneered inwardly. If it were a heaven realm expert, I would be scared. Just a wisp of divine soul. What's there to be arrogant about? Chu Xian shouted, "Heaven overturning, forbidden art." The demon's soul suddenly cried out, "What? His power, including all sorts of secret techniques, had all become ineffective. Even his divine soul was gradually losing its ability to think, losing consciousness. The demon soul was gradually being sucked away. He still couldn't understand who Chu Xian was. He asked, "How is this possible? Who on earth are you? Why are you so strong? Isn't this place the southern continent of the northern region? Trapped in a ball?" The demon's soul shouted, "I am not reconciled. I am not reconciled. I invaded the great war of the southern continent. I had to flee, but I died here. Why am I in the southern continent? Why? Someone, get me out of the southern continent." Su Xianer thought in surprise. He suppressed the demon soul with just a raise of his hand. His strength has surpassed my imagination. Chu Xian looked at the sphere suppressing the demon soul in front of him and wondered, is this demon soul related to the demon clan from the ancient demon battlefield? Just a wisp of divine soul, yet so powerful. At his peak, he wouldn't be considered weak even in the heaven realm, right? Chu Xian deduced. This demon soul is likely a powerful expert from the demon clan who initially invaded the southern continent. He must know the secrets of the initial battle of the demon war, especially regarding whether the human race had traitors. What should I do with him? Looking at the demon soul, Chu Xian said, "Such a powerful demon soul. It would be a bit of a waste to just destroy it. But if I imprison it, I'll have to personally suppress it." He grumbled again. "It seems there are no Buddhist sects in this world. Otherwise, I could convert this demon soul and turn him into a loyal servant for myself." The system's voice suddenly announced, "You suppressed a heaven realm demon soul with a single hand. The reward is the 3 Ages Buddhist Sutra and the glazed world purifying pagoda." Chu Xian happily praised the system. As expected, the system also identified it as a heaven realm demon soul. It seems this wisp of demon soul, at its peak, was indeed a heaven realm expert. Chu Xian opened the sutra and read, "The 3 Ages Buddhist Sutra, a Buddhist treasure. It is divided into the past's lamplighting sutra, the present's Tathagata Sutra, and the future's Maitreya Sutra. The 3 sutras contain many Buddhist divine abilities and cultivation methods. The power of the Buddhist Tao has a converting effect." Chu Xian formed a hand seal and finished the sentence. "Receive the 3 Ages Buddhist Sutra." A ray of light was so bright that Su Xianer beside him was dazzled. She marveled. This golden light seems to contain some kind of mysterious power. A glowing pagoda appeared. Chu Xian continued to chant, "The glazed world purifying pagoda, a Buddhist treasure. It can purify the unclean things of the world, purify demonic energy. It turns all unclean things into the purest Buddhist power. It can also suppress all demons and monsters." Chu Xian threw the demon soul into the pagoda. He said, "Go in there and reform yourself well. Once the demon soul is converted, I will have another loyal Buddhist disciple under my command." Chu Xian marveled. "If I spread the Buddhist methods, I will surely be able to restrain the powerful demon clan. But the demon clan will probably go crazy, right? They might even hate me enough to eat me alive. After I become stronger, I'll see how the situation is and then decide." Chu Xian was happy again. He couldn't help but say, staying at home, without leaving the house, spreading the Buddhist Tao, becoming a saint. The system's reward for that probably won't be bad either, right? Chu Xian saw Su Xianer's expression, changing constantly. He knew she was just too surprised and reassured her. "Don't be so surprised. It's just a small demon soul." Hearing this, Su Xianer asked, "Sir, you can even easily suppress such a powerful demon soul. Your strength must be at least at the heaven realm, right?" Dingu, standing beside him, couldn't help but praise Chu Xian. "Master is indeed amazing. I must cultivate diligently. I'll strive to find a new meaning of the first gate of the Sword Dao soon. Dingu said to himself. It won't be long now. I can completely forget her. From now on, I will escape the sea of suffering of love. My heart will only have the Sword Dao. Over here, the demon soul, chained by all four limbs, shouted angrily. Let me out. Damn it. He was a heaven realm divine soul. His demonic power was beyond imagination. This rolling golden light could actually suppress him. He was even more furious. But he couldn't help but wonder, when did the human race develop such a powerful and mysterious power? If this continues, I will definitely be tormented by this mumbling until I lose myself. The demon's soul shouted. Let me out, you little human brat. Do you want to start a great war between our two races? The strength of my demon clan. Once war breaks out, the 5 regions of your human race may not be able to be protected. But Chu Xian, outside, even though he heard, just silently read his book. The demon clan continuously called out to Chu Xian. Let him out. Consider it him begging you. He can't take it anymore. Quick, stop that sound. I surrender. Grandpa. He'll call you Grandpa, okay? Spare him. He accepts you as master. Being your servant is fine, right? Master, please spare Mada. Hearing this, Chu Xian finally laughed with satisfaction and said, converting a demon race expert into a Buddha? Just thinking about it gives me a sense of accomplishment. Chu Xian asked himself sinisterly, if I turn the demon race into a Buddha race, what would happen then? Just thinking about it is exciting. From now on, there will be no demon race in this world. Only the Buddha race, right? Chu Xian got even more excited and continued. Step by step. No rush. After Mada is converted, I can find out the situation of the demon race. Then slowly plan from there. Wait until Mada is converted. Then he won't be called Mada anymore, but Buddha, the first, venerable Buddha of this world. The demon soul was still screaming inside the tower. Spare me. I can't take it anymore. Chu Xian was still rambling on his side. Buddha's conversion actually relies on nagging and chirping incessantly, causing others to break down. Then they get converted, who can stand a constant buzzing in their ears. At this moment, the demon soul's eyes went white and its mouth muttered. Amitabha Buddha. At the palace city, the evil king shouted loudly. Who told you to enter by stepping with your left foot first? The servant said tremblingly, Your Majesty. The evil king ignored the servant's words. He pointed at him and shot a purple beam straight through him. Wang Luo, standing aside, saw the purple beam and hurriedly dodged. He thought to himself, looks like I have to step with my right foot first tomorrow. I don't know when the old evil king will be able to escape the trauma caused by Qin Qiyun. The evil king asked Wang Luo loudly, Is Chu County really not under the Qin Kingdom's jurisdiction anymore? The Qin family wants to cast the Chu family out. Is that the truth? Wang Luo suspected this was just a trap created to deceive everyone. Your Majesty, does this matter contain a trap or conspiracy? The evil king thought deeply. Chu County is located within the Qin Kingdom. The geographical location is excellent. Sneak into Chu County. Control the Chu family. When the time comes, we'll have an extra secret chess piece. To counterattack Qin Qiyun, the evil king asked about Wang Luo's strength. Compared to Song Yiming, how is your strength? Wang Luo didn't know if he was higher or lower than Song Yiming. He replied, I don't know. The evil king thought again. Song Yiming failed his marriage proposal. It proves the Chu family still has some capability. Forget about Wang Luo. I should still go personally to be safe. The evil king said, the Chu family really didn't set up any ambush. I've walked around for so many days and haven't seen a single Unity Realm expert. Since that's the case, first, take the small house in front as a base. For convenience in future actions. The evil king smiled, thinking deeply. I should be the one to bring prosperity to the Chu family instead. On this side, Chu Xian calmly stretched. His face relaxed. Without any worries, he said, I'm a bit sleepy. Suddenly, Chu Xian sensed evil energy nearby. He asked himself, a half-emperor bringing evil energy here? Chu Xian's eyes lit up. With a cunning face, he said, Insomnia medicine has arrived. Hey! The evil king was suddenly teleported in front of Chu Xian. He panicked, not realizing where he was or why he was teleported here. The evil king asked himself, what does this mean? Where am I? Chu Xian, with a face full of murderous intent, asked. You are the evil king, right? Hearing Chu Xian's voice, the evil king was terrified. Tears welled up as he thought. This person seems to be scolding me. But why don't I dare to be angry at all? What realm is this exactly to have such methods? Bringing a half-emperor like me here unknowingly. Chu Xian didn't get the answer he needed and shouted, "Why don't you answer?" The evil king immediately knelt down. He respectfully admitted his fault. This humble one is indeed the evil king. This humble one deserves to die. Just now, seeing your magnificent body, sir, I couldn't help but worship you. I forgot to answer your question, sir. Moreover, you must have secretly guided me here to visit you, sir. Hearing this, Chu Xian knew the evil king was lying and ordered. I want to hear the truth. The evil king was a little scared. The evil king cried and said, "This humble one did not know the immensity of heaven and earth. I arrogantly wanted to control the Chu family, to betray the Qin kingdom." Chu Xian set a condition. Seeing that you are quite honest, answer 3 of my questions. I will consider sparing your life. The evil king quickly accepted. He clasped his hands and replied, "Yes, sir. This humble one will definitely tell you everything I know." Chu Xian then asked the first question. Do you know of the great Qin emperor? The evil king answered without hesitation, "This humble one knows. It is rumored that the great Qin emperor once unified the southern continent and built the first great empire of the northern region. The great Qin empire." Chu Xian continued to the second question. Regarding the ancient demon battlefield, how much do you know? The evil king immediately told him what he knew. It is rumored that the ancient demon battlefield was the battlefield when an ancient demon clan invaded the southern continent. At that time, those who participated in the battle were all Heaven Realm experts. The battlefield caused has fallen into some space. The southern continent's laws are incomplete, but there is news that, in 20 or 30 years, the ancient demon battlefield will reopen. Hearing this, Chu Xian stroked his chin and thought, it seems this evil king doesn't know much about what happened back then. Chu Xian, who had just been in a cute and gentle state, quickly switched to a domineering and majestic state and asked the final question. So, does your evil king's court have any other experts? The evil king only knew that his uncle had reached the expert level. My uncle has, but he is in seclusion every year. Chu Xian's eyes lit up. He thought to himself, the old evil king? Then I must give him a twin soul seal. And I might as well recruit the old evil king too. After getting all the information, Chu Xian allowed the evil king to leave. All right, you may go now. I will give you a gift to take back to your uncle. As he finished speaking, a red mark appeared in front of the evil king. Seeing this, the evil king was surprised. He didn't understand what was happening. Chu Xian turned around and walked towards his room. He said, "Old evil king, you are in for a treat." The evil king flew up into the sky with his power. He floated alone in the night sky, saying excitedly, "What a clear and sunny night. The master is too good to me. Now I can feel his care for me, so I must carry out the master's policy. To the end, I absolutely cannot fail the master's teachings." After speaking, the evil king flew away, creating a purple streak in the sky. He shouted, "I must hurry home and get things in order." When he arrived, the evil king didn't go in immediately, but stood in a corner, observing the whole scene from behind large trees. The evil king said doubtfully, "Why is the periphery of my evil king's palace so stable? Let me see what's going on." At this moment, everyone was bustling in front of the outer gate. Xiao Yang, while using his hand to block Brother Li's approaching arm, said, "Stop trying to greet me." Brother Li didn't answer, but asked about the evil king's court. Xiao Yang, why hasn't your evil king appeared recently? Xiao Yang sighed and said, "Isn't it because the Empress of Great Qin beat him up? He's sulking at home." After understanding why the evil king rarely appeared, Brother Li revealed his plan. "Is that so? I wanted to use the evil king's hand to add fuel to the fire. It seems there's nothing interesting going on recently." Xiao Yang then said, "Brother Lu, this is not a problem. The old evil king isn't here, but your brother has a way." Hearing this, Brother Li was overjoyed and urged him on. "Xiao Yang, hurry up and tell me. Good brother, tell me quickly." My cousin, Shangji, was choked to death by the evil king. The next day, a reward flag was hung in his house. Now he's become a model for evil cultivators. I want to be one too. Xiao Yang said with a cunning face. "Isn't this simple? Let's get a combo." Brother Li didn't understand what Xiao Yang meant and asked, "What combo?" Xiao Yang smiled. He took out a piece of paper for Brother Li to see. While Brother Li was still confused, Xiao Yang happily continued. The nanny-level combo for bravely storming the evil king's palace. Brother Li was skeptical and asked, Is this really a good idea? Xiao Yang put his arm around Brother Li's shoulder, excitedly introducing a series of combos. Brother Lu, look at combo A. A half-day tour of the evil king's palace. 2,000 spirit stones. Plus, you get free food, and Brother Li quickly replied, Great, this is good. Xiao Yang continued to pitch. Now look at combo B. The evil king's personal attendant will accompany you for the entire journey. 8,000 spirit stones. Brother Lu, you know the value and status of our attendants here. If word got out, it would definitely be a status symbol. Hearing this, Brother Li's eyes lit up. That's great. Xiao Yang delivered the final blow. The last item, I must tell you seriously, you have to use. Xiao Yang's coyness made Brother Li curious. He urged, Combo B is already like that. Wouldn't Combo C be out of this world? Hurry up and tell me, old brother. Stop dawdling. Hurry up and tell me, old brother. Xiao Yang quickly revealed the offer for Combo C. All right, Brother Lu, listen carefully. The final Combo C, storm the evil king's palace and gargle with the evil king's spittoon. For 5 minutes, you can use a power source as a souvenir. The fee is 500,000 spirit stones. You also get the evil king's used chopsticks as a bonus. This offer is limited. Brother Li was ecstatic. Perfect. This combo is absolutely perfect. I have to choose it. It's like it was made for me. Brother Li looked at Xiao Liang with a sinister gaze and said, Then let me. Before he could finish, someone was sent flying into another person and exploded. A purple energy blast shot into the crowd, sweeping everything away. A terrified person recognized it as the evil king's power. He stammered, It's the evil king himself. He's back. The evil king was now standing on the rubble, his entire body filled with killing intent. He shouted, You bunch of worms. What do you take my evil king's palace for? A public toilet? You fools, colluding from within and without. Today, I will let you worms die together. As he spoke, he gathered energy in his hand. The evil king punched the ground and said, All of you die for me. The punch, filled with energy, created hundreds of stakes that killed everyone. An evil cultivator lying on the ground said, Is this a slaughterhouse? The evil king, he's gone mad. He ran while saying, I must quickly go into the palace and report. The evil king has gone mad. The soldier entered and reported, Your Highness, the young evil king. His Majesty, the evil king, is slaughtering indiscriminately. Our high-level evil cultivators are more than half dead or injured. If we don't stop him, I'm afraid our evil king's palace will disappear. The young evil king said, What's the use of finding me? Go find someone who can suppress my father. In a large cave, the entrance was a red door. On both sides of the door were lit lamps. The cave was surrounded by lush trees. An evil cultivator rushed in and shouted, Your Majesty, the old evil king. It's bad. The evil king has gone mad. He's slaughtering the evil cultivators outside the palace and our own people. The high-level evil cultivators are all seriously injured. If you don't act, our evil king's court will be no more. The evil cultivator kowtowed, begging for help. Please, Your Majesty, the old evil king, act. The old evil king was sitting cross-legged at a table. Hearing this, he turned his head and said with wide eyes, He's really getting more and more out of hand. The old evil king blamed himself. If it weren't for the lack of descendants back then, I wouldn't have passed the throne to him. What a mess. Suddenly, the door was blown open by a whirlwind. The old evil king's eyes lit up. The old king stood up with a majestic air and said, Watch me go and subdue that madman. In a flash, he had jumped out of the door. At the same time, the evil king was destroying everything, laughing loudly. To clean up the evil king's court, I must start with you worms and vermin. The old evil king quickly flew to the scene. As soon as he reached the periphery, he pointed at the evil king. Evil King Ting was choking the neck of an evil cultivator. Seeing the old evil king, he immediately stopped. Uncle, the old evil king shouted angrily. Look at what you are doing. Evil King Ting tossed the soldier in his hand aside and said, "I am following the Lord's orders to clean up the evil king court." Hearing this, the old evil king asked in surprise, "The Lord?" Evil King Ting pointed to his own head and said, "That's right. The Lord even gave me a gift and told me to show it to you when I got back. Uncle, take a good look." The old evil king looked at his nephew with a weary expression. Then his eyes went wide as he looked at Evil King Ting's forehead. On Evil King Ting's forehead, the red mark Chu Xian had bestowed suddenly appeared. The mark shone so brightly that the old evil king had to shield his eyes with his hand. He shouted loudly, "What the hell is that? It's blinding." Afterward, the mark faded, leaving the uncle and nephew staring at each other. Evil King Ting smiled and asked, "Uncle, how do you feel?" The old man shook Evil King Ting's hand smugly and replied, "Pretty good." Evil King Ting stated what he wanted to do. "I want to reorganize the evil king court." The old evil king immediately agreed. "Reorganize it." The evil cultivators watching from the side were terrified that the old evil king actually agreed with his nephew. Meanwhile, Chu Xian lay casually picking his nose and said, "I originally thought the evil king court and Great Xian would come over to cause trouble. I didn't expect there to be no movement at all." Chu Xian looked bored and said, "I'm a little disappointed." Then Chu Xian continued, "But little Yu has improved rapidly. He's already at the 3rd stage of the Void Realm. I'm very happy." He looked at his 2 pets and said happily, "These 2 little ones have also increased their cultivation." Chu Xian checked and saw that Old Run and the others were all leveling up. Chu Xian looked at himself and thought, "It seems I also need to break through a bit. Otherwise, it would be a waste." The system announced, "You stayed at home for 5 years, enjoying the joy of staying home. Reward, a personal pocket world." Chu Xian clicked on the reward and said smugly, "The system still understands me best. It knows exactly what I lack and gives it to me." The system explained, "The personal pocket world can grow. You can open an entrance in real space. It can also be closed at any time. You can adjust the time difference with reality. Requires spirit veins or nurturing Tao rhythm. Cultivation resources are everywhere. Countless heavenly treasures." Chu Xian held the small planet, fondling it ceaselessly. Chu Xian then said, "Let me see what you're like." Chu Xian looked inside and saw a giant tree growing on a mountain peak. His eyes lit up as he said, "A product of the system. Indeed, high-quality goods." Chu Xian continued, "I'm the only one enjoying this. I forgot about Little Yu, Su Xianer, and the others. Currently inside the personal pocket world. After seeing the lush green pastures, full of flowers and leaves from a small hill. The surrounding scenery was shrouded in mist, and in the distance, there was a towering ancient tree. Han Yingming happily exclaimed, "Master, where is this? It's so beautiful here." Hearing this, Dingu said, "Master is indeed master. One look and you know this is master's handiwork." Han Yingming agreed, "That's right. Moreover, the spiritual energy here is unusually dense. Except for Mr., I can't think of anyone else with such divine abilities." The 2 of them kept praising their master until Chu Xian spoke up. "Look into the distance. That giant tree piercing the sky. Do you know what it is?" Both Han Yingming and Dingu stared blankly in the direction Chu Xian was pointing, far away. There was an extremely massive ancient tree, so tall that it was surrounded by clouds. It looked very majestic, because the tree was so gigantic. Even though they were standing very far away, all 3 of them could see it clearly. Surprised, Han Yingming and Dingu couldn't help but exclaim, "Is that a tree? I was too excited just now. I didn't notice it. That's way too big. It's about to pierce through the sky." Because they were so curious, Han Yingming and Dingu kept urging Chu Xian to tell them clearly. Being a good master, Chu Xian kindly explained every detail. "That is the ordinary tree. Although it doesn't emit any spiritual power, it is truly the most precious treasure in this small world. No method can destroy it," Chu Xian explained, while smiling confidently, because he knew the use of this tree very well. Although the tree looked huge on the outside, Chu Xian knew this was nothing yet. Chu Xian continued, "Right now, the ordinary tree is still a sapling. If it truly matures, it will shake heaven and earth." Then, Chu Xian thought of a small branch from that ancient tree and spoke of its amazing benefits. Using the wood to create weapons makes them incredibly sharp. No weapon can destroy them. It seemed that both Dingu and Han Yingming understood the miraculous use of that ancient tree. Both of them showed great interest. Dingu exclaimed, "That's insane." Han Yingming said, "I really want to have it." Chu Xian saw his two disciples acting like idiots, constantly amazed. So he wanted to dazzle them even more. So he continued his introduction. "This tree is nothing. The key is the small world you're standing in right now." Chu Xian looked around this vast personal pocket world and said, "The spiritual energy is even denser than in the southern region. The laws of heaven and earth form their own system. Heavenly treasures are everywhere. 1 year in this place is only 1 day in reality." Chu Xian kept creating countless surprises for his two disciples with the magical powers of the space they were standing in. "This world will greatly increase your cultivation speed. With your aptitude, breaking through to the Emperor realm won't take much time." After hearing such useful information, both Han Yingming and Dingu were jaw-dropped. Their admiration for their master increased by several levels. Dingu said, "Is this the legendary time secret realm?" Han Yingming looked as if she worshipped Chu Xian. "Master is truly amazing. What realm is he exactly?" Such heaven-defying things seemed like wholesale goods to him. After marveling endlessly with Han Yingming, Dingu finally made up his mind. His eyes looked firmly into the distance. "I must master the supreme sword way in this place. I want to slap the faces of those at 9 Swords Mountain. All the humiliations from before, I will definitely pay them back twofold." As for Han Yingming's thoughts, they weren't much different from Dingu's. She frowned, gritting her teeth, also very determined with her goal and desire. "Having such an opportunity, I will definitely grasp it. Wait until I break through to the supreme realm. Those scum of the Su family, and those with evil schemes, those bastards who play dirty, I will definitely find them to settle the score." Seeming to read the thoughts of Dingu and Han Yingming, and finding them too arrogant, Chu Xian immediately reprimanded them. The mindset of young people is truly poor. Hearing Chu Xian say this, Dingu was embarrassed. "Master, Han Yingming was the same. She stammered, "Mr. So Chu Xian immediately used his life experience to preach. Only by not caring about external things can you reach the peak. Having motivation is good, but do not be obsessed with desire. Do you understand?" Chu Xian looked towards the ancient tree while lecturing. "You're just like the ordinary tree. Just started growing. The road is still long. You still need more training." After hearing Chu Xian's teachings, Dingu and Han Yingming answered in unison, "Yes, master." But just then, both Dingu and Han Yingming felt something missing from their heads. So they asked, "But we don't see the two little ones." Han Yingming screamed in panic. "Where did the two little ones go?" Dingu. When he touched his head and didn't find his bird, he realized, I really don't see them anymore." At this moment, Chu Xian smiled mysteriously and said, "They went down to play." The scene immediately shifted to an image of a bird and a cat rushing down the hill at lightning speed. This left the animals in the pasture below, like foxes, rats, and snakes, bewildered. They were so carefree, they didn't even know danger was falling on their heads. Dingu's bird spread its wings high in the sky, but its sharp eyes kept targeting the white snake on the ground. As for the cat, as soon as it landed, it pounced on a chubby rat hiding in the grass. A chaotic scene unfolded before the eyes of Chu Xian, Dingu, and Han Yingming. Seeing his disciples' two pets disrupting the peace of his personal pocket world, Chu Xian was extremely angry. Fire flashed in his eyes. Chu Xian clenched his fist and took a breath. "You two little rascals." Then he shouted like an erupting volcano, "Stop your claws right now." Chu Xian quickly approached and grabbed the two pets by the scruff of their necks, scolding them. "I told you to go down for a walk. Why are you bullying others?" Dingu's bird talked back. "I basically didn't lift a finger." Han Yingming's cat, seeing its friend speak, copied it and started defending itself. "I was just playing with them a little." As for Dingu and Han Yingming, seeing their pets getting scolded instead of worrying, they looked very happy. Han Yingming even giggled happily. Dingu said excitedly, "The two little ones got scolded." Seeing the two pets in his hands were still very stubborn, Chu Xian said sternly, "You must be more harmonious. The demon beasts and spirit beasts here are no match for you. Making a mess is fine, But no attacking, do you hear me? Seeing they couldn't be stubborn with Chu Xian, the cat and the bird had to accept the deal. They helplessly let Chu Xian hold their necks and listen to him preach. You're the big bosses here. You must protect your little brothers well, understand? After scolding the two small beasts, Chu Xian continued to remind Han Yingming and Dingu. Don't cause trouble anymore. Cultivation is the true path. So Han Yingming and Dingu answered in unison. Yes, Master/Mister. But a few seconds later, their righteous voices and faces immediately disappeared, replaced by sinister and scary faces. Because Chu Xian said, but before cultivating, we need to fill our stomachs. Like master, like disciple. Dingu agreed with Chu Xian. That's right, master. I saw earlier that your goats here are quite fat. Han Yingming added fuel to the fire. That fish isn't bad either, mister. But because Chu Xian was the master, he just sat there waiting for his two disciples to find food and cook for him. He even sat there holding his bowl and chopsticks, urging Han Yingming and Dingu. Hurry up, you two. Is it ready yet? So after a full and delicious lunch, the three master and disciples lay on the ground and burped loudly together. Just then, the system sound suddenly rang out. You enjoyed a satisfying time at home, feeling the joy of staying home. Reward, rare delicacies. Time phantom, although he wanted to exclaim, because he was too full. Chu Xian remained lying on the ground, only giving a thumbs up to express his happiness. At this moment, the bird and the cat had also climbed onto Chu Xian's belly to sleep. Chu Xian narrowed his eyes, speaking to the phoenix and white tiger. You've rested enough, right? Then let's continue. Immediately, the phoenix and white tiger rushed towards Chu Xian, creating a vortex of opposing black and white colors. The wind howled, making the battle even more fierce. But Chu Xian was not afraid. Instead, he fought enthusiastically. Next, it's my turn to show my power. Chu Xian fought the tiger with his right hand and caught the bird with his left. Then he unleashed a palm strike, shouting angrily, "Monsters, reveal your true forms." As soon as he finished speaking, the two figures were beaten by Chu Xian until they turned back into the forms of a chicken and a white cat. Scene changed to the residence. Chu Xian exclaimed at the terrifying power of the time phantom. Truly powerful. Just one phantom made those two little monsters. So tired, Chu Xian was sweating profusely and looked exhausted, thinking just a supreme realm casting this technique consumes a huge amount of divine soul. At least one must be in the heaven realm to cast it with some ease. Suddenly, Siener called out to him, "Come eat," but sorry, he was busy cultivating and had no time. Inside the room, Chu Xian was meditating, eyes closed in thought. Time phantom, a technique of the great Tao of time. It can leave a phantom in the great Tao of time. In reality, the phantom and the real person are no different. This technique is a great Tao technique. Unless someone can attack within the great Tao, they absolutely cannot hurt me. This kind of secret technique, I'm afraid even the divine realm doesn't possess. Just thinking about it, Chu Xian smiled happily. With this treasure, no one will dare to defeat me anymore. However, my current cultivation is too low. Otherwise, I could create a time phantom of myself. Chu Xian smiled bitterly. It really hurts my heart. Legend realm. Outside at this moment, Chu Yin was trying to return. They say the Great Yin County produces medicinal herbs. Why can't I find anything good after searching for so long? I have to settle for picking some ordinary items. Suddenly, the voices of two other people spoke up. They blocked the way and teased Chu Yin. "Miss, don't be in such a hurry. Take your time looking. We have no ill intentions. We just simply want to make friends." This guy even claimed his words were true. But with a face like a pervert, only a ghost would believe him. Even his accomplice shook his head in disagreement at his words. Chu Yin pouted. "One look, and I know this guy is a lecher. Luckily, I have the masked senior secretly protecting me, so I'm not afraid of his bad intentions." Chu Yin spoke to the two men. "Please move aside." Hearing this, the two men stopped bothering Chu Yin and pointed forward to let her pass. "Miss, please." Chu Yin walked ahead without looking back, but didn't forget to say thanks. But how could prey that had fallen into his sights escape? He smiled weirdly. Truly a personality I like. The other guy on the side couldn't help but worry about the girl's fate. Turns out this despicable pervert was the little evil king, famous for being cruel and vicious. Any girl the little evil king set his sights on was unlucky for 3 lifetimes. It was a pity that too many girls had been tormented by the little evil king. Usually, he used force to subdue them. Today, he valued politeness. It was truly a first. He probably wanted to use tricks to satisfy his evil amusement. Chuyin walked a bit before the little evil king spoke up. "Miss, please stop." He stepped in front of Chuyin. He introduced himself. "I am the little evil king. I still don't know your name, Mississippi." Chuyin didn't want to pay attention to him at all and told him, "Don't follow me anymore." Seeing this, he played tricks. "Apologies, I was too abrupt." Chuyin scolded angrily. "Why are you so strange? Why do you keep following me and hindering my herb picking? Don't follow me anymore." Yet the little evil king shamelessly asked Chuyin, "Could it be that you are an alchemist, miss?" But Chuyin didn't care much. "Will you stop it? Why do you talk so much?" But with a face thicker than concrete and a perverted nature, how could he let the prey in front of him go? He chased after Chuyin, speaking sweet words. "I just admire you. I absolutely have no bad intentions." He even tempted Chuyin, saying he had many high-grade medicinal herbs and promised to give them all to her. But she didn't want them and pushed him away with her hand, telling him to move. "I don't want any dash thing at all." The little evil king still tried to execute his pickup plan, smiling slyly. Using the excuse that it was dangerous for Chuyin to go up the mountain alone. He wanted to become her bodyguard and scout the path for Chuyin, but Chuyin repeatedly refused, saying she didn't need it. Seeing the little evil king's Oscar-worthy acting, the other guy praised his superb acting skills. Even I almost believed the little evil king is a good person. He suspected if this was love at first sight. Met once, struck by lightning, and fell in love. Unrequited love. Scene changed to the city gate. A person was leaning on a cane, thinking, finally found Chu County. Rumor has it the Chu family in Qin country is located at the border. Although I'm only a low-level alchemist for the current Chu family, I can be considered a help. They will definitely let me join. He muttered. This time I must grasp the opportunity. From here, my path to rising up will begin. He approached the gate and was stopped by guards asking, "Who goes there?" He replied, "I am Wang Luo. I'm an alchemist seeking refuge with the Chu family, so I came here." The guard asked further, "You are an alchemist? Do you have proof?" Wang Luo took out 2 green pills and said, "These are pills I refine myself. That is the proof for me to enter the city." Seeing this, the 2 guards invited him in. The guard watched his figure and wondered. He asked the person next to him, "I wonder if that person just now will be chosen by the Chu family." The other guy said, "Doesn't look good. Judging by his tattered clothes, I guess he won't achieve anything big." The guard denied it. "That's not certain. How about we make a bet?" They both bet 50 spirit crystals on their guesses. Inside the city, an old man came out and asked, "Is the young master in front of me alchemist Wang Luo? Did young master Wang come here to rely on the Chu family?" Seeing this, the guy replied, "It is I." He said smugly, "I heard rumors in the martial world that the Chu family is recruiting talent. So I wanted to come and seek refuge." Chu Tianming asked, "Can I see the pills you refined first?" Wang Luo took out a pill. "This is a spirit pill I refined. The success rate is about 10%. Wang Luo thought confidently, "I come from an alchemy family. Can I easily handle a small family in the southern region?" Chu Tianming looked it over and commented, "This kind of pill is too ordinary. Little alchemy genius Yuner has already trained a generation of alchemy geniuses. Alchemists like young Master Wang are not few in number." Looking at Wang Luo in front of him, "Quite shabby. I'll just give him a few spirit crystals and send him away." Wang Luo thought he would be accepted, but unfortunately, he wasn't skilled enough. Chu Tianming gave him spirit crystals and told him to look elsewhere. This surprised Wang Luo. "What?" But Chu Tianming frankly replied, "Young master, please." Seeing this, Wang Luo scolded angrily. "Don't look down on me just because I'm down and out, truly looking at people with dog eyes." He decided to teach a lesson here to open the Chu family's eyes to Wang Luo's ability. Then Wang Luo threw the bag of spirit crystals on the ground and shouted, "Cauldron come." Then he pulled out a cauldron from nowhere and shouted, "Fire up." He put the medicinal herbs in and used them. Then he clasped his hands, channeled power, and recited a mantra. "Embrace the origin, guard the one. The pill can be formed." Immediately, the cauldron smoked profusely, bubbling. He closed his eyes and said, "This time I can do it." The crowd surrounding him discussed. "Look quickly. Another alchemist wants to rely on the Chu family. But he looks a bit shabby, not very good." Someone even said, "Maybe it's a blind cat meeting a dead mouse." Wang Luo smiled smugly. "Wait until the pill is formed. Let's see if those people still scream. By then, I'll become a guest of honor of the Chu family and can gather better herbs to solve the defect of my body. Speak of the devil, and he appears." Just as he mentioned the defect in his body, it flared up immediately. His whole body was in pain, like karmic fire burning his bones. Wang Luo's body felt like it was burning. His whole body was hot, but he still tried to deploy his power. Wang Luo thought that, because of this body defect, he couldn't display higher-level alchemy skills. It also makes my understanding of the alchemy, Tao, like the dregs of a pill. At the same time becoming the shame of the Wang family. But today I must persist. I must prove myself to these forces that I'm the strongest alchemist. Wang Luo grimaced. His whole body trembled. Gritting his teeth, determined. I must persist. This furnace of pills must succeed. Outside, the discussion was still lively. Just a furnace of spirit pills takes so much effort. Face turned red. Truly, his endurance isn't good either. Truly trash. Hearing the word trash, Wang Luo's mood suddenly fluctuated. His fearful eyes opened wide. The word trash constantly flashed through his head. Wang Luo recalled the terrible past and what the Wang family did back then. Those cruel words. It is him, the shame of our Wang family. Defeated by a soldier in an alchemy duel. No wonder the engagement was broken off. Deserved it. Hurry up and get out of here, along with those scary staring eyes. Suddenly, Wang Luo spat a mouthful of blood and collapsed. The furnace of pills also shattered into smoke. But no one encouraged or comforted him. Only scolding words calling him fraud. Didn't study properly. People gradually dispersed, leaving Wang Luo alone there. Hearing those words, Wang Luo completely collapsed. Scene change. Chu Xian was currently lying comfortably on a chair. It seemed he was expecting his second disciple to arrive soon, and it was none other than Wang Luo. He is the contemporary child of Destiny of the northern region, son of a concubine of the Wang family, an alchemy family. Born with alchemy veins, possessing extremely high alchemy talent. Because he encountered a treacherous hand unexpectedly when he was young, his alchemy veins were severed. Hearing this, Chu Xian couldn't help but feel bored. Children of Destiny often have tragic fates. Abandoned like that. But as a child of Destiny, the family he was in didn't have enough foundation to carry the luck of a child of Destiny. So Wang Luo became an abandoned piece. Chu Xian continued. Wang Luo's congenital alchemy veins are also a special physique. If it were the Wang family, discovering this person had congenital alchemy veins, they would think of 100 ways to reconnect his veins. Truly pitiful for a tragic guy. Just failed an alchemy duel and got expelled. Even he himself is a targeted ending. It's Wang Luo's fiancée. Someone is preparing to cuckold him. Truly worthy of being a child of Destiny, unexpectedly running to the southern region. And running to the Chu family too. Wang Luo approached Chu Xian's courtyard. He was curious about who was in this courtyard, wondering about the small yard, or staying in this small yard, thinking he would use the excuse of repaying the Chu family for the spirit crystals. From there, stay and refine some pills for the Chu family. Staying at the Chu family can also be considered having a place to stop. Suddenly, a voice sounding very much like a multi-level marketer came from somewhere. Young man, do you feel your future is vague? Do you feel life has lost its direction? Down and out, depressed, expelled, abandoned, becoming a useless person. Are you resigned? Do you want to rise up? To make those who look down on you unable to climb high? Wang Luo asked in surprise. Who is speaking? The mysterious voice replied. This seat is the beacon guiding lost young men. The savior of useless people in the heavens and myriad worlds. Young man, as long as you are a useless person, meeting this seat will make those who abandoned you value you more. Hearing this, Wang Luo sadly recounted. I am a useless person, because my body has a defect. The voice immediately comforted him. No matter the cause. As long as you are useless, here with this seat, you could be saved. You could be reborn. Feeling an opportunity opening up, Wang Luo immediately ran and saying, Great opportunity. Inside, he saw Chu Xian and bowed. Junior Wang Luo pays respects to Senior. Chu Xian told him to kneel and bow as a disciple. Seeing this, Wang Luo was as happy as if he had a bumper harvest. He hurriedly knelt and kowtowed. Disciple Wang Luo pays respects to Master. Suddenly the system appeared with a notification. You did not leave the house. A child of destiny from the northern region climbed mountains and waded rivers to arrive. Reward, Void God Fire. Void God Fire Scripture. Seeing this, Chu Xian thought happily, truly doing little but gaining much. Accepting a disciple, and the system rewards a technique suitable for the disciple. Chu Xian told Wang Luo, stand up, and said, starting today, you will become the second disciple under this seat. Then Chu Xian introduced each disciple. This is your senior brother, Dingu. Xian saw the new second disciple arrive, and smiled at Chu Xian. Accepting a disciple again. Although he's only at the 6th stage of the profound realm, to catch masters, I proves his talent is extraordinary. Chu Xian explained. Wang Luo's condition was originally congenital alchemy veins. But when he was young, an injury caused the alchemy veins to break, thus limiting his alchemy cultivation. Hearing this, Wang Luo frowned, understanding the problem. So that's it, Chu Xian said. I have a pill that can reconnect his broken alchemy veins. It is a unique treasure. I can even personally reconnect the broken veins. But after healing, they will no longer be congenital alchemy veins. Originally possessing congenital alchemy veins, they will turn into postnatal alchemy veins. Your aptitude is rare, incomparable to congenital alchemy veins. Wang Luo gritted his teeth, feeling unwilling. Thinking he could only become postnatal alchemy veins? How could that be? He blamed that murderer for everything. Chu Xian offered a harder choice. Use the Void God Fire to reconnect the broken veins. But Wang Luo will have to endure the cruel punishment of fire for 49 days. Only then can it be completed. However, if your will is not firm, you will die. If you pass, you gain benefits. He told him, choose quickly. Wang Luo decided. Use the Void God Fire to reconnect the veins. Chu Xian wanted to ask him again. Think carefully. Although the Void God Fire can preserve the congenital alchemy veins, if you don't pass, the consequences are unpredictable. But Wang Luo still decided to follow his heart and said, Master, I, Wang Luo, either reach the sky in one step and stand proud in the world, or disappear from this heaven and earth. I'd rather die than live an ordinary life. Seeing his junior brother's choice, Dingu spoke up. Good, junior brother. I support you. Just as he finished speaking, Chu Xian transmitted the Void God Fire Scripture to him. The fire quickly enveloped Wang Luo. Feeling the technique was very strong, Wang Luo was surprised. He felt his choice was not wrong. Indeed, my great opportunity. Chu Xian was thinking, with a wisp of God Fire, if Wang Luo has a firm will, perhaps he can refine it. Then Chu Xian asked again, what is your choice? Because this fire is no ordinary fire. Sienna looked worried. This Void God Fire feels extremely terrifying. Just a breath could burn one's will and spirit to ashes. Wang Luo is only at the 6th stage of the profound realm. How can he cultivate and survive the burning punishment? But Wang Luo remained steadfast. I want to choose to undergo this Void God Fire. If I give up, how can I rise up? How can I take revenge? How can I trample the Wang family of a northern region under my feet? Seeing his decisiveness, Chu Xian took him into the pocket world to refine the God Fire. Seeing his disciple standing there stunned, Chu Xian told him, calm your mind to prepare for reconnecting the veins. Wang Luo replied, yes. Starting to wave his hand, the fire immediately moved towards Wang Luo, causing him to scream in pain. Wang Luo thought he would definitely make those who looked down on mocked, abandoned, and humiliated him only able to look up at him. Must flatter him. His eyes were full of determination. Chu Xian on this side stood watching the whole scene through an illusion, thinking, as a child of destiny, he can endure this little torture, right? Refining the Void God Fire will increase his strength, meaning the system reward won't be low, right? At this moment, in Chu Xian's courtyard, Wang Luo was circulating the Void God Fire Scripture technique. His aura had begun to level up. The alchemy veins have reconnected, worthy of being a child of destiny. Indeed, he subdued it. Refine the Void God Fire. His realm has broken through to the spirit realm. Chu Xian looked at his second disciple and exclaimed. Suddenly the system sound rang out. Your disciple, under your teaching, broke through realms quickly. With great perseverance, he subdued and refined the void god fire. Reward, 100 years of cultivation. 100 refinement spirit technique. Hearing this, Chu Xian said, Indeed, the system reward is not low. Thinking about getting 100 years of cultivation. Break through to the Supreme Realm 6th stage. Then he started circulating the 100 refinement spirit technique. All rewards received. This is an extremely strong divine soul technique. 100 refinement spirit, eternal and imperishable. Using the divine soul of the 100 refinement technique to cultivate. Even if only a little remains, one can survive for a very long time. Rise again. Recover the physical body. Return to the peak. This divine soul great technique. Attack and defense in one body. Divine soul usage is extremely mysterious. Chu Xian exclaimed while circulating the technique. After finishing cultivation, Chu Xian muttered, although only at the Supreme Realm 6th stage. My divine soul power is not weaker than the Supreme Realm 6th stage. Just as Chu Xian finished speaking, Wang Luo had also finished cultivating. He clasped his hands towards Chu Xian. Disciple thanks Master for the grace of recreation. Chu Xian replied, You have such perseverance, I did not misjudge you. Thinking of Wang Luo's talent. At this time, people wanting to beg him will be countless. There will be no shortage of beauties. I must warn him once. He said, The path of alchemy is full of endless temptations. Flattery, the temptation of precious treasures. Among them, beauty is the hardest to guard against. You must remember well. There must be no woman in your heart. Alchemy will naturally become divine. If you're moved by beauty, moved by emotion, mind not focused on the alchemy Tao, then your alchemy Tao will also end. Since ancient times, those obsessed with beauty, those infatuated people, eventually die for love, die for lust, disappearing from heaven and earth. You must remember well. Chu Xian warned Wang Luo meticulously. Wang Luo smiled confidently and said, Master's teachings. Disciple will keep in mind. Always cautious. No woman in my heart. Alchemy will naturally become divine. Absolutely won't be tempted by beauty. Hearing this, Chu Xian was relieved. The kid is teachable. You walk the path of alchemy Tao. Refine the void god fire. Alchemy will naturally be smooth sailing. Combat is also not weak. As a disciple of this seat, strength cannot be weak. Then Chu Xian took out 2 of his treasures to give to Wang Luo. You can refine the void god fire. Naturally, it can be stored in this fan. Accept ownership. I give it to you. Wang Luo said gratefully, Thank you, Master. Then he thought happily, Divine artifact Pill Furnace? The clan guarding Pill Furnace of the Wang family is merely a semi-divine artifact. Then Chu Xian handed Wang Luo a book. This is the Myriad Heavens Pill Scripture and Myriad Spirit Canon. Wang Luo took it and opened it to look, exclaiming, Such a small book. How much content is recorded on it? Without great means, one cannot record on a treasure of this level. Chu Xian said again, I am transmitting a few secret techniques to you. Breath concealment and shape-changing technique. Immovable mountain art. Call Su Xiener. And Dingu here. I will transmit another technique to you all. Chu Xian taught in front of his 3 disciples. Today I transmit a divine soul great technique to you. You must cultivate diligently. Su Xiener replied, Yes, yes. Then Chu Xian took the Myriad Heavens mirror and said, Accepting disciples is wonderful. Let's find a place to look around. At this moment, the figure of a girl appeared in the mirror. Looking closely, she was a beauty. Chu Xian thought, Truly a peerless beauty. Heroic posture. Then surprised. Emperor Realm 3rd stage? Huh, she looks only 20-something. Yet she could break through to the Emperor Realm 3rd stage. Emperor Realm in her 20s. Except for some opportunities, no genius can break through to the Emperor Realm at this age. This is a big hurdle. What is this person's identity? At this moment, a sound came through. Luo Ying, top contemporary genius of the Luo family, the human king family in the eastern region of the central province. Human king bloodline. Reincarnation of Qin Ying, the emperor of Great Qin. Chu Xian exclaimed, damn. She is the reincarnation of the Great Qin Emperor. The Great Qin Emperor was female? Impossible. Something is wrong. But at this moment, the mirror closed. Chu Xian said, no way to continue probing. The heavenly secret probing technique is disturbed by the human king Dao weapon. Qin Ying actually reincarnated to the eastern region of the central province. Moreover, in the Luo family, the human king family. Does Qin Qiyu know or not? Human king family. Those who could be called human kings are all peerless existences who led the race to rise and unified a region, marked the final imprint of the myriad heavens mirror on her. At this moment, a red dot appeared in the mirror's surface. Then Chu Xian lay down to relax and said, unexpectedly, I can connect with Qin Ying, a character important to the ancient demon war. Also one of the most important layout planners. Could it be she wants to use the power of the human king family to return for revenge and rise again? First, transmit to Bao Hongyan. Have her notify Qin Qiyun to come to my place for a trip. Regarding Qin Ying's gender, necessary to ask clearly. The Great Qin Emperor in the records doesn't look much like a woman. At this moment in the palace, Qin Qiyun's subordinate announced, Your Majesty. Tower Lord Bao sent a letter. Hearing the report, Qin Qiyun thought, Gold token Tower Lord of Black Moon Tower, Bao Hongyan. Then she took the letter from the maid, opened it, and read. Why does Chu Xian want to see me? Obviously boasting. But he is very terrifying. Isn't being an empress enjoyable? Why go bow and scrape? Even becoming a maid. If I refuse to go back, what if he comes personally to the Great Qin Imperial Palace? At this moment, Qin Qiyun left the palace and went towards the backyard of Chu Xian's residence. Standing in front of Chu Xian, she asked, was the Great Qin Emperor, Qin Ying, male or female? Qin Qiyun wondered, what kind of answer is that? Of course male. The emperor was a great man, unparalleled in the world. Qin Qiyun spoke with admiration. Chu Xian was shocked for a moment. Thinking so, Qin Ying was male, now reincarnated as a woman. The great Dao laws are truly unexpected. If Qin Ying's brothers from before, when the ancient demon war opens, kill their way back and discover their former big brother turned into a peerless beauty. Then he said to Qin Qiyun, do you have anything else? If not, go back. You holding the Great Qin Empire. Is it to prepare to welcome Qin Ying? Chu Xian asked. Qin Qiyun hesitated. Chu Xian asked again, his retreat layout. Aren't you afraid of me anymore? Qin Qiyun said, I will not betray the emperor. Chu Xian smiled and said, Demon pet, you are quite loyal. Qin Qiyun said, I am not a demon pet. Now, I am a descendant of the emperor. Chu Xian told Qin Qiyun, all right, you go back. Then he thought, the ending of the ancient demon war is becoming more and more interesting. Use the myriad heavens mirror to see what Qin Ying is doing. After speaking, the mirror showed the figure of Qin Ying cultivating on a mountain peak. At this moment, a person approached. It was Zhu Yuanbai, over 200 years old, Emperor Realm 9th Stage. A genius character with outstanding talent. Chu Xian looked at that person and thought. At this moment, Zhu Yuanbai acted fawningly. Cousin Qin Ying, the blazing flame spear you worked hard to find, cousin has found it for you. Qin Ying only gave a Chu Xian thought, turns out to be a simp. At this moment, Zhu Yuanbai pushed further, saying, cousin, this blazing flame spear. I worked extremely hard, fought hundreds of great battles to snatch it. Cousin, can you smile a little for me? Just one smile and I'll be satisfied. At this moment, Qin Ying shouted angrily, Zhu Yuanbai, get lost. Zhu Yuanbai acted love-struck again, saying, cousin, when you're angry, you're truly moving. It makes cousin's heart flutter. At this moment, Qin Ying was extremely angry, seeing Zhu Yuanbai looking at her lustfully. She furiously took out her weapon and said, go to hell, then rushed in to strike with a spear. Zhu Yuanbai retreated. Cousin, your angry appearance is truly intoxicating. Qin Ying furiously swept another earth-shattering spear strike. Qin Ying said again, thinking back, Qin Ying, a strong man with an 8-foot body, now turned into a woman. Flashback. Qin Ying, 18 years old, came out of the womb, was taking a bath. Qin Ying said smugly, the layout finally succeeded. Finally alive again. Wait, this feeling is wrong. Panicked, screaming, where's my manly body? Why did I turn into a woman? At this moment, Qining said again, lacking a powerful body cultivation method. Human king bloodline ultimately cannot compare to the tyrant body of the previous life. Luo family, human king family. Illustrious reputation in the Eastern region. The #1 family in the Eastern region. Geniuses of every generation are outstanding. In this generation, Luo Ying stands first. Young age, already a strong emperor realm 3rd stage. Known as the Ice Mountain Beauty, Luo Ying. At this moment in the ancestral land of the Luo family. Greetings, Mississippi. Servants at home were welcoming Luo Ying back. Luo Ying walked and thought, the reason I turned into a woman in this life. I'm afraid it's related to the human king Dao weapon. At this moment, Qin Ying's mother worriedly said, You are already #1 among your peers. Don't force cultivation and ruin your body. Why does a girl cultivate body cultivation methods? Our Luo family has all kinds of divine techniques. Which one isn't stronger than body cultivation? Listen to mom's advice. Don't body cultivate anymore, okay? Qin Ying refused, saying, I won't give up. Qin Ying's mother said again, Why must you body cultivate? Look at your skin. And this body. So many girls envy you to death. Qin Ying thought, damn it. I don't need such fair skin. Nor do I need such a beautiful body. I want to be a strong man. Then said loudly, Mom, do you know if in this world there is any way to turn a woman into a man? Qin Ying's mother panicked, saying, Inga, don't scare Mom. Everything is fine. Why do you have such thoughts? You have a girl's body. What turning into a man? Oh no, could it be chi deviation? Someone come. At this moment, 2 servants immediately appeared. Mistress, Qin Ying's mother ordered, quickly invite the family head back. Quickly call the great clan elder here. Inger might have suffered chi deviation. Qin Ying shouted, Mom, I didn't have chi deviation. At this moment, 2 great clan elders appeared and said, Miss wants to change gender? This matter must be kept secret. Absolutely cannot be spread outside. Chu Xian watched from beginning to end and said, female turning into male. Wouldn't gender reassignment surgery work? But cultivation involves the great Tao. Yin and Yang are natural enemies. Reversing chaos brings disaster. Spending so much time paying attention to Qining. Spiritual power consumption is a bit large. Quickly swallow a few recovery pills. Next period of time. Most of Chu Xian's time was placed on Qining. No interest in Black Moon Tower's intelligence. Chu Xian watched with interest and said, things happening in the southern region. How can they be as interesting as Qin Ying's daily life? At the Luo family scripture library, Qining was consulting techniques. Walking out, she met Zhu Yuanbai again, who said, Cousin, this is ice clear. Very effective for body cultivation, can make the skin whiter. Qining was furious. Old lady, get lost for this old man. At this moment, Zhu Yuanbai was infatuated, saying, even your angry look makes others intoxicated. Cousin, will you marry me? I can marry you too. Children will take your surname. I and the children taking your surname is also fine, as long as you agree. Qin Ying angrily held the spear and stabbed. Old lady, I spit, die for this old man. Then thought, damn man, daring to confess to me. This old man is a man. At this moment, Chu Xian stopped watching and said, cannot underestimate body cultivation. Should transmit body cultivation methods to Wang Luo and Dingu. At this moment, Chu Xian transmitted to Dingu and Wang Luo. Today, Master will transmit a body cultivation great technique to you too. Su Xianer said, Mister, what about me? Chu Xian said, you don't need it. Your lunar mystery body is already extraordinary. Moreover, do you want to train yourself into a muscular beauty? Su Xianer thought about it and said, then forget it. Chu Xian transmitted to Dingu, transmitting the heavenly sword body to you. Just happens to suit your talent and aptitude. When this technique reaches great success, the body is like a surging sword intent. Divine weapons cannot hurt it. Then transmitting the technique to Wang Luo, transmitting the 9 refinement god body to you. 9 nines return to 1. Flesh body undergoes 9 changes. When reaching great success, divine weapons are hard to hurt it. Both received it and gratefully thanked Master. Chu Xian finished transmitting the techniques and lay down to relax, saying, should I transmit a body cultivation great technique to Qining? but thought again and said, still better to continue observing Qining for a while than decide. At least must clarify what exactly the ancient demon war battle was. Then took out a soul of Ma Tu in his hand and said, Ma Tu is not yet completely converted, but it will be soon. Participated in that battle back then. Probably knows quite a few secrets. At this moment, Qining was chasing and beating Zhu Yuan by. Cousin, I was wrong. It was cousin's fault. Don't chase and kill cousin anymore. I will go find a body cultivation great technique for you, okay? Cousin, I will definitely find it for you. It's a very strong body cultivation great technique. At this moment, hearing this, Qining showed agreement. Okay, you said it. If you can't do it, don't appear in front of me in the future. Seeing this, Zhu Yuanbai said definitely. Definitely will do it. Qining thought sadly. Qining has fallen. For a body cultivation great technique. Actually relying on beauty to charm people. Said not going home anymore. Staying at home is uncomfortable. Just being the eldest Mississippi. Thinking of finding a place to cultivate and quickly upgrade strength. Things in the ancient demon war absolutely cannot fall into the hands of the enemy. At this moment, suddenly 2 assassins jumped out. Qining saw this and said, these 2 are both Emperor Realm 5th stage cultivation. Then her face showed killing intent. The 2 assassins deployed their Emperor domains and rushed in. Qining blocked them with 1 spear strike. Qining thought, who is assassinating me? Is it an enemy from back then? Incorrect. No one knows I reincarnated into the human king Luo family. Then the attackers are enemies of the Luo family. Both sides fought fiercely. Chu Xian observed from this side and praised. Qining is extremely suitable for this body cultivation great technique. Her usage of domain power has exceeded the comprehension a normal Emperor realm should have. Domain power can actually be divided. 1 part attached to this big halberd, attached to the attack. 1 part supporting herself. Unlike normal Emperor realm experts, taking oneself as the center and expanding the domain power. Covering the enemy to resist domain power. With the enemy, this way is more focused and the power is stronger. The 2 assassins saw this and thought, Qinying's strength is so strong. Crossing 2 small realms to fight, surround and attack to suppress. On this side, Qining also thought, fighting until now. And haven't seen the family's guardian expert appear. Is it testing me or lured away by someone? Cannot continue to consume energy like this. Qining leaped up, imposing like a mountain pressing down, sweeping a brave spear strike at the 2 assassins, making it difficult for them to resist. Qining enlarged the spear in her hand and struck down, causing the 2 assassins to collapse. Qining saw the 2 assassins had no strength left and thought, immediately finish you off. But suddenly something flashed behind, making Qining think, not good. Danger. Qining grunted with a dissatisfied expression. Suddenly, she frowned and caught something. Qining held the long silver spear in her hand. She seriously observed the spear tips rushing towards her at lightning speed. Just as the spear tips were about to hit Qining, she immediately emitted a blue aura, powerful enough to knock away those sharp spear tips. However, Qining was unaware that there was still a sharp spear tip remaining behind her back. The spear tip continued, flying towards her at a speed hard to see with the naked eye. Sure enough, that spear tip slashed straight across Qinying's waist, creating a long wound. Blood and gore. Qining frowned tightly. She glanced at the bloody wound on her waist with an agitated expression. Not long after, Qining angrily raised her spear. She disregarded the bloody cut on her waist and continued to deploy her move. Tyrant technique. However, right after, Qining seemed to realize something, immediately showing a troubled look. Now it's a female body. Cannot strip to fight. Miscalculation. Perhaps I should find a top-tier protective garment from the family to avoid that when using the tyrant technique. It leads to the body being naked. Qining stood alone amidst 4 assassins. She gripped the spear in her hand for defense. Qining carefully observed the surroundings. While calculating anxiously, assassins skilled in assassination arts. Each one has the strength of Emperor Realm 3rd stage. Thinking so, Qining gritted her teeth. She thought in panic. Could it be Zhu Yuanbai intentionally staged something like this? Ending with a hero saving the beauty? Hope I'm overthinking it. Otherwise, sooner or later, I will hack him to death. Suddenly, the figures of those assassins faded. Qining pointed her spear at the shadows of those assassins with an angry face. She swung a circle. However, she couldn't hit any of them. Instead, Qining was so angry she shouted, "Lowly skills. Hiding your bodies. Who doesn't know that?" Finished speaking, Qining swung the spear straight down to the ground, creating a powerful aura that cracked the surrounding earth and rocks. Qinying's figure suddenly became flickering. She gradually disappeared into the thick dust, with a solemn, unchanging face. On the other side, Chu Xian intently watched the battle unfold. He stroked his chin in praise. Has some tricks. However, myriad heavens, divine eye. Whether it's Qin Ying or the assassins, hiding in my eyes, cannot be concealed from Chu Xian. Meanwhile, the assassins on the other side were whispering in a panicked tone. Could it be Qining isn't hiding nearby, but used a secret technique to escape? Very likely the assassination failed. However, right after, a sharp spear tip rushed over. Qining gripped the spear tightly, thrusting the spear tip straight at the assassin. However, he jumped up in time, dodging her surprise attack. Qining abruptly changed the direction of the attack, smashing the spear straight into that assassin's stomach, causing him to widen his eyes in pain. Immediately, the assassin was flung straight into the sky. The other accomplices saw the unfavorable situation and abandoned their brother to pack up and run. Chu Xian smiled faintly and spoke up, worthy of being an old monster reborn. Formidable and brilliant methods. The two assassins seemed to have their divine souls seen through. In reality, Qining used a secret technique to capture the opponent's divine soul aura. Not long after, Zhu Yuanbai ran out, angrily shouting at the fleeing assassins, daring to assassinate my cousin. I will definitely catch the person behind this. The eastern region of the central province is rising strongly. Even a great war erupted, involving Heaven Realm experts. The human king family, with domineering strength, killed a Heaven Realm expert. The mastermind behind it still hasn't been caught. Chu Xian half closed his eyes, looking troubled. The human king family is strong, with the strength of Supreme Realm 6th stage currently. Ultimately, I am still too weak. Even the Heaven Realm is nothing. After all, above the Heaven Realm, there is the Divine Realm in Legends. Above the Divine Realm, there are stronger realms. 1 month later, in the Pocket World, Dingu was at the True Realm 9th stage. Su Xianer's strength advanced to the peak of the True Realm. She was accumulating to break through to the Emperor Realm. On the side, Chu Xian rested his head on his hand, slowly monologuing. The Pocket World is ultimately just a pocket world. Normal cultivation is fine. Breaking through a major realm requires being in the real world, in the universe space, building a special domain, directly avoiding the laws of heaven and earth of the southern region and guiding the great Tao laws. He calmly thought and continued. In the universe space, the laws in the universe space are complete, can directly communicate with the great Tao laws in the universe space to break through to the Emperor Realm. A long while later, Chu Xian took out a letter. Read for a while, then asked himself, news from Black Moon Tower, White Victory Mountain. White Victory Mountain was a supreme power of the ancient times. Once had a Heaven Realm expert presiding, was wiped out in a great war. The sect fell into a space. Recalling this, Chu Xian excitedly shouted, the ancient ruins of White Victory Mountain are about to appear. A voice came from Chu Xian's palace. The ancient ruins of White Victory Mountain are about to emerge. Chu Xian thought seriously. White Victory Mountain once had a Heaven Realm expert presiding. When the ancient demon war occupied it, there must be great opportunities in the ancient ruins. Chu Xian stared intently at the letter and softly continued. 3 countries and 3 sects of the southern region have all sent experts to fight for it. Big and small battles have occurred countless times. Then, he slowly left. It seems the water of the southern region has started to boil. Chu Xian approached a wooden table and slammed the letter onto it. He shouted loudly, it's time. Must intervene. Earn a big reward from the system. Not long after, Chu Xian called Dingu over, asking him to go out and do some work for his master, Chu Xian. Dingu quickly stepped out of the space gate. He respectfully spoke up, yes. I will listen to master's instructions. Chu Xian heard this and was very satisfied, continuing, the ancient ruins of White Victory Mountain are about to emerge. Master wants you to go out and train a bit. Conveniently retrieve a few things from there. Finished speaking, Dingu immediately clasped his hands. Obeying your words. Chu Xian paused for a moment, then suddenly continued, but Nine Swords Mountain will also send people this time. He asked if Dingu was afraid. Instead, Dingu straightforwardly replied, Disciple is basically not afraid. On the contrary, I can't ask for more. Chu Xian heard this and felt extremely satisfied, shouting with imposing tone, Dingu's past matters should also be ended by him. Raise your name. Rely on your own ability to prove yourself. Dingu also quickly clasped his hands politely and replied, Yes, Master. I definitely won't disgrace Master's reputation. At White Victory Mountain, majestic natural scenery, clouds and mist covered the path. A crowd gathered at the foot of the mountain. They discussed animatedly. White Victory Mountain is now surrounded by several major forces. Among them, the weakest is also True Realm 3rd Stage. Isn't that right? Small rogue cultivators like us. If we can get some leftover soup from them, it wouldn't be bad. Suddenly, someone shouted, That's right. Floating Flower Pavilion hasn't arrived yet. Although this floating flower pavilion consists of women, their strength is listed among the top in the southern region. Who here dares to look down on them? Hearing this, the surrounding people also clamored, That's right. But the major forces are all standing on the mountain peak now. Only the people from Floating Flower Pavilion haven't arrived yet. There are still people holding the spot on the peak. Perhaps after Floating Flower Pavilion arrives, the main show will begin. Meanwhile, on the peak of White Victory Mountain, there were groups of people from different forces. They competed to provoke each other. 3 countries and 3 sects now. There is one country that is in name only. Doesn't even have a True Realm 9th Stage. The people from the provoked force were not weak either. They told Lu Pingfeng not to be weird. What about his 3 great half-emperors? Didn't they lose to the great Qin Empress? Lu Pingfeng heard this and gritted his teeth, looking towards the blue-haired girl from Great Qin. The girl didn't hold back and looked back annoyedly. Suddenly, Lu Pingfeng said he wouldn't argue with her anymore, then spoke to the evil king behind him. Before, the southern region only had 2 countries and 2 sections. Now, there is one more country. He asked if they should do something. However, Evil King Ting calmly replied, Evil King Ting has always been righteous. I look down on bullying the weak. The surrounding people heard this and immediately became uproarious. Does he have any shame left? These words sound like they came from below. His brain doesn't seem very stable. The great Qin girl also secretly evaluated. It's a good thing this evil king has brain problems. Suddenly, a middle-aged man flew over on air. He happily opened his mouth, Elder Qin. Long time no see. Following him were 2 more people, a man and a woman. Seeing this, the great Qin girl excitedly spoke up, Great. 9 Swords Mountain's reinforcements have arrived. Evil King Ting looked up and thought, 9 Swords Mountain, Ing Jiankong. Indeed, a well-deserved reputation. Lu Pingfeng on the side also thought with an annoyed face. Great Qin is now relying on 9 Swords Mountain to act arrogant. The crowd saw Ing Jiankong's appearance, and public opinion immediately exploded. Ing Jiankong, peerless genius of 9 Swords, True Realm 9th Stage. He is only 50 years old. Rumor has it he wouldn't even be the sect master if offered. Wholeheartedly wants to pursue the sword way. Wants to be the truly strongest. Over there, Ing Jiankong clasped his hands. Politely speaking, Elder Qin. Excuse me. Elder Qin also hurriedly clasped his hands and replied that he was too polite. Quickly take a seat. On the side, the girl with braided hair, who was also Ing Jiankong's fiancée, happily spoke up. It's Brother Jiankong. He finally arrived. Then, she quickly ran to talk to her grandfather. The heavy treasure of the White Victory Mountain ancient ruins must belong to Brother Jiankong, right? Her grandfather heard this and replied, Probably so. After the matter of the ancient ruins is done, pick a date for you and Jiankong to marry. Ing Jiankong's fiancée immediately obeyed with a shy face. A while later, her grandfather suddenly asked, Rumor has it he and a junior sister of 9 Swords Mountain have a very close relationship. Although she heard her grandfather ask this, the expression of the fiancé remained gentle as usual. She excitedly replied that she knew. Brother Jiankong didn't hide it from me. If there is, there is. At most, let that woman be a concubine. Brother Jiankong is so strong. Women admiring him are not few. Marrying a concubine is nothing. She can even serve me. Her grandfather heard that innocent answer and looked at his granddaughter with pity. He thought that she actually had a big heart. Suddenly, a huge earthquake came from the peak of White Victory Mountain. The fiancé of Ing Jiankong saw this and immediately asked her grandfather, "Is it about to start?" On the other side, Lu Pingfeng also thought with a bewildered face, "Space is shaking so much. It seems it will truly open soon." Ing Jiankong also frowned tightly, thinking, Ing Jiankong has waited for white victory. Evil King Ting arrogantly spoke up. "When will those women from Floating Flower Pavilion arrive?" He provoked, with an arrogant face. Being slow means lacking men. The surrounding people heard this and wondered, is this person stupid? They discussed animatedly. It seems the rumor about the evil king having mental problems is true. Those women from Floating Flower Pavilion aren't good things either. If they heard this, I'm afraid there would be a great war. Don't you see Floating Flower Pavilion's peak? No one dares to stand there. Suddenly, someone exclaimed, "When was there an extra person on Floating Flower Pavilion's peak?" That is a brown-haired young man with a handsome, fairy-like aura. He sat quietly under the root of a blooming peach tree. The sword in his hand was stuck straight into the ground, creating a poetic scene. The crowd from other forces saw a male figure in the Floating Flower Pavilion's area and shouted angrily, "Who are you, daring to stand on Floating Flower Pavilion's peak? Want to die? Kid, if you know what's good for you, get lost quickly. Don't make the fairies of Floating Flower Pavilion angry. Get lost quickly, kid." Then, a man with crooked teeth spoke up. "Doesn't know the immensity of heaven and earth. Let this old man clean up this trash." The surrounding people heard this and actively supported. Daring to stand on the peak of the fairy sisters? Go die. Kill him. Turn his bones to ash. Trash. The old man saw everyone supporting him and excitedly rushed forward. He created a hand with sharp claws from his spiritual power. That hand immediately reached out, wanting to grab Dingu. The old man thought smugly, "Watch me deal with him." Establish the prestige of true realm 3rd stage. However, Dingu just calmly humphed, not caring at all about the old man's cat scratch attack. Just as the old man was about to grab Dingu, his blade cut a clean line. The old man saw this and couldn't help but widen his eyes in shock. His body had been cut in half. Blood poured out, causing him to die on the spot. Evil King Ting saw this and shouted excitedly, "What happened?" Lu Pingfeng also frowned tightly, looking shocked. Pingfeng wondered who he was. The blue-haired girl from Great Qin was also jaw-dropped. She couldn't suppress her surprise and exclaimed, "True Realm 3rd stage died in the blink of an eye." The surrounding crowd also wondered excitedly, what exactly is this? Basically didn't see clearly, and he was already in 2 halves. They asked themselves if he was still human. Not long after, Ing Jiankong smiled faintly and called Dingu's name. He praised him as being a bit interesting. However, right after that, Ing Jiankong looked disdainful and continued, "It seems you obtained some opportunities, but trash is ultimately trash." Dingu heard him say this, sneered, and retorted to Ing Jiankong, "50-year-old trash is only at True Realm 9th stage." The surrounding crowd saw Dingu mocking Ing Jiankong and immediately exploded. This kid dares to talk to Ing Jiankong like that. Tired of living. Really thinks he's something? They thought Ing Jiankong killing him 100 times would be enough. Seems his cultivation isn't low. Today I'm afraid he feels like dying. On the other side, Ing Jiankong frowned tightly, annoyedly shouting "you" at Dingu. However, Dingu didn't swallow the insult and spoke up. "Do you feel I, Dingu, am not worthy to talk to you?" He shouted powerfully. "Do you feel Ing Jiankong is the sky here?" Dingu stood with a heroic posture and continued, "Today I will establish my name. I promise my master. None of you can stop me." Suddenly, Dingu stopped. He seemed to realize something. Dingu stood still on the spot. Features harmonious, handsome but tinged with coldness. Ruthless. Dingu looked up to observe the surroundings. Suddenly, The sound of light, graceful footsteps of a young woman came. She wore clothes with a subdued main color. Slender body, graceful. In the middle of the outfit was a large opening, enough to see that full figure. That was Han Ingmeng, the national first love of many people. She slowly stepped out from behind the beautiful cherry blossom trees. The crowd saw the saintess appear, and their eyes lit up. It's the saintess of Floating Flower Pavilion, Han Ingmeng. Truly a fairy descending to earth. Truly beautiful. Indeed the lover in my wet dreams. Jiankong on the side also secretly commented. Han Ingmeng is indeed like a refined fairy. Han Ingmeng saw everyone responding to her appearance like that, and thought smugly, it seems Master was right to tell me to come here. First, I must charm these stinky men. Lower their guard, wait for the ancient ruins of White Victory Mountain to open, then I can take the advantage. Suddenly, Dingu suddenly shouted, Woman, stay away from me, making Han Ingmeng dissatisfied. Dingu frowned and told Han Ingmeng not to dream of disturbing his sword heart. You can't seduce me. In my heart, there is only the sword. His eyes were full of determination. There is no you. Give up. Those very words of clarification caused everyone on White Victory Mountain to fall into silence. A loud shout suddenly came from White Victory Mountain. Infuriating. That was Han Ingmeng's voice. She angrily pointed at Dingyu's face and shouted that he scared her. Not to mention, you dare to speak insolently. Han Ingmeng couldn't suppress her anger when she saw Dingu acting out on his own like that. I, Han Ingmeng, have never met such a rude brat. She angrily demanded he apologize to her first. However, Dingu still stubbornly refused with a gloomy face. Hearing this, Han Ingmeng's anger exploded even more violently. She clenched her fists, veins popping, and shouted, infuriating. Not long after, while the anger of Ingmeng hadn't subsided, Dingu added another sentence that made Han Ingmeng even angrier. You can't seduce me. If you don't leave, don't blame the sword for being ruthless. Han Ingmeng gritted her teeth, emphasizing every word for Dingu to hear. Today, if I don't kill you, I will write my name backwards. Suddenly, a figure hovering in the air called Dingyu's name. That was Jiankong. He acted righteous and shouted, just a useless person of Nine Swords Mountain. And you dare to be arrogant here? Jiankong slowly descended to the ground and continued. Saintess Han need not be angry. I, Jiankong, will deal with this rude person for you. Han Ingmeng heard this and involuntarily asked back, useless? Dingu emitted a strong, killing intent around his body. He slowly spoke up to comment. Jiankong's sword way is nothing more than this. He sneered and mocked, stepping out just for an unrelated woman. What sword way do you cultivate? Finally, Dingu concluded with a sentence. Jiankong's realm is nothing but trash. Han Ingmeng saw him mentioning her like that and felt extremely uncomfortable, frowning her delicate eyebrows. Jiankong heard him mocking him and shouted angrily, Dingu, don't dream of being arrogant. He got into a stance, ready to attack. Left hand on the sword hilt, Jiankong acted chivalrous and continued speaking. Originally, I wanted to be like before, give you a little lesson. But seeing you were so ungrateful, I decided to send you on your way. Then, Jiankong urged Dingu to draw his sword to leave him some dignity. The surrounding crowd saw this and thought Jiankong is angry, called trash by Dingu. How could he not be angry? And in front of the saintess. Suddenly, Dingu humphed a few times, signaling provocation. Jiankong immediately frowned tightly, constantly cursing Dingu deep in his heart. This trash dares to slander me like this. I will cut him into 100 pieces to wash away this hatred. Thinking his doing, Jiankong gripped the long sword in his hand. A scornful smile appeared behind his messy mustache. Ding trash. Immediately after, Jiankong rushed forward heroically, pointing his long sword towards Dingu and shouting 2 words, take sword. However, Dingu maintained his calm demeanor as before. He used his agile body to dodge his attacks from all sides. No matter how many times Jiankong attacked, or thrust the sword tip towards Dingu, he could easily dodge those attacks. Jiankong's face darkened. He raised an eyebrow and spoke up. You have some tricks. Next, he rushed forward with rapid speed. Jiankong swiped his long sword horizontally and asked Dingu, with a provoking tone, Are you stupid? Why don't you draw your sword? Dingu gently replied, not worth it. Ing Jiankong heard him answer like that, and immediately couldn't suppress the anger in his body, shouting, don't know your own strength. Next, Jiankong emitted a swordsman's aura around his body, rolling his eyes back and threatening. Played with Dingu enough. Time to end it. Finished speaking, Ing Jiankong didn't hesitate to rush straight at Dingu with lightning speed. The aura around him accumulated into mysterious purple lightning bolts. Although witnessing such a dangerous attack, Dingu still revealed a cunning smile. Waiting until he was about to be hit, Dingu finally drew his precious sword from its sheath. Immediately, he swung a sword path emitting a blinding, powerful light. That counterattack from Dingu couldn't help but create a shocking explosion. Dust flew blindly in the air. From within the dust, Ing Jiankong's figure was revealed, stabbed straight in the heart by Dingu. Face of Jiankong turned purple. He gripped Dingu's blade, hoping to stop the sword from piercing deeper into his body. However, it was too late. Fresh blood flowed down the corner of Ing Jiankong's mouth. Opposite him, Dingu held the sword hilt, looking at Jiankong with a cold face. Ing Jiankong knelt down. He couldn't believe a useless person could defeat him. He stammered, how can this be? How can this be? Dingu looked at him. What's impossible? If you lose, you must accept it. Ing Jiankong blamed Dingu. I didn't lose. You definitely used some secret treasure. Dingu smiled and asked, still won't accept defeat? Ing Jiankong challenged. If you have the ability, fight another round. Hearing this, Dingu drew his sword and pointed it at him. This time he couldn't see Dingu's sword-drawing movement clearly. He sweated profusely. What happened? Why did I completely not see the sword he unleashed? It's all my fault for being too careless in the beginning. Now that I'm injured, I definitely won't see clearly. His sword release. He found enough excuses to cover up his own stupidity. Truly ridiculous. His face darkened. If you let me. Before he finished speaking, a girl with black hair, wearing an orange outfit, ran over. She shouted, Dingu, stop. Turns out it was Dingu's childhood sweetheart, the person who cuckolded him in the past. At this moment, he understood his master's intention. Only by forgetting the person in his heart could he become stronger. The person in the heart can only be a hindrance. Dingu turned to ask Ing Jiankong, do you know why you lost? Ing Jiankong stared at Dingu in surprise. The girl was also stunned, as if understanding something. Dingu pointed at the childhood sweetheart and said bluntly, because of her. Ing Jiankong sat on the ground, understanding nothing. Dingu explained, you have a woman in your heart. Ing Jiankong muttered, woman, and the woman was angry. What nonsense is this? Dingu firmly shouted the slogan his master had said. Women only affect the speed at which you draw your sword. You have a woman in your heart, a woman by your side. With worries in your heart, the sword will be slow. If it's slow, you will definitely lose. Hearing these words, Ing Jiankong doubted life. Could it really be because of that? My mind is in chaos. His face darkened. Looking at his junior sister, he said, stay away from me a bit. Let me try. Dingu gave him time. I'll give you time to recover. Half an hour later, Ing Jiankong, carrying his sword, was determined not to lose again. He held his sword and roared, Dingu, I won't be careless this time. I absolutely will not lose to you. He's really going all out with this desperate move. Why do I find myself hoping nothing happens to Dingu? Ing Jiankong. He leaped into the air and shouted, Dingu, watch closely. This is the one sword on my 9 swords mountain. This is also the one sword that will defeat you. This time, you will definitely lose. Dingu scoffed. Ing Jiankong, let me show you the one sword. The sword descended from the sky. Perfect timing. Dingu frowned. Dingu leaped up towards Ing Jiankong. Just as Dingu pushed off the ground, he used the technique his master taught him to counter Ing Jiankong's sword image. The two clashed violently within the red haze. Dingu's figure suddenly vanished. The crowd watched, their mouths agape in astonishment. Standing on the ground, Ing Jiankong had no idea where Dingu went. He focused on the sky but saw no one, only hearing Dingu's voice say, you lose. Then a massive explosion erupted right where Ing Jiankong was standing. Dingu stood above, looking down at Ing Jiankong. Knowing he had lost, he urged Dingu, if you're going to kill me, then kill me. No need for more words. Just do it. You think you're worthy? Dingu said with contempt. A person like you, who doesn't understand the way of the sword at all, is not worthy of being killed by me. I, Dingu, am a godslayer. In my eyes, you are nothing more than a pebble. Understand? A godslayer. This kid is so arrogant. Is this Dingu really that strong? Where did this kid get such a technique? If only he were one of our great Qin's people. Brother Jiankong. The onlookers were stunned. After hearing this, Ing Jiankong's face darkened. Chu Xian sighed. I've used up the myriad heavens realms imprint. I wonder if little Yu has dealt with them all. Suddenly, the system popped up. You have not left your home. Your disciple, Dingu, has been taught well. In front of the White Victory Mountain ruins, he was victorious. With a single sword strike, he crushed a top prodigy. This has shocked many powerful experts. Reward, Hui Tian Mirror. Chu Xian smiled. Scaring little Yu at the beginning was to curb his arrogance and complacency. With his strength at the 9th level of the true realm, this result isn't surprising. The reward is the Hui Tian Mirror. It can spy on all things in heaven and earth. It can monitor all things. It disregards space and distance. Chu Xian's eyes lit up. Besides not being able to transmit certain things, this is basically the Myriad Heavens Realm 2.0. And it can even track targets. It's perfect for peeping. No, wait. It's a divine artifact for searching. That's right. Let's quickly see how little Yu is doing now. Back with Dingu, having just won, he called out to Ing Jiankong again. You don't have to feel ashamed for losing. Looking at your 9 Swords Mountain from its founding until now, the only truly remarkable figure was the founding ancestor of 9 Swords Mountain. The evil king looked at Dingu with great satisfaction. This arrogant fellow. It's a real shame he's not an evil cultivator. The crowd of onlookers saw the evil king sipping tea while commenting and couldn't help but think, why is this guy everywhere? The elder of 9 Swords Mountain was furious after hearing Dingu's words. You arrogant brat. How can my 9 Swords Mountain let you? He was too angry to continue speaking. He just wanted to rush over and fight Dingu. Dingu turned to look at him and asked, Old ghost, you're not convinced? You want to try me too? The elder was so angry he rolled up his sleeves. As he was about to charge forward, his disciples held him back. Let it go. You're already at this age. Don't get angry. Dingu sat down under a tree to rest again. If you don't dare, then don't waste your breath. Don't interrupt my rest. His childhood sweetheart flew over and said, Dingu, don't go too far. Dingu said arrogantly, How am I going too far? I already showed mercy by not taking your man's life. The woman landed and went to help Ing Jiankong up, comforting him. Brother Jiankong, don't be discouraged. As long as we obtain the opportunities at White Victory Mountain, you will definitely become stronger than Dingu. Seeing the two of them leave, Dingu shouted, Ing Jiankong, women have made you useless. You will never catch up to me. Now the evil king in one corner, Dingu in one corner. The melon-eating crowd standing below couldn't understand anything. Han Ming this time truly saw clearly. She approached to ask Dingu, young Master Ding. But before Han Ming could speak, Dingu pointed his sword and told her, Woman, stay away from me. Otherwise, I will draw my sword. Han Ming smiled in anger. Fine. Wish you die early and stay single forever. Right in front of the White Victory Mountain ancient ruins. While everyone was still extremely surprised by what just happened, suddenly a voice abruptly rang out telling Dingu that he really liked a genius like Dingu. Little brother. The speaker was none other than Evil King Ting, sitting proudly on a chair, behind him a whole troop of loyal soldiers standing in neat rows. As soon as he saw Ding use superior strength, even Evil King Ting couldn't help but open his mouth to praise. Not tormented by women. Love is just a waste of time. Wholeheartedly seeking the Tao is the right path. Saintess Han Ingmeng standing nearby had always been confident in her beauty, but after hearing what Evil King Ting said, she was extremely angry, gritting her teeth, secretly cursing in her heart. This old immortal is talking nonsense again. A girl in yellow clothes with a mole on her face was just angry at Dingu's action, but now was further provoked by Evil King Ting's words. So she decided in her heart to deal with Evil King Ting. Wait for Brother Ing Jiankong to get the opportunity. I will let brother kill him first. On another side, a beautiful girl was also driven mad. Her face showed anger, teeth clenched tight, secretly promising in her heart, there will be a day I will definitely tear that lecherous old Evil King Ting's mouth. Regardless of how those people reacted, it didn't affect Evil King Ting. Evil King Ting continued to look in Dingu's direction and greeted him with a very familiar tone. Dingu, little brother, then said that Evil King Ting needed a law enforcer like him. Why don't you come to my Evil King court to enforce the law? Help justice. As soon as Evil King Ting finished his sentence, the other small rogue cultivators there immediately discussed animatedly. Discussing continuously, everyone was surprised that this Evil King's brain wasn't broken. He even knows to recruit Dingu, this newly risen expert. Another rogue cultivator immediately agreed. It seems this time Dingu is about to become hot news. While everyone was constantly chatting, suddenly a male voice shouted loudly to stop them, making everyone quickly pause. Everyone turned their attention to where the sound came from. That person hurriedly reminded everyone, don't listen to this evil cultivator's nonsense. Lu Pingfeng, seeing Evil King Ting inviting Dingu to join his side, was extremely anxious. Couldn't help but hurriedly speak up to stop Dingu from wavering before Evil King Ting's words. Lu Pingfeng didn't want to lose to Evil King Ting and told Dingu, little brother Dingu, I am the left minister of the Great Qian Empire. Why don't you come to my Great Qian Empire? Those who just heard it might think Lu Pingfeng had good intentions, but in reality, in Lu Pingfeng's head, he was planning to use beauty to seduce and control Dingu. Lu Pingfeng secretly calculated, my Great Qian Empire's little princess is just at the marriageable age. Also, the princess is a national beauty with a nice body. Absolutely better than Han Ningming. Even if Dingu isn't attracted by the beauty of the little princess, the Great Qian Empire still has countless beautiful girls. Besides, my family also has a young daughter, also a national beauty, skilled in chess, calligraphy, and painting. Lu Pingfeng didn't believe there would be any man who wouldn't crave peerless beauties. Holding peerless beauties in both arms, isn't it wonderful? The more he thought, the more correct it seemed. So Lu Pingfeng's face showed determination, and he tried harder to invite Dingu. To get Dingu to agree, Lu Pingfeng constantly listed the benefits of this. Besides, if you have any requests, just say it. Whether it's spirit stones, pills, or emperor-grade weapons, it's a small matter. As long as Dingu enters my Great Qian, any condition can be satisfied. The elder Qin of Great Qin, after hearing what Lu Pingfeng said, immediately knew what Lu Pingfeng was plotting and despised him at his heart. Lu Pingfeng, this old fox, even sells his own daughter. On another side, Saintess Han Ingmeng of Floating Flower Pavilion, standing nearby, showed endless worry on her face. Afraid that Dingu couldn't resist and agreed to Lu Pingfeng's instigation. If Dingu really goes to the Great Qian Empire, then my Great Qian is in big trouble. Dingu is sitting leaning against a tree trunk. After being carefully instructed and taught by Chu Xian, he always remembered clearly every word he was taught. That's why Dingu immediately saw through Lu Pingfeng's intention. Even on Dingu's face, he couldn't help but show anger. He was extremely unhappy because Lu Pingfeng, a sinister villain, plotted to use beauty to destroy his supreme swordway. The more he thought, the more uncomfortable he felt. So Dingu used the hand holding his sword to grip the hilt tightly while thinking. He remembered his master's teaching well. The supreme swordway and the swordway 3 views that Dingu practiced are useless. He is a god slayer. Dingu thought of those who wanted to harm and seduce him to go against what Chu Xian taught, so he couldn't suppress the anger anymore and secretly swore to himself to deal with those ignorant people. If anyone dares to destroy my determination to reach the peak of the swordway. After deciding, Dingu immediately turned to look at Lu Pingfeng, who just spoke. Brows furrowed tight, using an icy tone to accuse Lu Pingfeng. You are an old thief, the one disturbing my Dao heart. Lu Pingfeng was extremely confident that he could lure Dingu to the Great Qian Empire, but seeing Dingu so angry, he hurriedly clasped his hands and quickly apologized to Dingu. Because of those words just now, I was rude. Little brother, excuse me. Although outwardly Lu Pingfeng was very sincere, inside he was extremely uncomfortable. Brows furrowed tight, extremely annoyed. Seeing that he couldn't seduce Dingu, Lu Pingfeng immediately, secretly decided, if Dingu doesn't know the immensity of heaven and earth, wait until the ancient ruins open. I don't believe I can't kill him. Saintess Han Ningmeng was just angry at Dingu for meeting a beautiful girl like her without showing any pity instead behaving very rudely. But seeing Dingu show no hesitation and refuse, she was no longer angry, but extremely surprised. This Dingu is truly steadfast, but I don't know if doing so is right. While Han Meng was puzzled and thinking, suddenly a voice rang out, pulling the saintess out of her thoughts. That person loudly questioned Meng, asking what she was dazing off for. The speaker was Han Meng's master. Seeing Han Meng staring at Dingu, she scolded her, saying they had arrived for a while, but she didn't notice. Just staring blankly at this kid in front of you, forgetting the mission I gave you? As soon as that voice finished, Han Meng suddenly woke up from her action and hurriedly spoke to explain to her master that she didn't dare. It's just that just now. Before Han Meng could finish, her master continued to ask, Dingu, who is that? Why dare to stand on the peak of our floating flower pavilion? Han Meng, hearing clearly, immediately, hurriedly explained everything that just happened to her master. The story is like this. On the peak of floating flower pavilion, the blue sky combined with fresh nature created a beautiful scene. And there was Han Meng carefully recounting every detail. After knowing everything thoroughly, Han Meng's master covered her shy smile with her hand and said embarrassedly, if so, you sacrifice your beauty a little. The other disciples of Floating Flower Pavilion behind heard clearly what their master said and couldn't help but be surprised, stunned, and floored. Even Saintess Han Meng was shocked by this sudden change in her master. Panicked, she raised her hand to stop her and screamed, what? The small rogue cultivators witnessing the whole scene continued to discuss animatedly. It seems Floating Flower Pavilion's beauty trap doesn't work either. Not long after that rogue cultivator finished speaking, another spoke up. Moreover, Floating Flower Pavilion has arrived. The major forces will discuss the main issue when the ancient ruins open. Listening to the conversation for a while, someone couldn't help but intervene sadly, expressing that by then, small rogue cultivators like them wouldn't have a chance to enter and get soup. The small rogue cultivators all understood that they couldn't enter the ruins and grab opportunities to advance themselves. And if they wanted to join a powerful faction, they were too weak. Suddenly, everyone simultaneously remembered Dingu's heroic and decisive action just now. A bold idea appeared in their heads. Suddenly, the male rogue cultivators looked at each other and saw the other had the exact same thought. A ray of hope suddenly kindled in their hearts. But Dingu isn't restricted. He also doesn't like women. Everyone felt like they had discovered a new continent. So one by one, they quickly jumped up and went straight to Dingu. The first person, after getting up the Floating Flower Pavilion's mountain, quickly approached where Dingu sat and politely introduced himself. Young Master Ding, I am a small rogue cultivator. Single male, may I ask? Before the male rogue cultivator could finish, Dingu's voice was heard. Not angry, but extremely majestic. Another male rogue cultivator saw this and wasn't discouraged, thinking the person before didn't suit Dingu. So he hurriedly stepped up to make friends. Little you, the thing people want. Hearing the intimate address, extremely disgusting combined with a very effeminate tone like a girl made Dingu get goosebumps all over. Angry enough to want to make the person in front disappear immediately. One die. Even so, there were still people unwilling to give up without trying, so they slowly approached. Before that person had time to open his mouth, Dingu blocked him. Still coming to bother me? The male rogue cultivator wanted to try his luck, but seeing Dingu angry and decisively refusing, he was terrified. Immediately, he just wanted to run away from there. All right. Chu Xian was at home and saw Dingu's expressions through the sky-peeping mirror, feeling a bit embarrassed because his teachings were remembered well by Dingu. But seeing everyone constantly approaching to make friends with Dingu, he couldn't help but smile happily. It seems little Yu is also liked by many people. Thinking that there would be many interesting things happening in the future, Chu Xian showed a face full of anticipation. Moreover, the good show of the southern region has just begun. Switch to another scene. Inside the Chu family, and right where Chu Xian lived. Suddenly someone's voice shouted extremely loudly. What? Chu Xian, watching Dingu through the sky-peeping mirror, was also surprised by this loud sound. So he put on a face like he just woke up, extremely bewildered and confused. What happened? Knowing no one could answer his doubt, and he could only find out himself, Chu Xian hurriedly checked why such a loud sound was emitted. Chu Xian curiously explored and was surprised after seeing it. The reason is Chu Yuan, who left for a few years, brought his son back. Could it be a melodramatic plot like the father? The head of the Chu family, Chu Tianming, seeing Chu Yuan, who had left home, return. With a very haggard and tired face, couldn't suppress his anger and shouted loudly, questioning if he still knew to come back. Chu Yuan was scolded and dared not say anything, only standing silently listening. Chu Xian saw that Chu Yuan had returned, so he couldn't help but curiously observe carefully, then nodded. Strength is already at the Unity Realm first stage, worthy of being the most talented expert of this generation of the Chu family. Chu Xian saw Chu Yuan return home with his son and could vaguely guess the reason. Maybe he will come to find me later. Indeed, our protagonist guessed correctly. Just a moment later, Chu Yuan led his son to the gate where Chu Xian lived. After seeing Chu Xian, whom he wanted to find, Chu Yuan immediately spoke up to ask 13th brother, asking if he could beg him for a favor. The child walking with Chu Yuan looked very innocent and cute, but since he was still very small and didn't understand anything, he always had a bright smile, making everyone love him. Chu Xian looked at Chu Yuan becoming so haggard, just because of the person he loved, and couldn't help but sigh with regret. Once such a spirited person, now so miserable just for the word loved. The more Chu Xian looked at Chu Yuan in front of him, the more he couldn't help but exclaim in his heart, worthy of being father's true disciple, learned everything completely, now even haggard for love like this. But after all, both were from the same family. He couldn't see difficulty and not help. So Chu Xian agreed. Speak. What do you want me to do? Hearing Chu Xian's sentence, Chu Yuan felt relieved. He raised his hand to rub his son's head and introduced to Chu Xian. This is my son, Chu Pingfan. Chu Yuan wanted to ask Chu Xian to help him raise Chu Pingfan. Living an ordinary life is enough. Chu Yuan looked at Chu Pingfan and saw his son holding a saber with both hands. His face looked at Chu Xian with admiration, so he said, Pingfan, call him 13th uncle. Chu Pingfan heard this, obeyed Chu Yuan, and hurriedly greeted politely, 13th uncle. Chu Xian saw Chu Pingfan being so obedient and smiled kindly, praising, good boy, looking at the face, both innocent and naive, of Chu Pingfan. Chu Xian secretly evaluated, cute, looking silly. One look and you know the talent isn't good. Is that why he's called Pingfan, ordinary? Chu Yuan, who was standing silently aside, suddenly sighed abruptly. The more he looked at his innocent son Chu Pingfan, the more Chu Yuan remembered the girl he gave his heart to. The child's mother is the daughter of a great family. The two of them were compatible and gave birth to Chu Pingfan. Thought that after meeting, they would live happily together forever. But happy days are short. Chu Pingfan's mother's family couldn't agree to this mismatched marriage, so they intervened, resulting in experts from the woman's great family coming to forcibly take her away. The couple was separated. Chu Yuan was extremely miserable. What's worth mentioning is that Chu Yuan almost couldn't survive leaving there. They didn't kill him only because his wife begged hard. The more he thought about the girl he loved, Chu Pingfan's mother, the more determined Chu Yuan became deep inside. Must find her. I must go to the eastern province. I will tell them that in this life, I, Chu Yuan, am not weaker than anyone. Chu Xian saw Chu Yuan's great determination and knew that no matter how he advised, he couldn't sway him. And so Chu Yuan could leave with peace of mind. Chu Xian continuously promised, but finally didn't forget to remind Chu Yuan. Third brother, take care. Pingfan, I will raise this child into a man. While promising, Chu Xian put his hand on Chu Yuan's shoulder, taking advantage of the moment Chu Yuan wasn't paying attention to lightly use power to create a protective layer just in case. Give third brother a trump card to protect his life, as long as he doesn't meet a heaven realm expert. This power is enough to ensure third brother's safety. Chu Pingfan only now vaguely realized something was wrong, hurriedly using an innocent face to ask Chu Yuan, Father wants to leave Pingfan? Hearing Chu Pingfan's question, Chu Yuan hurriedly opened his mouth to guarantee, but didn't forget to instruct, I'm going to bring mother back. Fanner be good, must listen to 13th. Uncle, understand? Chu Pingfan, who was living with Chu Yuan, now hearing those words, knew his father would leave to find his mother. Although very sad, he was extremely obedient and said yes. Seeing that the matters he worried about were settled, Chu Yuan didn't wait another moment and immediately turned his back to step on the road to find Chu Pingfan's mother. While walking, Chu Yuan waved goodbye and announced to Chu Xian, 13th. Third brother is going. Chu Xian stood looking at Chu Yuan's determined back and hurriedly spoke up to tell Chu Yuan to take care. Chu Pingfan, right after Chu Yuan left, no longer had the smile from before, but showed a sad look, standing still staring at the saber in his hand. Chu Yan arrived just at that moment. Immediately seeing Chu Pingfan like that, she was extremely heartbroken. She quickly approached, smiling and asking, "Pingfan, do you miss me?" Chu Pingfan saw it was Chu Yun coming, and a lovely smile bloomed on his face. He politely replied, "Miss you." Looking at the extremely cute Chu Pingfan in front of her, Chu Yun couldn't help but feel pained. She quickly turned to look at Chu Xian, hesitatingly asking, "13th brother?" "Third brother." Chu Xian heard just that much and understood what Chu Yun wanted to say, so he slowly told her, "Everyone has their own path. This is perhaps Chu Yuan's path." Hearing this, Chu Yun didn't mention Chu Yuan's decision anymore. However, thinking of Chu Yuan's son, Chu Pingfan, she was a bit worried, not knowing what to do, awkwardly saying to Chu Xian, "13th brother, Pingfan's talent is a bit." Chu Xian also saw Chu Yun's feelings, so he smiled and stated his decision. "I will go find materials to refine pills to upgrade talent." True, the importance of talent is very great, but Chu Xian hurriedly reminded Chu Yun, hoping she remembers that talent is not the only thing. Right after saying that, Chu Xian turned and saw Chu Pingfan still hugging the weapon tightly in his hand. So he asked, "Pingfan, you like sabers very much, right?" Chu Pingfan heard the mention of sabers and was extremely happy. He smiled both innocently and adorably, politely replying, "Like very much." Chu Xian looked at Chu Pingfan smiling happily and asked the reason why he liked it. Mentioning sabers, Chu Pingfan was full of life, always beaming. Without hesitation, he replied to Chu Xian, "Because it's very cool. Because I like cool." Hearing Chu Pingfan say that, Chu Xian couldn't help but wonder and asked Chu Pingfan, "Don't you like swords?" When mentioning swords on the face of Chu Pingfan, he replied very calmly, no longer excited like before. This time Chu Pingfan was extremely slow and said, "Don't like." Chu Yun, seeing the conversation between Chu Xian and Chu Pingfan end, hurriedly announced to Chu Xian, "I'm telling you, this time I will go out to train." While speaking, suddenly Chu Yun became silent, making Chu Xian not understand what was happening, preparing to ask. But before Chu Xian could speak, Chu Yun opened her mouth to brag to Chu Xian, "Because that little evil king is very bad, so I tricked him out of all his stuff. Refine a lot of pills." Chu Yun said this and immediately took out a bottle of medicine and gave it to Chu Xian, saying, "These pills are for you." Chu Xian looked at the medicine bottle in Chu Yun's hand and felt his vocabulary was extremely small. Didn't know what to say, hurriedly refusing Chu Yun's kindness. "I don't need it." The more Chu Xian thought about the guy seduced by Chu Yun who willingly handed over everything precious, the more he couldn't help but criticize. Why be a simp? Simping until the end leaves nothing. Seeing Chu Xian firmly refusing, Chu Yun knew if she continued to offer, Chu Xian wouldn't take it. So Chu Yun took back the medicine bottle and turned to leave, but didn't forget to turn back and announce to Chu Xian, "All right, I'm going back to the ancestral home for a trip." Chu Xian heard Chu Yun had business to leave, so he didn't keep her and immediately agreed. Go. After a period of living together in this place, Chu Pingfan had gradually become familiar with everything here. Chu Xian couldn't help but exclaim, "It seems he has adapted to the life of this small courtyard." Chu Xian looked at Chu Pingfan, who was innocently and carefree playing with the saber in his hand, and couldn't help but feel a bit unsure. What to do? Still can't let Chu Pingfan go into the pocket world, because the world is lacking. Even if he stays there for decades, he's still a child. After thinking carefully, Chu Xian called Chu Pingfan, who was playing, to come closer. "Pingfan, come here." Chu Pingfan was playing by himself. Hearing Chu Xian's voice, he hurriedly ran over and happily called Chu Xian, 13th uncle. Looking at the obedient child in front of him, Chu Xian couldn't help but smile and ask, "Pingfan, 13th uncle will teach you saber practice, okay?" Chu Pingfan loved sabers, so hearing Chu Xian would teach him to use a saber, he was extremely excited and quickly replied, "Okay, thank you, 13th uncle." Chu Xian looked at the ordinary saber Chu Pingfan held in his hand these days and decided to find another saber. After careful selection, finally Chu Xian found a saber as desired. Ordinary saber. From an ordinary tree of the pocket world. Cut a branch to craft it. As soon as he took it out, Chu Xian immediately gave it to Chu Pingfan. Seeing the cheerful look on the face of the child, he quickly said to Chu Pingfan, "Here. This saber is a gift for you." Chu Pingfan hugged the saber Chu Xian just gave him tightly. On his face, he couldn't help but smile happily, carefully admiring the ordinary saber. Seeing Chu Pingfan like that, Chu Xian stood with hands clasped behind his back, unable to help smiling, thinking to himself, "Everyone feels this child is stupid. Talent is bad. Who would know Chu Pingfan is an extreme Dao talent? Rare." Chu Xian looked at Chu Pingfan, carefully hugging the ordinary saber with a face full of happiness. He couldn't help but observe Chu Pingfan more meticulously and carefully. Only extreme emotion can reach the extreme Dao. Now Chu Pingfan has extreme emotion for the saber. Thanks to careful observation of Chu Pingfan, Chu Xian could see through that Chu Pingfan was not stupid as everyone usually thought. Moreover, in this child's heart, he is enduring, wanting to prove himself not stupid to vent anger for his parents. The more he looked at Chu Pingfan like that, the more Chu Xian couldn't help but smile, feeling the cultivation method he chose seemed created specifically for Chu Pingfan. Heaven Extreme Blade Scripture can finally be used. Although the cultivation is harsh, I hadn't chosen a suitable person to cultivate it yet. Chu Xian held the cultivation method in his hand, happy that finally he found someone who could use it. Extreme Dao technique has no specific grade. Whether it is powerful or not depends on the cultivator. Pingfan's potential is not inferior to anyone compared to Wang Luo and Dingu. Chu Xian looked at Chu Pingfan, smiling happily, then thought of the cultivation method in his hand, unable to suppress his joy. In his heart, he was extremely looking forward to Chu Pingfan's future. Chu Xian secretly calculated, this child is only 6 years old, starting cultivation from age 6. Under my teaching, before 20 years old, breaking through to the Emperor realm is no problem. Chu Xian thought about the achievements Chu Pingfan could achieve and couldn't help but exclaim, 20-year-old Emperor realm expert. Dare not say unique, but from ancient times to now, absolutely a rare item. Chu Xian looked forward more and more to Chu Pingfan's future, determined to train him carefully for Chu Pingfan and also for himself. In Chu Xian's heart, he was even more determined. Emperor realm under 20 years old. Under my teaching, appearing. The system reward will absolutely be generous. Worth looking forward to. The more Chu Xian thought, the more he couldn't wait, smiling and hurriedly handing the book containing the cultivation method to Chu Pingfan. Then Chu Xian tentatively suggested to Pingfan, 13th. Uncle will transmit the blade scripture to you, okay? Chu Pingfan heard Chu Xian's words and without any hesitation happily accepted, hurriedly saying, thank you, 13th uncle. Chu Pingfan also understood how worried and caring Chu Xian was for him. So, after receiving it, he strongly promised 13th uncle that he liked this technique very much. I will definitely try hard to cultivate. Chu Xian saw Chu Pingfan's determination was so great and was very happy, but didn't forget to instruct Pingfan to be careful. Cultivation must also value discipline. Cannot fall into extremes because of blind emotion. Chu Pingfan, after receiving those sincere teachings, felt extremely happy, admiring Chu Xian even more. Chu Pingfan guaranteed to 13th uncle that he understood. I will definitely cultivate well. Chu Xian saw Chu Pingfan carefully remembering every word he taught and was extremely satisfied, so he decided to teach Chu Pingfan well. Good. Starting today, nurture the saber. Looking at Chu Pingfan's back and small hands holding the saber tightly, Chu Xian thought about the cultivation method he just gave Chu Pingfan. Nurturing the saber is the first stage of cultivation of the Heaven Extreme Blade Scripture. Also the first step into the Extreme Dao. When nurturing the saber, it looks very simple. Just an ordinary person. When nurturing the saber successfully, one will reach the sky in a single step, reaching an extremely high realm. Chu Xian was extremely looking forward to knowing when Chu Pingfan used that cultivation method, what level he could reach. The day Pingfan nurtures the saber, what height will he upgrade to? Void Realm? Or Unity Realm? Even True Realm? For Chu Pingfan to utilize all his abilities, Chu Xian decided to help Chu Pingfan prepare well. First, need to temper the physical body a bit for Pingfan. Immediately after, he put his hand into the mysterious gate that just appeared nearby. After choosing a suitable herb, Chu Xian took it out without hesitation. Chu Xian decided to let Wang Luo refine an emperor-grade medicinal bath. Carefully holding the herb in hand, Chu Xian couldn't help but smile boastfully, extremely confident that Chu Pingfan would reach a height few could touch. Confident like that because starting from small, using emperor-grade medicinal baths to temper the physical body. Even descendants of the human king family don't have this treatment. Standing far behind Chu Pingfan, Su Xianer and Wang Luo watched in silence. After witnessing Chu Xian's recent actions, Wang Luo could vaguely guess what Chu Xian was planning. However, he wasn't entirely sure and hesitated. Is master not going to directly upgrade his talent? Even Su Xianer, who had followed Chu Xian for a long time, couldn't figure out what he was calculating. She couldn't read her master's mind either. After chatting with Su Xianer for a while, Wang Luo decided to leave and do something. Before leaving, he told Su Xianer that he was going to refine a pill to improve aptitude. Speaking of this, Wang Luo paused and looked toward Chu Pingfan. A few seconds later, he voiced his reason, seeing Pingfan reminded him of the treatment the boy had received back at the Wang family. Time continued to flow, waiting for no one. Suddenly, a gentle breeze wandered through the area. After successfully refining the pill for Chu Pingfan, Wang Luo didn't hesitate and immediately ran over to tell him. Chu Pingfan, who was in the middle of training, was delighted to see Wang Luo arrive, but still greeted him politely, Uncle Wang. Seeing that Chu Pingfan had come over, Wang Luo opened his palm to reveal a sky blue pill he had just refined, handing it to Chu Pingfan and urging him to eat it quickly. Standing nearby, Chu Xian saw Wang Luo's actions. He wasn't surprised at all and simply told Chu Pingfan, if you want to eat it, go ahead. Just think of it as candy. Chu Xian didn't intend to stop him or interfere because, for Chu Pingfan, aptitude-enhancing pills had absolutely no effect on him. It was just eating for the taste. Chu Pingfan felt Wang Luo's concern and saw Chu Xian's approval. Without hesitation, he popped the pill into his mouth. His expression was full of joy, as if he really had just eaten a piece of sweet candy. Wang Luo had gone through great trouble to successfully refine that pill. After giving it to Chu Pingfan, he waited in anticipation, but nothing happened, causing anxiety to rise in his heart. Why isn't there any change at all? The pill he refined personally shouldn't have any issues. Confused and panicked, Wang Luo turned to ask Chu Xian why Pingfan didn't show any signs of change. Seeing Wang Luo so tense, Chu Xian slowly explained. Wang Luo, the reason is that this child's Tao is different from yours. Is unlike the thousands upon thousands of martial arts in this world. Hearing Chu Xian's words clearly, Wang Luo couldn't believe it. He wanted to understand more, so he continued to question, Chu Xian, why is it different? This time, Chu Xian didn't answer immediately. Instead, he smiled mysteriously and told Wang Luo, you will know in the future. Wang Luo, who was eagerly awaiting an answer, was left even more bewildered by this statement. He stood there frozen like a statue, not knowing how to react. As the conversation ended, Chu Xian looked up at the sky, which was clear and peaceful. He calculated silently in his heart. In about 3 or 4 days, the Baixing Mountain ancient ruins will open. No need to guess, he knew that during that time at the ruins, those old fogies from Baixing Mountain, barring any surprises, planned to use the opening of the ruins to ambush and kill Dingu. Thinking of Dingu, whom he had taught so carefully, Chu Xian felt confident. Those people couldn't trap Dingu. Suddenly, a few rays of light appeared, drawing Chu Xian's attention away from the Baixing Mountain matter. The source of the light was the purifying glazed pagoda. While Chu Xian was surprised by this sudden change, a figure appeared, looking like a high monk from a solemn temple. Seeing this scene, Chu Xian couldn't help but be astonished. He's finally been converted? His joy didn't last long before he quickly composed himself. He hurriedly gathered his power, and in an instant, a red seal appeared in his palm. Even though he's been converted, who knows what might happen? Just to be safe, I should plant a soul seal to ensure loyalty. Around the newly appeared figure, A faint golden halo flickered in and out of existence, illuminating everything nearby. The mysterious high monk placed one hand behind his back and clasped the other in front of his chest with great reverence, saying, "The Buddha is merciful." After the mysterious high monk stepped in front of Chu Xian, he bowed with utmost reverence and sincerely said to our protagonist, "Greetings, my Buddha." A halo of light also appeared around Chu Xian. Seeing himself being worshipped, Chu Xian was delighted. He clasped his hands behind his back and said with extreme satisfaction to the high monk, "Rise." In that moment, the system's voice rang out in Chu Xian's head, announcing a reward because he hadn't left his house and had converted the world's first Buddha. Reward: 24-petal Tao Lotus. Buddha Golden Body. Demon Subduing Staff. 7 Treasure Kasaya. 100 years of cultivation. Chu Xian closed his eyes. After carefully listening to each reward the system granted, he couldn't help but chuckle inwardly. Just as I predicted, Mada is the first Buddha. The rewards are extremely generous. Moreover, I can bestow these upon Mada. No sooner thought than done. Chu Xian took out the 3 items he just received and handed them to the mysterious monk, saying, "Today, you have entered my Buddhist gate. Therefore, I grant you the Buddha Golden Body, the Demon Subduing Staff, and the 7 Treasure Kasaya." Hearing this, the high monk was filled with gratitude. He bowed deeply, prostrating himself on the ground. His heart was filled with appreciation for Chu Xian's action. "Thank you, my Buddha, for the rewards." Immediately after, the monk quickly donned the items he had just received. Chu Xian was very pleased seeing this. He then announced one more thing to the monk. "Your name was Mada. Since you have taken refuge in the Buddha, worldly ties no longer concern you. Today, I bestow upon you the name Namo Buddha." After receiving his new name from Chu Xian, Namo Buddha clasped his hands together reverently and bowed, expressing his heartfelt gratitude. "Thank you, my Buddha, for the name." Chu Xian instructed Namo Buddha, "Cultivate the golden body and devote yourself to the Buddha." Wang Luo saw the blinding light flash and instinctively raised his hand to shield his eyes. Wang Luo was shocked when seeing the strange man in the distance. He wore a cassock. One hand held a staff. One hand clasped in front of his chest. Wang Luo frowned, thinking, "Who is this? Strange clothes on his body. The staff in his hand. All are divine artifacts, even above divine artifacts." Namo Buddha clasped his hands and chanted, "Amitabha Buddha, Amitabha Buddha," then flew up into the air. Wang Luo looked up at Chu Xian through space and asked, "Who is he? A heaven realm expert?" The power on him is strangely strong and surging. It's a kind of power never heard of before. Chu Xian replied, "It is Namo Buddha, a disciple under me." Wang Luo wondered, "Is he a senior brother?" Chu Xian only said, "Yes and no. Namo Buddha's Tao and yours are not the same. Wait for Namo Buddha to cultivate the golden body. Then I will question him about some matters of the ancient demon war battle. Demon race invading the southern region." Chu Xian put his hand on his chin, pondering. Receive reward of 100 years of cultivation. Breakthrough to Supreme Realm 8th stage. Chu Xian stood up, emitting powerful strength, spiritual energy around fluctuating. The ancient ruins of White Victory Mountain are about to open. Find a fresh feeling of ancient ruins. Start watching the movie. Chu Xian raised his hand. The current scene of White Victory Mountain appeared before his eyes. A round halo appeared along with a mountain and majestic buildings. On each peak stood a person. Dingu stood coldly hugging his sword. A black gate appeared, opening the ancient ruins. Someone shouted, "It's the ruins!" Opened. Thousands and tens of thousands of people present flew in. The Sect's 9 Swords Mountain. An evil king court quickly entered. Floating flower pavilion seemed calmer. All beautiful women in orange clothes. Han Yingming worriedly clasped her hands, transmitting a reminder to Dingu. "Be careful. 9 Swords Mountain and Great Qian Empire want to kill you." Han Yingming looked at Dingu in the distance, frowning, thinking, "Why am I transmitting a reminder to this bastard?" Dingu thought, "What does this Han Yingming mean? Kind reminder? Or wants to take this opportunity to gain my favor, thereby approaching me?" Dingu blushed. "Dream on. Don't dream of disturbing my Tao heart. Besiege me. So what if half-emperors?" Dingu smiled disdainfully. Then he jumped into the ancient ruins. Above the sky, clouds seemed to have blue and black lightning mixed in. A tall stone statue, but missing one arm. Dingu jumped in, landing right in front of the stone statue. Dingu recognized this stone statue as the founding ancestor of White Victory Mountain. The sect also took his name to name itself. Dingu looked at the nameplate carved under the statue. White Victory, also an illustrious expert in the ancient history of the southern region. Unexpectedly, the sect he founded has been destroyed. Dingu stood in the center of a large purple formation. There were footsteps rushing. For people surrounded Dingu in the middle. 4 half-emperors. In front of Dingu was a crowd. Han Ningming's master turned to ask her, "Are you really not going to act?" Han Ningming retorted, "Not necessary. No great enmity with Dingu. Even if I'm angry with Dingu, I won't risk danger because of it. Bullying the few with numbers. Bunch of villains." Evil King Ting clasped his hands behind his back and said to the group surrounding Dingu that he feels ashamed to be on the same team as them. The group looked at Evil King Ting thinking, an evil cultivator like him, talking about rules and justice? It seems the Evil King really has brain problems. One person turned to say to Evil King Ting, asking if he wants to defend the weak. Act to help. Evil King Ting replied, "Evil King, although righteous, is not a busybody. Just looking down on you all. Half-emperors. Nothing but a bunch of trash. Cannot break through to the emperor realm." Dingu crossed his arms disdainfully, making the faces of the surrounding people darken. The blue-haired person shouted angrily, calling Dingu an arrogant brat. Dingu just pointed his sword, resting his hand arrogantly, saying he had the capital to be arrogant. Dingu raised his sword, mocking the half-emperor. "Sir is a rogue cultivator. Cultivating to this realm isn't easy. Also coming to seek death." The sentence made the half-emperor angry, hands clenched into fists, veins popping on his face, shouting loudly, "Young man, don't be arrogant." Dingu cleared his throat and challenged, "If you want to die, I, Dingu, will kill you first." Hearing this, sweat began to pour down the half-emperor's face, frozen in place. The half-emperor gritted his teeth, thinking, "Just a true realm 9th stage. I'm a half-emperor. 4 half-emperor experts besieging. How can we be killed by him instead?" Dingu turned his sword towards Heavenly Peak Mountain. He raised an eyebrow and asked clearly, "Heavenly Peak Mountain? I, Dingu, am curious. When did I offend Heavenly Peak Mountain?" Heavenly Peak Mountain replied, "Ing Jiankong is my grandson-in-law." Dingu understood the problem. Understood. So you want to stand up for your trash grandson-in-law. No wonder Ing Jiankong is such trash. It would be strange if he wasn't trash. Hearing those disdainful words from Dingu, Heavenly Peak Mountain flared up. He went crazy and shouted, "Want to die?" Heavenly Peak Mountain gathered all his strength, summoned power to strike at Dingu. His power flames grew large, turning into birds wrapped in a sea of blue fire, flying rapidly towards Dingu. Dingu raised his sword and slashed once, dissipating all the power Heavenly Peak Mountain unleashed. Dingu provoked, "Old man, this fire of yours is even worse than my junior brother's." Dingu chanted a spell, transforming into many swords surrounding him with red flames wrapped around. Dingu shouted, "Kill." Dingu flew up, launching the swords, pointing down to attack. "I, Dingu, am the one eyeing the peak of the swordway. How can I let you trash half-emperors stop me?" The Heavenly Peak Mountain group looked bewildered. "Today I, Dingu, will kill a half-emperor. One strike." The sword slashed Heavenly Peak Mountain's shoulder, blood spurting out. The half-emperor fled before Dingu's might. The half-emperor, pale with fear and sweating, ran while shouting, "Stop him." Only the Heavenly Peak Mountain group remained to fight Dingu. Dingu didn't care, heading straight for the fleeing half-emperor to teach him a lesson. "Said I'd kill you, so I'll kill you. Who can stop me? Sword comes. World's end." Dingu flew up, raising his sword to slash that half-emperor. The Heavenly Peak Mountain group ran over to counterattack. The half-emperor blocked Dingu's first slash. Dingu angrily decided to finish off this half-emperor. "Cannot block. False domains will all be shattered." The Heavenly Peak Mountain group combined forces to attack Dingu. The other guys still fled from Dingu's sword slash. The old man in the Heavenly Peak Mountain group seized the opportunity while Dingu only wanted to kill the half-emperor. He flew from behind Dingu and stabbed him in the back. Sword pierced through the chest. Right side of Dingu. He went numb and motionless. Just as Dingu's sword slashed the half-emperor correctly, the half-emperor died on the spot. Strangely, Dingu's stab wound healed itself. The half-emperor's corpse disappeared, leaving only blood-stained clothes. Witnessing that scene, the three half-emperors were more wary of Dingu's power. Dingu smiled and provoked. Is a half-emperor that formidable? Said I'd kill you, so I killed you. Who told you not to know your own strength? Lu Pingfeng thought. Must take advantage while he's injured to beat him to death. Otherwise, it will leave future trouble. Dingu pointed his sword at the Heavenly Peak Mountain group and challenged again. I can still kill one person. Who among you wants to die? The old man in the Heavenly Peak Mountain group said. You two hold him for a moment. Two people stepped forward. The old man, standing behind summoned power, face of the Heavenly Peak Mountain group, smiled triumphantly in a sinister way. Hold Dingu for a moment. No problem. One sword that a half-emperor expert executes. Power that in Jiankong is far from comparing to. Dingu pulled out 3 golden pills. One sword of 9 swords mountain. Dingu put the 3 pills in his mouth. Heavenly Peak Mountain discovered it. Shouted, not good. He has emperor pills. Sword pierced through the chest. Right side of Dingu. He went numb and motionless. Just as Dingu's sword slashed the half-emperor correctly, the half-emperor died on the spot. Strangely, Dingu's stab wound healed itself. The half-emperor's corpse disappeared, leaving only blood-stained clothes. Witnessing that scene, the 3 half-emperors were more wary of Dingu's power. Dingu smiled and provoked. Is a half-emperor that formidable? Said I'd kill you, so I killed you. Who told you not to know your own strength? Lu Pingfeng thought. Must take advantage while he's injured to beat him to death. Otherwise, it will leave future trouble. Dingu pointed his sword at the Heavenly Peak Mountain group and challenged again. I can still kill one person. Who among you wants to die? The old man in the Heavenly Peak Mountain group said. You two hold him for a moment. 2 people stepped forward. The old man, standing behind summoned power, face of the Heavenly Peak Mountain group, smiled triumphantly in a sinister way. Hold Dingu for a moment. No problem. One sword that a half-emperor expert executes. Power that in Jiankong is far from comparing to. Dingu pulled out 3 golden pills. One sword of 9 swords mountain. Dingu put the 3 pills in his mouth. Heavenly Peak Mountain discovered it. Shouted, not good. He has emperor pills. Heavenly Peak Mountain looked knowledgeable. Emperor pills? Even the great Qian Empire doesn't have many pills. Heavenly Peak Mountain. Wanting to refine emperor pills isn't easy either. Dingu actually swallowed 2 directly. Dingu brought out a bottle of emperor pills, looking scornfully at Heavenly Peak Mountain, and said, why so surprised? Isn't it just emperor pills? This stuff isn't worth much. My junior brother refined pile. Heavenly Peak Mountain gaped. What? It's actually medium-grade emperor pills? Low-grade emperor pills are already extremely rare. Dingu smiled and said, indeed trash. Just medium-grade emperor pills. And you're surprised like that. Quickly act. That old trash of 9 sword mountain. Quickly execute 1 sword. I will wait for you here. Lu Pingfeng thought seriously. Dingu ate emperor pills. His wounds have completely recovered. Just cheating. Emperor pills refined by his junior brother? What level of expert is Dingu's master exactly? The old man of the Heavenly Peak Mountain group chanted a spell, raising his sword to defend, but still worried inside. Things have reached this point. Only by giving our all can we kill this disaster Dingu. A huge light shone down from the sky, along with laughter echoing through the heavens. Haning Ming said, not good. Quickly go find the ancient ruins. Dingu, sense something wrong. Dingu smiled smugly. Treasure taken by someone else? How can that be? Finished speaking, Dingu left amidst the bewilderment of Heavenly Peak Mountain and Lu Pingfeng. Not playing with you old trash anymore. This young master has to go find treasure. The Heavenly Peak Mountain group shouted, not good. He ran away. Deep in the ancient ruins of White Victory Mountain, Evil King Ting was standing next to the corpse of a stabbed soldier, the sword still there. Evil King Ting pulled the sword out from that soldier's body. Evil King Ting smiled brightly. High-grade emperor weapon. Chu Xian stood outside observing Evil King Ting through the mirror. Soul Seal doesn't affect IQ. Why do I feel this evil king is a bit wrong? Unless cultivating evil arts made his brain really have problems. Chu Xian deduced and continued. From Black Moon Tower, news obtained related to White Victory Mountain. White Victory Mountain was a sect skilled in body cultivation. Even though severely damaged, it still left behind countless treasures, broken emperor weapons, various materials suitable for weapon refining. In the Herb Garden, there are quite a few rare spirit herbs. At the Herb Garden, Dingu flew down, using his sword to shatter the protective shield of the Herb Garden. It shattered into pieces. Dingu used a spell to lift the wooden boxes. Bring a few spirit herbs back for junior brother Wang Luo to use for practicing alchemy. Dingu used magic to open those wooden boxes. Inside were spirit herb flowers. Dingu saw Han Ingming arrive. Dingu immediately used magic to close those wooden boxes. Dingu drew his sword, pointing straight at Han Ingming. This is mine. Dare to take one step, don't blame me for being impolite. Han Ingming stood still. She said, this isn't yours either. Those who see it have a share. Dingu cast a spell. Dingu's sword split into 5 identical swords. Dingu used those 5 swords to block the path, not letting Han Ingming enter. Dingu pointed the sword straight at Han Ingming. Han Ingming immediately used magic to launch flower petals, breaking Dingu's blockade. Haven't even sent out the sword light yet. Dingu's strength is actually this strong. Then Han Ingming calmly walked in. Dingu saw this and said, you still destroy? Wait until I finish picking spirit herbs. I will kill you. Han Ingming said affectionately, Dingu, I want a jade face ageless flower. She thought to herself, could it be I don't have any attraction? Dingu replied coldly, based on what should I give it to you? Han Ingming pleaded to exchange. I'll use an emperor pill to exchange. Dingu brought out a bottle of medium-grade emperor pills and said, that thing in your hand. If thrown on the ground, I wouldn't even look at it. Taking it to exchange, Han Ingming was surprised. Medium-grade emperor pills? She stood silently realizing, doesn't even look at emperor pills. What else do I have to exchange? Dingu then spoke clearly. Saintess of Floating Flower Pavilion, you don't lack spirit herbs, right? Take them out. If there's something I like, I'll treat you well. Fine, reluctantly. Consider me taking a loss. Exchange with you. Dingu generously gave the spirit herb to Han Ingming. Han Ingming happily accepted. Dingu turned away. A saintess of Floating Flower Pavilion like you is truly poor. Accurate strike. In the pocket world, Namo Buddha on the mountain peak had finished condensing the golden body. Behind Namo Buddha, light shone brightly on the peak. In the courtyard, Namo Buddha knelt and clasped his hands to greet Chu Xian, who was lying leisurely on the chair. Paying respects to my Buddha. Chu Xian didn't even look, responding, talk about the ancient demon war. Then Namo Buddha told Chu Xian about how he used to be a branch great elder of the demon race, quite strong. Cultivation Heaven Realm, 8th stage. Until one day, a human race expert appeared, helping the demon race seize the northern region. But in reality, it was a plot targeting the northern region and the demon race. At this moment, Chu Xian curiously looked up at Namo Buddha and asked, what plot? Human king of the northern region. This answer made Chu Xian seriously confirm. Is it the human king battle? Great Qin Emperor, Qining. However, Qining was only one side of the human king battle. The other side of the human king battle was a human race divine realm expert. Chu Xian broke out in cold sweat. Related to a divine realm expert again? Could it be when Qining was at the peak, he was a divine realm expert? Heaven realm peak equals half god. Namo Buddha replied. To advance cultivation, that divine realm expert plan for the demon race to invade the southern region, resulting in a plot of misery for the northern region. The goal was when the human race of the northern region faced disaster, to try to turn the tide, take the great luck of the first human king of the northern region, break through to the divine realm, stepping into a higher realm. Sadly, Qining discovered the plan of that divine realm expert in time. To prevent the human race from falling into misery, resolutely acted, united with northern region experts to stop the demon race invasion. Also unified, the luck of the southern region, western region, northern region, and eastern region, all having experts. took a part of the luck of each region to refine into a luck treasure, sealed in space, directly destroying the divine realm expert's plan. Finally, the demon race fought a battle with the human race divine realm expert. Both sides suffered losses. In the ancient demon warland, there are 5 luck treasures of the northern region. Everyone is planning for the luck treasures of the northern region. Namo Buddha, facing Chu Xian's question, only showed a helpless face. It seems everyone knows the luck of the 5 regions of the northern region can be obtained. Luck added to the body of the northern region. Have a chance to eye the human king supreme of the northern region. Then he added, the demon race has planned ahead. Demon race divine elder. After death, reincarnated the divine soul. When the ancient land opens, participate in the struggle. Chu Xian also started to get serious about the ancient demon war story. Is there a cultivation limit to fight for the luck treasure? Above Emperor Realm cannot participate. Exceeding Emperor Realm, the luck treasure cannot accept a master. The answer carried Namo Buddha's helplessness. It seemed everything was within Chu Xian's expectations. Knowing clearly the luck treasure is being fought over by children of destiny like Dingu. Children of destiny of the southern region, northern region. 3 regions are related to him. Chu Xian thought if he took the children of destiny of the 5 regions under his wing, even nurturing the first human king from the northern region, then the reward the system gives him will definitely be very generous. Chu Xian wished to create a human king from the northern region, for him to control like a puppet. The northern region human king battle must be under his own control. Ascending to the human king supreme of the northern region must definitely be his person, and I am the manipulator behind the scenes. Master of the human king. Considering it, to control the situation of the ancient demon land, it must be someone with strong power. Even the divine realm is not enough to hold it. Having obtained useful information from Namo Buddha, Chu Xian threw him a few Buddhist methods to practice. He also happily accepted the gift from Chu Xian. In Chu Xian's heart, he secretly thought, Namo Buddha, before the ancient demon land opens, break through to the divine realm. Under him, there are also divine realm errand runners, or can control the situation. Your Honor, the image of Chu Xian's disciple appeared. Chu Xian was considering taking back Du Yuan's myriad heavens imprint, just in case it was needed. Accept this communication talisman. You can go to the southern region to wait for opportunities. But don't expose yourself. Chu Xian instructed and threw the talisman to the disciple. After receiving the talisman, the person also disappeared. Chu Xian cast the 7-color divine light, heaven-suppressing divine general, myriad laws Dao robe, then saw a woman cultivating. Chu Xian used an illusion technique to appear in front of that blue-haired girl. The girl looked blankly and surprised at Chu Xian's illusion slowly appearing. Paying respects to senior. Are you Luo Ying or Qining? Chu Xian asked the girl haughtily. Who are you? At this moment, the blue-haired girl was truly panicked. Hey kid, no need to be nervous. Origin. Of anyone, this seat uses one eye and can see through. Meeting is fate. Being able to meet this seat is your great opportunity. Chu Xian said arrogantly. Facing that aura, the girl became much more obedient. May I ask if senior is Human King Luo? Hearing the name Human King Luo, Chu Xian wondered a bit. Human King Luo? That little fellow, many years ago I met once, is a talented little fellow. This answer stunned the girl. Human King Luo in his mouth is just a little fellow. Senior, you are? This seat. Don't remember how many years ago. Countless little fellows addressed me as. Along with Chu Xian's declaration, the girl also nervously waited for the answer. Number 1 great, Tao venerable of eternity. Indestructible, eternal, imperishable, handsome, unparalleled, great might, great virtue, supreme wisdom, saint of the heavens and myriad worlds. Chu Xian introduced domineeringly. The blue-haired girl, who was surprised by Chu Xian's presence just now, was now bowing and clasping hands before him. Qining pays respects to handsome, unparalleled, great might, great virtue, supreme wisdom, saint senior. Chu Xian expressed his intention to accept Qin Ying as a registered disciple because he felt the two were destined. However, this made Qining a bit confused. My talent is so strong, having human king bloodline, only accepting me as a registered disciple. Seeming to guess Qin Ying's thoughts, Chu Xian asked, "Do you feel Barry?" But unexpectedly, right after, Qin Ying kowtowed to accept Chu Xian as master. Qin Ying pays respects to master. "Since you have entered under my wing, do you have any requests?" Qin Ying wasn't polite and said straight, "Master, disciple lacks a body cultivation, great technique." It seemed Chu Xian felt such a request was too little, so he asked again, "No other requests? For example, the situation arranged by your hand?" Chu Xian's question surprised Qin Ying greatly. Master is too terrifying, knowing even this. Next, Qin Ying said firmly, reporting to Master, "All my life, I, Qin Ying, never bullied others with power, not losing to those of the same realm. What belongs to me, I will take back with my own hands. Revenge also taken by myself." Chu Xian seemed very satisfied with Qin Ying's answer. He also promised to let Qin Ying fight with same realm peers. No situation of bullying the weak with age will appear, but also reminded that winning or losing depends on Qin Ying herself. "Thank you, Master." Face of hers brightened up. Qin Ying said she wanted a body cultivation great technique. In Chu Xian's hands, there was no shortage, but they were too strong. Qin Ying couldn't cultivate divine realm ones. So Chu Xian offered Qin Ying 3 body cultivation minor techniques. Although a bit trashy, they suited Qin Ying's realm, including 3 Zhang Golden Body Art, 100 Battle Demon Body, and Dragon War Tyrant Body. You can choose at will. "Master, I choose Dragon War Tyrant Body." Qin Ying chose without hesitation. Chu Xian also instructed Qin Ying to cultivate diligently to reach the heavens and myriad worlds soon. To Chu Xian, human kings of the 9 regions, 2 human kings of the northern region, are just a path to pass when cultivating. Only when stepping into the heavens and myriad worlds is it considered stepping onto the initial path of an expert. Chu Xian's words were still too hard to understand for Qin Ying, but he also promised if Qin Ying could step into the heavens and myriad worlds, he could make an exception to accept her as an entered disciple. Qin Ying will definitely go to the heavens and myriad worlds. Become the 11th disciple of Master, human king of the northern region. I sit firmly. I also want to be the first human king of the human race of the 9 regions. Only then am I qualified to become an entered disciple of Master. That was the promise Qin Ying made to herself. Until Chu Xian's illusion disappeared, Qin Ying realized she hadn't asked Chu Xian how to turn a female body into a male without being rejected by the great Tao. In the courtyard, Chu Xian lay leisurely on the chair thinking, "The human king must be a disciple under me. Anyone fighting for it is useless." Su Xianer is not far from the Emperor realm, about to break through. Next is Dingu, then Wang Luo. Chu Xian also intends to bring Chu Yun into the pocket world to cultivate. That way, the Chu family will have another Emperor realm expert. White Victory Mountain erupted. In a great war, an ancient emperor's soul recovered. The recovered ancient emperor's soul is a glowing gold token carved exquisitely. Is it the remnant soul of a White Victory Mountain expert or an intruder? At White Victory Mountain, where the great war erupted, corpses lay scattered. Souls flew around. Blood refining, soul devouring. Evil King Ting shouted. His eyes flashed, surrounded by a terrifying bloody aura. Quickly stop him. Wait for this king to refine his soul. After Evil King Ting's order, his subordinates focused attacks on a soul hovering in the air. Evil King Ting wants to take others' souls to refine, but hypocritically calls himself righteous and others villains. Despicable. Not good. Along with the shout and the pale face of Evil King Ting, his subordinates around him fell one by one. Rain of blood sprayed out, dyeing a patch of sky red. The soul that Evil King Ting wanted to refine earlier roared, "All die." Those remaining panicked. Not good. Beams of light struck the demons. Everyone there gaped in surprise as the ghost soul used a secret technique to split the divine soul, creating a fake phenomenon of a death strike, then fled. "Your physical body will belong to me." The ghost soul shouted and rushed towards Dingu. Han Yingming anxiously said, "Run quickly." From nowhere, an attack flew towards Dingu. Yingming reached out to block the attack for him. Dingu gritted his teeth. "Woman, don't be nosy," while Yingming looked innocent. The move hit Dingu. Yingming gaped. Doom! Dingu started to feel dizzy, stepping into an illusion. He was in a cultivation posture, surrounded by swords. In front of Dingu was a ghost soul. That ghost was surprised. How can this be? Dingu smiled and raised both hands. 100 Refinement Spirit Technique. Immovable Mountain Art. A series of swords flew towards the ghost soul. The ghost unleashed a move to block all the swords. In his heart, there was only one thought. Must escape. The ghost soul immediately escaped from Dingu's body. Dingu smiled. Wanna escape? Can you escape? Then drew his sword. Soul-chopping sword. A series of swords appeared flying towards the ghost soul. What secret technique is this exactly? Also unavoidable, too strong. Using True Realm 9th Stage Cultivation to suppress an Emperor soul. Slash. The ghost soul was cut in half, falling heavily along with a series of swords rushing down. Dingu absorbed everything back along with the power of the ghost just now. 100 Refinement Spirit Technique. After finishing with the ghost soul, Dingu asked the remaining people, "Want to act? Come on," one guy in the group thought. Dingu seems to have some issues right now. Seems divine soul power invaded, causing his spirit and will to increase. And the group turned to look at another girl. Evil King Ting started to speak up. "What are you looking at? This king doesn't care to bully the weak. Don't dream this king will act." Dingu angrily replied, "Not acting? Then I'm leaving." Finished speaking, he turned his back and left. Chu Xian saw the whole event through the mirror. Emperor's soul refined. Spirit and will getting stronger. Almost reached the limit of True Realm. Infinitely approaching the aura of Emperor Realm. Infinitely approaching the aura of Emperor Realm. Are there still living people in the ancient ruins of White Victory Mountain? How is that possible? Suddenly an explosion rang out, sending Evil King Ting flying up. Someone is in the ancient ruins. A black shadow shot up from the roof. Evil King Ting was luckily caught by his soldiers. That stranger stepped down, hand glowing with a blue halo. In front was a soldier holding a shovel. Boom! He flew away understanding nothing. That guy ordered the others. Put everything down. Elder Qin conveyed the emperor's will. To the white-haired young man, "My Majesty specially instructed, asking young Master Bai to hurry up a bit. There is something to discuss with you." But the white-haired young man's tone was very arrogant. "Discuss?" The elder replied, "Yes. Young Master Bai, please understand." Seeing Elder Qin yield a step, the white-haired young man hesitated. But those ants... Suddenly, he felt someone entering. Footsteps getting closer. Then a figure carrying a sword appeared entering. That was Dingu. He entered the hall curiously. "Is this inside the ruins?" The white-haired young man angrily demanded Dingu stop. Quick as lightning, Dingu stepped in front of him and asked, "Is there a problem?" He threatened Dingu to hand over the White Victory Mountain treasures. Otherwise die. Dingu was not weak either. He scorned, "Just you are worthy?" Feeling Dingu was ungrateful, the white-haired young man narrowed his eyes, then attacked Dingu. Both moved like circus performers. One attacked, one dodged. Ambushed unexpectedly, Dingu felt the guy in front was truly despicable and shameless, daring to ambush me. He drew his sword. Seeing Dingu draw his sword, the white-haired young man gathered power preparing a move. He shouted, "Stupid, arrogant thing." Both fought very tensely. One white, one red clashed fiercely. The white-haired young man was battered countering Dingu's moves. On this side, Dingu wasn't much better, also tattered. Fierce battle, creating deafening, powerful clashes of moves. The old man tried to see them clearly, thinking to himself, did these two risk their lives as soon as they went up? Lu Pingfeng felt extremely lucky that Dingu hadn't used full strength fighting him. The Nine Swords Mountain Elder saw these punches had too much power for him to block. Elder Qin felt very happy that a strong person appeared in her great Qin. Evil King felt Dingu was in an unstable state. Dingu now realized this young master of White Victory Mountain was extremely formidable. The person who could make him feel pressure finally appeared. If I duel with this white-haired young man, I can absolutely test my supreme sword way. Break through in battle. Must provoke this young master. Make him use full strength. Dingu challenged. Young master of White Victory Mountain. A dignified young master. Only has this little skill? The white-haired young man smiled sinisterly. This is just an appetizer. Then the white-haired young man launched a move again. This time a move seemed much more powerful than before. In Dingu's eyes, this was an opportunity. One rushed to launch a move. One stood in place in a stance. Then both unleashed many moves. Both were evenly matched. The match entered an extremely fierce stage. Still one fist, one sword. Moves clashed harshly. Dingu felt the transcendent power of the white-haired young man. The sword this time seemed much weaker. The white-haired young man finally gained the advantage. He launched a move pushing Dingu back, shouting, calling him a cowardly, arrogant rat. Dingu took a palm strike and flew far away. Dust blinded the air. Dingu lay motionless on the ground. Lost this time, but no. His hand still held the sword firmly. The White Victory Mountain young master knew the force just now couldn't kill Dingu. So he told him, don't pretend anymore. This thing can't take Dingu's life. This time Dingu was very tired, so he just lay there. He pleaded, can I rest a bit? But I can't lose Master's face. He had to spring up, ready to fight. Mistake. Just warming up. The white-haired young man also warmed up his limbs asking, kid, were you satisfied just now? Dingu arrogantly said, normal. The white-haired young man felt this kid was truly arrogant. Ability to bluff is conversely not big. Dingu this time seriously unleashed his sword. Then let him see if this sword of Dingu is bluffing or not. The white-haired young man narrowed his eyes looking at Dingu. He jumped up shouting, take this. Dingu launched the first move. The white-haired young man felt the power was still very ordinary. Just like this. It seems your sword is too ordinary. The White Victory Mountain young master gathered power in his hand, preparing to counter. Two violent moves collided, exploding into pieces. Explosions boomed continuously. Moves were extremely powerful. Dingu stood back a few steps. Indeed, cannot underestimate. The white-haired young man felt slightly dizzy, but not enough. Wanted Dingu to use more strength. This move is also ordinary. Fighting isn't satisfying at all. Dingu replied, I think so too. He thought both should use more force. The white-haired young man decided, since it's like this, then one move to decide life and death. Both used their strongest moves to rush at each other. The white-haired young man gathered extreme power. Inner energy turned from white to blue. He shouted, die. On this side, Dingu also unleashed his strongest sword towards the white-haired young man. Both moves collided. The air became shaken. Two gazes looked at each other with determination, affirming their ultimate move was the strongest. The move carried extreme aftershocks. Fist wind and sword intent merged, making the move feel like it could tear apart everything in their path. The melon-eating crowd was terrified. Everyone muttered, truly terrifying. Didn't expect both their moves to be so formidable. How can it be like this? Dingu, is he dead? Bai Xiaokong looked at the cut on his hand and said, oomph. Looking at him, pondering for a while. Xiaokong whispered, actually could hurt me. Considered having some skill. Bai Xiaokong looked at Dingu and said, you should also stop here. And two names. Dingu. 5 minutes ago. There was a boom, that was Bai Xiaokong punching and breaking Dingu's sword. Bai Xiaokong smiled disdainfully and said, Dingu is an arrogant thing. Just like this and can't take it anymore. He said he hadn't used strength yet, and you already. While speaking, he looked at Dingu muttering, incorrect. Why is Dingu not dead yet? And the aura on his body is like borrowing this battle to suddenly break some shackles. Bai Xiaokong exclaimed Dingu is truly terrifying, daring to conduct comprehension in such a battle. Moreover, he gambled to break the bottleneck. Truly a rare genius. But Bai Xiaokong still clenched his fist. But this genius hinders our grand plan. He must die. He advanced to Dingu and shouted, rest in peace, Dingu. He hit Dingu, but he was like a piece of plastic. At that moment, he realized he was hit by the legendary god-level technique, Tanua Illusion. He wondered when Dingu cast this move. He shouted angrily, bastard. If you have ability, don't run. Stand right there for me. He shouted so loud people on the other mountain heard. Dingu was happily lying on the other mountain and smiled happily, saying, that idiot is probably dying of anger. He thought if not for just breaking through and his foundation being unstable, he would have gone back to beat him. But he still thought seriously, whatever is said, admittedly that idiot is still very strong. In the whole southern region, except for Master, he's probably the strongest. Luckily, his strike made me know what real combat is, stimulating my will to live, so I broke the shackles. Finally understood Master's words. The meaning of telling me to go out to train is wanting me to become stronger, to interact with experts, relying on death matches to temper myself, achieving a true breakthrough. He flew up high and said happily that he broke through successfully, going back to report the good news to his master. He was walking on the road when he saw a ray of light. He thought, someone is coming. He flew up high and saw a woman. He thought, a woman? Could it be she wants to disturb my sword heart? She saw him and knew he was Dingu from Chuxian's courtyard. Dingu flew away saying, "Humph, I won't let you achieve your wish. Going home to consolidate cultivation and report to master is the important thing." She looked after him and wondered, why is this person jumping around? Forget it, ignore him. I have to go to the ancient ruins to find him first. Bai Xiaokong was standing in front of the ruins door, making a scene demanding to rush in. Right then she appeared and asked from afar, "Elder Fong, what happened to make such noise?" Elder Fong heard this and told Bai Xiaokong, "Her Majesty has arrived." Seeing this, Bai Xiaokong looked at her and said, "So it's her." She stepped closer and said, "Young master, long time no see." She looked at Bai Xiaokong asking, "Why frowning like that? Could it be meeting? Me makes you unhappy?" Bai Xiaokong looked at her and sighed. "If not for that arrogant Dingu." Elder Fong heard this and said, "Just saw him. Did they have a conflict?" Xiaokong heard this and asked angrily, "What conflict? Don't interfere. First tell me which direction he went. I will kill him." Bai Xiaokong angrily said Dingu robbed treasures from him and teased him. If caught, he will make his flesh rot and bones shatter. Bai Xiaokong angrily gritted his teeth, saying, "Kill him. Kill him." Seeing this, she hurriedly advised, "Old Bai, listen to me. We can't touch the person behind Dingu. Quickly calm down." Hearing this, Bai Xiaokong angrily wondered, "What? My fist can't touch him." She shrugged. "Can't provoke. We really can't. No one can provoke. We are not on the same level, understand? Not even in the same scope. Elsewhere." Chuyin shouted, both angry and shy. "Don't laugh at me." Chuxian kept laughing loudly, as if to provoke her. Chuyin angrily punched Chuxian. The pain made Chuxian cry out. Chuyin saw this, angrily turned away. "Not caring about you anymore. I'm going back to find grandfather." Chuxian heard this and said happily, "Go. Say hello to grandfather for me." Chuxian happily continued, "Yinner must cultivate diligently. You are now the main core of the Chu family. Don't be lazy." Chuyin happily turned back with a bright face. "Okay, I won't be lazy, but the main core of the Chu family isn't me." Hearing this, Chuxian smiled happily. That night, Chuxian complained again. "So boring. Before sleeping, use the myriad heavens mirror to draw a lottery. What if I find a child of destiny?" He looked into the myriad heavens mirror. Really found someone. Inside the myriad heavens mirror, a child of destiny was practicing martial arts. Chuxian looked at the aura around him and thought, "Looking at the aura around that guy, I know he's not human race, but demon race. Moreover, from his appearance not differing from humans, I guess he is of the heavenly demon race, having the most noble status among the three races. Legend has it in the demon race, those who can reach the divine realm are only of the heavenly demon lineage." Chuxian wondered, did I really receive a treasure? Better use the heavenly secret probing technique to check. Then the system appeared. Emol Wantian, clansman of the heavenly demon. Because having the bloodline of the human race was abandoned by the heavenly demon race. Endured. Finally couldn't endure and rebelled. Then wandered in the demon region. Inside the body, there is an ancient demon bloodline lying in the awakening stage. Because of the awakening of the ancient demon bloodline, obtained the unique luck of the demon region. Suddenly, the child of destiny in the mirror frowned, gritted his teeth, and said, "Success or failure is at this moment." He put his whole hand into a small pool of lava. He thought in his head, demon physique, then took his hand out. At this moment, his hand had golden marks on the skin. The part at the wrist cracked open. He screamed in pain. Chuxian looked in the mirror, seeing this, eyes wide, asking himself if this awakening ritual was so brutal. He thought, it seems whether successful or not this time depends on his will. He is indeed a ruthless person. Yet the wounds on his body disappeared. It seems He awakened successfully. Looking in the mirror, seeing him stand up, Chu Xian looked into the mirror with interest and said, even stood up. Seems he wants to make a speech about rising up. In the mirror, Mo Wantian angrily clenched his fist and said, Heavenly demon race. I will definitely return. I will let them know Wantian is the strongest of the heavenly demon race. Then he looked at his clenched fist full of power. Chu Xian looked in the mirror and said to himself, this kid's structure is small. A strongest demon race is already the end point. It seems I have to mold him a bit. Then he appeared with a huge figure at that guy's place and said, I'm about Buddha. That guy saw this and panicked, shouting, who are you? Why so big? He thought, could it be Chu Xian has evil intentions towards him? He looked down at that guy and said, young man, you have a path, but no future. This seat sees you are intelligent. The path of cultivating Buddhism is wide open. Do you want to take refuge in the Buddhist gate of mind? Hearing this, that guy wondered, what is Buddhist gate? That guy thought, he looks very strong, but I've never heard of any Buddhist gate. If it's too bad, wouldn't it ruin my good future? Chu Xian saw this, snorted, and muttered, this kid seems very guarded. Scamming, it seems I have to increase the intensity a bit. Chu Xian spoke up, young man, meeting is fate. This seat sees you are intelligent, so makes an exception. Accepting you as a dog running errands. The path of cultivating demons is a dead end. Don't be stupid and walk that dead end. The 9 regions are just a desolate corner of the heavens and myriad worlds. You only stay in a corner. How can you know the vastness of heaven and earth? Ancient demon race. Placed in the heavens and myriad worlds, it is just a tiny family. How can it compare with this seat? Buddhism is the true path. Is your talent. Don't miss the opportunity. Mo Wantian was horrified. A race as big as the ancient demon placed in the heavens and myriad worlds is even just a tiny family is terrifyingly powerful. The young man asked again what the heavens and myriad worlds were. It was time for a speech he had long since memorized. Chu Xian answered immediately. It is a world of countless swirling heavens. There are innumerable experts. What the 9 regions call the God realm is merely equivalent to the innate power of the heavens and myriad worlds. Young man, my Buddhist sect is your true path. The heavens and myriad worlds are your true journey. The tiny demon domain and the heavenly demon race are just stepping stones on your path. The Dharma is boundless. Its wisdom is immeasurable. You resent the heavenly demon race, but no matter how strong they are, they're still demons. If you become a Buddha, how could you not subdue demons? What happens when you become a Buddha? You will be the founder of the Buddhist race in the 9 regions, not just a talented junior of the demon race. Hearing this, Mo Wantian thought that this senior had a point. No matter how strong he became, he would only be a junior of the demon race. But what if he founded a new race? What would that be like? Then the young man asked about the Buddha. How boundless and majestic is the Dharma? Hearing this, Chu Xian thought, the fish has taken the bait, and decided to let the young man experience the true power of the Buddha. He then sent a strand of Buddhist power to Mo Wantian and said, this Buddhist power is weaker than your demonic power, but it can defeat your demonic power. Mo Wantian prepared to receive the Buddhist power. The Buddhist power sent down by the senior penetrated the young man's arm. The young man sensed that this strand of Buddhist power was only at the ordinary second level of the true realm, but it was enough to suppress him even across realms. The Dharma was truly his great opportunity. Thinking this, the young man bowed and knelt. Greetings, master. On the other side, Chu Xian let out a breath and chanted, Amitabha. Since you have entered my Buddhist sect, you must abide by the precepts and eliminate the 3,000 afflictions. The rules and precepts. As for the rest, you must comprehend it yourself. In a flash, the young man's head was completely bald, cleaner than an airport runway. As a first-time gift for entering the Buddhist sect, Chu Xian gave his new disciple a novice Kasaya robe, a heavenly staff, and an alms bowl. Later, he'll have to go subdue a monkey, a pig, a river monster, and a white dragon horse transformed from the third prince. Then he'll journey west to retrieve the scriptures. The young man saw that his master had gifted him all heavenly-grade weapons and was ecstatic. Heavenly-grade weapons were a level above emperor-grade weapons. Chu Xian was also quite satisfied, as the items he gave were personally refined by him. He had personally refined them. They had also reached the heavenly grade. They also had a concealing effect. In other words, they were treasures. Extremely effective. After that, Chu Xian continued to transmit the Buddhist teachings to Wantian. After a while, finally, through Chu Xian's process of boiling the frog, he was completely indoctrinated. He finally managed to brainwash Wantian. Ah, my mistake, he managed to convert him. He just felt that the name Wantian had a bit of a demonic feel to it. Hopefully, nothing bad would happen in the future. The system appeared and said, "You have a great vow to convert demons into Buddhas in order to establish the Buddhist race. You have taken the first step. Reward, Buddhist canon." Just like that, he triggered the system's reward. He accepted the Buddhist canon. As soon as he received it, Chu Xian immediately gifted it to Wantian and instructed him to spread Buddhism in the demon domain. Convert believers. After giving his instructions and telling his disciple to cultivate diligently, Chu Xian turned off the TV because he had converted a child of luck from the demon race into a Buddhist. He was rewarded with a trial mystic realm opportunity. Just like that, he received 2 rewards. It seemed the demon race had more than one. Child of luck, the mystic realm. The trial mystic realm could perfectly replicate oneself. Challenge yourself. Find your own weaknesses. Overcome yourself. Break through to your true limits within the mystic realm. The trial mystic realm contained various dangers. Experts of all realms. Various cultivation techniques. You could be swarmed and killed in a trial, or you could fight one-on-one against an expert to train. Truly worthy of being a system reward. Now that he had the trial mystic realm, he could train hard. He no longer had to worry about his lack of combat experience. Moreover, he didn't have to fear injury or death in the trial. He should quickly set it up in his small world, so he could experience it for himself. After setting it up properly, Chu Xian found a suitable place to begin his trial. With his strength, he should test himself against the 9th level of the Venerable Realm. After easily passing, Chu Xian realized he was invincible within the same realm, the strongest expert of the 9 regions. At the 9th level of the Venerable Realm couldn't last a minute against him. He then tried to challenge the 1st level of the Heaven Realm to see if he could cross the gap of a major realm. After a thunderous battle, he was ultimately forced into a mutual destruction. The difference of a major realm was truly significant. It seemed that to break through his limits, he had to find his own weaknesses and shortcomings in battle. Perhaps Chu Xian was an old friend of Hanju? They both had a simulated training room like this. The Emperor Cat was sunbathing on Chu Xian's roof. Inside the trial, he could now defeat a 1st-level Heaven Realm opponent. It had been 10 days, and he had broken the record. He was the first being to kill a Heaven Realm expert while being in a lower realm. Chu Xian decided to try a different trial. He would find ways to cope with increased dangers, various ambushes, and different combat environments. The small cat under the shade of the tree was suddenly startled, looking at Chu Xian opposite him. He was leaning on his hand, smiling faintly. Perhaps the cat couldn't hear the mechanical voice of the system ringing in Chu Xian's mind. You did not leave your home. In the trial setting, you overcame various dangers and accumulated rich combat experience. Reward: myriad battles comprehension. Chu Xian heard the system's reward. Although he had partly guessed it, he was still happy. Another reward from the system: myriad battles comprehension. It was a type of combat awareness. It seemed to be innate. He was now proficient in all kinds of combat. He had super strong combat awareness. With such peak combat power in his hands, Chu Xian couldn't help but feel a surge of confidence. No one understands combat better than me. Coincidentally, an idea popped into Chu Xian's head, and he mumbled, "Let them try it too." Chu Xian summoned his 3 disciples, Su Xianer, Dingu, and Wang Luo. They stood before a gate that slowly opened. Billowing smoke emerged from the gap. Chu Xian told his disciples, "I have opened a trial mystic realm. You can enter and undergo trials to level up, gain combat experience, and even overcome and surpass yourselves." Hearing this, Su Xianer turned to Chu Xian and said, "Sir, can the trial mystic realm invite people for trials? Can it force others to accept the challenge?" Hearing his disciple Su Xianer's sudden question, he asked curiously, "What do you want to do?" Su Xianer suddenly clenched her fist and replied through gritted teeth, "I want to beat that bastard Dingu to death." seeing the anger on her face. On Su Xiener's face, Chu Xian couldn't help but recall the scene of her punching and kicking a straw dummy with Dingu's features. She was quite spirited. He thought to himself, how dare he make a wooden dummy and place it next to me? Every time I open my eyes, it's looking in my direction. Who's the first person I see? It's to test my sword Dao realm. At this moment, Chu Xian sighed and replied to Su Xiener, all right, you want to challenge him? I'll make it so he can't refuse. At the same time, he couldn't help but pity his third disciple. This kid, Dingu, has really been led astray. I must set him straight. Chu Xian silently made up his mind and found a young man with hair identical to Su Xiener's dummy. Chu Xian called him over. Dingu. The young man named Ding turned and looked at Chu Xian innocently, calling out, Master. Chu Xian asked directly, how are the 3 gates of your sword, Dao comprehension, coming along? Dingu replied politely, Master, I feel I have broken through the 2nd gate of the sword Dao. I'm still consolidating it. Master, I believe I will soon reach the realm of no woman in my heart. Drawing my sword can slay gods. Dingu seemed very proud of his current ability and smiled confidently at his master. However, Chu Xian calmly refuted his words. You've entered the wrong path. Hearing this, Dingu couldn't help but be confused. Master, please enlighten me. Seeing Dingu's eager-to-learn expression, Chu Xian was secretly pleased. He crossed his arms and explained, you avoid women. You reject women. You don't let women get close. This mentality is because you fear women. You're afraid that getting close to them will disturb your heart. You're afraid that getting close will disturb your heart. Chu Xian calmly and firmly stated, you have gone down the wrong path for the 3 gates of the sword Dao. Hearing Chu Xian's words, Dingu was momentarily stunned. He continued to listen intently to his master's teachings. Seeing a woman as a woman. Seeing a woman not as a woman. Having a woman on your body, but no woman in your heart. This is the correct realm. At this moment, Chu Xian suddenly shifted his gaze to Su Xiener, whose face was a bit dark and stifled. She heard Master Chu Xian ask, look at her. Is she a woman or not? Dingu replied without much thought. She is a woman. His firm tone showed that he was very confident in his answer. But unexpectedly, Chu Xian asked again, look again. Is she still a woman? Because his master repeated the question, Dingu was instantly confused and bewildered. He saw Chu Xian continue to look past the city wall. Picturesque mountains appeared under a clear blue sky with white clouds. His master asked again, look, is it a mountain? Dingu saw nothing unusual about the mountain and sky, so he answered, yes. But Chu Xian's next question made him doubt his own existence. Look again, is that still a mountain? Chu Xian smiled until his eyes crinkled and said, seeing a mountain as a mountain. Seeing a mountain not as a mountain. Seeing a mountain is still a mountain. These 3 realms. These 3 comprehensions. Listening to Chu Xian's teachings, he tried to absorb it, but he couldn't help but be stunned and mumble. Seeing a mountain as a mountain. Seeing a mountain. In other words, seeing a woman as a woman. Seeing a woman not as a woman. Seeing a woman is still a woman. And as if he had grasped his master's truth, Dingu grinned widely and exclaimed, Master, I understand. He suddenly turned to Su Xiener, as if slapping the young woman in the face, causing her expression to darken and scowl. Dingu answered decisively, you are not a woman. You are a block of wood. The block of wood is you. In my heart, you are not a woman, but you are also a woman. Dingu felt as if his master had enlightened him to a new path, so he turned, cupped his fists, and said, Master, I have truly understood. Chu Xian broke out in a cold sweat, thinking, it seems he's gone astray again. Forget it. It's hopeless. At this moment, Su Xiener seemed to have reached the limit of her patience with Dingu. She suddenly lifted her face with a sinister smile and said, very good, Dingu. Cool me. Let's have a little spar. Su Xiener instantly summoned her whip, cracking it loudly before wrapping it around his stunned Dingu, whose face darkened as he was dragged into the trial mystic realm. A bright light shone from the mystic realm's gate, and the intense voices of a man and a woman could be heard. Tell me, who am I? Hearing Su Xiener's question, Dingu calmly replied, a block of wood. Su Xiener furiously shouted at him, go to hell. But after being enlightened by Chu Xian, Dingu stubbornly replied, in my eyes, you are not a woman, although you are a woman. In my eyes, you are no different from a block of wood. Su Xian'er screamed again, "Go to hell." At this point, Chu Xian had already turned and calmly walked away. In the background, Dingu was being beaten black and blue by Su Xian'er, and it seemed he couldn't take it anymore, lowering his voice to say, "Senior sister, stop hitting me. It'll be the same even if you keep hitting me. I've already comprehended the realm of seeing a woman as a woman, and seeing a woman not as a woman. I believe, in Master's eyes, you are no different from a block of wood either." These words quickly fanned the flames of Su Xian'er's anger, and her face instantly darkened. She raised her knee and kicked Dingu high into the air. Then she grabbed him by the collar. Dingu, beaten senseless by Su Xian'er, felt confused and uneasy, turning to Chu Xian for help. "Master, save me. Senior sister, Su has gone crazy." Watching the entire scene of Su Xian'er using Dingu as a punching bag, Chu Xian couldn't help but regret it. Next time, I shouldn't mess with my disciples like this. Dingu has been led completely astray. I hope Wang Luo won't be led astray like this. The scenery in the mystic realm was beautiful. Blue skies, white clouds, and the faint, fragrant scent of plants and trees filled the air. After a while, Su Xian'er stopped hitting Dingu and turned to Chu Xian's illusion to ask, "Sir, do you also see me as a block of wood?" Hearing this, Chu Xian gave a forced, somewhat helpless smile and replied, "Don't listen to Dingu's nonsense." Su Xian'er raised an eyebrow skeptically. "You really don't see me as a block of wood?" Seeing Su Xian'er's stubborn expression, Chu Xian helplessly blurted out, "Dingu is an idiot. Are you an idiot too?" Only then did Su Xian'er truly believe Chu Xian. She puffed out her cheeks angrily and said, "I knew it. That bastard Dingu is so hateful." In the following days, Dingu and Wang Luo both trained in the Trial Mystic Realm. Su Xian'er also entered the Trial Mystic Realm every day to train. Every day, Su Xian'er would stay by Chu Xian's side, organizing intelligence and cooking, bringing him simple joys. Every so often, she would drag Dingu into the Trial Mystic Realm for a fight. Chu Pingfan was still nurturing his blade. He looked a bit simple-minded, not like a smart child. Then one day, while Chu Xian was relaxing in his chair, Manhwa Buddha came to him, asking to enter the Trial Mystic Realm. He smiled, nodded, and took out a scripture, saying, "The Dharma is boundless. You can comprehend it on your own. The Trial Mystic Realm. You can also enter it for a trial. Master the divine abilities of Buddhism." Manhwa Buddha put his palms together, bowed slightly, and replied, "Yes, my Buddha." Manhwa Buddha entered the small world of the Trial Mystic Realm. Wang Luo and Dingu stood to one side, watching him practice his techniques. Manhwa Buddha took a deep breath. With his palms together in front of his chest, he chanted Amit Ba. Then he immediately launched countless palm strikes enveloped in golden light. The golden light shot forward, gradually growing larger and crushing the demonic beast. The three of them, Wang Luo, Dingu, and Su Xian'er, watched Manhwa Buddha practice from the side, their mouths agape in awe. In a flash, he took the trial opponent, a first-level Heaven Realm expert, and smashed him to pieces. So strong. Outside the Trial Mystic Realm, Chu Xian silently observed Manhwa Buddha's practice, thinking for a moment before making a decision. After the ancient demon battlefield ends, let Buddha return to the demon domain. He can be the supporter behind Wantian, spreading Buddhism, converting demons into Buddhas. In the Qingquan space, half a year later, Dingu's cultivation had reached its limit. He had accumulated enough foundation. It was time to break through to the Emperor Realm. At this time, Su Xian'er was breaking through to the second level of the Emperor Realm. During that time, outside the Qingquan space, Chu Xian received a notification from a system. Your disciple, Dingu, under your guidance, has cultivated at lightning speed and broken through to the Emperor Realm. Reward, 100 years of cultivation. Then, an abundant blue spiritual energy enveloped Chu Xian, transferring 100 years of cultivation to him. Feeling the 100 years of cultivation within him, Chu Xian smiled with satisfaction. My strength has improved by another level. I'm closer to the Heaven Realm now. As expected, it's not enough to break through to the Heaven Realm. Returning to the Qingquan space, half a year after Dingu broke through to the Emperor Realm, Wang Luo had also accumulated to his limit. He was about to break through to the Emperor realm. Wang Luo sat cross-legged, cultivating in the Qinquan space, when his spiritual energy suddenly erupted. Flames enveloped his body, burning brightly. It was the void heavenly flame. Just like that, outside the Qinquan space, the system continued to announce, "Your disciple, Wang Luo, under your guidance, has cultivated at lightning speed and broken through to the Emperor realm. Reward, 100 years of cultivation." It then directly transferred 100 years of cultivation for Chu Xian's body to absorb. He quietly calculated, one step closer to the heaven realm. So it's not enough to break through to the heaven realm. I might be able to do it before the 10-year mark. Breaking through to the heaven realm. It all depends on Chu Pingfan now. Suddenly, Chu Xian opened the myriad heavens mirror to observe Mo Wantian, who was cultivating on a distant horizon. Chu Xian continued to mumble. Perhaps the cultivation reward triggered by the system is only from Mo Wantian. Right now, the strength of Mo Wantian has advanced to the 6th level of the true realm. Therefore, every so often, Chu Xian would connect with Mo Wantian to explain the Buddhist scriptures and answer his questions on cultivation matters. He never mentioned the precepts of the Buddhist sect, although up to now, Mo Wantian had been quite proper. For some reason, Chu Xian felt that Mo Wantian would one day become unorthodox. One day, while Chu Xian was teaching Mo Wantian through the myriad heavens mirror, he suddenly asked, "Master, can this disciple exchange his divine staff for a blade?" Hearing this, Chu Xian asked grimly, "Why exchange it for a blade?" Mo Wantian frowned, looking dissatisfied and troubled. "Master, this disciple always feels that the people of this world are too greedy. I had a sudden insight and wished to forge a precept blade." When Chu Xian heard this, he couldn't help but feel happy for him. Mo Wantian had a great talent for Buddhism. To have such an insight already, Chu Xian was so happy that it showed all over his face. He laughed heartily and replied, "For you to have such an insight, I am very pleased. Therefore, I will gift you this precept blade." Instantly, a blade appeared before Mo Wantian. Its blade was as bright as the moon in the night sky. Mo Wantian accepted the blade and replied respectfully, "Thank you, master." Putting away the myriad heavens mirror, Chu Xian wondered to himself, is there any other way to easily trigger the system's rewards? The mystic realm opportunity one got from recruiting Mo Wantian. I still haven't set it up. Chu Xian stood up, clasped his hand behind his back, and looked down at the model of his courtyard. He thought, if I set it up now, maybe no one with great fortune will enter the mystic realm, triggering the system's rewards. What kind of opportunity should I place inside? A cultivation method is a must. Suddenly, Chu Xian wore a mischievous and sinister smile. Let's add a little something extra. He directly took out a scripture and held a brush with ink in his hand. The smile on Chu Xian's lips seemed to be losing its moral compass. Opening the blank pages, Chu Xian wrote, "Evil warding immortal arts." These 4 words seemed to exude a dark aura. Chu Xian rubbed his chin, thinking and mumbling. To practice this technique, one must first castrate oneself. Then he continued to write a few more lines on the page. Just like that, Chu Xian enthusiastically wrote for several pages, until he reached the page that said, "Eliminate distracting thoughts, condense great willpower, and cultivate this peerless art." Chu Xian paused for a moment, then closed the book. Holding the scripture in his hand, he said, "Surely no one would be foolish enough, after seeing the first page, to just go ahead and castrate themselves, right?" Next, he prepared the weapons. Divine weapons were a must. He prepared a special weapon for the evil-warding immortal scripture. Embroidery needles. Chu Xian held the embroidery needles in his hand and examined them seriously. Each embroidery needle can control a thin thread. There are 9 in total. This is a set. The higher the cultivation, the more embroidery needles one can wield. This set of embroidery needles is of the heavenly grade. As for divine weapons, I'll leave 2 long, thin daggers. Besides the heavenly grade weapons, Chu Xian also left a set of emperor-grade embroidery needles and a thin dagger. The weapons were prepared. Next were the pills. First were healing pills. The lowest grade was also emperor grade. Wang Luo had refined quite a few. Chu Xian directly prepared several bottles. There were all kinds of healing pills, including those for healing injured souls. He placed it at the border of the eastern region. Chu Xian raised his hand, emitting a green spiritual energy that shot out. The stream of spiritual energy followed Chu Xian's will, passing through mountains and forests, then swooping down powerfully onto the eastern region. A barrier appeared, covering the entire eastern region. A wolf in the distance watched. He was not far from the heaven realm. In the following time, Chu Xian focused on his cultivation. He would occasionally give some pointers to Wantian. Wantian's eyes lit up, and he clapped his hands, saying he understood. There was something wrong with this monk. Had he misunderstood what Chu Xian said? Chu Xian smiled doubtfully. Dingu was holding a sword, talking to himself in front of two stone statues. Seeing a woman as a woman. Seeing a woman not as a woman. Seeing a woman is still a woman. Dingu was a bit enlightened. Chu Xian looked at this disciple. He was beyond saving. I shouldn't have messed with him so much in the beginning. Chu Xian sighed helplessly. Dingu told Chu Xian that junior brother Wang Luo had refined an illusion pill for him to temper his state of mind and break through to the third gate of the Sword Dao. Dingu saw a beautiful woman writhing. A beauty appeared in the illusion again. As expected, he was still not strong enough. Dingu's eyes were dark with disappointment. Wang Luo was also influenced by him. He also used the illusion pill. He managed to elevate his state of mind. His intention had been achieved. No woman in his heart. His alchemy realm was naturally divine. Wang Luo put the pill in his mouth. Why was there an explosion in the bottle? His mouth. These two passionate bastards fell into an illusion. If a beautiful woman didn't appear, that would be abnormal, unless they cut off their thing. Chu Xian's face darkened as he sighed. Master, Dingu, and Wang Luo frowned, saying they had some doubts. Chu Xian helplessly asked what their doubts were. Chu Xian even had a curse. Damn it. Demonic barrier. Dingu was puzzled. Every time he entered the illusion, a woman would appear. How could he break this illusion? Wang Luo added that it was the same for him. They had a mental block, being too obsessed with having or not having. Chu Xian's face darkened as he explained. To have is to not have. To not have is to have. It's like real is fake, and fake is real. It's all about your own mind. You're too attached. Having, not having, real, fake. How can you understand clearly? How can you focus solely on cultivating to the great Tao? After hearing this, Wang Luo and Dingu smiled brightly, making a V sign at their chins. Dingu thanked Chu Xian. I understand now. Wang Luo also said, I understand now. Chu Xian's face was covered in sweat as he thought. What on earth did these two disciples understand? Wang Luo and Dingu looked at each other and smiled smugly behind him. During this time, Chu Yun returned several times. Her goal was to break through to the half-emperor realm. After all, in the southern region, one couldn't directly break through to the emperor realm. One could only break through to the half-emperor realm. After breaking through to the half-emperor realm, she would be considered at the peak of power in the southern region. For the time being, she was satisfied. Wantian had broken through to the 9th level of the true realm. He began to travel the demon domain. There was still no news of Shaoyang. Perhaps he hadn't entered the southern region yet. Chu Xian lay on his chair with his arms crossed. In the blink of an eye, Chu Pingfan was already 9 years old. He had nurtured his blade for a full 3 years. Chu Pingfan had now reached the verge of mastering the blade nurturing technique. He was about to soar. Watching Chu Pingfan focus on his cultivation, holding the wooden blade, this strange aura was incredibly powerful, determined to advance. It felt like he had reached the highest level, especially that wooden blade. It seemed to have become one with Chu Pingfan. Its name was the Pingfan blade. The blade emitted a green light. With its large, sharp, and extraordinary blade, Dingu had once used his emperor-grade weapon to strike the wooden blade. However, the wooden blade was not damaged at all. There wasn't even a single dent. This was enough to show the strength of that wooden blade. Dingu's emperor-grade weapon was no toy, but it didn't leave a scratch. Dingu also saw its power and asked, Master, can you give this disciple a wooden sword like Pingfan's? But Chu Xian refused. This wood is not suitable for you. For now, only Pingfan can use a weapon made from this wood. Saying this, he thought of Chu Yuan. 3 years had passed since Chu Yuan left. The power left in Chu Yuan's body had not been triggered. This meant Chu Yuan had not encountered any life-threatening danger and was still alive. Perhaps he just hadn't had his epiphany yet. As Chu Pingfan was cultivating, unhappy memories resurfaced. The family head pointed directly at Chu Pingfan and his mother, saying, "Yuan is a lowly thing. Being with this trash. Look at you. What kind of garbage did you give birth to? I've never seen such a useless person. This is a stain on the family's bloodline." Chu Pingfan's mind wavered slightly, causing him to grit his teeth and endure. He focused even harder. Calm your mind. The green light source continued to shine normally. The surrounding aura began to change. It seemed Chu Pingfan was about to break through. The wooden blade slowly floated up. A pillar of green light descended from above. Mortal realm, mystic realm, spirit realm. 3 years. The blade was nurtured. The transformation began. Everyone outside watched with their mouths agape. What kind of talent is this? What kind of cultivation method is this? Chu Pingfan didn't stop there. Void realm, unity realm, true realm. Nurturing a blade for 3 years. And in an instant, breaking through to the true realm. If word of this got out, wouldn't the entire 9 regions be shaken? Chu Pingfan was only 9 years old. Finally, a bolt of green lightning struck down directly onto Chu Pingfan. 3rd level of the true realm. Your nephew, Chu Pingfan, under your guidance, has entered the ultimate Tao in an instant. He has broken through to the true realm. He has become the 9th martial artist in history to reach the true realm before the age of 10. Reward: 300 years of cultivation. You have taught the 9th martial artist in history to reach the true realm before the age of 10. The first 9-year-old to enter the true realm by cultivating the ultimate Tao. Reward: Aurora Art. The Aurora Art is a speed technique. It could transform the body into a ray of aurora. In an instant, one can travel 10,000 miles. At great mastery, one can ignore spatial restrictions and barrier formations. One can transform into a beam of light and pass through anything. Chu Pingfan, holding the wooden saber, happily reported to Chu Xian, 13th uncle, "I've broken through." "Very good. Strive to break through to the Emperor realm before you turn 20. Chu Xian was pleased with this result and patted Chu Pingfan's head. "I will definitely work hard on my cultivation. You must also remember to balance work and rest. If your mind is only filled with cultivation, it's not necessarily a good thing. You are still young. You can't be completely immersed in cultivation all the time." Hearing Chu Xian's advice, Chu Pingfan happily agreed. 13th uncle, I understand. If you want to go out and play, you can go out and play. A large bird, like an eagle, flew over. With brilliant golden feathers, it landed right next to Chu Xian and Chu Pingfan. "You can ride it out to play," he said, patting Chu Pingfan's head. This was considered a reward for him, so Chu Pingfan was very happy and obediently left. The heavenly spirit cat is a celestial beast. Its strength increases very quickly. It's already at the 1st level of the venerable realm, and the heaven-suppressing golden pung is at the 3rd level of the venerable realm. Chu Xian watched as Chu Pingfan flew away with the heavenly spirit cat and the large bird. He felt at ease with these 2 pets around, plus Chu Pingfan cultivating the ultimate Tao. There won't be any significant dangers for him in the southern region. He will be safe. Receive 300 years of cultivation. My divine soul is still undergoing metamorphosis. My physical body is also transforming. The surroundings of Chu Xian changed. A blue light radiated around him. The aura of the great Tao flowed in. The Tao's rhythm merged with the rules. The power of my domain is also changing. In this heaven and earth, there is only me. I am the heavenly realm, the domain power of the heavenly realm. The rules are more complete. It's like a small world. In this world, my will is the rule. Within my domain, I am a heavens. Chu Xian entered a new place. Bright and peaceful. This is the heavenly realm. Suddenly, Chu Xian paused, sensing an unsettling purple-blue aura. There is an aura of destruction flowing in from the rules of the great Tao. The heaven and earth tribulation. Returning to the outside world. Chu Xian lay still, thinking. I originally thought that when I broke through, there would be no heaven and earth tribulation because of the system. I didn't expect the heaven and earth tribulation to come so fiercely. and it flowed directly into the aura of the great Tao. This can no longer be considered a normal heaven and earth tribulation, but a higher-level Tao tribulation. He used the time plunder technique. Immediately, multiple streams of blue power radiated from Chu Xian. Secret art, immovable as a mountain, 100 refinements of the spirit. A great thunderclap roared around him, striking down. Chu Xian stood motionless within a sphere. Flames raged below, but he continued to deploy his techniques. On the outside, Chu Xian's eyes were closed. He seemed to be resting, but internally, he was undergoing a fierce breakthrough. After passing the final tribulation, Chu Xian's breakthrough was complete. Both his divine soul and his physical body had undergone a metamorphosis. Chu Xian walked through a dark space. He was still surrounded by a power that seemed to illuminate the void. Back to reality, Chu Xian was pleased. Staying at home is really the best. I've been home for less than 10 years, and I've already broken through from the mortal realm to the heavenly realm. This speed is unmatched, right? The system quickly replied, broke through to the heavenly realm in under 10 years. You have become the youngest heavenly realm martial artist in history. You are also the martial artist who has broken through to the heavenly realm the fastest in all of history. Upgrade reward, primordial Tao crystal of a small world. Chu Xian was also in disbelief. After breaking through to the heavenly realm, it triggered a system reward. Moreover, he was the youngest heaven realm expert in history, and the one who broke through to the heaven realm the fastest. After all, it had been less than 10 years since he started. He had broken through to the heaven realm. Since ancient times, no matter how heaven-defying a genius was, they couldn't achieve this. Having a cheat in life really makes a difference. A miniature world appeared in Chu Xian's hand. First, I need to upgrade. The small world. A huge tremor suddenly occurred, catching everyone off guard. Chu Xian quickly appeared through a large circle of light to reassure them. Don't be afraid. I'm just expanding the world. Manhwa Buddha happily put his palms together upon hearing this. My Buddha is boundless. After the upgrade, the small world had expanded. It was now equivalent to the northern region. The spiritual energy had also been upgraded. In the small world, the strongest creature had advanced to the venerable realm. There were countless heavenly treasures, and their ages were even greater. The pink fan tree also upgraded along with the small world. It grew twice as tall again. It became denser and denser. A sparkling blue diamond appeared. Primordial Tao crystal, the crystal of the great Tao. It can absorb Tao rhythm, evolve Tao principles, and has the effect of upgrading the world. It can evolve into a great Tao world. It can remember the aura of experts in the Tao realm. Using the great Tao as a medium, it allows Tao realm experts to communicate with each other. Chu Xian held the diamond in his hand. If I place it in the small world, it can allow the small world to have the ability to comprehend the great Tao. The diamond floated and shone brightly. It was placed on top of a very large tree, taller than the surrounding mountains. After setting it up, Chu Xian continued to plan. I must strive to break through to the Tao realm as soon as possible. The God realm will be nothing then. I wonder if there are any Tao realm experts in the 9 regions. To break through to the God realm will take a long time, unless a big reward triggers the system. For now, what can be confirmed to trigger system rewards is the rapid cultivation speed of my disciples. They must quickly break through to the next realm. Chu Xian lay under the shade of a tree, thinking of a way. Now Su Xianer, Dingu, and Wang Luo have all broken through to the Emperor realm. The next cultivation breakthrough reward will only come when the 3 of them break through to the Venerable realm. Only Chu Pingfan's breakthrough is worth looking forward to. If I can nurture the youngest Emperor realm expert in history, won't the reward be very generous? Now that I've broken through to the heaven realm, the myriad heaven's mirror can transmit living things. I wonder if I can bring Emo Luantian over here. Let him enter the small world to quickly level up his cultivation to the Emperor realm. I wonder when I can attract a person with great luck here. In the following days, Chu Xian often used the myriad heaven's mirror to randomly connect to various places, intending to discover a prodigy he could nurture. After Chu Xian broke through to the heaven realm, the number of imprints on the myriad heaven's mirror increased by 9. Now there were 6 empty imprints left. Chu Xian tried to transmit a living being. He discovered that he could only transmit living beings below the unity realm. At the same time, the spiritual power consumption was extremely high. Living beings above the unity realm, with his current first-level heaven realm cultivation, he couldn't handle it. This also meant that he couldn't bring Wantian over here to cultivate in the small world. The 10-year mark was getting closer and closer. Chu Xian also added more items to his list of pleasures. For example, making Su Xianer dance or something. Chu Xian refined his zither. He also passed on a sound wave technique to Su Xianer, so she could play for his entertainment. These days were becoming more and more comfortable. The pair of senior and junior brothers, Dingu and Wang Luo, spent most of their time in the small world, training to improve their strength. Chu Pingfan was still in cultivation. His blade nurturing was complete. He had officially begun the Heavenly Extreme Blade Sutra. His daily life was very simple. Cultivating, playing with the cat, playing with the puppets, and flying around to enjoy the scenery. Chu Xian passed the Aurora art to Chu Pingfan, Dingu, and Wang Luo. Cultivating the Aurora art was quite difficult. They couldn't master it right away. But Chu Pingfan quickly got the hang of it. The 10-year mark was getting closer and closer. The anticipation was building. The myriad heavens mirror showed an image of Qin Ying cultivating on a large rock. Qin Ying's cultivation of the Dragon War Tyrant body had also made progress. She was already at the 5th level of the Emperor realm. Manhwa Buddha was already at the 9th level of the Heaven realm. Chu Xian was still very idle, lying down and resting. The 10-year mark was getting closer and closer. Perhaps with the upcoming 100-year cultivation reward, he could break through to the 2nd level of the Heaven realm. Chu Xian popped a candy into his mouth and continued to relax in the quiet surroundings. The system, which had been silent for a long time, announced again, "Your disciple, Wantian, has had an epiphany in Buddhism. His cultivation has greatly increased. He has broken through to the Emperor realm. Reward, Tao-seeking compass." Chu Xian curiously opened the myriad heavens mirror to see what happened. This Wantian had an epiphany in Buddhism and directly broke through to the Emperor realm. In the bare mountains, many towering peaks stood majestically. From a cave, dazzling rays of light shone out. Wantian was focused on his cultivation. He's really become a Buddha. Suddenly, Wantian opened his eyes. He activated his heavenly eye, causing the surrounding light to shine even more brightly. Chu Xian observed and exclaimed, Wantian truly has an affinity with Buddhism. This is the comprehension of the heavenly eye. Amazing. The Buddhist light was vast and white as snow, unstained by a single speck of dust, coupled with his handsome appearance. He didn't look like someone from the mortal world. Just as he was exclaiming, Wantian stood up, revealing his toned muscles, and unleashed the great mighty heavenly dragon. The power was like a soaring dragon and a dancing phoenix. Chu Xian witnessed this and was stunned. After witnessing that miraculous scene through the myriad heavens mirror, Chu Xian immediately wore an expression of disbelief, pouting his lips. His eyes widened, looking quite comical. He thought to himself, "Great mighty heavenly dragon. Back when I was tricking him, I think I blabbed on a bit too much. Something about the great mighty heavenly dragon, world-honored one, Ksitigarbha, and so on. Did he really create a divine ability from that?" The image reflected in the myriad heavens mirror was the scene of Manhwa Buddha's enlightenment. By some miracle, Manhwa Buddha seemed to have become decades younger. His ears were also pointier than before. His body was enveloped in a golden aura. At this moment, perhaps because his enlightenment was complete, Manhwa Buddha opened his eyes and said softly, "Amipa." After reaching the realm he desired, Manhwa Buddha stepped out of the cave with an extremely relaxed demeanor. Seeing this, Chu Xian turned off the myriad heavens mirror. He found it interesting and said, "Claim the reward from the system for Wantian's breakthrough to the Emperor realm." Chu Xian took out his Yin-Yang compass while thinking about Manhwa Buddha's power. The Tao-seeking compass. It can find the great Tao. It can find those who have attained the Tao. But the aura of one who has attained the Tao. Chu Xian paused for a moment, then continued, his eyes fixed on the Yin-Yang compass in his hand. On the other hand, it can also search for the great Tao. and the wondrous treasures of those who have attained the Tao. After a long while, the golden needle on the yin-yang compass moved slightly, but just that little movement caused Chu Xian to break out in a cold sweat. He gritted his teeth and continued to use his power. Time flew by like a dog running in a field, but the yin-yang compass remained motionless. This made Chu Xian very angry, and he exclaimed, "The spiritual power consumption is too great." Looking at the motionless yin-yang compass in his hand, Chu Xian decided to take a pill to recover his strength. He had no choice but to give up. So Chu Xian said to himself, as if to console himself, "No rush. I'll probe a little every day. Let's see if I can find a Tao realm expert." His eyes showed Chu Xian's determination. He silently planned his future goals. The Tao-seeking compass. Perhaps after finding a Tao realm expert, I can record their aura. Once a Tao realm expert whose aura I've taken appears, Chu Xian could detect them through the Tao-seeking compass. I must remember the aura of a Tao realm expert. Chu Xian can take this information and absorb it into the primordial Tao crystal. I can secretly rub it and let the other party help me nurture the primordial Tao crystal. With the power of these two ultimate treasures, the other party probably won't notice anything. So next, every day, Chu Xian would use the Tao-seeking compass, attempting to find the existence of a Tao realm expert. Day after day passed like this. Chu Xian continuously used his power, but still, there were no results. He said, puzzled, could it be that the 9 regions truly have no Tao realm experts? If such a realm exists, it's impossible for there not to be a single expert of that realm, unless they've left the 9 regions. If they're not in the 9 regions, then where could they be? Unless there's an upper realm. At the same time, Han Ming suddenly appeared. She asked a very random question, "Sir, is this dance of mine okay?" Seeing this, Chu Xian didn't pay much attention and replied, "Not interested," because she found Chu Xian too boring. Han Ming changed her target to Chu Pingfan. She squatted down to be at eye level with Chu Pingfan and asked again, "Little Pingfan, how about any dances for you?" Faced with Han Ming's expectant gaze, Chu Pingfan immediately shook his head and waved his hands in refusal. "Auntie, I don't want to watch. I want to practice my blade." Because everyone refused her dance, Han Ming puffed her cheeks in anger. At the same time, Chu Tianming, in his room, ordered the butler, "Tell Chu Xian to return to the ancestral home." So, the old, white-bearded butler immediately went to Chu Xian's house. After hearing the message, Chu Xian replied coldly, "Return to the ancestral home? Not interested." Hearing this, the butler said worriedly, "This is the family head's order. Unless, 13th, young master, you wish to defy the family head's will." The butler's gentle reminder did not change Chu Xian's mind. He waved his hand and said, "I'm living just fine here. I'm not going back. Go back and tell him. Don't bother me anymore." The butler found Chu Xian's attitude too stubborn, lacking respect for his elders, to the point that he was speechless. He could only point at Chu Xian and stammer, "Useless." At this moment, Chu Xian frowned deeply and instructed the old butler, "Go tell him. Don't bother me. Otherwise, little Yin and I will take our assets and leave the Chu family. Don't blame me for not giving a warning." After that, the poor butler ran back to report to Chu Tianming. Chu Xian's arrogant words made Chu Tianming furious. He shouted, "Damn it. Tell him to stay there forever." Meanwhile, Chu Xian was leisurely lying on his chair, awaiting news from the system. Tomorrow is the 10-year mark. The first 10 years. What kind of reward will there be? Because he was too bored at the moment. With nothing to do, Chu Xian told Han Ming to show off her talent. "Come on, dance a little for me. Make it interesting." However, this led to a huge misunderstanding on Han Ming's part. Her face flushed red with shyness. Her eyes sparkled like 2 twinkling stars. Han Ming thought to herself, why did he suddenly ask me to dance? And so formally too. Unless he wants me to serve him next? So, Han Ming tried to show off her charm through her dance moves. Winking, blowing kisses. All of this gave Chu Xian the creeps. He also noticed Han Ming's strangeness. There's something wrong with this girl. Therefore, right away, Chu Xian gave Han Ming a hard knock on the head, causing 2 huge bumps to appear instantly. This also made her stop dancing and hold her head, crying, "Ouch!" Chu Xian reminded her, If you're going to dance, then dance. Don't do any moves that are inappropriate for children. So, Han Ming resentfully said nothing. She just pouted and endured it. Afterward, the two sat at the tea table. Chu Xian explained first, Dao Rhythm tea. This tea contains Dao Rhythm. Drinking a sip every day is equivalent to cleansing your physical body and soul with Dao Rhythm. It can be called an ultimate treasure. 1 cup of this tea a month is enough for you. Drinking more won't benefit you. Seeing how good the tea on the table was, Han Ming immediately picked it up and drank it. Then she replied to Chu Xian, I know, sir. She didn't forget to exclaim, the tea that sir drinks is truly extraordinary. After that, Chu Xian lay down in the courtyard again, basking in the sun. At the same time, he waited for the system's notification to sound. As expected, just a few seconds later, the system's voice rang out. The 10-year mark has arrived. You have stayed at home for 10 years. Continue to set records. Reward, Chaotic Indestructible Body, Chaotic Bell. Chu Xian received the Chaotic Indestructible Body from the system. The Chaotic Indestructible Body lives for chaos. It is ancient, indestructible, and immortal. It can accommodate the myriad Daos. It can withstand Dao tribulations. The Chaotic Bell, born in chaos. Ancient and undamaged. It can swallow the great Dao. Its chime can travel through the ages. It has defense. It can withstand Dao tribulations. It can suppress Dao tribulations. Chu Xian received the Chaotic Indestructible Body. A chaotic vortex appeared. Then it slowly merged and integrated into Chu Xian's body. He woke up feeling that he was still undergoing a great transformation. He could now absorb the spiritual energy of heaven and earth at all times. He could absorb all the power in heaven and earth. Whether it was spiritual energy or various poisonous gases, he could absorb them all. This was the strength of the chaotic, indestructible body. He could even break through to the second level of the heaven realm. His cultivation speed had increased 100-fold. At the same level, even a second-level heaven realm expert wouldn't be able to withstand a single punch from Chu Xian. But with his current strength, he still couldn't fully utilize the chaotic bell with the chaotic, indestructible body. With the chaotic bell, a heaven realm martial artist would be impossible to kill. It was time for Chu Xian to test his own strength. Chu Xian entered the trial to test his power. First, he used Nanhwa Buddha as a trial opponent. Nanhwa Buddha could be considered at the top among his peers. A loud explosion echoed, but he was defeated by Chu Xian. Being able to kill Nanhwa Buddha, Chu Xian could be considered invincible in the heaven realm. After obtaining the chaotic, indestructible body, he drank pills by the bottle. If he ran out, the system would reward him with more. So his house had nothing but pills. Stayed at home for 10 years and 1 day. Reward, Great Heavenly Tao Artifact Scripture. The Great Heavenly Tao Artifact Scripture. It was a compendium of artifact refinement. It recorded many artifact refinement methods, similar to the Myriad Pills Sutra, but different. This one was for artifact refinement. Whether it was Emperor grade, Heavenly grade, or Divine grade weapons, or even Tao artifacts, it was all a piece of cake. Upon receiving it, Chu Xian immediately tested it out. He tried refining a few puppets. 2 artifact grade puppets. The puppet's current strength was only around the 5th level of the heaven realm. He could use the primordial Tao crystal to nurture the puppets to the strength of the god realm. What Chu Xian lacked now was a talented artifact refining disciple. A talented artifact refiner. As someone who was both lazy and liked to level up while lying down, he couldn't be bothered with the hard work of artifact refinement. He needed to find a disciple to refine artifacts and do chores for him. That was the right way. After staying at home for 10 years and 2 days, he received the Myriad Tao Formation Canon. Yesterday, it was the Heavenly Tao Artifact Scripture. Today he received the Myriad Tao Formation Canon. It seemed the system wanted Chu Xian to become an omnipotent being, proficient in all professions. That's why it gave him what he lacked. After obtaining the Myriad Tao Formation Canon, Chu Xian gathered his disciples to explain formations and restrictions. After explaining, Chu Xian asked Ping Fan if he had any insights. The boy replied that he had some insights. The blade is heaven and earth. The blade is my formation. My formation is my blade. The blade is also just my blade. The boy was becoming more and more like Dingu and Wang Luo. Then Chu Xian asked if there was anything he didn't understand. The boy replied that there was just a tiny bit. And so, the Q&A session lasted until the end of the day. Staying at home for 10 years and 3 days, Chu Xian received a barrel of heavenly mystic pills. If he took out all the pills, they would probably fill the entire courtyard. This courtyard, that is, after transforming with the chaotic, indestructible body. Chu Xian's cultivation consumed a lot of heavenly mystic pills. Every time he cultivated, he didn't count by the pill, but by the bottle. The three of them, Su Xianer, were all in the small world, comprehending formations and restrictions. They were learning how to apply them in combat. Both sides had similar insights. Wang Luo was even refining special pills. He didn't just use spiritual herbs as materials, but also various artifact refining materials. He inscribed formations. Inside the pills, one pill was a formation. Dingu used the heaven-piercing sword art as his foundation to create a sword formation. Su Xianer also had insights and applications for formations. Chu Pingfan was still practicing his blade. Now, the boy swung his blade. It was as if a great formation accompanied it. Although it wasn't perfect, the foundation was there. Another 3 months passed. Chu Xian's strength continued to grow stronger. He was not far from the 3rd level of the Heaven Realm. Outside Chu County, in the barren mountains, a person lay on the ground, battered and miserable. The boy lifted his head. His eyes opened, then blazed with bloody energy. It seemed something in his body had flared up again. Every time this happened, life was worse than death. At the bottom of a cliff, Xiangxing was sitting under a tree. Leaning against the tree trunk, he said, "Damn it, the illness is acting up again. I don't know if I can survive this time. If I really die this time, it could be considered a form of release." He panted as he spoke. His whole body was covered in sweat. He continued, "I originally thought that after being schemed against in the ancient ruins, being able to escape meant my life wasn't over. Who would have thought I'd end up in such a state?" His trembling hand propped himself up on the ground. His whole body was shaking. His other hand was clutching his stomach. His face was extremely pale and pained. He thought, now the illness is acting up again. The pills on me are all used up. Am I really going to die here? I'm not willing to accept this. But now all I've left is the small hammer nurtured in my dantian. What else can I do? From his dantian, the small hammer let out a hum. Xiangxing heard it and thought, this small hammer is its hum, feeling unwilling on my behalf. Xiangxing shared some heartfelt words with it, full of gratitude for the small hammer. "Thank you for staying with a useless master like me until the very end. I'm just the son of a concubine from a weapon-refining family, and I have a strange illness. I've been bullied since I was young. My greatest achievement in this life is being able to create a weapon that is in sync with my mind. I originally thought that by venturing deep into the ancient ruins this time, I could change my fate, but with things as they are now, what can I do?" Xiangxing looked at his palm. A stream of red, spiritual energy emanated from it. He thought, "Little hammer, your master." Thinking of this, tears fell from his eyes. He looked at his finger, which was emitting a red aura, and continued his thought. He fainted. He collapsed onto the ground. His entire body was enveloped in a red, spiritual energy. Chuyin was taking a stroll when she suddenly saw someone lying on the ground. She wondered aloud, why is someone sleeping here in broad daylight? No, wait. From the looks of it, it seems like he's not going to make it. Saving a life is better than building a 7-story pagoda. Meeting me means your life isn't over yet. Then she walked closer. Leaning a look at him, she said, "It just so happens that I recently refined a top-grade soul-returning pill. You're in luck, kid. I painstakingly refined this pill for 7 days and 7 nights. It's all made from top-grade medicinal herbs, whether it's rheumatism or injuries from a fall. I guarantee this medicine will cure you completely." As she spoke, a radiant golden pill appeared in her hand. It entered Xiangxing's body, but he showed no reaction. Chuyin was puzzled. Why is there no reaction? She wondered. Xiangxing was now conscious. His eyes were open, and he thought, what kind of sacred healing medicine is this? The pain in my body has lessened quite a bit. Even my soul has been nourished. I have my senses back now. I just can't open my mouth to speak. He peeked at Chu Yun in front of him. Chu Yun, on the other hand, still hadn't noticed that the person had woken up. She was still wondering, Although I've never given this medicine to anyone before, it shouldn't be this ineffective. Xiangxing was now thinking. Beautiful big sister, please continue. Give me more medicinal power. Don't pity me because I'm weak. Chu Yun, looking clueless, said, could it be that I need to? Then she poked Xiangxing's body. Xiangxing saw how clueless she was but couldn't speak, so he could only think to himself, don't poke me anymore, just use the medicine. Chu Yun poked the person and saw no movement, exclaiming in alarm, did I completely kill him? I should go home and find an expert. Then she put Xiangxing in her bag. On the way, Xiangxing thought, why do I have a bad feeling about this? Outside, Chu Yun struggled to carry the bag. As soon as she got home, she called out loudly, 13th brother, I'm back. Hearing Chu Yun's voice, Xin said, Yunner, why are you in such a rush? Hearing this, Chu Yun smiled brightly and said, isn't it because I was in a hurry to see my invincible 13th brother? My invincible 13th brother, of course. Also, I brought someone back. Chu Yun seemed to see something and asked curiously, huh? Why are there so many people in a courtyard? They are. Hearing this, Chu Xian said, they are 13th brother's disciples and handmaidens. Behind Chu Xian were the three of them, Wang Luo, Su Xiener, and Dingu. Then Chu Xian turned around and said to the three of them, right, this is Miss Yunner, your martial aunt. Introduce yourselves. Wang Luo was the first to speak. He smiled brightly like a salesman and said, hello, martial aunt Yun. I am Wang Luo. Then came Dingu. And finally Su Xiener. They all introduced themselves in the same way, just changing the name, like we used to recite templates about our mothers in elementary school. Hearing this, Chu Yun's eyes filled with admiration. As expected of my 13th brother, you've already taken on disciples. Chu Xian replied, it's just teaching and passing on knowledge. As if remembering something, he asked, right, Yunner, what's in that bag you're carrying? Only then did Yunner remember and say, I was so busy talking that I almost forgot. There's still a big matter to deal with. Then she looked at the bag, and then back at Chu Xian, smiling, 13th. Brother, Yunner came to find you because of him. Then she recounted everything to Chu Xian. Chu Xian replied gently, so that's how it is. Xiangxing had now been taken out of the bag. He was sitting cross-legged in the middle of the courtyard, his body radiating a crimson spiritual energy. Chu Xian thought, this person has a special constitution, and this type of constitution makes one feel as if they're being burned by fire. The pain is extraordinary. Those with a weak will would die from the pain. Dingu and the others also thought, this person is truly pitiful. He looks to be about the same age as us, but he's enduring an inhuman torment. Chu Xian spoke up, but this type of constitution is also a powerful talent. Dingu rested his chin on his hand and thought, a powerful talent? Is it more powerful than my supreme sword Dao? Su Xiena had found the main point. It seems Sir wants to take on another disciple. But why are all of Sir's disciples so strange? Wang Luo also chimed in, and there's this weirdo with a special constitution. Just looking at him, he seems to be on his last legs. Su Xianer commented further, he's just one breath away from ascending to heaven. Wang Luo interjected, it seems more like half a breath. Xiangxing, on the other hand, ignored the scrutinizing crowd and just thought, 13th. Brother, what kind of divine being is he? He saw through me with just one glance. It would be great if I could speak now. But isn't the important thing now to save me? Stop discussing my condition and hurry up and act. At this moment, Chu Xian finally spoke. All of you, back away quickly. If you keep discussing his condition, he really won't be saved. Only then did Dingu and the others back away. Chu Yin said, really? 13th brother, it's a good thing you're here. Su Xiener and Dingu said in unison, master is wise. Hearing this, Xiangxing thought to himself, 13th. Brother is truly sagacious. After I'm cured, I must kowtow to him 3 times. A golden pill appeared in Chu Xian's hand. The pill flew towards Xiangxing. Chu Xian said, this pill is not enough to completely cure him. However, it can pull him back from the brink of death. Xiangxing was very anxious now. He thought, it's coming, hurry up. I can't wait any longer. After receiving the pill, he thought, thank goodness for 13th brother. Now the burning sensation on my body has almost disappeared. My body is gradually regaining its senses. He really pulled me back from the brink of death. I'm alive again. Thinking of this, he suddenly opened his eyes wide. The four of them, Dingu, Chuyun, and Su Xian'er, saw him wake up and said, "You're awake." Without a second word, Xiangxing immediately knelt before Chu Xian and said, "This humble one soul was still conscious just now and heard 13th. Brother, and everyone talking. Here, I thank 13th Master for saving my life." Chu Xian replied modestly, "You're too polite. There's no need for such formalities. My name is Chu Xian. You could just call me sir. I still don't know your name." At this moment, Xiangxing raised his head and replied, "This humble one is Xiangxing. Thank you, sir, for saving me. From now on, this humble one is willing to be sir's servant to repay your kindness." Chu Xian chuckled and said, "You're too kind." But in his heart, he was thinking, "I've struck gold again," because on the system panel, it showed that he was Xiangxing, the son of a concubine of the Xiang family in the eastern region of the southern continent. Because his mother consumed a fire origin fruit, his bloodline transformed. He was born with heavenly fire bones. He mistakenly entered a great formation of the ancient Quafu domain. He unexpectedly arrived in the southern region of the northern continent. Chu Xian said, "Xiangxing, stand up and speak." Xiangxing still cupped his hands and asked Chu Xian, "Yes. Sir, this special constitution of mine, is it really a powerful talent? If it is a talent, why does it torment me so often?" Chu Xian explained, "This constitution of yours is called Heavenly Fire Bones. Wait until I completely remove the hidden dangers within it for you. Only then can you escape this pain. Completely shed your mortal coil and step onto a path you've never imagined." As he spoke, a flame appeared in Chu Xian's hand. Xiangxing's entire body was lifted up. He thought, "Sir not only saved my life, but can also make me stronger. This debt of gratitude, I can't repay it even if I work like a horse or an ox." Before removing the hidden danger, Chu Xian warned Xiangxing, "During the process, it will be very painful. You must persevere." Then he turned to Chu Yun and said, "Yun'er, 13th, brother needs to borrow some of your pills." Chu Yun asked back, "Borrow my pills?" While she was hesitating, she suddenly saw the pills fly out of her sleeve. She asked, puzzled, "Why are my pills flying out on their own?" Chu Xian chuckled, holding the pills in his hand, 13th. "Brother will give Yun'er great credit for this. When the time comes, you can exchange it for a great reward." Hearing about a reward, Yun'er smiled happily and said, "All right, 13th brother, if that's not enough, I still have more." After getting the pills, Chu Xian thought, with Yun'er's pills, Xiangxing will be able to reduce a lot of his pain. He channeled his internal energy, transforming the pills into one large pill. Then he sent it flying towards Xiangxing. After it reached Xiangxing, it disappeared into his body. Xiangxing was puzzled, thinking the pill and the spiritual energy have all disappeared into my body. Chu Xian thought to himself, "Xiangxing, hang in there. This time, you have to rely on yourself." Xiangxing screamed in his mind, "This spiritual energy is so tyrannical. It's like my soul is being torn apart. But I've been through countless pains and torments. How can I give up at this crucial moment?" Then he shouted, "Shedding my mortal coil happens today." Suddenly, a pillar of light appeared in the courtyard where they were standing. Chu Yun covered her eyes and thought, "Is this the potential of the heavenly fire bones?" Dingu and the others exclaimed, "So strong. This level of talent is no less than that of a mortal like me." Then the pillar of light dissipated. Xiangxing asked in a daze, "Is it over? Did I make it through?" Chu Xian calmly replied, "That's right, Xiangxing. You succeeded." Xiangxing, still in disbelief, asked again, "Sir, did I succeed?" Chu Xian showed his trademark smile and said, "Yes, there's no need to doubt yourself. You succeeded." Then Xiangxing knelt down. "Master, disciple Xiangxing begs you to accept me." Chu Xian still smiled and said, "I accept you as my disciple. Get up quickly." The system's voice beeped. "You have accepted a disciple with heavenly fire bones. Reward, great sun burning heaven art." Xiangxing stood up, cupped his hands, and said solemnly, "Thank you, Master. This disciple will definitely not fail to live up to Master's kindness today." Chu Xian replied, "This great sun, burning heaven art, cultivate it well. After you've fully activated your Firebone's talent, I will teach you the Tao of artifact refinement." As he finished speaking, A book appeared in midair. Tears streamed down Xiangxing's face as he profusely thanked him. Chu Xian continued, "Your origins. I already know everything. At the same time, you carry a great karma. Only by constantly getting stronger can you live up to your great fortune." Xiangxing asked, puzzled, "Master, what great karma could this disciple have?" Chu Xian turned away and said mysteriously, "When the time is right, you will know. You just need to remember that I am your backer. There's no need to worry about anything." Xiangxing bowed his head and replied, "Yes." Chu Xian instructed further, "Go cultivate in the small world. If you need anything, just call for your 2 senior brothers." Xiangxing knelt down and replied, "Yes, master." This disciple takes his leave. On the side, Chu Xian thought, "I originally thought Xiangxing's transformation process would take a long time. I didn't expect him to complete it in such a short time." As expected, encountering hardship is an indispensable accumulation for success. Moreover, Xiangxing's talent is very high. His willpower is firm, even stronger than Dingu and Wang Luo. Early in the morning, at the old residence, Chu Xian met Xiangxing. "Good morning, master." "Good morning, little Xing." "Little Xing, you've consolidated your foundation well these past few days and have subdued the firebones. From now on, you must work hard and not be lazy." What Chu Xian said was all very true. Xiangxing would definitely not disappoint him. Chu Xian was quite proud. He had already transmitted the artifact refinement techniques and some basic cultivation methods into Xiangxing's mind. You must develop comprehensively and not become complacent just because of your strong talent. Xiangxing also listened attentively to his words. Once Xiangxing leveled up a bit, Chu Xian would teach him how to refine the master-subordinate communication talismans. Xiangxing was so happy he was beaming. He knew that since his master had given him so many important tasks, he must complete them perfectly to repay Chu Xian's expectations. This was very pleasing to a master. "Right, little Xing, that small hammer you're nurturing is quite interesting." Hearing this, Xiangxing was stunned. As expected of his master, he even knew about the small hammer inside his body. Thinking this, he took out the small hammer and gave it to Chu Xian. He had refined this small hammer since he was a child. Over the years, he had developed a deep connection with it. Although it wasn't a valuable item, it held extraordinary meaning for him. Chu Xian knew. This small hammer is meaningful to Xiangxing, but he hasn't yet unlocked the true power it contains. Xiangxing wasn't sure either. The true power of the small hammer. That's right. With just a flick of Chu Xian's finger, the small hammer shattered, scaring Xiangxing so much that his face turned pale. Yet Chu Xian could still smile. "Little Xing, don't be afraid. The spiritual core of this small hammer is a special treasure. It's just that your initial refinement was too crude, so you couldn't unleash its full power." In the next second, the small hammer shattered completely. Xiangxing was speechless. "But rest assured, Master won't harm your little hammer. This is just to give it a transformation." Chu Xian smiled and then began to chant. Streams of green light enveloped the soul of the small hammer. The small hammer could also successfully transform and gain a new, eye-catching appearance. Just like that, the small hammer directly became a heavenly grade weapon. But after Chu Xian's refinement, its transformation speed had increased. Xiangxing, continue to nurture it in your body. Its final destination is not as simple as a heavenly grade weapon. This time, Lil Xing's jaw dropped. Even a heavenly grade weapon isn't its final destination. "Thank you, master." He told him to return to the small world and continue cultivating. Chu Xian gave Xiangxing a few more instructions before returning to his room to continue his breakthrough. In the last 3 months, he had finally broken through to the 3rd level of the Heaven Realm. Just now, in his mind, he seemed to have fought against Nanwa Buddha. In just a minute, he was able to defeat him. If he went all out, he could almost annihilate him. Chu Xian had just successfully broken through and was still lost in thought when the system popped up with a notification. Your disciple, Mo Wantian, is spreading the concept of equality among all living beings. He has defeated 1,000 guardians of the demon race. Reward, Demon Cannon. There was an unexpected gain, but from the system's message, it seemed that this disciple, Mo Wantian, was becoming more and more like an unorthodox monk. Chu Xian also began to notice this change. Chu Xian immediately took out his mirror, wanting to see what kind of mischief this kid Mo Wantian was up to. At this moment, outside the city walls, corpses were everywhere. Only one person was left standing above them. Mo Wantian's mouth chanted Umitba, but the blade in his hand was already stained with blood. You're a demon. Don't come over here. Mo Wantian kept approaching, scaring him more and more. When the butcher lays down his knife, he becomes a Buddha on the spot. And he still told him to lay down his knife. Weren't all these demons killed by Mo Wantian? Good. He was just helping them attain salvation. The man sneered, salvation? Mo Wantian was a pervert, a lunatic, a madman. He kept cursing like that. And Chu Xian, listening on the side, was getting tired of it. Is this person really seeking death? Stubbornly unrepentant. It seems I need to purify his filthy soul. As he spoke, Mo Wantian prepared to strike. What do you mean? You want to break my defense? Only then did he truly panic. Umitba. A great palm strike headed towards him. What kind of palm technique is this? After a moment, there was no movement. Huh. It seemed he was fine. Could it be that Mo Wantian was all bark and no bite? But he felt that something was not right. Why was he lying on the ground? Could it be that the bald guy's palm strike, just now, had killed him, leaving his body behind, but his soul remained? But why would Mo Wantian do that? Only then did he look down. It turned out that the palm strike just now had completely destroyed the entire city wall, making him unable to believe his eyes. What kind of divine being is this bald guy? While he was still dazed, Mo Wantian had already raised his golden bowl. Benefactor, come over here. This humble monk has specially left your soul to be purified. I wish you an early enlightenment and conversion to Buddhism. So he was waiting for him here. This bald guy was truly vicious. The bowl trembled, and in an instant, his soul was completely sucked inside. Umitba. He was trapped in the bowl, but still shouted loudly. What's so great about a sneak attack, bald guy? If you have the guts, let me out, and we'll fight for real. He was careless just now and didn't have time to dodge. This round doesn't count. They'll fight 3 rounds, and the winner takes 2. He talked a good game, but Mo Wantian didn't bother to pay attention, closing his eyes and ignoring him. Hey, bald guy, say something. He let him shout as much as he wanted. Umitba. Good. Bald guy, say something. Why on earth did you trap me like this? He was still shouting in vain. Mo Wantian, on the other hand, was focused on reciting scriptures for him. Subhoodie, what do you think? If someone were to give alms with the 7 treasures of the 3,000 great thousand worlds, would that person's merit be great? Subhoodie said, very great, world-honored one. Bald guy, stop reading. I'm begging you. His ears were about to degenerate from Mo Wantian's reading. Moreover, was his neck made of iron? Can we have a drink of water? He kept nagging, but Mo Wantian paid him no mind and continued to chant. Form is not different from emptiness, and emptiness is not different from form. Form is emptiness, and emptiness is form. It was all scriptures of salvation, which he couldn't bear. If you really can't, then just send me on my way, he begged Mo Wantian. Benefactor, this attitude is clearly not sincere. It seems you still don't fully understand my Buddhism. Mo Wantian then said, thinking back, I was once as stubborn as you, until the appearance of my master pointed me in the right direction, allowing me to be completely enlightened. It was like a bolt from the blue. This Mo Wantian still had the nerve to mention Chu Xian. It seems I'll have to find an opportunity to straighten this kid out. If I don't manage him, I'm afraid he'll go down the wrong path. On the other side, Mo Wantian was still rambling on. If he could truly feel the Buddhist Tao that my master created with his heart, then everything I did today would be worth it. Mo Wantian, with a proud expression, continued to preach. You great Buddha, he said, why is this bald guy so perverted? Truly, if you're not from the same family, you can't enter the same door. Umitba. This sentence of his had provoked Mo Wantian. Dare to insult my master, and I will make it so you can never be reincarnated. Vajrapamitha, Vajrapamitha, Vajrapamitha. A kind of Buddhist mantra surrounded him. What is this demonic thing? Why is it burning my soul? Ah, it hurts. It's so uncomfortable. Just kill me already. After a while, his soul was completely burned away. The bowl became empty. Umitba. Good. On the other side, Chu Xian, leaning back in his chair, was also speechless. This Mo Wantian was truly misguided. He was completely growing wild. But this free-range Manhwa had already reached the second level of the Emperor realm. Unexpectedly, without relying on the small world, he could still reach such a level. As expected of a child of luck. As for Dingu and Wang Luo in the small world, there was still a bit of a gap compared to Manhwa. It seems that the child of luck should be allowed to roam free. Through external stimulation, he can obtain opportunities and transformations brought by his luck. Chu Xian put down his teacup and called Little Yu and Little Luo out. Master had an important task for them. Yes, Master. The two youths stepped forward one by one. Chu Xian didn't beat around the bush. The two of them had cultivated to this day. He couldn't say they were invincible in the same stage, but they were top-tier existences. Always cultivating in the small world was not enough. It was time to go out and experience the world. Chu Xian also knew their personalities. When it was time to be angry, be angry. When it was time to train, train. But the most important thing on this trip was to break through their own limits. This was the important task I was giving them. Chu Xian could rest assured. They would definitely follow his words. Hearing this, he puffed out his chest proudly and said that if they encountered any trouble, they shouldn't be afraid. They still had it behind them. These words seemed to boost their pride. Disciple Dingu's eyes were extremely determined. I will definitely not disappoint Master's expectations. Wang Luo also followed his master's teachings. Chu Xian then used his ability to bestow an imprint on each of them. If they encountered any urgent matter, they could use this imprint against the enemy. No matter how far away they were, Chu Xian would strike and kill the enemy with the imprint. Dingu and Wang Luo were extremely grateful to Chu Xian. Remember to come back before the ancient demon battlefield opens. Chu Xian gave them a few more instructions before letting them leave. Su Xianer, at the side, saw this and also wanted to return to the central region to defeat the bastard who had once coveted her. To take revenge for the forced marriage back then. If you leave, who will serve me? What's the hurry with that little matter of yours? What strength do you have now? Wait until you reach the heaven realm, then go back and suppress them. It won't take much time. Chu Xian strong. Objection was probably for her own good. Su Xianer didn't say anything more. That was true. The heaven realm was not far away. Cultivating in the small world would be faster and faster. Chu Pingfan also thought for a moment. As long as he was strong enough, he could go to the central region to find his parents. He had to get justice for himself. He was not trash. He was not garbage either. Chu Xian was even more expectant, wondering what kind of rewards the two of them would bring back this time. Recently, the level of artifact refinement and strength of Xiangxing had improved greatly. It was time to prepare for that plan. Connect the master subordinate talismans to the great Tao through the primordial Tao crystal. If so, it could carry a large amount of information. But the difficulty was not small. At the very least, it would require a Tao-grade artifact. Chu Xian thought for a moment and finally came up with a way. Use the ping fan wood as the core foundation of the Tao artifact. Then let's call it the Heavenly Tao Talisman. The Heavenly Tao Talisman belongs to all communication talismans. It holds all. He then went to refine the Heavenly Tao Talisman, calling Xiangxing to observe by his side. After a long time, the refinement was complete, and it had successfully connected with the master subordinate talismans. Xiangxing also exclaimed in admiration. He felt that they could be categorized. For example, a grade 1 refinement method, a grade 2 refinement method, a one-time use communication talisman refinement method. The one-time use communication talisman is a confidential type, prepared for those with special needs. Xiangxing was indeed very talented. He thought things through very carefully. Chu Xian secretly praised him. The remaining communication talismans were left for Xiangxing to refine and research. Xiangxing could be successfully nurtured as the person in charge of implementing the plan of the Heavenly Tao Talisman. As long as the information is spread outside and the plan is successfully implemented. In the future, no matter which force uses the communication talisman, for Chu Xian, there will be no secrets. No matter who refines it, the transmission of information must go through the Heavenly Tao Talisman. After reaching the Tao realm, he could truly be like the Heavenly Tao, covering the entire 9 regions. The system popped up with a notification again. Without leaving home, you have initiated the Heavenly Tao plan. Reward, soul-nurturing Tao intent. Chu Xian was even more delighted. As expected, unintentionally, it was quite easy to trigger. The system's rewards. He claimed the reward. A stream of green light enveloped his body. He had broken through to the 4th level of the heaven realm. Chu Xian could now clearly sense the existence of the great Tao, and at the same time, there was Tao rhythm nurturing him. It seemed his soul was like the great Tao itself. Breaking through to the Emperor realm was just a matter of time. Chu Xian wore a satisfied smile. Then he went to the mirror to see what Dingu was doing. It was actually Han Ming. Did Dingu go to the territory of the Floating Flower Pavilion? Han Ming asked Dingu what he was doing at the Floating Flower Pavilion. He wanted to ask her for a favor. For him to ask her for help was a good thing for her. As long as she could do it, she would definitely help. Get on me and try. What? How could he say that so casually? Han Ming was completely stunned. Her expression was truly shocked. Get on you? How? But Dingu was still calm. If you won't help, then I'll go find someone else to help. Han Ming immediately agreed. Isn't it just getting on him? In this entire southern region, besides Dingu, who was worthy of her getting on? If you agree, then do it. Dingu said, then bent down for Ming to climb on. Although she was blushing and shy, she still climbed on and wrapped her arms around Dingu's neck. But he complained, really? You don't know how to enjoy it. A woman on my body, but no woman in my heart. Master, I'm still too weak. I can't do it. I need to keep trying to find the 3 gates of the Sword Tao. Hearing this, Han Ming didn't understand at all. Chu Xian on the side smiled bitterly. He's hopeless. I thought he had figured it out. Turns out it was for this. Damn it. Of all the things Chu Xian taught him, he only remembered this one sentence. This bastard. He's ruined for life. Chu Xian held his head, feeling hopeless. Dingu's face was half darkened as he pursed his lips and glanced at Han Ming like she was a mysterious creature. Then he directly turned his face away and said, I will definitely find the gate to the supreme Sword Tao. Han Ming was so angry at Dingu's stubbornness that steam came out of her ears. She gritted her teeth, about to retort, when suddenly Dingu, without a word of farewell, decisively used his movement technique and flew away right in front of her. In a short while, Dingu had disappeared, leaving behind a momentarily startled Han Ming. Her face immediately darkened. Veins popped on her forehead. She finally couldn't hold it in and roared, Dingu, you bastard! You scoundrel! I, Han Ming, will not let you go. Outside the trial mystic realm, Chu Xian was monitoring Dingu's situation, and Han Ming's. He couldn't help but sigh in frustration. He's hopeless. I should check on Wang Luo instead. Through the myriad heavens mirror, he could see any location in the world. Chu Xian found Wang Luo next. Looking at Wang Luo's mysterious, masked appearance, he thought to himself, he suppressed his cultivation to the true realm, and he's wearing a mask. As expected of a child of luck, he likes to play the pig to eat the tiger. At this moment, Wang Luo, on a distant horizon, unaware that Chu Xian was watching him, said in a low voice, every time there's an alchemy competition, the Wang family almost always takes the top 3 spots. They show off the style of the #1 alchemy family in the northern region. This time, with the Wang family as one of the organizers, there will surely be even more talented individuals participating. I must crush all the prodigies and humiliate the geniuses of the Wang family. To make the Wang family a laughingstock in the northern region, they abandoned me, and my fiancée broke off the engagement. I will make her regret it. Hearing this, Chu Xian also sighed, a bit impatiently. So boring. Just wait for the face-slapping moment. Perhaps Chu Xian felt that mirror was no longer suitable, so he switched to using the Myriad Heavens mirror to see what was happening. The Myriad Heavens mirror showed a scene of a wild mountain range. A young woman held a blade, her spiritual energy simmering around her. Chu Xian observed her. Qining is already at the 5th level of the Emperor realm. It seems she's about to break through to the 6th level of the Emperor realm. Rin Changha's spiritual power transformation is also quite significant. The God realm is not far off, seeing the progress his 2 disciples had made on their cultivation paths. As their master, Chu Xian felt satisfied and smiled, commenting, everything is normal. Let's try my luck with the Tao Seeking Mirror. The Tao Seeking Mirror appeared like an empty compass. Chu Xian watched the compass needle spin aimlessly and thought with boredom. No gains again. Suddenly, a streak of light appeared on the empty compass. The compass needle stopped accordingly, its tip pointing. Seeing this, Chu Xian was surprised. What? I found a Dao realm expert. But a moment later, a look of disappointment crossed Chu Xian's face. He said, it's just found a trace of soul power, and it's already at its limit. First, I'll record the aura in the primordial Dao crystal. Instantly, Chu Xian summoned a crystal that shimmered with a mysterious blue light. He input the information and then took out a spirit pill and put it in his mouth. Chu Xian swallowed the spirit pill and said, I need to mess with him a bit. How should I trick him? On a distant horizon, there was a large cave at the foot of a mountain. Outside, the trees were lush. Inside the cave, a man sat cross-legged. He continuously circulated his energy, and a golden light enveloped him. His entire body was like a protective shield. His complexion was a bit pale. His face was gaunt, and his closed, sunken eyes suddenly opened a slit, looking into the distant void. Just like that, he stopped circulating his energy, stood up, and said in a humble and yielding tone, which fellow Taoist is probing this old man? Although he said that, he had already become suspicious the moment he sensed the mysterious person's aura. What kind of treasure was used to take my aura? Let me deduce. Who on earth is it? But then he realized with horror, my search has met with the rejection of the great Tao. It's even trying to obliterate me. How terrifying. The opponent's strength is above my own. After realizing the huge difference in strength, he became cautious and said, fellow Taoist, you've contacted me, Ying. May I know what the matter is? But the only reply old Ying received was the silence of the mountain cave. At this moment, he couldn't help but feel conflicted. Is this a blessing or a curse? Or should I find a few friends to discuss this with? Old Ying thought, but still stubbornly called out fellow Taoist one more time. Unexpectedly this time, old Ying's call successfully summoned a bright light in the air with the words, little friend, don't be hasty. Since fate has brought you here, then stay there. This is your opportunity. Old Ying was a bit stunned, but he quickly recovered and asked with a gentle smile, may I ask for Senior's name? In his heart, he thought, name? Countless people like you have asked. There are even stronger people who have asked before. The light on the rock face changed, and words appeared. The first great, Tao venerable, eternally indestructible, forever immortal, handsome and peerless, unparalleled, of great might and virtue, supreme and sagely, of all heavens and myriad worlds. Seeing this, old Ying was stunned, looking at the words. He couldn't help but be amazed. What a grand title. It's just that I've never heard of such an expert. The words on the rock face changed again, writing little friend, cultivate diligently. In the future, people will come here one after another to communicate. Looking at the words on the rock face, old Ying felt conflicted again. Is this an opportunity or a scam? This could be a disaster. Or should I tell a few friends? We can discuss a countermeasure together. What if it's really an opportunity? I'll try to probe a little next time. At this moment, Chu Xian, in his own courtyard, was extremely satisfied with what he had found. He said happily, I've finally found a Dao realm expert. This proves that this domain still has Dao realm experts. I just don't know where they're hiding. Chu Xian observed the surface again. Another streak of light suddenly appeared on the Dao-seeking mirror. He thought to himself, the Dao-seeking mirror doesn't show the distance. It could be extremely far away, or perhaps in an independent space. Then Chu Xian smiled confidently and said, maintaining this aura relies on the opponent's Dao rhythm. It's equivalent to directly using his Dao rhythm to help me nurture the primordial Dao crystal. And the smile on Chu Xian's lips gradually lost its moral compass. He rubbed his chin and whispered, I'll try to connect with a few more Dao realm experts. Pull them together. This will be a Dao realm chat group. Time passed in a flash. Chu Xian patiently waited for new information. Sometime later, Chu Xian summoned the Dao-seeking mirror and mumbled, a month has passed. I've still only found one Dao realm expert in Kong. Then he rubbed his chin and smiled wickedly, saying, should I go trick him again? Just like that, in the cave of the cultivator old Ying, a white light appeared on the cliff face, with words that were no longer unfamiliar to him. Little friend, how is your cultivation coming along? Faced with this inquiry, the cultivator old Ying replied politely, Senior, I've had some insights into the great Dao recently. I would like to ask for your guidance. As soon as he finished speaking, the words on the cliff face did not change, as if the other party had suddenly gone silent. On the other side of the myriad heavens mirror, Chu Xian's voice was a bit disappointed. Is that all? The Tao realm is nothing more than this. His comprehension of the great Tao is so low, not even as good as my own. Chu Xian frowned slightly, contemplating the cultivation techniques he practiced, and his various insights all came from a system, coupled with his own soul's Tao intent. His comprehension of the great Tao had reached the highest level. He only lacked the cultivation realm. In order not to reveal any flaws, Chu Xian only gave Ing Kong a little pointer, not letting him ask any more suspicious questions. Even so, Ing Kong was quite respectful. He was still in the mountain cave. Facing the sound-transmitting crystal, old Ing bowed and cupped his fist, saying, "Thank you, Senior, for clearing up my doubts." On the other end of the crystal, Chu Xian's voice replied, "Little friend Ing, cultivate diligently. The great Tao is boundless. You must constantly temper your own Tao rhythm. Only then can you improve. Only then will it be effective for comprehending the great Tao." Ing Kong, on the other side in the cave, heard the three words tempered Tao rhythm and couldn't help but ask, puzzled, "May I ask, Senior, what is tempering Tao rhythm?" Seeing that old Ing didn't seem to understand this method of Tao cultivation, Chu Xian generously explained, "It's very simple. Continuously consume your Tao rhythm. Continuously condense your Tao rhythm. The process of each consumption and condensation of Tao rhythm will bring great new insights into the great Tao. It's like refining artifacts. You must constantly forge to be able to refine a powerful artifact. Tao rhythm is the same. By doing this repeatedly, you will also increase your capacity for Tao rhythm." Hearing Chu Xian's eloquent and detailed explanation, Ing Kong quickly understood and replied, "Senior, I understand." Hearing this, Chu Xian praised him. A teachable child, consuming Tao rhythm in battle, is not the best way. Expelling your own Tao rhythm and recondensing it is the correct path. At this moment, Ing Kong, having received this knowledge, couldn't help but feel grateful to Chu Xian. "Thank you, Senior, for your guidance." Ing Kong vibrated the Tao rhythm around him, continuously expelling it, continuously dissipating it. His entire body's Tao rhythm was consumed in an instant. The crystal, just like that, absorbed the Tao rhythm that Ing Kong expelled. Noticing this, Chu Xian wore a wicked smile. As expected, I've successfully tricked Ing Kong. As long as Ing Kong consumes his Tao rhythm like this every few days, it won't be long before the small world can be upgraded again. A Tao realm expert is a treasure trove. One person is too few. I must find a few more to contribute to me. In a mountain cave, Ing Kong sat cross-legged, floating in the air with his spiritual energy. He mumbled Chu Xian's teachings like a mantra. The Tao rhythm has been expelled. In an instant, it disappeared. I can vaguely sense it. It seems to have returned to the great Tao. Just like that, a shimmering golden light appeared, wrapping around Ing Kong. He could clearly feel the spiritual energy moving within his body. He thought to himself with joy, a stream of dense Tao rhythm is coming from the great Tao. The bottleneck that hasn't budged for years has finally shown signs of loosening. On the other side of the crystal, Chu Xian observed everything and praised with satisfaction. Ing Kong is truly a diligent person. The Tao principles flowing out of the primordial Tao crystal were gradually becoming more complete. Every so often, the small world would undergo a new change. Chu Xian had Nanhwa Buddha cultivate next to the primordial Tao crystal, feeling the Tao rhythm at close range, to help him break through to the God realm sooner. At this moment, the system's voice rang out, notifying Chu Xian that disciple Dingu of yours has mistakenly entered an ancient forbidden land. His luck has increased. Reward, 500 years of cultivation. Hearing this, Chu Xian couldn't help but be surprised. As expected, a child of luck must be allowed to roam free. Only then will they bring rewards to me. Then Chu Xian ordered the system, claim reward. 500 years of cultivation. The system immediately complied and input the 500 years of cultivation for Chu Xian's body to absorb. Feeling the 500 years of cultivation within him, Chu Xian said, I've advanced to the 5th level of the heaven realm, just one step away from the God realm. Then he thought for a moment. Suddenly, He took out the Tao-seeking mirror to observe. Perhaps feeling that there was nothing special, he switched to summoning the myriad heavens mirror to watch Dingu cultivating cross-legged in the Chinquan space. Surrounding him were illusions of swords, with a prominent black sword amidst a blazing forest fire. The sword's body was dark. It carried a vicious aura. Perhaps it was the divine sword of this ancient, forbidden land. Dingu was already at the 4th level of the Emperor realm. That divine sword looked extremely vicious. Dingu was a child of luck. How could he be easily affected? Then Chu Xian changed the viewing location in the myriad heavens mirror. He saw Wang Luo appear in a fighting arena. Wang Luo had successfully entered the semifinals. Moreover, he had displayed a cultivation level of the 1st level of the Emperor realm in the match, as if he was breaking through. His true cultivation had already advanced to the 3rd level of the Emperor realm. Chu Xian was extremely satisfied. As expected of my disciple. Very good at showing off. Time passed quickly, and another half a year went by. Xiangxing had come out of the small world and begun to accumulate foundation. In preparation for breaking through to the Emperor realm, Su Xianer was already at the 5th level of the Emperor realm. Suddenly, Chu Xian tilted his head back with a complex expression, looking up at the distant sky, and said, "The recovery speed of the heavenly Tao rules in the southern region has suddenly increased a bit. I'm afraid it's related to Dingu." Sometime later, Chu Xian's courtyard welcomed the return of a beautiful young woman. It was Chu Yun. She walked up to Chu Xian and said with a smile, "13th brother, I'm back." Chu Xian nodded. He then held the primordial Tao crystal in his hand, raised it, and said, "The rules of the heavenly Tao in the southern region are incomplete. You cannot break through to the Emperor realm. Go into the Chinquan space. Break through to the Emperor realm." Seeing Chu Xian's confident demeanor, Chu Yun couldn't help but smile to herself. As expected, I was right. 13th brother is very strong. Another half a year passed. Chu Yun was the first to break through to the Emperor realm. A month after her breakthrough, Xiangxing also broke through. The first task after Xiangxing broke through was to refine the communication talismans he had struggled with before. At the same time, he refined puppets. He built a production line for communication talismans and began mass production. After seeing what needed to be done, Chu Xian turned to the woman in red robes and said, "Start having the Black Moon Tower sell the communication talismans." She replied with a respectful yes and turned to leave, leaving Chu Xian behind. He picked up a crystal. Then he said in a low voice, "The rules of the heavenly Tao in the southern region are recovering very quickly. The opening of the ancient demon battlefield will be sooner than expected. It's time to make arrangements. The heavenly Tao plan officially begins." As soon as the Black Moon Tower started selling the communication talismans, all the forces in the southern region bought them. The shopkeepers in charge of selling the communication talismans arranged the products neatly on the table. Merchants and buyers from all over came and said, "Give me a few communication talismans." The shopkeepers were also beaming with the successful business. The Black Moon Tower is very powerful. To be able to research such a communication talisman, Chu Xian waited for the right opportunity. He would introduce the Myriad Region's talisman and secretly grasp all the intelligence of the entire northern region. Less than half a month after the communication talismans went on sale, Chu Xian had already obtained quite a few secrets of a major force. For example, Qin Qiyun had used Qining to secure a path of retreat. She had successfully recovered to the Emperor realm cultivation. Young Master Bai, Xiaokong of White Robe Mountain, had secretly left the southern region. He had gone to the Nine Swords Mountain of the northern region for secluded cultivation. After the battle in the southern region, the Nine Swords Mountain moved its main force to the northern region. Now, the northern region is the #1 Sword Dao sect. It is named the Nine Swords Sect. The half-emperor experts of the Nine Swords Mountain from all generations. When their time comes, we'll all go to the Nine Swords Sect of the northern region to break through to the Emperor realm. Chu Xian also learned some secret information about the Great Qian Empire. For example, the supporter and power behind the Great Qian Empire is the Great Qian Palace in the central region. At this time, Chu Yin explained further. The Great Qian Palace is the strongest force in the central region, and there have always been rumors of the existence of a God Realm ancestor. Chu Xian listened and rubbed his chin, contemplating. If there are no surprises, the one who initially led the demon race to invade, the god realm expert who coveted the position of human king of the northern region, probably came from the Great Qian Palace. Or perhaps the Great Qian Palace was founded by him. The Heavenly Tao Plan. In the early stages, everything will go smoothly. First, we must start from the southern region. All information transmitted to the southern region will be completely under my control, under the surveillance of the Heavenly Tao Talisman. Buying communication talismans. Some other powerful figures may still be distrustful. Next, I will introduce the method for refining communication talismans. Refining it themselves, perhaps they can rest assured then, right? At that time, the real secrets will all be transmitted through the communication talismans. A month later, a 3-star tower master came to the southern region. He came for the communication talisman. The method for refining such an important communication talisman must be in his hands. This 3-star tower master came to the southern region to oversee the southern region. He had a cultivation of the 6th level of the Emperor realm, not considered low. He actually came directly to see Chu Xian and was so angry that he erupted with spiritual energy. That old woman, Hong Yin, dared to lie to me. The implementation of the Heavenly Tao Plan has been ongoing for half a year. During this time, Chu Xian had another brief exchange with Ing Kong. At this moment, Chu Xian took out the crystal and observed Ing Kong continuously cultivating in the stone cave, to the point where his golden spiritual energy erupted and shot out everywhere. He said, Ing Kong is a diligent cultivator. The primordial Tao crystal has been nurtured by his Tao rhythm. There have been some changes. The small world's upgrade is not far off. The Tao rhythm is almost dense in the small world. The principles are becoming more and more complete. Nanhwa Buddha has benefited from this. He is only half a step away from the God realm. The southern region is already under Chu Xian's control. Every force is carrying out its plans, and any actions, he can find out about them. From a Heavenly Tao Talisman, the major forces behind the 9 Swords Mountain have also obtained the communication talismans. Transmitting information is much more convenient. Chu Xian learned that the major forces were preparing to return to the southern region. Therefore, he summoned Du Yuan through the communication talisman. Du Yuan, secretly enter the Black Moon Tower. Become a guardian. Wait for the opportunity. Receiving Chu Xian's order, Du Yuan replied with a yes. Dingu was still inside that ancient forbidden land and had not come out. He was still comprehending the great art of the Sword Tao. The alchemy competition in the northern region had entered the final round. Wang Luo had attracted the attention of the major forces. Many forces had extended an olive branch. After all, on the surface, Wang Luo was a rogue cultivator, a talented rogue cultivator. The Wang family also extended this olive branch. They even intended to marry a direct-line daughter to him. The moment Wang Luo's identity is revealed, the Wang family will absolutely lose face. They will become the laughingstock of the northern region. The family of Wang Luo's former fiancée also extended an olive branch. Chu Xian was very much looking forward to the final match. How would Wang Luo perform? How would he disgrace his family? His former fiancée's family. I'm afraid they'll be so angry they'll become violent. They'll send experts to attack Wang Luo. At this moment, the system's voice suddenly rang out, notifying Chu Xian that your disciple, Wantian's bloodline of the ancient demon has transformed. He has given birth to a Buddhist heart. His luck has transformed. It has affected the luck of the demon race. Reward, great Tao soul travel. Hearing this, Chu Xian immediately opened the myriad heavens mirror to observe Wantian's situation. The scene unfolded on a distant horizon in a rugged mountainous area. A loud explosion echoed. Many people had fallen to the ground in this battle. It was Wantian fighting with a demon. The two were evenly matched for a moment. A heavenly demon race member, 7th level of the Emperor realm cultivation, and Wantian was just a little bit away from the 3rd level of the Emperor realm. He cultivated Buddhist power. The pills of the demon domain had a normal effect on him. He lacked pills to restore his Buddhist power. Now Wantian was gradually being pushed back. The heavenly demon race member roared in anger. Damn bald donkey! You kill my brother. Go to hell. Then he laughed mockingly. I'd like to see how your so-called Buddhism can survive in my hands. During his cultivation, Wantian had reached a high realm, and an eye had appeared on his forehead. But this eye, on the contrary, did not seem to belong to the power of the dark demons. Because when Wantian used the great mighty heavenly dragon technique, this eye emitted a righteous aura. He held a blade in one hand and a bronze bowl in the other. At Wantian's call, a heavenly dragon formed from Wantian's spiritual energy shot out and charged at the heavenly demon race demon. Chu Xian observed Wantian's fight through the mirror. He rubbed his chin and smiled with satisfaction. He's broken through to the third level of the Emperor realm. On the other side of the mirror, Wantian announced loudly, "From today onwards, this humble monk is no longer Wantian. This humble monk is the demon Buddha." Then, the demon Buddha aimed the mouth of the bronze bowl, and a huge suction force appeared, pulling in the stunned heavenly demon race demon. Perhaps feeling the crisis unfold too quickly, he broke out in a cold sweat. The heavenly demon race demon tried to struggle and resist, but was all useless against the suction of the bronze bowl. Soon his body began to be pulled along with the suction force into the bronze bowl. The heavenly demon race demon had completely disappeared. On the side of the Tao, seeking mirror. The more Chu Xian watched the demon Buddha fight, the more satisfied he felt with him. Wantian truly has an affinity with Buddhism. Moreover, it's not a proper Buddhism. It has a bit of a demonic nature, and his killing intent is not small. The demon Buddha, on the contrary, also suits him. He thought again. From this battle of the demon Buddha, I've discovered his shortcomings. It's time to supplement him. For example, the method for refining pills to restore Buddhist power. For example, restrictions and formations. At the same time, I should also bestow upon him the fruit position of the Buddhist sect. Then Chu Xian summoned the myriad heavens mirror and connected with the demon Buddha. He hurriedly knelt and said, "Disciple pays his respects to master." Chu Xian smiled and said, "Rise. I already know about your matter. Since you have become a Buddha and had an epiphany in Buddhism, today, I will bestow upon you the fruit position of the Buddhist sect." On the other side of the space, Wantian respectfully put his palms together and said to Chu Xian, "Thank you, master." On this side, Chu Xian was majestic. He held the scripture and gave it to Wantian. "Since you have comprehended the great, mighty, heavenly dragon art, I will bestow upon you the great, mighty, supreme Buddha fruit position." 2 books and a string of prayer beads appeared in Wantian's hands. He received them with joy. "Thank you, master." After that, the space through the lens disappeared. Chu Xian immediately ordered, "Check the system's reward." The system's reward was the Great Tao Soul Travel. Travel the Great Tao. The time does not exceed 1 day. Chu Xian smiled slyly. "This is a great deal. The system is the best. The Great Tao is boundless. Now I can swim in the Great Tao. I just need to directly enter the Great Tao. After traveling the Great Tao and returning, breaking through to the God realm should be no problem." The main character immediately adjusted his emotions and said, "Claim reward." A sparkling crystal suddenly appeared and fell. Then, he pulled out a bed from somewhere in the middle of the courtyard and lay down. Chu Xian's soul left his body, flew up, and entered the Great Tao. He thought countless Tao principles, Tao intense, Tao rhythms. This is the Great Tao. He looked down at the surface of the Great Tao. It reflected Chu Xian's faint shadow. The Great Tao is formless, and I am on the formless Great Tao. Tao principles, Tao intense. Endless Tao rhythm. There is no end, only the ultimate realm. Tao principles, Tao intense. The surrounding Tao rhythm frantically flowed into the Tao crystal. The Tao crystal emitted light. The Tao principles were being perfected. Inside, it was even nurturing a great Tao. He looked at the Tao crystal absorbing the spiritual energy and thought, as expected, bringing the primordial Tao crystal was indeed the right choice. After the soul returns, the small world will probably be upgraded. And if it's nurtured enough, I can enter the great Tao through the primordial Tao crystal. Holding the primordial Tao crystal and the chaotic bell in his soul, with the addition of Tao intent on the great Tao, even a Tao realm expert could not threaten him. It seemed it was no longer a soul body, but a walking great Tao. Suddenly, Chu Xian saw an image of someone on the great Tao. This surprised Chu Xian. There's someone on the great Tao. He thought to himself, to be able to come to the great Tao is naturally a super expert. Although he had boasted about his own name, that was to trick others. The person in front of him was a real expert. He would casually take the opponent's aura and absorb it into the primordial Tao crystal. In the future, they could communicate. That way, in the primordial Tao crystal's communication group, there would be a real expert. The dense spiritual energy continued to wrap around the Tao crystal and Chu Xian's body. His soul body was filled with Tao intent. Tao principles clung to him, like a body of the great Tao. Chu Xian looked at the person on the other side and thought, that person is walking slowly on the great Tao. It seems to be quite strenuous. I'm walking so lightly. Maybe I can scare him, right? If I can trick him, I'll trick him. Talking as equals is also fine. Chu Xian lightly held the Tao crystal and walked toward the other person. On this side, Hong Yuanchu was still taking it one step at a time, comprehending the great Tao, making up for the shortcomings of his own great Tao, carefully walking forward, opening up his own great Tao. Hong Yuanchu heard a sound and turned to look. He saw Chu Xian walking over very calmly, striding through the empty space. That person seems to be walking on the great Tao. This person's strength is above my own. Seeing Chu Xian approach, he put his hands together and bowed. Hong Yuanchu greets fellow Taoist. On this side, Chu Xian did the same and said, Chu Xian, greetings, fellow Taoist. Hong Yuanchu happily continued. Fellow Taoist, how many Tao origins have you opened? Chu Xian was quite surprised by Hong Yuanchu's powerful ability. Hong Yuanchu had reached the Tao opening realm. He could be called a Tao opening realm expert or a Tao opener. As expected, a true expert. Chu Xian just rubbed his chin, feigning ignorance. How many Tao origins? I don't remember. I was in seclusion, sleeping. I don't know how many Tao origins. On this side, Hong Yuanchu heard this and thought, just as I suspected. This is a fellow Taoist who often secludes himself for diligent cultivation. He only recently came out of seclusion. On this side, Chu Xian asked back Hong Yuanchu's question. Fellow Taoist Hong, how many Tao origins have you opened? Hong Yuanchu replied, I'm approaching 2 Tao origins. Hong was still not in the Tao realm in the previous Tao origin. He opened his Tao in the previous Tao origin. In this Tao origin, he was still not close to having 2 Tao origins. Opening a Tao is difficult. The great Tao is difficult. Chu Xian replied casually. The joy for the two of us is in seeking the great Tao. At his and my level, opening a Tao is a joy. The path is under our feet. The Tao is under our feet. Wherever we go, that's where we are. Hearing this, Hong Yuanchu mumbled, in disbelief at Chu Xian's words. Seeking the great Tao. Opening a Tao is a joy. Sweat started to form on Hong Yuanchu's head. He clasped his hands again, full of admiration. Fellow Taoist state of mind, I am no match. I have been taught again. Chu Xian, I have a treasure. With just a breath, no matter the distance and space-time, the two of us can communicate. At the same time, our positions will not be revealed. It's impossible to know that this is a treasure that directly connects to the great Tao. Fellow Taoist Hong, if you don't mind, leave a breath. In the future, we can communicate. If you have other fellow Taoists, you can also introduce them here. On this side, Hong Yuanchu's eyes were wide and his mouth was agape. He looked at the sparkling Tao crystal in front of him. What is this treasure? At first glance, it seems to be a nascent great Tao. At the same time, it has a strange connection with the great Tao. He is even stronger than him, and his Tao opening is even wider. Hong Yuanchu naturally and happily agreed. That would be great. Chu Xian added a few more words to persuade Hong Yuanchu further. If there are fellow Taoists or people who have entered the Tao realm, they can also join. After countless years of seclusion, I also want some excitement. This is also a kind of great Tao. The two of us can verify each other. Hong Yuanchu replied, all right. Chu Xian chuckled. Seeing everything progressing according to plan, the primordial Tao crystal communication circle was finally open. Moreover, there was a Tao realm expert, Hong Yuanchu. If so, as a Tao realm expert like Hong Yuanchu, tricking other Tao realm experts, wouldn't it be as easy as flipping my hand? Seeing that Chu Xian seemed about to continue on, Hong Yuanchu asked, fellow Taoist, where are you headed? Chu Xian replied, I'm going to walk on the great Tao and take a look. It's been a long time since I've come to see it. The great Tao is formless. But everyone has scenery they want to see. Walking more and seeing more will lead to new insights. Hong Yuanchu immediately felt that what Chu Xian said made a lot of sense. He had been too obsessed with opening his Tao. Instead, he had fallen into a rut. He recalled that the 36 gates of the Tao realm were like 36 great mountains. Each mountain was higher than the last. To climb them, he had to exhaust his mind and energy. He experienced 100 different kinds of life. He even split his body and reincarnated, cultivating for another lifetime. He went through all sorts of difficulties. Only then did he reach the peak of the mountain, entering the Tao opening realm. Instead, he lost his direction. Fortunately, a fellow Taoist pointed him in the right direction. On this side, Chu Xian received some useful information. The Tao realm is divided into 36 gates. On this side, Hong Yuanchu continued, the gates of the Tao realm are harder than the last. The Tao opening realm is 100 times harder. The great Tao is boundless. Our generation has all struggled to find it. Chu Xian replied with a very understanding look. Indeed. Chu Xian sighed with emotion, but in reality, he didn't feel any emotion at all. After all, it had taken him less than 10 years to cultivate from the mortal realm to the heaven realm. Moreover, he had become stronger by staying at home. How would he know the hardships of cultivation? The meeting had to end here. Chu Xian bowed. I'll take my leave. Then he left. Hong Yuanchu watched the other person leave and said, his strength is much stronger than mine. He still couldn't walk on the great Tao so easily, nor could he stay for a long time. Hong Yuanchu also returned to his original intention. It's the last Tao origin. The great calamity of the Tao origin is rising again. The 9 regions probably have a prodigy who has obtained great luck. They will compete for the opportunity of the next Tao origin and become the founder of the rules of the next Tao origin. At this moment, Chu Xian's body emitted a powerful light. His soul returned to his body once again. Chu Xian, in his physical body, woke up. He was still holding the Tao crystal in his hand. The soul has returned. Then he was immediately upgraded from the 4th level of the heaven realm to the 6th level of the heaven realm. When the primordial Tao crystal returned to the small world, as it passed through the protective layer, spiritual energy radiated everywhere. Someone said that the pink fan tree had grown again. The pink fan tree on the great mountain, along with many plants and trees, had all undergone a further transformation. The Tao rhythm was dense. The Tao intent was vast. It could actually transform into a Tao tree. The heavenly treasures on the mountain all became Tao fruits. A forest of Tao fruits grew. Manhwa Buddha leveled up. Inside the small world, under the erosion of the Tao rhythm, he began to break through to the God realm again. On this side, Chu Xian was still breaking through. 8th level of the heaven realm. 9th level of the heaven realm. A pillar of blue light descended from the sky. Chu Xian was still focused on his breakthrough, until his spiritual energy was transforming into divine power. He had stepped into the God realm. A smug smile couldn't be contained on Chu Xian's face. He stepped into the 3rd level of the God realm in one go. A green aura radiated from his body. Chu Xian clenched his fist. Invincible power in the world. Chu Xian trembled, trying to suppress the excitement in his heart. I can't get arrogant. I must be calm. In the endless river of time, among the endless cultivators, he was still just a small shrimp. Not to mention Hong Yuanchu's Tao opening realm. Just the Tao realm was enough for him to look up to now. The Tao realm is divided into 36 gates. 1 gate, 1 world. 1 gate, 1 level. The system's voice rang out. You have broken through to the God realm. You have become the youngest God realm expert in history. Reward: a barrel of God origin pills and the stable Tao principle. But Chu Xian was not satisfied. He still clenched his fist and set a new goal. I must also become the youngest Tao realm expert in history. I must set a record for future generations to admire. The stable Tao principle. Solid and stable. Everything is stable. Grasping the stable Tao principle. He was as solid as a mountain, unmovable. No attack could shake him. Chu Xian said happily, receive the Tao principle. God origin pills are cultivation pills for the God realm. Chu Xian took the whole bottle and poured it into his mouth. Not a single pill was left behind. Now is also the time. The small world has completed its upgrade. The mountainous area with the pingfan tree has produced fruit-grade heavenly treasures. Chu Xian waved his hand and turned this area into a forbidden zone. In the small world, besides the spiritual energy, the dense Tao rhythm has begun to weaken significantly. Moreover, it has expanded by more than 10 times. It has surpassed the area of the northern region. The potential of the small world is endless. Chu Xian was confident that, as the small world continues to upgrade, it could eventually become a world that encompasses the 9 regions. In the small world, Manhwa Buddha was still breaking through. Chu Yuan opened the lens and said, "Under normal circumstances, I'm afraid it will take several years, or even more than 10 years, to complete the breakthrough." Chu Xian said seriously to Manhwa Buddha, "This is a God origin pill. It can help you break through." Manhwa Buddha said, "Thank you, my Buddha." He waved his hand, and the lens shifted to Ren Changha's position. Changha immediately bowed. "Greetings, Master." Chu Xian gave him a pill. "A God origin pill can help you break through and cultivate." Ren Changha knelt down respectfully. "Thank you, Master." Chu Xian observed Qin Ying, who was focused on her cultivation. The rules of the southern region's land were recovering very quickly. Qin Ying's current strength had not yet reached the peak of the Emperor realm. She was serious. Her eyes were extremely determined as she looked at Chu Xian. "Greetings, Master." In her heart, she thought, "I have a chance to ask Master how to turn back into a man." On the other side, Chu Xian said, "Your cultivation is a bit slow. I will bestow upon you 2 bottles of pills." Seeing this, Qin Ying bowed and thanked him first. "Thank you, Master." She was about to ask more. How to turn back. But before he could finish his question, Chu Xian on the other side had already turned off the lens. Chu Xian went back to lying on his chair. He crossed his arms, deep in thought, breaking through to the Tao realm in just a few years. It's time to lure out the true power behind the Black Moon Tower. The Heavenly Tao plan should also be implemented quickly, before the ancient demon battlefield opens. It must cover the entire northern region. I must be able to grasp any small change in the northern region. The 2 souls, due to the erosion of the primordial Tao principles' Tao rhythm and the baptism of the Tao principles, had completed their nurturing ahead of schedule and gained sentience. 2 human-like puppets jumped out of the space, looking very real. They bowed to Chu Xian and said, "Greetings, Master." Chu Xian thought, the 2 souls already have the strength of the 2nd level of the God realm. Chu Xian pointed at each puppet in turn. "You are named Chu Yi. You are named Chu Air." The 2 puppets received the information and immediately corrected their address. "Chu Yi. Chu Air greets Master." After finishing, Chu Xian just waved his hand and ordered, "Go train." The 2 puppets immediately went out. Chu Xian was now thinking. In the primordial Tao crystal's communication circle, there are 2 people. One is a true expert, an existence that surpasses the Tao realm, Hong Yuan Chu. The other is Ing Kong of the Tao realm. I can start with Ing Kong. Find out information related to the Tao origin and information about the Tao realm. I'll test him in my capacity as a senior. Chu Xian sent a message into the communication circle. "Let me introduce you to little friend Ing Kong. This is fellow Taoist Hong Yuan Chu. Fellow Taoist Hong has opened 2 Tao origins." Ing Kong saw the message and immediately recognized the newcomer's background. Hong Yuan Chu? Could it be the legendary existence? Ing Kong thought, opened 2 Tao origins. Besides him, who else could it be? 2 Tao realms. The legendary Tao opener. Ing Kong sent a message into the communication circle. Ing Kong greets senior. Chu Xian saw the message and said, "Ahem, Ing Kong is so respectful. Obviously, he has heard of Hong Yuan Chu's great name." Hong Yuan Chu also sent a message. "Little friend Ing is too polite. Thank you, fellow Taoist Chu, for the introduction." Outside, Hong Yuan Chu thought, Ing Kong. Never heard of him. Perhaps he's a nobody. Whatever the reason, being able to enter Chu Xian's Tao circle is his opportunity. He is a fated person. On this side, Chu Xian sent another message. "Little friend Ing is too polite. Little friend Ing, what is your cultivation level? How many gates of the Tao realm have you passed?" Ing Kong saw this message. He was so worried that he broke out in a sweat. He kept panting. "Is my cultivation too low? Am I not worthy to exist? Or should I lie?" Lying in front of This great expert is not seeking death. So he sent back a message. This junior is foolish. I have cultivated for nearly one Tao origin. I'm now at the third gate of the Tao realm. Chu Xian read the message and rubbed his chin, thinking, Kong has been cultivating for a Tao origin. How many years is one Tao origin exactly? Han Yuanshu said, not bad, not bad. Brother Chu, how about I introduce more people here? Chu Xian sent a message. Our communication circle uses the Great Tao as its medium. How about we call it the Great Tao Communication Group? Hong Yuanshu replied, the Great Tao Communication Group. I agree. The Tao crystal suddenly absorbed 3 more streams of light. Hong Yuanshu sent a message. This is fellow Taoist Han He. He has opened one Tao origin. This is fellow Taoist Ruo Xian. She is approaching 2 Tao origins, just like me. Besides the 2 Tao opening realm experts, there were also several Tao realm experts. Shu Yang, at the 30th gate of the Tao realm, from the same era as Han Yuanshu, a good friend of Han Yuanshu. Pian Ruoyun, Han Yuanshu's disciple, at the 29th gate of the Tao realm. Wu Fantun, Han Yuanshu's disciple, at the 28th gate of the Tao realm. Hui Quan, at the 26th gate of the Tao realm. Ruo Xian's Tao opening realm disciple. Among them, Ruo Xian, Piaoyun, and Hui Quan were all female. Kong was so scared he didn't dare to speak in the Great Tao group. He was the weakest one. Chu Xian entered a period of diligent cultivation, constantly comprehending the stable Tao principle. His strength increased very quickly. But to break through to the Tao realm, he needed a period of accumulation. Every day, he would take out the Tao-seeking mirror, searching for the existence of Tao realm experts, or ultimate treasures related to the Great Tao, or treasure lands. In a Great Tao chat group, everyone was an acquaintance, so it wasn't very interesting. Chu Xian looked at the growing group, but it still had many shortcomings. For the chat group to be lively, they must come from various Tao realms of different races. That would be interesting. As a group owner, I've worked hard for this group. The primordial Tao crystal, under the nurturing of 3 Tao opening realm experts and many Tao realm experts, it was transforming at this speed. After another upgrade, he could develop even more functions. For example, using the primordial Tao crystal as a medium, transmitting across regions through the Great Tao. Chu Xian even had a bold idea, using the primordial Tao crystal as the foundation. Starting from the small world, open up a new Great Tao alongside the current Great Tao. If he succeeded, in the future, he would definitely be able to surpass the Tao opening realm. Half a month later, while Chu Xian was still cultivating, a system reward suddenly arrived. Disciple Dingu of yours has been acknowledged as the master by the spirit of the earth vein. His cultivation has greatly increased. His luck has transformed. Reward, as you wish luck. Chu Xian had just taken out the heaven-peaking mirror to check on Dingu's situation. He was immediately shocked by the scene he saw. Damn. Dingu has been acknowledged by the spirit of the earth vein. His luck has transformed. The scene shifted to another location, at the border of the southern region and another region. Dingu looked at the spirit of the earth vein. The spirit of the earth vein was floating in the sky. Although Dingu observed it carefully, he still couldn't tell what gender this creature was. Because of this, Dingu raised an eyebrow and asked the spirit of the earth vein if it was male or female. Hearing Dingu's question, the spirit of the earth vein was not surprised. On the contrary, it calmly said that it had no gender. If Dingu wanted it to be male, it would be male. If he wanted it to be female, then it would be female. As soon as it finished speaking, Dingu pressed his lips together tightly. His whole face showed a serious expression. He thought very carefully. Let me think. If you're a female, and you follow me, how can I have no woman in my heart? Drawing my sword can slay gods. If I resist because it is female, then my heart will have resistance. This proves that my realm is not yet perfect. I cannot reach the realm of no woman in my heart. While thinking, Dingu suddenly came up with an idea that he himself thought was extremely clever. He confidently asked the silent spirit of the earth vein if it could be male at one moment and female at another. As if afraid that the spirit of the earth vein would not agree to his request, Dingu quickly set a condition. Or, when I want it to be male, then it is male. When I want it to be female, then it is female. As soon as Dingu finished speaking, the spirit of the earth vein quickly wore an expression as if looking at an idiot, looking at Dingu. The spirit of the earth vein really wanted to say something, but suddenly felt that its vocabulary was not enough to talk to Dingu. Is this Dingu crazy? How could someone make such a strange request? So funny. It had accepted a crazy master. The spirit of the earth vein couldn't help but feel sorry for its own fate. To prevent Dingu from suddenly making more unreasonable suggestions, the spirit of the earth vein quickly spoke up. We can just continue to have no gender. After hearing those words from the spirit of the earth vein, Dingu immediately put on a very serious expression. His brows were tightly furrowed. He placed his right hand lightly on his chin and thought carefully. The more he thought, the more reasonable it seemed. Therefore, Dingu immediately agreed with the spirit of the earth vein's proposal. All right. As soon as he finished speaking, Dingu reached out and grabbed the earth vein. The spirit, which was floating in the air. The spirit of the earth vein was in the middle of a slightly unusual conversation when it was suddenly grabbed by Dingu, so it didn't have time to react. It struggled in a daze. Then, Dingu very decisively placed the spirit of the earth vein on his shoulder. The earth vein spirit was suddenly treated so well by Dingu that it was both startled and extremely confused. After doing that, Dingu didn't explain anything and immediately turned around, carrying the spirit of the earth vein, and continued on his chosen path. Chu Xian, who was at home watching Dingu through the heaven-peeking mirror, couldn't help but feel embarrassed when he saw such foolish actions. He quickly put away the heaven-peeking mirror and looked away. He couldn't help but sigh in his heart that this Dingu was truly hopeless. After a short while, Chu Xian finally calmed down. His face became serious, and he quickly opened his mouth to request his reward from the system. As soon as Chu Xian's words finished, the reward from the system quickly appeared. Along with it was a notification with instructions for use. As you wish luck. Can change luck. Can manipulate luck. After receiving the reward, Chu Xian didn't waste another second and quickly went to the long chair, lay down, and continued to cultivate. During that time, everywhere in the world, everyone was constantly striving for their own goals. Everyone was careful with every step, highly focused. At the same time, Xiangxing was still refining communication talismans for the Heavenly Tao plan. On another side, where everyone present had to endure thousands of hardships and difficulties to fight, the Black Moon Tower temporarily had no higher-level tower master. However, the communication talismans of the Kwafu region had been sold to other regions, especially for exploration teams. Each person had a communication talisman. Now, the supply of communication talismans couldn't keep up with the demand. They were too popular. With the popularity of the communication talismans, many other factions were planning to steal it. Some forces had arranged for spies in the Black Moon Tower. They had secretly obtained some methods for refining communication talismans. Even if the method for creating the communication talismans was meticulously recorded and carefully stored, it was not guaranteed at all. Only refining it themselves was truly safe. But they didn't know that even if they personally refined the communication talismans, they still couldn't escape the control of the Heavenly Tao Talisman, the Heavenly Tao Plan. The first stage of arrangements in the northern region has been completed. Everything is under the control of the Heavenly Tao. The Heavenly Tao observes everything. Chu Xian carefully held his new toy and examined it. The more he looked, the more pleased Chu Xian was with the reward, and he smiled. In his mind, an idea immediately appeared. Can I use the as you wish luck to change Su Xianer's luck? To make her the female child of luck of the central region? If so, the southern region is in the northern continent. Only the child of luck of the eastern region remains, not under his command. With this idea, Chu Xian didn't wait another moment and immediately tested it.